Corruptions of Empire. Life Studies and the Reagan Era. Alexander Cockburn. Contents. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Part 1 Life Studies. Heathertown. Hometown. Beat the Devil. Imperial Emblems. The Scoutmaster. The Secret Agent. The Underclass. Countries Lost and Found. P.G. Wodehouse, The Road to Long Island. Edward James, At Home in Zilitla. Robert Laughlin, Lost in a World of Words. Buena Vistas. Carl and Fred, Driving into the Sunset. Tastes of the Times. The History of Mr. P. Gastroporn. Culinary Conquests. Saints Sanctuary. Assault on Miami's Virtues. The Circulation of Commodities. War Fevers. Militarizing the Tortugas. Battleship America. Top Gun. 7. The Truth About the Blue Lagoon. Terms of the Trade. The Need to Tell, The Psychopathology of Journalism, How to Be a Foreign Correspondent, The Pundit, The Tedium, Twins, Vagabonds and Outlaws, Blood and Ink, The Boss Prizes. Part 2 An Archive of the Reagan Era, 1976 to 1988. For a complete list of titles in this section, see p. 525 Introduction. I came to the United States in June of 1972, the month Nixon's burglars broke into the Watergate. 15 years later I was assembling this collection as Colonel North lectured Congress about the role of executive power in the Iran-Contra scandal. Looking at North's cocksure, edgy, ingratiating profile, I was reminded of his precursor, the can-do guy in Nixon's White House, Gordon Liddy. The contrast was a good measure of the political and social distance the country had traveled between the two scandals. Liddy, endlessly testing his will and firing himself up with Nietzschean vitamins, had the beleaguered paranoia of a sworn foe of the 60s counterculture. Bad fellow though Liddy was, there was always an element of Inspector Clouseau about him. He held his hand over a candle to prove his fortitude against pain, and when the time came, he stood by the can-do guy's code of omerta and served his time in Danbury Federal Penitentiary without a whimper. Back in the Watergate hearings you could look at the burglars, at their sponsors in the White House, at Nixon himself, and see that despite noises of defiance and protestations of innocence they knew they had been caught on the wrong side of the law, and, though they would do their utmost to keep clear of the slammer, it would not come as a shock to them if the slammer was where they finally ended up. North was as true a memento of the Reagan era as Liddy was of that earlier time. North had Reagan's own capacity for the vibrant lie, uttered with such conviction that it was evident how formidable psychic mechanisms of self-validation, in the very instant of the lie's utterance, convinced the liar, Reagan, North, that what he was saying was true. But if Liddy embodied the spirit of fascism at the level of Grand Guignol, North had the aroma of the real thing, 80s all-American style, absolute moral assurance that his lawlessness was lawful, that though he was there to get things done, he was following orders, that all impediments in his path, legal or moral, were obstructions erected by a hostile conspiracy. North proclaimed that he had been ready to take the fall, just as Liddy 9. had been ready 15 years before. But North, unlike Liddy, lost his taste for martyrdom as soon as he saw it might involve criminal indictment, and forthrightly confessed as much to Congress. Arrogant to the largely deferential senators and representatives on the Congressional Committee, North and his associates entertained thoughts of the slammer only in the outrage they genuinely felt at the thought that anyone might think the slammer an appropriate place for them to be. Liddy bore marks of a losing fight with the counterculture. North had the jaunty physical and spiritual mien of a man to whom the culture had, for the preceding decade, been a friend. The texture of the political and journalistic culture and how that culture has changed between the two scandals is one of the prime themes in this collection, which, so far as America is concerned, takes as its point of departure the intimations of the Reagan era in the mid-1970s. Here was a moment rich in opportunity for a journalist to get everything wrong. A president had been driven from office and the mainstream press was preening itself on its resourceful vigilance and investigative powers. The covert activities of the CIA were under congressional scrutiny. Liberals and even radicals in the United States could gesture towards avenues of social progress beckoning the incoming Carter administration. This, after all, was a period when a bill to break up the oil companies was only narrowly defeated in the U.S. Senate, when it seemed that legislation guaranteeing full employment would pass, along with laws making the Federal Reserve accountable to Congress, introducing progressive tax reform and a national health service and ratifying arms control agreements with the Soviet Union. It took about a year to scuttle these notions, and by 1979 the spirit of liberal reform was dead in mainstream American politics. The mainstream press was Reagan's election agent and held true to that supportive role until overextended lines of communication caused Reaganism, expressed in this instance as constitutional and bureaucratic coup d'état, to falter in November 1986. This role of the press in articulating and hence validating the concepts and imagery of the Reagan era is the story of the second part of this book, an informal archive of those years, concluding with the campaign for the Democratic presidential nominations, the role of Jesse Jackson, and the political character and psychological makeup of Michael Dukakis. In the section called Terms of the Trade, I deal in more discursive essays with the operating assumptions of the journalism business, the psychopathology of its practitioners, and such totemic fixtures as the pundit, the foreign correspondent, and the search for balance. Reaganism is shorthand for a particular culture of consumption, a reverie of militarism, of violence redeemed, of a manic, corrupted and malevolent idealism. The priorities of this culture at the directly political level were simple enough: the transfer of income from poor to rich. X. The expansion of war production and an activist foreign policy, traditional in many ways but, as Noam Chomsky has said, at an extreme end of the spectrum: intervention, subversion, aggression, international terrorism, and general gangsterism and lawlessness, the essential content of the Reagan doctrine. Beneath the political, at the level of everyday life, there were the trends and shifts that every journalist or historian tries to identify. The section called Tastes of the Times contains work addressing itself to this theme. I arrived in America in 1972, having spent the preceding 30 years of my life amid the relics of an empire corrupted far beyond the reach of the popular indignation that discomfited Nixon and then Reagan. I came from a family whose earliest connection with America had been the brusque torching of the White House and Capitol by Admiral Sir George Cockburn in the War of 1812, and I spent some of my earliest years in a house, Myrtle Grove in Ewell, shadowed by souvenirs of the birth of that earlier empire and its engendering of the later one, 4 Irish yews under which, by tradition, Sir Walter Raleigh had sat and smoked his first pipe of the tobacco he brought back from Virginia. The implied narrative of this collection is the journalist's background, the imperial myths that helped to shape him, the impulse to exile, and his encounter with the Reagan era. The background, the myths, and the impulse to exile form the first 3 sections of this book, whose overall architecture will, I hope, give some sense of the terms in which I have viewed my trade. Degree July, 1988. OA. Part 1. Life Studies. Deep. Background. A childish soul not inoculated with compulsory prayer is a soul open to any religious infection. Heatherdown. One morning in Manhattan, when fall was still holding winter at bay, my daughter Daisy called from London in some excitement. The casting director for a TV movie had been holding some auditions in her school in Hammersmith. She and 2 schoolmates had been selected for major parts. Filming would begin almost at once. Then my former wife came on the phone. She had read the script. Certain scenes could, in the hands of an unscrupulous director, exploit the 13-year-old child. Vigilance was necessary. Besides, there was the matter of what Daisy should be paid. A few days later Daisy called again to report. With the help of a lawyer, proper safeguards had been established and adequate sums guaranteed. It turned out that the director of Secrets, one in a series of films generically entitled First Love, was to be Gavin Miller. He had been at Oxford at the same time as I had, and in my recollection had not seemed then to be an embryonic pornographer. Daisy added that filming would start in 10 days at a recently closed prep school near Ascot. My heart tripped. What was the name of the school? Hold on while I find the address. The wind outside was stripping golden leaves off the trees in Central Park and I waited, foot poised on the threshold of memory. Daisy picked up the phone again. Heatherdown. It's called Heatherdown. The past welcomed me in. In the hard winter of 1947 we moved from London to County Cork, Ireland, and after several months my parents decided that I had better start going to some sort of local school. I would have been happy to go on spending my days playing with Doreen French, the sexton's daughter, and my evenings listening to my father read Don Quixote. Was shy and already felt awkward in Ireland, where social divisions were much more transparent than in London. To walk out of the gates of my grandparents' big house and walk along Main Street where the unemployed men lounged all day in front of Farrell's was bad enough. Staring idly at everything, they stared at 5. 6. Me too. School meant ridicule at closer quarters. But my parents were adamant. I was 7 and it was time to retrieve the education abandoned when we had left London. They proposed to send me to the Loreto Convent, a large red building overlooking Ewell Bay. My grandmother was horrified. The Loreto Convent was a Roman Catholic institution and we, as members of the Anglo-Irish class were, however notionally, Protestant. My parents pointed out there was no Protestant school in Ewell. My grandmother was scarcely a bigot, but in the late 1940s the gulf between Protestants and Catholics was still fixed and deep as it is in our town no longer. Brought up in the government houses of varying British colonies from Jamaica to Hong Kong, she took certain social and religious proprieties absolutely for granted. She discovered that there was a tiny parochial school for Protestant children. It was about to close since attendance had just dropped below the quorum of 7 children which the Church of Ireland reckoned as the minimum its budget would permit. There had been, before the achievement of Irish independence, a substantial British garrison in Ewell. St. Mary's Church, whose ancient bell tower loomed behind the wall of my grandparents' equally ancient Tudor house, could hold a congregation of 3,000. Back at the turn of the century certain tradesmen, eager for the business of this garrison, had thought it opportune to convert to Protestantism. They changed ships on a falling tide. The garrison left in 1922 and a quarter of a century later we could see the descendants of the apostates, beached on the shoals of history. Their stores were ill-favored by the overwhelmingly Catholic population of Ewell and they had the added misfortune, as members of the shrunken congregation of some 60-odd souls attending St. Mary's, to have to endure the Reverend Watts's annual Christmas sermon. Peering down from his pulpit at the shopkeepers who were making a couple of shillings out of the Christmas buying spree, Watts would savagely denounce the gross commercialization of a holy festival celebrating the birth of the Savior. Then he took to attacking the atom bomb too and the shopkeepers saw their chance. They complained to the bishop and Watts was demoted and became curate of Watergrass Hill, a desolate hamlet 20 miles inland. The shopkeepers had children, still officially within the Protestant fold, and these were the cannon fodder in my grandmother's campaign. Their parents were told firmly that attendance at the parochial school was essential. A few weeks later a donkey and trap, purchased by my grandmother, made its rounds, depositing me and my new companions at the parochial school, a grey stone building just down the road from the Loreto Convent. In the last months of my sojourn at the school workmen erected a little shrine across the street. There was a statue of the Virgin and under it 7. Some lines, the first of which read Dogma of the S. The next line continued with Unction of the Virgin Mary. The shrine and plaque celebrated the dogma promulgated by Pope Pius XII in 1950, which asserted that Mary had been bodily assumed into the bosom of the Heavenly Father. We used to wonder what archaeologists of the future would make of the plaque, if it got broken and only the top line survived. My grandmother rejoiced that I had been saved from priestcraft and the donkey groaned as he dragged us through the town. A few months later my parents bought a house of their own 3 miles from Ewell, a distance beyond the powers of the donkey. A new pony, trap, and gardener's boy took me to school in the morning and then would return home. In late morning my mother would drive the trap in again for shopping and to take me home for lunch. The gardener's boy would drive me in again to school after lunch and at the end of the afternoon make the final trip to take me home once more. Blackie thus trotted or walked 24 miles a day. Once the gardener's boy forgot to fasten Blackie's reins to the bridle but buckled them to the shoulder collar instead. It made no difference to Blackie, who started, stopped, and swerved left or right at all the proper points. A photograph of Main Street in Ewell in 1948 would have shown that 80% of all the transportation was horse-drawn. 15 years later the proportions were reversed. We got our first car in 1958 when I turned 17, got a license and was thus able to chauffeur our family into the 20th century. Secure from popish influence, my education did not noticeably improve. The problem was that though Rome was held at bay, the Irish state played an important part in our instruction. It was mandatory that we be taught Gaelic and much time was set aside for that purpose every day. Thus after 2 years I was the regional champion in scripture knowledge and could say shut the door and some other useful phrases in Irish. My parents pondered the alternatives. They could send me over my grandmother's undoubted resistance to the Christian Brothers School. Its reputation was bad aside from the brothers' savage recourse to the Pandabad. Besides, it would be of little help in the overall strategic plan of my education, which was to get me into Oxford. Though only recently disengaged from the Communist Party and still, as always of stout radical beliefs, my father held true to his class origins in pondering the contours of his plan. The route march to Oxford or Cambridge was well established. At the age of 8 the raw recruits would go to preparatory or prep schools and there obtain the rudiments of an education sufficient to get them, at the age of 14, into a public school such as Eton, Harrow, Winchester, Westminster, and so forth. The alacrity with which parents of the recruits dispatched them from 8. home at the age of 8 has often been noted with bemused concern by foreigners. From that year forward the child would be at home for only 4 months in the year. Of course many parents are far happier to see the back of a son than they may care to admit, and boarding school was as good an excuse as any. Besides, these schools allowed the recruits to the system to cluster with members of their own class rather than go to a local school where contact with the lower orders might be inevitable. In sum, these prep and public schools were and are the training camps in the long guerrilla war of British social relations. The form was to put down your child for a prep school as soon as he entered the world. My parents and I had spent a portion of 1941, the year of my birth, sitting in St. John's Wood Underground Station as the German bombs and rockets rained down overhead. My father was on the Nazi blacklist and in the event of an invasion they certainly would have shot him if his plan to escape by boat to Ireland had failed. The British authorities, scarcely less hostile to communists than to the Nazis and in many cases more so, were vacillating on how to deal with Reds. At first they reckoned it best to draft them, sending them to the front and hope that the first panzers they met would do their duty. But then, amid the stunning exhibitions of British military incompetence, it was feared that the Reds would foment discontent and even mutiny. In accord with this dogleg in government policy my father first got a set of peremptory call-up papers and then, almost at once, a countermanding set of instructions. Later a German V-2 rocket landed on our house and reduced it to rubble. Perhaps understandably my father had not got around to the business of putting me down for a prep school. One way or another it did not seem, in the early 1940s, that there would necessarily be prep schools to go to. But of course the prep schools survived and the public schools survived and the British class system survived. For that matter, many of those who had engineered the destruction of our house in Acacia Road survived too. My brother Andrew found one in Washington, D.C., in the late 1970s. He was called Dieter Schwebs. He had been one of the designers of the V-2 and had gone to work for the U.S. after the war. By the time Andrew met him, Schwebs was in the General Accounting Office, rooting out fraud and waste in the Defense Department. Andrew told him about our house and Schwebs was full of concern. "Oh my heavens, nobody hurt I hope." I was 9, already 1 year late for prep school. It was July 1950 and the start of the school year was menacingly close. No suitable place willing to accept me had been found. Old friends to whom my father had not spoken in years were pressed into action, and that filiation of patronage and mutual back-scratching called the Old Boy Network was shaken into 9. Action. One midsummer day my father dismounted from the bicycle he used to go into the town of Ewell to dispatch articles, make telephone calls and have pleasant conversations in one of Ewell's quiet, dark bars. "Well, we've got you into Heatherdown. It's supposed to be one of the most exclusive and expensive prep schools in England. In a couple of weeks we'll take the boat train to London, and then go to Ascot and have a look at the school. If it seems all right we'll get the uniforms and so forth and you'll start there in mid-September." The inspection trip was pretty bad. There were no boys about, naturally, but the headmaster described the amenities with a relentless glee which was unnerving. He tried to show my father the cricket pitch, of which he was plainly very proud. My father, who had no views on cricket pitches, tried to offset his lack of interest or knowledge by asking to inspect the kitchens and dormitories. The headmaster, confronted with this aberrant scale of priorities, began to form what became an increasingly dubious opinion of our family's values. There followed an expensive trip to Gorringe's, school outfitters, and I was fitted out in the black and red colors that were Heatherdown's motif. On a grim September morning I stood on the platform at Waterloo Station. Prep schools were clustered thickly around Ascot, perhaps drawn by the magnet of Eton in nearby Windsor, and there was a rainbow of other school uniforms, of Holywood, Skatecliff, Ludgrove, and Lambrook. I kept my eyes alert for the red ties and caps of Heatherdown and soon saw these colors adorning a small boy who was sobbing quietly. His equally stricken mother made a lunge to cover his tear-stained face with kisses, but he fought her off. Excessive displays of emotion by one's parents were a matter for great dread. In fact, any display of originality or character by them, apart from a humdrum sort of parentness or hitting a six at the father's cricket match, was thought to be bad form. The train whistle sounded, my mother began some final gesture of veiled diction which seemed ominously tinged with sentiment. I scuttled into the same compartment as the sobbing child, the door slammed and we chugged into the home counties. Daisy called. They had started filming and, "Daddy, we've found your photograph." Every boy leaving Heatherdown had his photograph taken. It was then framed and put up in the corridor outside the classrooms. There were all the boys who had ever been to the school, right back to Helly Hutchinson, who had his photograph taken in 1914, which meant that he may just have escaped being killed on the Western Front by 1918. About 1,000 boys had gone through Heatherdown since his time. In any given year about 55 noisy little creatures inhabited the place, along with masters, matron, maids and gardeners. Daisy reported that my photograph was on the top row, near the music 10 room. I could see in my mind's eye where it was. Next to me there was probably Miller Mundy, and next to him maybe Pigot Brown or Leg Bourke. Leg Bourke's father was a Conservative member of Parliament who once flipped a coin at Prime Minister Attlee during question time, shouting, "Next record please." By the time I reached Heatherdown the first post-war Labour government was slipping from power, and no one at Heatherdown was particularly upset about this. Parents of boys at Heatherdown were very conservative, masters were very conservative, and the boys were very conservative too. Word got around that my father was a Red. This was not quite as bad as being identified as Irish, even though I had no brogue. 6 years after a war in which de Valera had kept Ireland neutral, feeling still ran high. In argument the ladder of escalation was soon well known to me: Cocky's Irish, Cocky's a dirty pig. Cocky helped Hitler in the war. And so on. The Attlee government had just survived the election of 1950, but when another election loomed in 1951 excitement ran high. There were endless jocular references to groundnuts, the well-intentioned but ill-fated scheme of the Labour government to cultivate peanuts in West Africa, thus providing employment for the locals and nutrition for British school children. Cost overruns and mismanagement brought the scheme low, and the word ground nuts could be guaranteed to arouse derision at any conservative gathering between the years 1949 and 1964. The night of the 1951 election, a large electoral map of the United Kingdom was placed on an easel in the doorway of our dormitory. As the results came in over the radio, a master called Hall would color the relevant constituency blue in the event of a Conservative victory and an unpleasant puce if Labour won. Legbork was in our dormitory, and we naturally rooted for his father Harry, who carried the Isle of Ely by about 6,000 votes. When we awoke in the morning, an extensive portion of the map was colored blue, some of this being because Conservatives tended to win the large rural constituencies. A rout of Labour and of Socialism was proclaimed. Actually, Labour won the popular vote by about 250,000, but gerrymandering saw the Conservatives win a clear majority of 26 seats over Labour. Thus began 13 years of Tory rule, which lasted clear through the rest of my education and ended only in 1964, just after I had left Oxford. More people, nearly 14 million, voted for Labour in 1951 than for any British political party before or since, though this was not at all the sense of the situation one got at Heatherdown. The headmaster was very pleased. At that time, the entirely groundless fear that the Labour Party would somehow attack private education was still very great. At each Labour Party conference, the rhetorical thunder against it outstripped even the tremendous bellowing against tied cottages, the feudal system whereby farm workers dwelt in their cottages only at the 11. pleasure of their employers and, at the end of a lifetime of ill-paid labour, were evicted to the local almshouse to make way for younger muscles. Jokes about the Labour Party were a staple among boys and masters. I was a supporter of the Labour Party partly because I had the reputation of being red hellspawn to maintain, and partly because it seemed sensible to oppose anything favoured by most of the people at the school. But I felt, amid my support, the disappointment of a fan who knows that his team is making a bit of an ass of itself and that improvement is unlikely in the near future. The innate conservatism of British schoolboys in private institutions was always impressive. At my next school, sometime in the late 50s, there was a mock election. My friend Freddie Fitzpaine ran as the Communist and got 1 vote. I ran as the Labour candidate and got 1 vote. The Scottish Nationalist got 83 and the Conservative 95. Fitzpaine and I represented that school in debates. Each team had its own topic on which it spoke throughout the debating tournament, no matter what the other team was talking about. Fitzpaine and I used to speak to the motion, "Great Britain must leave NATO now." When I sat down after proposing the motion, our opponent would rise and, depending on what school we happened to be debating, would reel off a speech about the monarchy, Scottish independence, or, in the case of one debate with Dollar Academy, a spirited defense of some controversial form of pig breeding. Fitzpaine and I got as far as the semifinals with our seditious topic before losing to some polished orators from Edinburgh Academy. We were photographed in the local Blairgowrie paper toasting each other with pints of beer and narrowly escaped being expelled. The ground squelched wetly underfoot as I walked across Central Park, brooding about ground nuts, Heatherdown, and the autumn reek of Berkshire bonfires. The idea of a quick return flight to yesterday, courtesy of transatlantic standby, was growing on me. If the premise of the voyage was commonplace in one respect, to see how exactly the child had become father to the man, there would be the unusual twist of being there as father of the child. 3 days later I was standing on Waterloo platform, just as I had with my mother over 30 years before. Daisy had been nervous of the idea, and I knew well her familiar fear: I would somehow make a fool of myself, embarrass her in front of her friends and the entire production crew of Secrets. She reminded me of the Poppy Day affair, a tale I occasionally told to show what I had had to cope with when I had been a boy, worried, just like her, about the embarrassment parents can cause. Even now the memory causes me to sweat and stamp about a bit. Back in the early 1950s, Armistice Day, or Poppy Day, was taken a 12. great deal more seriously than it is now. At precisely 11 a.m. there would be 2 minutes silence in memory of those killed in the 2 great wars. The service in the little mock Tudor chapel at Heatherdown had an extra piquancy because the headmaster would bring in a small radio, just to make sure that we all fell silent at exactly 11 a.m. We didn't associate God with radios, machines that contradicted the high-toned 19th century flavor of our Anglican observances, in which diction was so etherealized that very often it was hard to tell whether we were praying for peace or for good weather on the sports day coming up next week. As we gathered in the chapel upstairs waiting for the Greenwich Mean Time pips, parents who had traveled to Heatherdown to take their children out for the afternoon would assemble downstairs in the headmaster's study. Since my parents lived in Ireland, they rarely appeared. Other boys would occasionally invite me out for tea in Maidenhead, or to their homes if they lived relatively close by. These were the very early days of television, and often the parents' idea of an uplifting yet amusing afternoon was to assemble in front of the TV on which the BBC would run a dignified Sunday afternoon quiz show called 20 Questions. The contestants were the usual British salad for such enterprises, containing a couple of academics, someone known to be waggish, and a socialite in relatively decent moral standing. At the beginning of each round a voice, audible to all but the participants, would give the answer. It was a deep voice, tranquil with the power of absolute knowledge, and it would intone, "The answer is porridge, the answer is porridge." I always thought the voice of God would sound like that, unruffled and awful, as he asked me why I did not believe in him unreservedly. On Armistice Day in 1953 my father, in London on business, travelled down to Heatherdown to take me out. He arrived downstairs just as we heard the GMT signal on the radio and fell silent. Obliged to remember and revere the fallen in war, I would think of my Uncle Teeny, who had died of malaria in Italy in 1944. I had never known him, but I would do my best to imagine him fighting bravely. Then, after about 30 seconds, I would just concentrate on dead British soldiers generally and say thank you. Along my pew, past Walduck, who was fat and who claimed his family name was Valdrake and had come over with William and Mary, I could see out of the corner of my eye McLean, whose father had been killed in the war. Each year, about 55 seconds after 11, McLean would start crying. I think he felt he had to. There were about 6 boys whose fathers had died in the war, and usually they all cried, chins tucked in and shoulders shaking a little. Though blubbing was normally despised, it was regarded as fine for McLean and the others to cry on this particular occasion. A few minutes later the service was over and I went downstairs to meet my father. He lost no time in hurrying me into an ancient taxi waiting. 13. Outside, and we rattled off to Great Foster's, a ghastly mock Tudor establishment not far off, where we would while away the rest of the day. Even before we got into the taxi my father seemed to have a furtive, slightly hangdog air. Other parents seemed to be glaring at him. I surmised with a sinking heart that he had somehow attracted unwelcome attention, not perhaps as bad as the times he would barrack the actors in London theatres, but still alarming. In the taxi he confessed all. He had arrived at about 10 to 11 and had joined the other parents in the headmaster's study. The conversation was a bit stilted, and after a bit I thought I would try to jolly things along by telling them a couple of funny stories. My father was a very good storyteller, throwing himself into the anecdotes, which were often long. He used florid motions of his hands to accentuate important turns in the narrative. After a bit, he continued, I noticed that the other people didn't seem to be following my story with any enthusiasm. When I got to the punch line they were all looking down and no one laughed at all. Oh Daddy, you didn't. I'm afraid so. So he had told jokes all the way through the 2-minute silence, a silence no other parent would break even in order to ask him to shut up, and meanwhile McLean and the others were weeping upstairs. Most of the parents knew by now that Cockburn's father, Claude, was some sort of a red, and here were their darkest fears confirmed, with the scoundrel polluting the memory of the dead with his foul banter. The train ambled along and the conductor cried, "Next stop Ascot." The station looked relatively unchanged. On the far side of the main London road was Ascot Racecourse. Ascot Race Week loomed large on the school calendar. Fathers, magnificently arrayed in morning coats and top hats, mothers with amazing summer confections on their heads, would arrive to take children for picnics of cold salmon and strawberries in the enclosure. All morning long on the Saturday of the big weekend we could see those great summer hats of the women as they drove in open cars to the racecourse a couple of miles up the road. But now it was October, the track was bare and the enclosure empty. My taxi driver said that he had heard that Heatherdown was to be sold for real estate development once the film crew had gone. The driveway, fringed with fateful rhododendrons, looked much the same, and at last I entered the front door. Heatherdown had actually been built as a school just before the First World War, unlike many of the prep schools round about which were simply converted Victorian country houses with maids' rooms converted into diminutive dormitories. All such schools were divided into the boys' zone of activity classrooms, dormitories, and this other father would have thrashed his son savagely. But here, hundreds of miles from the security of my own father's study, was this ersatz study, inhabited by the father substitute who did indeed on a few occasions beat me with a clothes brush, once for repeatedly trying to conceal from matron the fact that I had again wet my bed. It was here too that the headmaster, a bouncy, bantam cock of a man called Charles Warner, interrogated me fiercely about the reason for my father's lateness in paying the hefty school bills. I knew the reason: not enough money. But this seemed a humiliating confession, and I blubbed copiously as Warner plowed on remorselessly about the need for financial promptness. At least he didn't beat me for that. Unlike Mr. Squeers in Nicholas Nickleby, I have had disappointments to contend against, said Squeers, looking very grim. Boulder's father was £2.10 short. Where is Boulder? Here he is, please sir, rejoined 20 officious voices. Boys are very like men, to be sure. Come here, Boulder, said Squeers. An unhealthy-looking boy, with warts all over his hands, stepped from his place to the master's desk, and raised his eyes imploringly to Squeers's face, his own quite white from the rapid beating of his heart. When I read accounts of the early explorers surrounded by natives who seemed friendly but who suddenly attacked without warning, I know just how those natives felt, and I sympathize with them. To this day I have only to hear the words "X wants to see you" in his office to be thrown into the state of hatred and fear with which I used to approach Warner's study, knock on his door, and hear that falsely jocose voice cry, "Come in." Sometimes as I entered to my doom his wife, Patsy, used to scuttle out, giving me a cheery hello, though she and I both knew the somber nature of the occasion. This fear and hatred has colored my relationship with authority, both privately and officially vested, and I count it as one of the major consequences of my education, just as my father's macabrish struggle, pursued with heroic tenacity to virtually the very moment he died. He dictated to my mother a column for the Irish Times almost with his last breath to keep clear of financial disaster, greatly conditioned my attitude to credit. Early in life in Ireland I learned to appreciate the color of the envelopes. 15. Containing the day's mail. White envelopes were good. Brown ones weren't, and my father would leave them up on the mantelpiece unopened. Over the months they would gradually get demoted from this high station to his study, and then to the bottom drawer of a desk in his study. We would all laugh heartily over the form letter to creditors my father threatened to send: "Dear sir, I am in receipt of your fourth communication regarding my outstanding account. Let me explain how I pay my bills. I throw them all into a large basket. Each year I stir the basket with a stick, take out 4 bills and pay them. One more letter from you and you're out of the game." The whole school seemed silent as I walked towards Warner's study. Presumably they were filming elsewhere. I pushed open the door of his study. It was bare. 2 film electricians were sitting on milk crates, drinking out of beer bottles. They said that the company was having lunch in the canteen out back. I wandered upstairs and found myself facing the door of the school chapel. It used to have a thick curtain in front of it, as if to separate spiritual affairs from the coarse business of an English prep school. The curtain was gone and the door was ajar. Here I had begun my career as a choir boy, nicely done up in a sort of long red tunic and white surplice. I had a reedy alto. As the years progressed, I rose to become a bass in the choir in Glenalmond, my public school. Thus, from the age of 9 to the age of 18, my schoolmates and I had about 30 minutes of prayer each morning and each night about 300 hours of public worship a year. On Sundays, at Glenalmond, we had at least an hour each of matins and evensong. During these prayer-choked years I acquired an extensive knowledge of Scripture, of the Book of Common Prayer and of hymns ancient and modern. It is one of the reasons I favor compulsory prayer at schools. A childish soul not inoculated with compulsory prayer is a soul open to any religious infection. At the end of my compulsory religious observances I was a thoroughgoing atheist, with a sufficient knowledge of Scripture to combat the faithful. There was a hymnal still in one of the pews and I leafed through it. As pants the heart for cooling streams / when heated in the chase, this had always been popular, owing to the fervor with which one could hit the D in cooling. Eternal Father strong to save, wasn't bad either, with its mournful call to the Almighty, oh hear us when we cry to thee / for those in peril on the sea. But the big hit each term was undoubtedly Onward, Christian Soldiers, with Sir Arthur Sullivan's pugnacious tune. At the sound of triumph, we sang vaingloriously, Satan's host doth flee / on then, Christian so oldier / on to victory. The general religious line at Heatherdown was that victory was more or less assured for one, unless very serious blunders let Satan squeeze in under the door. We did not spend much time worrying about damnation, except after a serious bout of 16. Cursing God's name on a dare to see what would happen. I had once got a tummy ache after cursing God and believed in him for at least a week. Nuclear attack. Particle beam means absolute neutralization. On March 23, 1983, President Reagan proposed a space-based defense system, known as SDI, which would use lasers and particle beams. Star Wars was born. As I said, Fleming and Bond have a lot to answer for. In late January 1987 I drove out to Pinewood Studios outside London to spend the day on the set of The Living Daylights, 15th in the series of 53 Bond films produced by Harry Saltzman and Albert Broccoli, or by Broccoli alone, and distributed through United Artists. A spoof, Casino Royale, was put out in 1969 through Columbia, starring Woody Allen and David Niven, and a remake of Thunderball, called Never Say Never Again, starred a Revenant Connery and was put out through Warner Brothers. The original nucleus of Pinewood Studios was Hedherden Hall, a fashionable weekend retreat for politically influential members of the upper class, owned by Grant Morden, a Canadian speculator and member of Parliament. He died a bankrupt in 1934, and in 1936 Charles Booth, eager to build a studio to rival Hollywood, joined forces with the rich Methodist flour miller, militant Christian, and film enthusiast, J. Arthur Rank, and founded Pinewood Studios. The moment of truth that struck Anthony Eden when President Eisenhower told him to call off the Suez adventure afflicted Pinewood 9 years earlier. The post-war Labor government, wishing to fortify cultural nationalism and repel invasion by Hollywood, imposed a 75% tax on the box office earnings of Hollywood films. The tax was to be paid in advance, on the basis of estimated revenues. Hollywood promptly placed Britain under embargo, causing a potentially disastrous shortage of product. Rank announced that to fill the breach he would undertake the production of 47 films at a capital outlay of £9 million, the largest commitment to filmmaking ever made in Britain. But the Labour government was buckling under tremendous pressure from the United States. The 75% levy was abandoned and replaced by a ceiling to the profits that could be repatriated to Hollywood, with the balance to be reinvested in Britain. The Hollywood films came flooding back, just in time to sink the hastily produced and cheap material being put out by Rank. By 1952 the situation had improved. Social democracy in the Italy variant, so impotent in the face of the United States, had also fostered a new audience for middlebrow comedy. Genevieve came in 1952, Doctor in the House in 1953, launching a long and profitable series. In 1954 Norman Wisdom made his first comedy at Pinewood, Trouble in Store. To the Doctor series and the Wisdom comedies was added, in 1958, the first of the Carry On films, Carry On Sergeant, launching a cycle of 28 comedies, of immense popularity in Great Britain and Australia. Then in 1962, to a Pinewood shuttering from the Great Cleopatra disaster of 1960, came Dr. No, a production modestly budgeted at $1 million and starring an unknown leading man. In the ensuing quarter of a century, Bond became the backbone of Pinewood. A generation of technicians have grown up on the saga, and low-cost productions have given way to the blockbuster projects of today, in which the average Bond movie costs around $30 million. Two films can take up all 18 stages, as happened in 1982 with Octopussy and Superman 3. The British film industry, as embodied in Pinewood, has been sustained since the 50s as much as anything else by preoccupations about social control, authority, security, and reveries, comic or serious, of omnipotence. Carry On Sergeant, Norman Wisdom's On the Beat, Peter Sellers's Pink Panther series, the Bond films and, at the extreme level of fantasy, the Superman cycle. The progression indicates 35 years' worth of increasing integration of world capital and culture in the journey from the provincial particularism of a Norman Wisdom to the globally totemic late Bond. The question of globally totemic late Bond, of the simultaneously mutable and immutable nature of our hero, is very much on the minds of Cubby Broccoli and his associates at Ian and United Artists these days. After 5 tours of duty, Sean Connery gave way to George Lazenby, who was swiftly replaced, after only 1 turn in Ohms, by Connery and then by Roger Moore, who made 7 Bond movies over 13 years, culminating in A View to a Kill, made when Moore was in his late 50s. The new Bond is a 40-year-old actor, Timothy Dalton. In the dining room of Hedherden Hall, Charles Giroux, marketing director of the Bond films and long associate of Broccoli's, brooded about changing Bonds. People who saw their first Bond with Sean never took to Roger, and people who saw their first Bond with Roger never took to Sean. Roger's movies grossed more than Sean's, and in fact A View to a Kill broke all records. Roger really came into his own with The Spy Who Loved Me. It took a change of directors really, from Guy Hamilton to Lewis Gilbert. Hamilton saw the character of Bond so much in terms of Sean, and Roger just couldn't do the things required of him, like slapping a woman or being a vicious killer. Now John Glenn has made the last 4, but he'll allow an actor, particularly one he respects, to develop a character in his own persona and not have too many fixations on the way it was done before. The unit publicist, Jeff Freeman, led me to the sound stage. There was a tremendous racket of a wind machine and we rounded the corner to observe Dalton clinging to a net and being kicked in the face by Andreas Wisniewski. A few moments later the noise stopped, Dalton sat down in his chair and Wisniewski went back to reading The Agony and the Ecstasy. John Glenn took me over to a viewing machine to show what was going on. The net is hanging out the back of a plane flying some thousands of feet above Afghanistan, piloted by Mariam Diabio. A time bomb is ticking away and Bond and Wisniewski are battling it out on the net which holds 55 bales of drugs which. Glenn started his professional life at Pinewood as a sound man, running up and down stairs to recreate the noise of Harry Lime's feet as he fled down the Vienna sewers in The Third Man. He'd made his mark in the Bond series as editor and action unit director, most memorably in the ski chase and parachuting sequence in The Spy Who Loved Me. He said that somewhat as a consequence of Dalton's arrival, the living daylights will be straighter than the high period more. Dalton is the best actor we ever had, and we're probably slightly more adult in the approach we're taking. Tim is certainly a great mover. I went over to talk to Dalton, and asked him how he was enjoying the film. He said very much, thank you, adding rather earnestly that if you enjoy work then you enjoy all movies. We started talking about Fleming's novels, with Dalton maintaining that the first, Casino Royale, was the best. It was the melting pot out of which the series evolved, but much more disturbed and psychological. Bond says clearly that he's in a state of moral and ethical confusion. He looks back on people he has killed and realizes they were just guys on the other side, doing their job. Then there's a marvelous moment when his friend the French agent says that if Bond is confused he should forget about people and just go after the evil that creates the necessity for spies. Dalton stopped, brooding raptly, then plunged on. In the same book he fell in love with a woman who in turn fell in love so deeply with him that she couldn't tell him she was a double agent and committed suicide, but at the same time by committing suicide she betrayed her love to him. How does a man deal with that? Dalton's name has been linked with that of Vanessa Redgrave, and since Redgrave is a committed member of a Trotskyist groupuscule, it was tempting to inquire whether Dalton himself was a Trotskyist and thus, whether, in a manner of speaking, 007 had been politically compromised. As a species, secret agents aren't looking too good these days, I said. No, but then who has looked good of late? The wind machine started up again. Dalton went back to the net and a few seconds later was being kicked by Wisniewski in the face again. He was right about Casino Royale. Bond was in poor ideological shape at the beginning, running badly to seed in a way that would have aroused the contempt of his fictional antecedent, the fascist Captain Bulldog Drummond. In the exchange with the Frenchman Mathis, alluded to by Dalton, Bond unburdens himself of the following. The villains and heroes all get mixed up. Of course, patriotism comes along and makes it seem fairly alright, but this country right or wrong business is getting a little out of date. Today we are fighting communism. Okay. If I'd been _ 56 alive 50 years ago, the brand of conservatism we have today would have been damn near called communism, and we should have been told to go and fight that. It didn't take too long for Bond to straighten himself out and declare unending war on evil in the manner prescribed by Mathis. As Maybaum puts it, the basic success of Bond is Ian Fleming's James Bond syndrome, a ruthless killer who is also St. George of England, a modern-day combination of morality and immorality. In the age of the sick joke it clicked. Of course the Bond of the books was a bit of a sicko, held together mostly by his sanction from the state, licensed to kill. He could never keep any relationship together, and if Vesper Lind hadn't done herself in with a handful of Nembuddles before they got married she probably would have got around to it in the end. What a prissy old autocrat of the breakfast table he would have been, howling for his perfectly brown egg, boiled for 3 1/3 minutes and then put in its Minton cup, next to the Queen Anne coffee pot and the Cooper's vintage Oxford marmalade. There was something a bit common too in all this insistence on the very best, as though Bond knew that in the end he was, as the elegant Dr. No put it in Maybaum's line in the movie, nothing but a stupid policeman, on hire to the ruling class. Hence the great scene in From Russia with Love, when the class imposter Bond, played by a working-class boy from Edinburgh with a Scots burr in his voice, comes up against the other class imposter and psychopath Red Grant, played by Robert Shaw. Red wine with fish, says Connery, I should have known. I may take red wine with fish, Shaw hisses viciously, but you're the one on your knees now. Bond was in urgent need of a shrink. Fleming himself had the good fortune to be cared for in his troubled teens at Kitzbühel in Switzerland by a couple called Forbes Dennis, who were much influenced by Alfred Adler. Mrs. Forbes Dennis, who wrote under the name Phyllis Bottom, thought the young Fleming proof of Adler's theories, his impressive elder brother Peter being the Adlerian Gegenspieler. The Gegenspieler, wrote Bottom in her book on Adler, is a contemporary brother or sister by whom the child felt dethroned. In almost any intimate relationship that follows, the child as he develops into the man will build up the same perpetual antagonism between himself and any beloved person. The subject, said Adler, pushes aside the world by a mechanism consisting of hypersensitiveness and intolerance. The neurotic man employs a number of devices for enabling him to sidestep the demands of reality. If Adler had lived long enough to visit Pinewood in 1982 when they were making Octopussy and Superman 3, he would have surely felt vindicated. Somewhere along the line, in their post-imperial fantasy life, the British got muddled about secrets and spying and sex and identity, and they 57. Confusion has been causing them endless trouble ever since. The week I was in England, the newspaper headlines were replete with spy and sex scandals. Thatcher's government was claiming that national security had been compromised by a New Statesman article about a British spy satellite. Another story concerned Mrs. Payne, a woman on trial for running prostitutes, about whom Terry Jones, of the Monty Python crew, has produced a film. According to the account in The Independent, a tall man who dressed as a French maid at Cynthia Payne's parties told yesterday how he was touched up by a man he later learned was a boisterous, tall, and very fat undercover policeman. Keith Savage, with short cropped hair and a Geordie accent, told a jury that the bearded officer put his hand up his skirt and fondled his bottom. I was a bit upset about the police bursting in and I thought this man was trying to console me. But he got a bit over-friendly. I think he had a motive of a sexual nature. Another policeman, he claimed, was dressed effeminately wearing eye makeup and a monocle. The titular villains in the Bond books are always grotesques. L.E. Schiffer, in Casino Royale, set the tone, weighing in at 252 pounds at a height of 5'8", with his small, rather feminine mouth, small hairy hands, small feet, small ears with large lobes, indicating some Jewish blood, soft and even voice and white showing all round the iris of each eye, large sexual appetites and flagellant tastes. This, in admittedly baroque form, was our old friend the father figure, as evinced in the scene where L.E. Schiffer goes to work on Bond's balls with the carpet beater and promises to chop them off with a carving knife. Fleming inaugurates the torture scene thus: "My dear boy, L.E. Schiffer spoke like a father. The game of Red Indians is over, quite over. You have stumbled by mischance into a game for grown-ups, and you have already found it a painful experience. You are not equipped, my dear boy, to play games with adults, and it was very foolish of your nanny in London to have sent you out here with your spade and bucket." But when Bond, manhood spared by the Russian executioner who dispatches L.E. Schiffer, recovers in hospital and then prepares with Vesperlin's help to check that all physical systems are in working order, he discovers that she too is a villain. This is less surprising when we realize that Bond's women are often men, thinly disguised. This is progress from Buchan and Drummond, where they were often horses. Vesper is introduced with the news that her eyes were wide apart and deep blue, and they gazed candidly back at Bond with a touch of ironical disinterest which, to his annoyance, he found he would like to shatter, roughly. Her skin was lightly suntanned and bore no trace of makeup except on her mouth, which was wide and sensual. The general impression of restraint in her appearance and movements was carried even to her fingernails, which were 58. Unpainted and cut short. Of course there was dutiful mention of Vesper's fine breasts, but Fleming does not seem to have been too interested in them. 4 years later, in From Russia with Love, Fleming scurries past Tatiana Romanova's breasts with a mumbled faultless before assuming a hotly didactic tone on the matter of her ass. A purist would have disapproved of her behind. Its muscles were so hardened with exercise that it had lost the smooth downward feminine sweep, and now, round at the back and flat and hard at the sides, it jutted like a man's. A year later, after publication of Dr. No, Noel Coward wrote to Fleming, saying that he was slightly shocked by the lascivious announcement that Honey Chili's bottom was like a boy's. "I know that we are all becoming progressively more broad-minded nowadays, but really, old chap, what could you have been thinking of?" Fleming didn't address the point in his response, but there is an answer in one of his notebooks from the 30s, a period when he looked, in one description, like someone who had walked out of the pages of the Romantic Agony. Some women respond to the whip, some to the kiss. Most of them like a mixture of both, but none of them answer to the mind alone, to the intellectual demand, unless they are men dressed as women. For Bond there were father figures lurking behind every shrub, none more imposing than old M, with his damnably blue eyes, whom Bond tries to kill in an Oedipal spasm at the start of Ohms. But here too we find that ambiguity discovered by the very fat policeman when he slipped his hand up Savage's skirt. Fleming's father was killed in the war when he was a boy. The dominant figure in Ian's life was his formidable mother, Mrs. Val. Like Holmes and Moriarty locked together over the Reichenbach Falls, mother and son maintained vigorous psychic combat until they died within 2 months of each other in 1964, Mrs. Val going first in July. Fleming often called his mother M, always this terrible confusion. The real M in the war was the head of Miss, a man called Maxwell Knight. He was loved by his secretary, Joan Miller. She died in 1984, but her daughter fought, over the desperate efforts of Miss to suppress them, to publish her memoirs, which are now available in Ireland. There is a poignant passage in which Miller describes the object of her doomed love. As I sat there watching this avowed opponent of homosexuality mince across the lawn, a number of things became clear to me. His tastes obviously inclined him in the direction of what, in a phrase not then current, is known as rough trade. It was plain that he'd taken himself, that time, to the cinema tea room, instead of spending the afternoon with his wife in Oxford, in the hope of effecting a suitably scrubby pickup. If Bond's women were men in the books, in the movies they are fish. 59. Starting with Honeychile, who comes up out of the sea in Dr. No, in one of the most successful associations of woman with water since Botticelli stood Venus up on a clamshell. In the movies, Bond is often to be found down in cold water or up in the snow. The problem for Meybotham and for the various directors was no doubt to find scenery to match or compensate for the distraught psychic landscapes of the books. They found the answer where Jules Verne so often did, in the soothingly amoral underworld of the sea. It didn't always work. The underwater sequences in Thunderball are numbingly slow. But at their best, in the explicitly Verne-like Spy Who Loved Me with Kurt Jurgens' Atlantis on its tarantula legs, or in the lesbian fantasy, Octopussy, the movies do take on the surreal texture of a Max Ernst painting. They also lightened everything up. The only time Bond really behaves like a licensed killer is at the start of Dr. No, when he studies the renegade's Strangeways empty gun, says you've had your six, and then kills him in cold blood. Meybotham gave Bond a sense of humor. The idea was to present the Cold War as a necessary, but humorous in the case of more, frivolous ritual. Right from the start the film series stood in marked contrast to the books in being pro-détente. The only bad Russians are renegades, part of Spectre, intent on sowing distrust between the great powers, as in The Spy Who Loved Me, where Jurgens schemes to arrange mutual assured destruction of all great powers other than his own. Meybotham says now that starting with Dr. No, for some reason, looking at the very, very long-range future, United Artists did not want the Russians to be out-and-out villains, so we made Dr. No come from Spectre rather than Smersh. That was really done for reasons of motion picture distribution, thinking that maybe someday Bond might go to Russia. Michael Wilson, producer and co-writer of The Living Daylights, and also Broccoli's stepson, sounded a dignified political note to match whatever commercial considerations United Artists may have been nourishing, saying that I think that if we do have an influence in the world, it's an influence of moderation. Our films are seen by 250 million people in the first 5 years after they are made, right across the world, and because of that we are mindful that we have a responsibility. You can't be spewing out a lot of venom. Dr. No set the high standard for Bond villains. The best of these villains was probably Gert Frobe in Goldfinger, and Meybotham gave him one of the best lines. "Do you expect me to talk?" Connery grits as the laser slices towards his crotch. "No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die." On the whole, one feels rather sorry for the villains, cultured and bold but thwarted in their schemes for world conquest by so mean an intellect as Bond's. But they don't have the juice that Fleming's Cold War 50s political stance gave the 60 novels, which is no doubt why the films got more and more fantastical, as sea, snow and travelogue became substitutes for Fleming's paranoid verve. So Dalton may talk of a return to the Bond of the books, but how can that be done in the age of Gorbachev? It is not surprising, given the length of the Bond series, that the audiences now take so much pleasure in the expected, in Bond as ritual, the pre-credit sequence established in From Russia with Love, the encounter with Miss Moneypenny, the throwaway lines and polished dialogue, the gadgets produced by QIS, the gadgets, the briefcase with knives and gold sovereigns, the Aston Martin DBS with ejector seat and saw blades in the wheel hubs. In the mid-1960s Umberto Eco wrote an interesting essay about Fleming in which he discussed the author's stylistic technique. Fleming takes time to convey the familiar with photographic accuracy, Eco wrote, because it is upon the familiar that he can solicit our capacity for identification. Our credulity is solicited, blandished, directed to the region of possible and desirable things. Here the narration is realistic, the attention to detail intense. For the rest, so far as the unlikely is concerned, a few pages suffice and an implicit wink of the eye. Fleming, and through him, Bond, was acutely aware of commodities, mundane objects of desire. No previous thriller writer had ever accommodated himself to such an extent to the psychology of acquisition, of envy, to the spiritual rhythms of the advertising industry. The makers and marketers of Bond movies understood this aspect of Fleming's appeal very well, and soon the world grew used to Bond's pedantic lectures on Taittinger and Q's proud demonstrations of the latest in British gadgetry. The movies are full of tie-ins, from Cartier watches to vodka to the trusty Aston Martin itself. Backdrop becomes commodified too, as the Bond producers scour the world for fresh locations, and ministers of tourism plead for a visit. In this matter of commodities the Bond films have been a somewhat ironic reverie of British omnipotence. The cycle of Bond films began just when the Labour Prime Minister Harold Wilson was urging the nation to cast aside the archaic vestments of the past and bathe itself in the white heat of technology. Things worked in Bond movies but they didn't work in Britain, and as Kingsley Amis once sadly remarked, if Bond had really had to use his mini-submarine in combat conditions it would have surely taken him straight to the bottom. In 1983, just when Q gave Bond a staggering number of gadgets in Octopussy, Britain became for the first time in its history a net importer of industrial goods. Noel Coward put the contrast between fantasy and reality well. One of the things that still makes me laugh whenever I read Ian's books is the 61. Contrast between the standard of living of dear old Bond and the sort of thing Ian used to put up with at GoldenEye. When Bond drinks his wine it has to be properly chamber, the tournedas slightly underdone, and so forth. But whenever I ate with Ian at GoldenEye the food was so abominable I used to cross myself before I took a mouthful. I used to say, Ian, it tastes like armpits. And all the time you were eating there was old Ian smacking his lips for more while his guests remembered all those delicious meals he had put into the books. I headed back into London from Pinewood and, late in the evening, turned on Channel 4. There was my friend Robin Blackburn, editor of New Left Review, addressing the nation on the paramount necessity of Britain becoming truly socialist if it is to get out of its present mess. The social horizon, Robin said, is still defined by institutions which serve British capital but which are not specifically capitalist and are not found in any other capitalist country. Our ruling institutions are the products of oligarchy and empire. Consecrated by time and custom they are like a dead weight on the imagination and aspirations of the living. Britain has become a living museum of obsolescence, whose most splendid trophy is nothing less than the world's last ancien regime. Under prime ministers stretching back to Churchill, 007 has done his best to put Britain's foot forward. He himself is, with the happy assistance of United Artists, one of Britain's most successful exports. But if Bond is a fine example of world cultural integration at the level of kitsch, things are not in good shape on the home front, as bad under Thatcher as it was under her predecessors, productivity down, exports poor, rate of returns lousy, per capita income half what it is in France. What has improved strongly is the coercive apparatus of the state. You're nothing but a stupid policeman, Dr. No told Bond. If he had not had the misfortune to drown in his own nuclear well, the doctor would have been unhappy to discover that Bond's trade policing the British state has fared better than most of the other props in the old museum. In this respect at least, the fantasy came true. American film, July, 1987. The Underclass. I think that from the police point of view, my task in the future, in the 10 to 15 years from now, that basic crimes such as theft, burglary, even violent crime will not be the predominant police feature. What will be the matter of greatest concern to me will be the covert and ultimately overt attempts to overthrow democracy, to subvert the authority of the state, and to in fact involve themselves in acts of sedition to destroy our parliamentary system and the democratic government of this country. James Anderton, Chief Constable of Greater Manchester, October 16, 1980. Once begun, the disorders on the Friday and the Saturday soon developed into a riot. The common purpose of the two riots was to attack the police. But the riots were neither premeditated nor planned. Each was the spontaneous reaction of angry young men, most of whom were black, against what they saw as a hostile police force. Lord Scarman's inquiry into the Brixton disorders, November 1981. The riots, or uprisings, which erupted in 30 British cities last spring and summer did not merely register the rage of blacks against decades of police harassment and brutality. They represented, too, a rising of whites, mostly youths, against the police, against a desolate environment and zero expectations. What they registered, most fundamentally, were the effects of Britain's shift stimulated by sharply rising unemployment and social discontent, from a liberal to an authoritarian democracy. Unemployment throughout the 1980s promises to be vastly more severe, with perhaps a third of the workforce permanently unemployed. The uprisings of 1981 may be an intimation as much as a verdict. How the British state and the political parties respond, whether Conservative, Labour, or Social Democrat, is of more than passing relevance on this side of the Atlantic, where similar crises often magnified exist. On the government agenda of every advanced industrial nation, in the ebb from the great post-war boom, is the simple question, amid vast structural 62. 63. Unemployment and diminished social expectations, how best can the alarm expressed above by Chief Constable Anderton be assuaged? In the 1960s, as the British wistfully point out, the US was able, with the proper mixture of straightforward violence, to try to buy its way out of trouble from the underclass. Today, by ideological inclination or fiscal crisis, the buyout formula is gathering dust. The crisis, most sharply expressed in relations between the police and blacks, caught up with Britain last year. The police. It is the devout belief of foreigners, a belief sedulously maintained by the British press, that the British police are the best in the world. It is not a belief that has ever been firmly held by the British working class or even substantial sections of the middle classes. In the face of enormous popular unrest, the London Metropolitan Police Force was set up in 1829. It was viewed then as the strong left arm of state supervision of discontent. The strong right arm was the army, which, between 1872 and 1908, was called in no less than 24 times to quell political and trade union demonstrations. Only with great difficulty, never with total social acceptance, was the consent of the working class won, by the 1920s, for policing by the bobby, now etherealized as the arm of a neutral state, acting for the benefit of the community as a whole. By the end of the 1960s, as Britain settled fractiously into continuous economic decline, this compact was beginning to disintegrate. A number of scandals banished the legend of the incorruptibility of the British policeman and kindred fantasies about his disinterested pursuit of justice. Social unrest produced coercive policing of a sort long known to the Irish and other inhabitants of the old empire. The British Special Branch increased sevenfold between the early 1960s and 1978. And in 1978 Merlin Rees, the Home Secretary, defined subversion against the state as activities which threaten the safety and well-being of the state, and are intended to undermine or overthrow parliamentary democracy by political, industrial, or violent means. The word industrial was not included by accident. Unremitting efforts by successive British governments to curb trade union militancy produced, in 1971, the Industrial Relations Act, restricting picketing and various forms of strike action. In 1972, 30,000 miners and other industrial workers picketed the coal depot at Saltley. Their successful action led to the fall of the Heath government. It also accelerated the modernizing of policing in Britain, in an echo of the overt and savage. 64. Techniques being deployed in Northern Ireland. The Special Branch, MI5, and military intelligence were all beefed up, with the latter's role being broadened to include internal affairs. Computer analysis of the population was extended and refined. In 1974, Heathrow Airport just outside London was occupied by the Army and the police 4 times. The Guardian reported that these operations were designed as public relations to accustom the public to the reality of troops deploying through the high streets. Riot shields were used for the first time in mainland Britain in Lewisham in 1977. In the winter of 1977-78, the Army for the first time in British history replaced an entire workforce, taking over from 20,000 striking firemen. 2 new police techniques developed. One takes the form of fire brigade trouble squelching, with patrol cars backed by a central mobile reserve highly trained special patrol groups and police support units, replete with modern enforcement technology and firearms. These units are the equivalent of the CRS in France, Marechaussee of Holland, or the Bereitschaftspolizei in West Germany. Their overtly repressive function even caused unease among some police chiefs who saw, in the words of Chief Constable Alderson of Devon, that social pressures tend more and more to seduce police thinking and public awareness, towards a quasi-military reactive concept. Alderson's solution, whereas preventive policing tends to put the system on the defensive, proactive policing sets out to penetrate the community in a multitude of ways. It seeks to reinforce social discipline and mutual trust. Put less politely, community control. Alderson saw the police as better placed than most organizations for providing social leadership of that kind, working with the media, and breaking down barriers between themselves and other social, probation, and educational agencies. Such was the twin-pronged approach developed through the 1970s, which failed utterly to predict or control the uprisings of 1981. Reactive policing down the years had taken too heavy a toll, notably on blacks. The blacks. There are today about 3 million Afro-Caribbean and other black people as well as Asians living in Britain. In the years after World War II, Britain, like other European countries, was desperate for labor and eagerly sought an immigrant labor force. As late as 1956, London Transport was recruiting from Barbados. There was as yet no officially sanctioned government racism, merely unofficial racism in housing, jobs, education, unionism, and so forth. In 1958, the Notting Hill Gate riots broke out, and 65. Justice Salmon sent 9 white teddy boys to long terms in prison, saying we must establish the rights of everyone, irrespective of the color of their skin, to walk through our streets with their heads erect and free from ear. 20 years later, in 1978, Judge McKinnon ruled that Kingsley Reid, head of the Fascist National Party, was not guilty of incitement to racial hatred when he said publicly of 18-year-old Gurdeep Singh Chaggar, set upon by white youths and stabbed to death, 1 down, 1 million to go. In the interval, British governments, both Conservative and Labour, falteringly, with occasional remissions and bouts of bad conscience, proceeded down the path to racism, or more technically a guest worker economy. The revered totem of British citizenship was uprooted. Between the late 1940s and the late 1960s, the chance of establishing a multiracial society was squandered. Immigration and policing policies grew harsher. The year 1962 saw the Immigration Act regulate labor intake from colored Commonwealth and colonial outposts. Racial discrimination was officially institutionalized. Police harassment increased accordingly. Most shamefully, in 1968 a Labour government devised and passed in 1 week the Kenyan Asian Act, barring free entry guaranteed on their passports of those of its citizens in Kenya, if they were Asians, if they could not prove, that is, that they had a parent or grandparent born, naturalized or adopted in the United Kingdom. The Immigration Act of 1971 stopped all primary immigration in its tracks. Only patrials retained the right of abode. Guest workers were given special permits for a specific period. Rigorous rules blocked families from joining immigrants already settled in Britain. Police and immigration officers were empowered to arrest without warrant anyone who had entered or who was suspected of entering the country illegally or who had overstayed his or her visit. It requires little imagination to see that such powers gave the police carte blanche to harass any black or Asian person they might encounter. The police were, in addition, equipped with laws that aroused enormous resentment and hatred in the black community, known as the SUS laws. Section 4 of the Vagrancy Act of 1824 permitted a policeman to arrest anyone on suspicion of loitering with intent to commit an arrestable offense. The police used the SUS laws to create virtual off-limits areas for blacks in certain sections and to control them elsewhere. The 1824 SUS law was repealed in 1981. Substituted, with masterly sleight of hand, was Section 9 of the Criminal Attempts Act, which creates a new offense, to interfere with a motor vehicle with the intention of theft of the vehicle, or of theft of anything in it, or of taking and driving it away without consent. Subsection 2 further adds, and, if it is shown that a 66 person accused of an offense under this section intended that one of those offenses should be committed, it is immaterial that it cannot be shown which it was. By the end of the 1970s, Britain was and still is, moving toward a pass law society, in which the government could insist on passports and identity checks before providing services. The Thatcher government is still attempting to formulate an act which will, definitively, keep blacks out and let whites in. The uprising. Overweening police power and a racism of the state fueled unofficial racism, with innumerable murderous attacks on blacks, in a Britain ravaged by Margaret Thatcher's economic politics, which struck at white and black alike. In April 1980, riots began in the St. Paul's area of Bristol, with some 130 arrests. At the start of April 1981, the police launched Operation Swamp 81 to combat street crime. More than 1,000 people were stopped and questioned in the first 4 days. The uprising in Brixton began on April 9 and lasted through Sunday, April 11. There were 4,000 police in the area, and 286 people arrested. The uprisings of July began on the 3rd in Southall. A day later, Toxteth was in flames. By the weekend of July 10 to 12, riots were taking place in 30 towns and cities, black and white youths together, and in some cases white youths alone. They were scenes, as Lord Scarman said of Brixton, of violence and disorder, the like of which had not previously been seen in this century in Britain. A new ethos. In the heart of Brixton, just off Railton Road where the April uprising began, are to be found the offices of Race Today. Its editor is Darcus Howe, a 38-year-old Trinidadian. Howe is one of the best-known black activists in Britain. We talked with him at length about the uprisings, about developments in the Afro-Caribbean and Asian communities, and about his perspective of political options, both for blacks and whites. We were persuaded, encouraged to come to Britain, to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. The perception of this new section of working people went as follows: we would rigidly concern ourselves with work, we would have no leisure, we would, without deviation, get there in the morning, come home in the evening, go to bed, go back there in the morning, come home in the afternoon, go to bed. Any relaxation of that discipline would 67. Undermine the exclusive reason for why we were here. So when West Indians held parties in their homes to ease the tensions of the working day, the police would raid them, to suppress them. Any form of leisure activity at all that we were involved in, anything other than on the way to work, we were harassed. So if you were unemployed and weren't working and you were found around the streets of London, there was a charge which they resurrected called SUS, being a suspicious person, a charge going back centuries, when they sought to curb the unemployed in the early period of British industrialisation. It is necessary to identify these reasons because we tend to get carried away by this exclusive question of race, without taking into consideration the fundamental reasons. Of course, race is used to justify it, once it takes place. It gives it an extra impetus, but it is not fundamental. That's the first point. The second point is this: we have come up against in posing the question of the behavior of the British police a formidable hurdle. I describe it in this way: it's a myth, all the more powerful because it contains elements of truth, that the British police are the best in the world. It is truth turned on its head. What is the case is that the mass of the British population, having neutralized a very powerful monarchy and having established parliamentary democracy, developed, I believe, a very strong democratic instinct and a very strong sense of freedom that ensured that the British police were hemmed in by a set of rules and regulations. But whenever those constraints are absent, the British police are capable of all the excesses which can be perpetrated by modern police forces. And the Caribbean peoples, who are always reminded of slavery at the slightest hint of oppression, have revolted in a way that no one has seen in Britain in the last 100 years. It is an historical moment of extreme significance, not only for ourselves but for society as a whole. Why did this historical moment occur in 1981? Several factors. The major one is a change in composition in the black community. Those of us who came here in the late 50s and early 60s were constrained by the myth that we were going home sooner or later, that we would earn some money and go, and therefore tended to put up with things that we knew were wrong and discussed with each other as being illegal and against any conception of human rights. But there are young blacks who were born here, who have grown up here, who eat bangers and mash, egg, and chips with the same ease as their white counterparts, who sit in the same classrooms with them, who know that whites aren't in any way superior to them, and once the police encountered that generation, they met with a completely different attitude. Because the older West Indian population had been separated socially from their white counterparts, they didn't mix, they had no measure of 68. What they thought. All assessment of your white fellow workers was governed by myth and prejudice. But the younger ones went to school with those kids. One of the myths that constrained us was that there would be a white backlash if we acted. The younger ones know that that isn't so. They know that the young whites have the same problems. So, concerning the police, what would you specifically advocate? There's a new and very dangerous tendency which creeps into all these matters. They now invest the police with political powers. We don't vote for them. We don't elect them, but suddenly we are asked to have discussions with them on social and political questions. I am against that. For this reason: they have a tremendous amount of power and I have none, so it's an unequal discussion. Which institutionalizes the inequality. Absolutely. I will talk to them if a burglar comes into my house. That's when I speak to them. If I want some direction. Those areas in which you speak to the police must be so strictly defined that they won't be able to creep out of that into general discussion. So what you want are laws to curb the police. It's as simple as that. Absolutely. The reinstitution of civil power over institutionalized, coercive power. Heavy discipline. So what is going on, socially and politically, in terms of black organization? The riots opened up an entirely new political ethos. To understand the organizational stages that we are moving to, it is essential to know that in the late 1960s there were black power organizations in almost every city in this country. A combination of repression not as sharp as in the United States but repression British style, and Harold Wilson's political cynicism undermined that movement. What he did was to offer a lot of money to the black community, which set up all kinds of advice centers and projects for this and projects for that. So, in some black communities, if you have a headache, somebody is onto you saying, "Well, look, I have a project for blacks with headaches." That paralysed the political initiative of blacks. It was done for you by the state, and, as you know, Britain is saturated with the concept of welfare. The riots have broken through that completely, smashed it to smithereens, indicating that it was no palliative, no cure for the cancer. You are looking toward a black/white mass organization. Black/white mass movement. But one always must point to what we are heading for. What are we aiming for? Are we aiming for the vulgarity of a better standard of living? I think a passion has arisen in the breasts of millions of people in the world for a kind of democratic form and shape which would equal parliamentary democracy in its creativity and innovation. 69. The competition for jobs leads two ways. In meeting each other in the competition, we either decide not to compete anymore or we take that competition to its logical conclusion. What prevents you from taking competition to the logical conclusion is that Britain has a sense of class. The working class have a sense of themselves, and when you go to America you know how important that is. Working people in Britain tend to see being working class as a virtue. In Great Expectations, Dickens had a character called Joe Gargery. He wasn't contented, in that he accepted tribulations as though they were designed for him, but he had a certain pride in his class. So when Pip wanted to get up he said, "Well, if you want to go that way, go your way, but I'm going to remain here and I'm going to carry on my life and improve my circumstances, but nevertheless I'm not leaving here." Gargery seems to me to be the reflection of what British working class people are like. Everyone talks about Pip and Miss Havisham, but never has an artist fashioned such a historical character as Gargery. So class is dominant over race in Britain. Dominant. It could cease being so, you know. One has to fight to keep it that way. But let's look at a likely future for Britain: enormous structural unemployment, the creation of a permanent underclass. Permanent unemployed, that is what is on the agenda, with the revolutionizing of production, with the microchip. Now what the British working class has to do is to break out of this demand for jobs, which characterized the 1930s, the Jarrow marches, and so on. They will have to lift themselves to this new reality, which will of course call for the merciless shortening of the working day, the working week, and the working life, and a concentration on leisure and the quality of work. That is the debate that is going on, and that is the debate missed by a lot of the old-style trade unionists and the old-style institutions like the trade union bureaucracy and the Labour Party. I look at young blacks. If you look at the development of Rastafarianism on such a massive scale, this cannot be separated in my view from the material basis and creeping consciousness that one will not work again and one must now be concerned with what is life. Is there a God? Who is He? What is the relationship between yourself and your kind? That is the creeping development of Rastafarianism. The first set of people to know that there ain't no work anymore were ex-slaves. From the moment we came off the plantation, labor-intensive, and you started to present us with factories, there was no work ever again. That is new to the advanced countries, but to the underdeveloped countries. I could take you to Port of Spain now and point to him and say he is a grandfather and he never worked in his life. This is a grandmother who never worked in her life. We come easy to it. But here, they 70. Say march for jobs. What jobs? It's stimulating to hear you say this, because the left seems to have a lot of illusions about this. The slogan should really be less work, not more work. TS work, more money. And that's a vulgarity too. Less work, more leisure. We have built up over the centuries the technological capacity to release people from that kind of servitude. So then you have to talk about redistribution of wealth. Free distribution. A completely new ethos. And we are on the verge of it. Don't you think that pathological symptoms, including racism, will increase as people fight on the scrap heap, as the economy goes down? I agree. Something else increases too. Side by side, living in the same atom with pathology, is the possibility to lift. You can't reach the lifting stage without the pathological stage. So the oppositions are a client populace, battling for a little bit more of a slice. Crabs in a barrel. Or you leap. The leap depends on what dominant political ideology is presented to the population. You view the current decline of the Labour Party with considerable optimism. Considerable optimism. The Labour Party is a creature of a certain moment in the material organization of society, and the forces which arise from this. Its work, its welfare. It's getting some things to the ordinary working people, which of course I understand. When you read, especially in the novels, I think there you get much more penetrating insights into life and society than those offered by politicians. The poverty of the mining population when people would have to wrap cloth around their feet to keep warm, that doesn't exist in Britain anymore. Nor will people permit it. Either they are driven back to that, or something else happens. My view is that the Labour Party is an instrument that was necessary for that period. A sudden shout. It was 6 in the evening and outside the Race Today offices people were sloshing through the puddles on the way home from work, or standing about in doorways. Howe got up and stretched, then picked up a document. "Listen to this," he said. After the uprising in Moorside last July they appointed a local Manchester barrister called Heitner to inquire into what happened, and how it started. Here's what he writes. At about 10:20 p.m. a responsible and in our view reliable mature black 71 citizen was in Moss Lane East, and observed a large number of black youths whom he recognized as having come from a club a mile away. At the same time a horde of white youths came up the road from the direction of Moorside. He spoke to them and ascertained they were from Wythenshawe. The two groups met and joined. There was nothing in the manner of their meeting which in any way reflected a prearranged plan. There was a sudden shout and the mob stormed off in the direction of Moorside police station. We are given an account by another witness who saw the mob approach the station, led, so it was claimed, by a 9-year-old boy with those with Liverpool accents in the van. Howe smiled, whites from Wythenshawe, blacks from Moorside, no prearranged plan. They gather. There is a shout, on to Moorside police station. That gives you some indication. You must have a convergence of interests in order for that to happen. Village Voice, January 6, 1982. Countries lost and found. Rocon EESLOA2 in TN. History may be irrevocable, but there is always the self to be discovered. HOHTLE. Kmuadora, equals. PG. Wodehouse. The Road to Long Island. Somewhat as if Robinson Crusoe tried to tell Man Friday about Yorkshire pudding, it's hard to explain Wodehouse to the uninitiated. He evolved a comedy of manners and a mannered style that came into perfect fluency and equilibrium by the early 30s. In the early 50s that tautness of control began to slacken. I myself believe that he reached the summit of his careful art with The Code of the Woosters, published in 1938, and Joy in the Morning, largely written as the Germans were preparing to invade France, polished as they bore Wodehouse off from Le Touquet to internment in Germany, and published after the war. His latest biographer, Francis Donaldson, believes the peak came earlier, with Thank You, Jeeves, in 1934. Wodehouse himself preferred Quick Service, published in 1940. It is not a dispute of much importance. By the mid-30s Hilaire Belloc was broadcasting to America his view that Wodehouse was the best living writer of English, and there are at least half a dozen books in the decade surrounding that dictum to which admirers can reach, if asked to furnish proofs of Belloc's veracity. Cultism, and there has long been a Wodehouse cult with powerful adepts guarding the mystery, often leads to facetious overstatement. A bad sign is when worshippers start calling the object of their veneration the master. But Belloc had it right all the same in stressing Wodehouse's virtues as an artificer of language, rather than as the creator of Jeeves, Bertie Wooster, Emsworth, Mulliner, Uckridge, Smith, and the rest of them. Few writers were so self-conscious in the refinement of language. Wodehouse loved to read trash, just as in his later years he loved to watch it on daytime TV, and in the dense elusive utterance of Bertie Wooster one can find a meditation on the banality, coarse and tempi, images, and conventions of late Victorian and Edwardian literary discourse which scarcely suffers from being set next to the great explorations of cliché in Joyce's Ulysses. Wodehouse was as determined a mannerist as Wilde in the is. 76. Guying of conventional discourse. His best books are the apotheosis of the artificial, yet like Wilde his fluency and ease of idiom rendered this artifice natural and altered English diction, hence British culture. It is instructive to read aloud dialogue from The Importance of Being Earnest and follow with exchanges between Bertie Wooster and Jeeves or Bertie and Gussie Fink Noddle, et al. The rhythms are remarkably similar. Both writers get their effects, Wilde much more sharply from reversals of conventional idiom and conventional attitude. For the more conventional and conservative Wodehouse the critique was more narrowly of language than of society, so the paradoxes and parodies were more technical, whereas in Wilde's case they were more substantive. I do not recall Wodehouse discussing Wilde in his letters, which is surprising, given the extent of his stylistic debt. My own view is that Wodehouse's almost pathological prudery in sexual matters, a reticence sublimated in the jocular male partnerships employed in his fiction and the loyal epistolary male friendships of his life, caused him to shy away in extreme nervousness from mention of Wilde. Wooster says there are those who like to find girls in heliotrope pajamas in their beds and those who don't. He belonged to the latter category, and Wodehouse seems to have thought that was the sensible outlook to have. The girls esteemed by Wooster, example Stiffy, Bobby, were boys, to all intents and mentionable purposes. Girls of the other type, Madeline Bassett, were boys too, only wets, reading poetry and no doubt ending up as dissidents in Thatcher's cabinet. There is a third, Amazonian category. Honoria Glossop springs imposingly to mind, as indeed does the present British Prime Minister herself. Donaldson's remarks about Wodehouse's sexuality quoted below are pertinent. One way to evoke Wodehouse at his best is once again to remember Wilde at full stretch in The Importance of Being Earnest, where skill of exposition, mastery of structure, combined with fluency and inventiveness in idiom, carry the reader at top speed and without pause through farcical imbroglio to ultimate resolution. The Code of the Woosters contains a main plot, 3 subplots, 2 separate love interests, 2 major villains. Yet there is no moment when the reader is left hanging as Wodehouse switches scenery and redeploys. The language, all of it contained within Bertie's first-person narrative, is at full tension throughout, with the famous similes resplendent. The beauty lies in the deftness, pacing, linguistic aplomb, early war with better manners and without the edgy madness and social bad faith. But then Wodehouse was more poised because, unlike Waugh, he did not like England very much and 77. Consequently had a better prose style. In his Life of Raymond Chandler, Frank Max Hayne quotes Chandler's little essay in his notebook on English and American style. Is a fluid language, like Shakespearean English, and easily takes in new words, new meanings for old words. Its overtones and undertones are not stylized into a social conventional kind of subtlety which is in effect a class language. It is more alive to clichés. Consider the appalling, because apparently unconscious, use of clichés by as good a writer as Mom in The Summing Up, the deadly repetition of pet words until they almost make you scream. English, being on the defensive, is static and cannot contribute anything but a sort of waspish criticism of forms and manners. The tone quality of English speech is usually overlooked. This tone quality is infinitely variable and contributes infinite meaning. The American voice is flat, toneless, and tiresome. The English tone quality makes a thinner vocabulary and a more formalized use of language capable of infinite meanings. Its tones are of course written into written speech by association. This of course makes good English a class language, and that is its fatal defect. The English writer is a gentleman first and a writer second. Chandler went to the same British public school as Wodehouse. Both of them made most of their money in America and had to take care of audiences on both sides of the Atlantic. Wodehouse made his first crossing in 1904, broke into the U.S. magazine market in a big way in 1915 and into the theater shortly thereafter. Wodehouse got the best of both worlds, the fluidity, the alertness to cliché, the detachment that held him free of waspishness. Wodehouse's style was highly formalized, yet he certainly remained always a writer first and a gentleman second. Oddly enough, Chandler made Marlowe a gentleman in the end, which proved his stylistic undoing. At a critical moment Wodehouse behaved like a writer and not at all like a gentleman, which nearly proved his undoing too. This moment had to do with Wodehouse's notorious broadcasts from Berlin in 1941, an episode that takes up a substantial portion of Francis Donaldson's book, and provides it with nearly all of its drama. Aside from the matter of the broadcasts, Wodehouse's life and professional career were of a simplicity and general uneventfulness that would not, in a rational world, provoke a critical and biographical industry. Enthusiasts already have Richard Usborne's work, in Clubland Heroes, and 2 other volumes, a biography and bibliography by David Jansen, and a respectable covey of other studies. Francis Donaldson's biography avails itself of new letters provided her by relatives and friends. She sets forth the known facts conveniently enough, excavates new ones, uses what memories she has as a family friend and as a particularly close acquaintance of Wodehouse's beloved stepdaughter Leonora. She falters only when she attempts critical. 78. Appreciation of Wodehouse's work, a subject on which she has nothing particularly illuminating to add. Born in 1881, Wodehouse lived through a moderately unpleasant childhood when he was separated from his parents for long intervals, delightful school days at Dulwich which he later described as the happiest time of his life, and a brief sojourn in a bank before becoming a full-time writer. He published his first novel, The Pothunters, in 1902 and his last, The Catnappers, in 1975. Only in 1911, 1941, and the years from 1943 to 1945 did he fail to provide either his British or his American audiences with a new book in the intervening 73 years. In the first half of his career he was also collaborating, mostly with Guy Bolton and Jerome Kern, in a profusion of musical comedies put on in the teens and 20s. A wife, a few close friends, and an unending succession of pets, mostly Pekingese dogs, refreshed his emotional life, but from the end of his teens to his 95th year he devoted almost every day of his prolonged existence to writing or to thinking about writing, and there is no evidence to suggest that he had much interest in doing anything else. The immensity of his literary production is not perhaps as unrivaled as Donaldson appears to believe. Simenon's output until his retirement was similarly prodigious. But it is hard to think of another writer who works so tranquilly with such copious success within so narrow a range, unless we are to consider a detective story writer such as Agatha Christie, whose entire oeuvre scarcely contains a single memorable line. Wodehouse lived to work, well beyond the point where he had to work for a living. He had a vast contempt for writers with only one book in them, and believed with Arnold Bennett that an audience could be won and retained only if the author's name, on a new dust jacket, was constantly obtruded upon the reader's attention. Just as another great producer and hero of Wodehouse, Arthur Conan Doyle, scribbled in railway stations, trains, and cars, so too did Wodehouse never stop working. Briefly arrested by the French at the end of the Second World War, he occupied some of his time in the police station polishing off another chapter. He described himself as an objective rather than a subjective writer, perceiving his task as the satisfaction of magazine editors, publishers, and readers. He regarded prattle about artistic self-expression as disgraceful egoism. Indeed, nothing Wodehouse said about himself can be regarded as particularly trustworthy. He readily made up stories, or fabricated views, when pestered by interviewers and admirers about such matters as the origins of Jeeves or his verdict on this or that writer or book. Publishing some of his correspondence with his friend William Townend, he had no compunction in smartening it up for the reader. For him it was all a matter of professionalism, and if his critical judgment told him that his audience 79° would prefer to hear that Jeeves was based on a real-life butler called Robinson rather than a stock type in the British comic tradition, he would alter the truth with just the same alacrity as he would obey the editors of the Saturday Evening Post when they asked him to restructure the first chapter of the Code of the Woosters. What Wodehouse admirers really need is an edition of the complete letters, even including the innumerable tedious and prolix passages on his beloved peaks. These letters, notably the ones to Townend, Dennis MacHale, and Guy Bolton, reveal him as a professional literary technician of copyright enormous self-assurance and rather intolerant perspicacity, quite different from the records of his conversations and interviews, where he usually displayed a self-deprecation and an innocence partly natural but sometimes contrived. Wodehouse presents a challenge to any biographer in that he was productive for 3/4 of the 20th century, but with one exception held all potentially troublesome parts of this period expertly at bay. By the 1930s he was one of the highest paid writers in the United States, suffering endless disputes with the IRS in consequence. But long before these years he had won a financial security and hence latitude in existence which any writer could envy. Success brought none of the usual vices. He did not drink to excess. Donaldson carefully writes that, one would not expect to find him capable of intense, passionate love. His relationships with women, including his wife, have been speculated upon in the idle, gossipy way in which people speculate on the intimate affairs of their friends and of public characters about whom a good deal is known. Wodehouse may or may not have been inhibited sexually as well as emotionally, and this inhibition may have been partial or complete. He married a widow called Ethel Rowley in 1914. They produced no children. The management and enjoyment of his large earnings were, as Donaldson delicately indicates, chiefly the preserve of Lady Wodehouse, who kept her husband on a tight allowance and who was an enthusiastic investor and gambler besides. Given tolerable and sometimes considerable comfort, Wodehouse seems to have been relatively indifferent on the matter of where he should live. Perhaps appropriately for a writer who spent much of his time evoking an England which dwelt only in his imagination, he spent the larger portion of his life outside the jurisdiction, in New York, Hollywood, Tuquot, Cannes, and ultimately Remsenburg, Long Island, where he spent his last 20-odd years. The version of England disposed by Wodehouse would probably have lost its refinement if he had spent all his time scribbling in the Cotswolds or some grim hamlet in the home counties, rather than snugly ensconced in the neutral terrain of New York or the suburban pastoral of Long Island. 80. The muscle-bound Anglophilia, blending into dogged reaction, which captures most British writers in the end, was held at bay, and Wodehouse himself stayed decently remote from the invented Wodehouse of admirers such as Auberon-Waugh, middlebrow speetling as they bear down on the moderns and anything so noxious as culture or the world of the intellect. Wodehouse's indifference to England may have been rather more profound than he cared publicly to let on. Author, the American edition of the letters published in England as Performing Flea, has some reflections on the British class system omitted from the earlier version, presumably because he did not wish to offend his British audience. A letter to Townend dated May 11, 1929, mentions a meeting with H.G. Wells and goes on. What do you think happened when we met? We shook hands, and his first remark apropos of nothing, was my father was a professional cricketer. A conversation stopper if ever there was one. What a weird country England is, with its class distinctions and that ingrained snobbery you can't seem to escape from. I suppose I notice it more because I've spent so much of my time in America. Can you imagine an American who had achieved the position Wells has, worrying because he started out in life on the wrong side of the tracks? But nothing will ever make Wells forget that his father was a professional cricketer and his mother the housekeeper at Up Park. There is mention of Wells's remark in Performing Flea, in a letter written 3 years later, but the comment about ingrained English snobbery is nowhere to be found. Donaldson quotes from a couple of revealing letters Wodehouse wrote in the mid-50s. To Townend, I'm being egged on to become an American citizen. Do you think it would hurt me in England if I did? I don't want to let Jenkins down by suddenly ruining my sales, and to MacHale, just after he had received his U.S. citizenship, the morning after the proceedings I was rung up on the telephone by the Mail, the Express, the Times, the Associated Press and others. They all wanted to know why I had done it, and it was a little difficult to explain without hurting anyone's feelings that, like you, I don't feel it matters a damn what country one belongs to, and that what I really wanted was to be able to travel abroad without having to get an exit permit and an entrance permit, plus I believe a medical examination. Now spending much time and ingenuity preventing the black inhabitants of their former dominions from enjoying the perquisites of citizenship in the UK, the British have always found it inexplicable when a full-fledged white member of the race opts for another passport or seems indifferent on the matter of whether he should or shouldn't. It's why the British are always so peculiarly astounded by what they care to call treachery, a word 81. Much in vogue in the recent Falklands affair, and spend much foolish time trying to divine the motivation of Oxbridge undergraduates, subsequently elevated in public life, who thought that mass unemployment in the 30s was a bad thing and that Marxism might be the best answer to the problem. Discounted by these plodding analysts of the roots of treachery is that there was a lot to feel treacherous about. Wodehouse was accused of treachery because he broadcast from Nazi Germany in 1941. Donaldson, using all available documentation, gives a complete account of the affair. The circumstances surrounding Wodehouse's supposed treachery and certain bad judgment appear to be as follows. He was working on Joy in the morning in Le Touquet, perhaps oblivious of the approaching Germans, perhaps confident they would leave him alone. After a short interval he was marched off to an internment camp in Upper Silesia, where he spent 11 months. Internees were routinely released when they reached 60, but shortly before he reached this particular birthday Wodehouse became the beneficiary of pressure applied by American friends who had become alarmed at a photograph of him taken at the internment camp, in which he appeared somewhat emaciated. He was released and taken to Berlin. Waiting to meet him in the Adlon Hotel were a Major Erich, Baron von Barnekow, an old friend from the United States, and a man from the German Foreign Office called Werner Plack, whom Wodehouse had known slightly in Hollywood. Plack suggested that he make a broadcast to America, recounting his experiences during internment. Wodehouse readily agreed and shortly thereafter recorded 5 talks. While Plack seems to have made the correct calculation that Wodehouse's material would be light-hearted in vain and therefore display the Third Reich in a kindly light, Donaldson convincingly shows that Wodehouse had not bargained release from the internment camp against the broadcasts. He seems to have been guided by 4 professional instincts. It was an assignment which by nature and training he was conditioned to accept. The broadcasts were a way of keeping his name before his American audience, they were additionally a way of thanking his American admirers for their support, and, as Wodehouse rather touchingly confessed later, he thought they would reveal him as having borne up spunkily under trying circumstances. By no stretch of the imagination can the 5 broadcasts themselves be regarded as Nazi propaganda. They were slightly labored, knockabout, jocular remin. 8 and 2. Essences of internment camp life, as first jotted down by Wodehouse in an internment camp diary which formed the basis for the manuscript camp book, which he readied for publication after the war but which either he or Lady Wodehouse finally destroyed. The fact is that Wodehouse seems to have rather enjoyed internment, perhaps unsurprisingly for someone who thought public school to have been the happiest season of his life. Nor did he seem to have the remotest idea of what the war was about, as the reminiscences of Harry Flannery, a CBS correspondent who interviewed him at the Adlon at the time, make clear. Among other things I planned to ask him what he thought of the Russian campaign. Wodehouse proposed saying, "The bigger they are, the harder they fall." I cautioned him against that. "That predicts a Nazi victory," I said. "You can't do that." "Why not?" he asked. "We're fighting the Nazis." Any such reply would be propaganda or worse, coming from you. "You can't say that." Wodehouse thought for a moment. "Do you know," he said, "I wouldn't have thought of that." We either have to suppose that Wodehouse was a devious pro-Nazi, which in the face of all the evidence is absurd, or we must conclude that Wodehouse's detachment from inconvenient realities included political and military developments from the onset of the war. This absence of focus accounts for his foolishness in making the broadcasts, his ill taste to accept a small payment for them, and for the fact that it was not until the 50s that he seems to have realized that he had made a terrible mistake. It is indeed not entirely clear whether he ever thought in his heart of hearts that he had made a mistake at all, or whether he merely came to the conclusion that he better say he had, just to placate general ill feeling. In the years immediately following the war he regarded accusations of treachery as ludicrous, in which view he was most famously supported by George Orwell and derogatory of a nicely judged piece of writing. In Britain, of course, right from the moment he announced his intention to broadcast, he was in the soup, understandably so. Most people never heard the actual talks and concluded, after a vicious press campaign led by the Daily Mirror columnist Cassandra and stimulated by Duff Cooper, Minister of Information, that Wodehouse had become the willing pawn of Goebbels. As the bombs crashed down on Coventry and London, it is not hard to see why many regarded Wodehouse with scant esteem. And he was, after the broadcasts, having a reasonably comfortable time of it, interned in a succession of pleasant German country houses and the Adlon Hotel, before moving to Paris in 1943.83. In Paris at the end of the war he was interrogated by the British, and finally, after some menacing talk in the British Commons about the possibility of prosecution for trading with the enemy, he removed to the security of the United States, where he spent the rest of his days, receiving full pardon from the British in the form of a knighthood awarded in 1975, 2 months before he died. So detached, so selfish, so tenacious in achieving the tranquil isolation necessary for his art, Wodehouse paid a heavy price for his insouciance in the face of history. The revisionists have tried to suggest that Wodehouse actually behaved well in Berlin in 1941, or at least did not behave badly. This is too kind to Wodehouse. His performance was discreditable, the hysteria at his broadcasts equally so. The governors of the BBC tried gallantly to prevent Cassandra from broadcasting his calumnies in 1941. They were overruled by Duff Cooper. 41 years later, Prime Minister Thatcher ventilated similar fury at the BBC for having the bad taste to regard the Argentinians as human beings, residents of the planet Earth in equal standing with the citizens of the British nation. Charges of treachery were leveled, revenge plotted. The Britain that Wodehouse fled and that he purified in art lives on. Review of P.G. Wodehouse, A Biography, by Francis Donaldson, The New York Review of Books, September 23, 1982. Edward James. At home in Zilitla. The sun climbs over the rim of some mountains 200 miles north of Mexico City and gleams like a poached egg through the milky morning mist. 3 miles away across the valley the little town of Zilitla takes shape and color, nowhere more strikingly than in the antique cupolas and Venetian colonnades of the house of Plutarco Gastelum, part Yaqui Indian, part Basque, self-taught architect. Down on the valley floor the sun begins to disclose the work of Plutarco's late associate, sometime employer and longtime friend Edward James, who was part English, part American, probably the grandson of kind Edward VII, most assuredly a millionaire, and, when it came to architecture, as self-taught as Plutarco. The transition to James's concrete dreamscape comes abruptly a few hundred yards down a rutted track off the road up to Zilitla. Pairs of columns 40 feet high and crowned with wings lead to a triumphal arch, an echo of the Borromini false perspective in the Palazzo Spada. The red, tan, and gray scoops in its abruptly narrowing vault begin to glow in the sunrise with an ironic salute to European tradition from the Mexican hillside. Round the corner from the arch there is a narrow door in what looks, at first glance, like a gatehouse. A column, bulging at its midriff like the royal palm next to it, carries a frill of steps up to the concrete mezzanine of what James called the house destined to be a cinema. Here is the symbolic furniture of the surrealists, of Hollywood montages of the unconscious, windows on nothing, doorways to nowhere, spirals that beckon one up to arches that end in air. A few yards farther on, orange doors of iron, shaped like the oval tunnel entry to a mystery ride in a funfair, lead to a vista of leaping serpents, 7 feet high, inlaid with turquoise mosaic chips and with iron reinforcing rods darting from their mouths, hissing across the path at giant concrete toadstools buttressed by swans' necks rising from clusters of stone leaves stained green and blue. In 5 minutes we have gone from Borromini to Dali to Disney and now 8,485. We are on the flagged pathway of an English country churchyard with a mossy wall, winding uphill through the jungle. In the temple of dark green, With the help of sunbeam spotlights, the eye gradually picks out the hopes, the whims, the afterthoughts of James and his builders. It's a dream in which nothing ever comes to a conclusion. There are houses without floors, floors almost without houses, electric cables for a non-existent lighting system snaking out of walls and pillars. Everywhere there are impedimenta of the dreamscape, a cavernous cellar with a concrete couch, a stone hand 4 feet high, a Gothico Hindi ocelot cage with a magenta floor, a concrete screen of Regency bamboo. The paths are almost blocked by immense leaves of Philodendron giganteum. Columns abound, bulbous, slender, hexagonal, Ionic, Corinthian, Oriental, square. There are fat columns in the homage to Max Ernst, columns like a coastguard's watch tree, columns half buried by vines amid the pale pink phlox, stippled with lichen and the fading tints of violent Mexican colors. Up the hill one goes through vistas of Gothic, reminiscences of Angkor Wat, Bangkok, and the Brighton Pavilion, till at last one reaches the crystal pool at the bottom of the 60-foot falls that give the finca its name, Las Posas. Here's the little temple for the ducks, crowned with pale mauve wildflowers, water splashing past it through mysterious stone courses and great whale ribs of concrete, a half-dam with a dolly cartwheel set into it. The butterflies swoop to and fro and one can hear distant laughter from the pool down by the Borromini Arch where the people from Xilitla go. Here, as everywhere in Las Posas, there are signs of mighty work in progress, trace elements of some civilization long gone or brusquely interrupted. But this is an illusion, partly deliberate and partly prompted by the jungle's own rapid reclamation project. At Las Posas, the age of James only began in the 1960s. There are scarcely any structures here older than the New Frontier. Edward James is one of our century's minor cult figures. The path that led him to Xilitla winds back through the century past such landmarks as Dolly, Magritte, and Kurtwile to the Oxford of the late 1920s and ultimately to a large house in Sussex, where he grew up amid every appurtenance of luxury, having been born near Edinburgh in 1907. His paternal grandfather had solidly anchored the family's fortune in the American lumber and mining empires resumed in the names of his two wives, Phelps and Dodge. James's mother brought her son misery rather than money, but also the distinction of having almost certainly been the consequence of a Highland fling between her mother, Helen Forbes, and the Prince of Wales, later Edward VII. With Saxe-Coburg blood pulsing in his veins and Phelps Dodge income coursing through his bank account, James fashioned a life of conspicuous idleness, undistinguished verifying, and sometimes brilliant patronage and 86. Collecting. His meandering romantic and sexual interests reached their greatest notoriety with his brief marriage to the Viennese actress and dancer Tilly Loss. To further her career he sponsored Balanchine's first company, Les Ballets 1933, for which he claimed later to have written a scenario with music by Weil, lyrics by Brecht, best known now in the form of the Seven Deadly Sins. The marriage to Tilly was a disaster. She sued for a divorce, alleging homosexuality and cruelty on his part. Against the etiquette of the time he countersued, charging her with infidelity, most notably with Serge Obolensky, though once James's maid had entered the drawing room of their house in London to find her in flagranti on the sofa with James's friend Randolph Churchill. The sensational court case ended with James's getting his decree nisi as well as the cold shoulder from most of his friends, who thought he'd behaved like a cad. The experience seems to have pushed him towards exile. From the early 1930s he had become close friends with the Surrealists and a patron of Dolly and Magritte. He built up a fine collection, most notably of these two. The back of James's head features in Magritte's La reproduction in Turdite, but also including such artists as Paul Delvaux, Christian Berard, Leonora Carrington, Pavel Chilichu. The collection was successfully sold in the late 1970s, thus permitting the construction at Las Posas to continue till James's death in 1984. After offering to buy the Republicans a bomber in the Spanish Civil War, in return for first pick of some Spanish paintings he was keen on, James set course for Los Angeles, where he spent a good portion of the next 20 years. He frequented the Vedanta circle fostered by Gerald Hurd, was a friend of Krishnamurthy and Aldous Huxley, and began in 1945 to make a series of trips to Mexico. In that year, driving south in a Lincoln Continental with a U.S. Army sergeant, he first saw the curving thumb of the mountain crag of Huastmalatepetl, and 2 years later, with the help of Plutarco Gastelum, he bought some steep jungle land along the waterfalls in the shadow of this same thumb. At first James planned to grow orchids at Las Posas. The weather changed his mind for him in 1962 when a rare frost killed thousands of plants. By this time he had taken Plutarco and his wife, Marina, on a tour of Europe, and on his return Plutarco, fired with the glories of Venice and Florence, decided to build something serious in Xilitla. As Plutarco's structure rose with its colonnades and cupolas, James embarked upon his strange version of a home across the valley. The two projects progressed, both accurate reflections of their makers. Plutarco domesticated his imagination sufficiently to make a home. James, as befits an exile and a dilettante, supervised an architectural resume of his life and travels, a folly in the 18th century manner, a surrealist manifesto in poured concrete, homage to Lewis Carroll, Ernst, Dolly, Merd.87. If Las Posas is in the tradition of 18th century landscaping, it also owes much to two great naive architects, Le Facteur Cheval, whose palais ideal in the French Dream was an icon of the Surrealists, and Simon Rodia, whose Watts Towers in Los Angeles James helped save from destruction in the 1960s, just as he started work at Xilitla. Las Posas looks to the fantastic and to the light-hearted in architectural history, from Eastern temples through Gaudi to Juan O'Gorman. In his only other architectural enterprise, a semi-surreal rehab of the Lutyens-built Monckton House on his Sussex estate which he supervised in the 1930s, James did his best to transcend the spirit-squashing tedium of the well-bred English country house. To start with, he painted the place purple, added wooden palm trees either side of the front door, molded plaster drapery below the bedroom windows to look like towels hung out to dry. The sitting room was resplendent with the famous bright red Mae West slip sofas by Dolly. All this was outre but still within the ambit of conventional good taste. In Mexico, several thousand miles west of the well-bred and a few hundred miles south of the nearest planning commission or neighborhood association, James could really let go. Of course, he did have a neighborhood association in the form of the people who worked for him and among whom he lived. Over the years James was the major employer in Xilitla with anywhere from 50 to 70 locals on his payroll, heaving sand, concrete, and reinforcing wire and rocks up and down the hill. Quite obviously they regarded him as a rich madman whom God had chosen to drop on Xilitla, but after a generation, like his structures, he had become a pleasantly regarded fixture. James was diplomatic, too. He took care to soothe local sensibilities by such enterprises as raising the great stone walls and dams of the public swimming place. As well as being a one-man relief program, Las Posas was a collective endeavor. Like the butterflies fluttering up and down the hill, James would dart from one half-finished fantasy to the next, calling for his builders to follow him, and one suspects that much of the work got done in the 7 or 8 months of the year when James was not there. It all came down to the carpenter, José Aguilar. James would scribble his vision, a fleur-de-lis, a broken pediment like a snail's horns, a shape from Meyer on a scrap of paper and give it to Aguilar, who would retire to his workshop and painstakingly convert James's sketch into a wooden form or mold for the concrete. The workers cooperated in the creative enterprise, and James rejoiced that when asked to produce an iron gate, they would forge one of vigorous and attractive design. But did it bother them that they were building something absolutely useless, an architectural equivalent of Keynes's mine? 88. Shafts sunk only as public works to provide employment and redistribute wealth, in this case a portion of the Phelps Dodge profits? The young Mexican art historian Xavier Guzman, who visited Las Posas in 1983 and talked to several of the people who used to work there, says it did bother them that none of the work was ever finished. For James, I imagine, part of the point of Las Posas was that it was never finished according to the sedate concepts of the land he'd left behind. Plutarco describes an occasion in which James supervised the mixing of liquid concrete and color. First he asked for a streak of yellow, and the worker poured in the color and stirred it with infinite care. James instructed him to add some blue and then, across the tint that was now green, a streak of red like an arrow, then some brown. As the tint darkened to orange, Plutarco remembers, James expressed every sign of jubilation. Then he asked for black to be added to the mix. Everyone around fell silent. The black would overwhelm the other tints. Was he mad? Then James said to Plutarco, "Haven't you ever seen a jungle sunset as the darkness finally overwhelms all the separate threads of color?" So Las Poses becomes a surreal joke, a great cox looking at the modernist's house as machine for living, a hymn to the non-functional. Not only Las Poses but also Xilitla stands at a slight angle to the universe, as E.M. Forster once said of the poet Cavify. The second night we were there, school children from miles around gathered for a dancing and singing competition in the town square. The children performed against a fretwork of lightning that silhouetted the open vaulting, which was all James had ever managed to complete of a projected house next to Plutarco's, where he actually stayed in Xilitla. In the midst of a spirited dance the rain poured down, the children fled, and we returned to talk to Plutarco. He's 73 now and badly afflicted with Parkinson's disease. We sat looking at the graceful ellipses of his swimming pool over which a magnolia stands lifeguard. One passage leads to a surreal mural by Leonora Carrington, another to a cavernous sitting room filled with the enormous pieces of 50s furniture which were Marina's dowry. The man of the house now is really the son, also called Plutarco, a charming young person of 26 who told us that everyone in Xilitla is pretty crazy, as witness the ongoing drama in the town square. Xilitla is divided into 4 bitter factions, which cannot agree on the design of this square. The 25 years of Don Eduardo have turned them all into architectural dreamers. Or maybe not. Maybe it was James who was overwhelmed by Xilitla. Young Plutarco explained that he and his 3 sisters had been left Las Poses by Uncle Edward. There had been a trust fund for them, but James had died suddenly and there was no money in it. He loved Las Poses and liked to go there and read. In the late 1960s, James had tried to deed Las Poses to the Mexican park system, which deemed it too small, but 89. Nonetheless tried to settle some landless peasants on it. In angry retaliation James made it more private than ever, even though it does now have a somewhat mysterious, word-of-mouth reputation in artistic circles in Mexico. Young Plutarco would like it to be completely secret, which given the speed with which the jungle is advancing it may soon be. Plutarco led us back up the hill to another gate. Halfway down the hill one comes to the most enchanting structure, which James called Jungle Regency, no walls, but 3 floors, stained a pinkish maroon, looking down on the house with a roof curved like a whale. Across a little gulch hangs the delicate bridge James built for the Indians who live above Las Poses to preserve their ancient right-of-way and across which they totter fearfully when tipsily heading for home. On the top floor of Jungle Regency, beneath open Gothic vaulting twined with wild roses, James would sleep contentedly, master of all he surveyed. He had hated his childhood. In Swans Reflecting Elephants, the memoir he dictated to George Melly, he says, "The only escape I achieved was when I went all alone into a wood, and ran and ran and ran, weeping and weeping and weeping, sobbing and sobbing because everything was awful. The housemaster at Eton was awful and life during the holidays was worse than school, and I longed to kill myself, and then the wood overwhelmed me, and nature became a protective mother." Atop Jungle Regency below his Gothic vault and behind a screen of concrete bamboo James could enjoy a rosy dream of childhood, an open-air bath like a peacock's eye, a wall garden without cabbages but with mauve plantain blossoms bursting from their green hearts, ocelots, ducks and parrots as his neighbors, and in the forest the imported boa constrictor whistling in frustration as it searched for its lost mate. Here in the jungle, heeding the lessons of the surrealists, James brought back his horrible childhood and gave it a happy ending. House and Garden, May, 1987. Robert Laughlin. Lost in a world of words. The days turned into months, and the months into years. He started as a poet and ended up as a lexicographer. Now he sits in the Natural History Museum in Washington, D.C., flushed with a triumph he says is absurd. He has compiled the largest dictionary of a native language ever assembled in the Western Hemisphere. He thinks often of Poor Praharaj, the great Indian lexicographer who lived to witness his mammoth quadrilingual dictionary, the fruit of 25 years of labor, carted off in wheelbarrows to be sold by the pound as scrap paper. But at least he finished it, and in January 1976 he approached the chief magistrate of Zinacantan in southern Mexico, sank to his knees and held up the book which had lost him 14 years of his life. Falteringly he started to chant in Mayan couplets, Kusi yepal liyo ki /liyo htie /kabul. He muffed some of the words and the magistrate tried to cut him short. Then, as he later said, I heard a person who was watching me say that I must be a shaman. The couplets just came tumbling out. Robert Laughlin first visited the Tzotzil, otherwise known as the people of the Bat, back in 1961. These Indians, about 120,000 of them, live in the province of Chiapas and speak one of the 30 Mayan languages still in common usage. They are depressed and drink a large amount of cane liquor. They grow corn but are themselves under intensive anthropological cultivation. Their capital town of Zinacantan is an entrep for scores of American anthropologists saturating the province of Chiapas. Among these academics was young Laughlin. In the early 1960s he started to record Tzotzil dreams and found they were mostly nightmares. The madness, slowly at first, started to engulf him and he recorded some Tzotzil words and their English equivalents in a small black notebook. In 1963 he wrote to Washington that an extensive dictionary of the Tzotzil language had not been compiled since the 18th century. He proposed to amend this lack. It is hoped that this material will be ready for publishing. 9091. Katayan in a year's time. The Great Tzotzil Dictionary of San Lorenzo Zinacantan was finally published in December of 1975. Now Laughlin sits in his Washington office. The day I saw him he was studying a map of the world. Marked on it with large dots were the institutions to which the dictionary had been sent. There was an extra large blob over Novosibirsk. That's where Professor Kaladnikov lives? Not that Kaladnikov cares about Tzotzil. It's just that all anthropological publications from the Smithsonian Institution, which is what pays Laughlin his salary, go to Kaladnikov. Laughlin, very thin and sad, with bare feet in Tzotzil sandals, stops thinking about the mysterious Kaladnikov. At what point did you realize that your little dictionary was going to take 14 years? I suppose it was in the first 14 weeks, when I realized there were so many words I didn't know existed. Were you always compulsive about collecting information? I suppose so, yes. And compulsive about detail. I remember criticism of my work when I was at boarding school. Too much concentration on detail. My father is an expert on American pewter, which I suppose influenced me because if you do something you do it as completely as you can. He spent years and years studying American pewter. Had you had much training before you started? None, no. I didn't know how to do it. I just did it. When I started I adopted a method where you just go automatically through a, ob, and so on. But that could lead to infinity. I know. I had Bach, so I knew there could be a suffix Bach. Then is there a word Bekamtasvan? Is there a word Bekamtasvanan? Sometimes the Tzotzil helping me would get so they couldn't remember if words they told me really existed. They sounded like good words. I worked mainly with two men. One of them is an alcoholic now. I don't know that I can say I am responsible. They became more sensitive to language. And there was one woman whose grammar seemed much more sophisticated. Like lacework. I don't know why. She was a very smart woman, very aggressive and outgoing. Were you living alone? In the beginning, then I got married. One of my sons was drowned there. He fell in a swimming pool. I have two others. What were the effects of working on a dictionary for 14 years? Well, a dictionary is like stone soup. It fed us, my family and me for years. It prevented my wife from doing creative writing because she thought she oughtn't to be doing it while I was immersed in the dictionary. Which I didn't realize and she didn't realize till the dictionary was finished. 92. WH2. Well, she thought it would be difficult for me if she was writing away and there I was enmired in the words. Did she hate the dictionary? Underscore. I don't think she liked it. Did you find yourself getting very monomaniacal? Yes. But I thought I should exhaust all the possibilities. What do you feel the whole function of the enterprise was? That's the problem. Because it is an obvious absurdity. Here's a dictionary published in letters that are so esoteric that no one can read them, in an Indian language that almost no one can read, translated into English, which is not the language of Mexico. Laughlin's voice was getting rather high and thin. He has long, graceful fingers which were shaking a little. It's totally absurd. I was going to do it into Spanish, but I got tired. Did you think it was necessarily a bad thing that it was all absurd? What? No, I don't. Oh, I think it's amusing. I had the kind of feeling too that if I'm going to be an academic, then by God I'm going to be an academic and I'm going to do it to the point of absurdity. Did you want to be an academic? No, not really. In a way I want to be, in a way no. I want to be a freer person. Did you want to be something else, a writer, an aviator? No, not an aviator. Yes, I had wanted to be a writer, but I could never think what I had to say. I thought of this dictionary as being similar in a way to someone playing chess with himself as the city crumbles. Do you still feel depressed that this 595-page dictionary doesn't matter much? Yes, sometimes. Sometimes not. Then I say, haha, I've done it and who cares? Also I'm consoled by the thought Levi Strauss defined in his first book, Tristes Tropiques. How do you define civilization and what are its ultimate goals? There are people like the Nambikura, who no one knows about but whose style of living is perhaps as great civilizations. I was thinking of this creation of mine as truly having no utilitarian value. So I was influenced by Tristes Tropiques. Well, what are your claims for the Great Tzotzil Dictionary? It's the largest dictionary of any native language of this hemisphere. It gives more of a context to the words than others do. It has more accurate scientific information than any other dictionary. It may be bigger than any other dictionary of a native language in the world. I don't know what else to say. Hopefully it will help in translating Mayan glyphs. How many people could review it properly? Well, I've had the thought at times, wouldn't it be fun if this dictionary 93 was a complete hoax? Really, there's hardly anyone in the world who would know, apart from a Zinakantan. And he wouldn't know the English. In fact, no one knows these 30,000 words. You can take the logical extensions of the language and create a word which may or may not exist. A linguist could tell if there were errors, but he couldn't tell if I had padded it greatly or not. We worked out the implications of the hoax on a paper napkin in the Smithsonian canteen, $238,000 total salary over 14 years, plus $50,000 publication cost plus $70,000 in extra grants. Total, $358,000. Was there a time when you thought you were really going mad? I thought I'd throw myself off the Cathedral of Notre Dame at one point. I happened to be there. The dictionary was in the computer and nothing was getting out. There seemed to be no way of getting at it. There was this feeling of total helplessness. One operator resigned because she didn't want to print the word shit. She kept putting in unprintable word. The people at the Smithsonian, when it was nearly finished and I only needed $15,000 more, stopped giving me money. They called it the Great Tzotzil Disaster. My chairman here was doing everything he could to stop it. Internal politics. He is properly memorialized in the dictionary, if you know where to look. What is the genius of Tzotzil? I realized how much the Mayan languages concentrate on shape and movement, and sound. All that is totally foreign to us. There's a word for the noise a pig makes when it is chomping peach pits. It's a very Puritan, repressed culture. The word for to talk to a girl means to have an affair with her. The girls are watched all the time. How did you feel when you finished? At first I felt nothing. Then I began to feel liberated. I went to Seville to look for the Spanish original of a Tzotzil translation. It wasn't there. I got back here and found it right here in the Library of Congress. My wife and I would like to write, but we don't come from very self-confident families. It's all finished now, even though no one can actually obtain the Great Tzotzil dictionary from government bookshops, because one of the reference numbers was omitted from the final copies. Laughlin is toying with all the many Tzotzil words describing what people do and feel when they are drunk. Fiddling with some index cards, he went back to the day in January when he presented the Great Tzotzil dictionary to the magistrates in Zinacantan. I wanted to do it on the fiesta of San Sebastian. It's the biggest fiesta of the year. And there's one account of its background that tells how once there was a book of knowledge that Saint Sebastian had and that it was lost. And the Indians say that is how the Ladinos, the non-Indians, are rich today because they had the book of knowledge and we lost ours. So I said. 94. To the magistrate, if any Ladino comes and says you are stupid, asinine Indians, please show them this book, show them the 30,000 words of your knowledge, of your reasoning. June, 1976. Buena Vistas. The travel writer seeks the world we have lost, the lost valleys of the imagination. There is no joy more profound than that of the British explorer of old, setting foot where no man trod before. That which has been hidden, except to savages and the beasts of the field, is found by him alone, gazing upon the uncompromised fruits of God's creation. The 18th and 19th centuries rang with the exultant howls of British explorers laying claim to virgin vista. Listen to James Bruce describe his emotions on November 4, 1770, when a guide pointed out to him the long-sought source of the Nile. I stood in rapture. It is easier to guess than to describe the situation of my mind at the moment, standing in that spot which had baffled the genius, industry, and inquiry of both ancients and moderns, for the course of near 3,000 years. Though a mere private Briton, I triumphed here in my own mind, over kings and their armies. The operative words here, as so often in travel literature, are in my own mind. Alan Moorhead, describing this sadly comic scene in the Blue Nile, observed that Bruce, amid the mountains of central Ethiopia, was 1,000 miles from the actual source of the Nile, which is Lake Victoria, and 70 miles south of the wellspring of the Blue Nile, which is an overflow from Lake Tana. Nor was Bruce even the first European to arrive at the spot that suffused him with such joy. The Portuguese priest Pedro Pires anticipated him by 142 years and came to the same erroneous conclusion, boasting that he saw, with the greatest delight, what neither Cyrus, the king of the Persians, nor Cambyses, nor Alexander the Great, nor the famous Julius Caesar, could ever discover. The joy of the pioneer encountering the primal scene quickly passes. The missionary, the soldier, the slaver, the anthropologist, the Orientalist, and kindred men of commerce soon go to work. Then we hear the lament of the returning traveler venting elegies to a world on the wane. The tone. 95. 96. Becomes one of desperate nostalgia, beautifully diagnosed by Claude Lévi-Strauss in Tristes Tropiques, one of the greatest travel books of the post-war period. Journeys, those magic caskets full of dreamlike promises, will never again yield up their treasures untarnished. A proliferating and overexcited civilization has broken the silence of the seas once and for all. The perfumes of the tropics and the pristine freshness of human beings have been corrupted. Our great Western civilization, which has created the marvels we now enjoy, has only succeeded in producing them at the cost of corresponding ills. The first thing we see as we travel round the world is our own filth, thrown into the face of mankind. So I can understand the mad passion for travel books and their deceptiveness. They create the illusion of something which no longer exists but still should exist, if we were to have any hope of avoiding the overwhelming conclusion that the history of the past 20,000 years is irrevocable. The travel writer voyages toward a past beyond his reach. Amid the wreckage of the 20th century world, his mode must be one of irony. Round the next bend may be Eden, but Eve will have endemic syphilis and live in a tar paper shack, while Adam will work at a construction project downriver. But even irony is too exhausting, and so the mode shifts to dilettantism, variously self-deprecating or mock-heroic but always egocentric. History may be irrevocable, but there is always the self to be discovered. This is the phase of travel writing discussed by Paul Fussell in Abroad. The Brideshead generation oversees not just Evelyn Waugh but Graham Greene, Norman Douglas, T.E. Lawrence, Cyril Connolly, and Robert Byron. Fussell is a conservative fellow, and he seems rather too easily impressed with the noise of the British upper middle classes telling their travellers' tales. Class is important here, not just because the mythic pattern is, as Fussell points out, a version of pastoral, but because the classy traveller is conducting a whimsical mime of the old imperial appropriation of the world. And just as the mythic prince would explore his kingdom in disguise, so does the British traveller, with his love of fancy dress, emblem of anxieties and desires, come usefully into play as a way of confronting the world. The fancy dress could either be Mom's dinner jackets in the jungle or the Arab vestments in which Sir Richard Burton fancied he was slipping through the souk unperceived. The trouble came when one could no longer be exactly sure who was disguising what, which is why T.E. Lawrence, perhaps ravished by the Turk, remains an object of 97 suspicion to this day. Almost the only acceptable place to go native, or at least get near it, for syzygy was preferred to full mutation, was in the South Seas. Ever since the days of Captain Cook, Loti, and Gauguin, the South Seas have spelled sex, and lots of it. Free sex in the Orient, as we have seen with Lawrence and in Flaubert's cavortings with the courtesan described in his voyages, was always a nervy business. The whole syndrome is resumed in Lucy Irvine's recent Castaway, in which two whites try to mime the legend. A British writer advertises for a wife to share solitude with him for a year on a desert island in the Timor Sea. Irvine sets up camp with him, but he wants a companionship to ripen into romance. She doesn't, and finally he bellows, "If you had behaved the way you do in the days when I had my Jaguar, I'd have kicked your arse out of the door. I sometimes wonder if what you need is a bloody good hiding." Thus do the suburbs meet the Blue Lagoon. The joy of Thor Heyerdahl's Kon-Tiki was that it married two congenial essences, Vikings and the South Pacific. The Boy Scout charm of Heyerdahl and his jolly Norwegian crew almost atones, in one's imagination, for Captain Cook, Captain Bligh, and the horror-stained reality of what the First World has done to that particular part of the globe, most notably, at the time, with the atom bomb tests at Bikini and Eniwetok, which virtually coincided with Heyerdahl's pastoral. Heyerdahl went native in the relatively beneficent sense of going to the islanders to learn how to float a raft across the Pacific. It was probably the most trouble-free transaction between the First and Third Worlds in the modern era. Just over a decade later, the First World went to the natives again, this time to obtain testimony from the Third World against itself. The schadenfreude with which Britons and Americans read V.S. Naipaul's An Area of Darkness is hard to overestimate. Indians are dirty and shit in the streets. See, here's Naipaul saying so, and he should know. Naipaul has been a one-man cultural rapid deployment force ever since, the Third World's answer to Joan Didion, and with the same fastidious conservatism, so comforting to their admirers. Somewhat influenced by Naipaul, but spiritually descended from Fussell's group, are those now hailed as the new school of travel writers. Many of them are to be found in the 10th issue of the British literary magazine Granta, a number devoted to travel writing. Here are Jonathan Raban, Paul Theroux, Bruce Chatwin, James Fenton, Redmond O'Hanlon, and, slightly older, Jan Morris and Norman Lewis. This is Thatcher's England, postmodern imperialism, no doubt about it. Sometimes the tranquil conservatism is hallucinatory. Redmond O'Hanlon plans to travel into the jungles of Borneo with his friend James Fenton. 98. Why they want to travel into the jungles of Borneo is never disclosed by O'Hanlon, but the better to be prepared they visit a British Special Air Services training camp near Hereford. We were in the company of a soft-spoken major, recalls O'Hanlon. A veteran of Special Forces campaigns in occupied Europe in the Second World War, of the war in Malaya, of Jebel Akhdar, Aden, Borneo and Dhofar, he was huge. And his office, hung with battle honors, SAS shields emblazoned with the regiment's motto, Ki Os Ganye, was an impressive place. O'Hanlon, embarking on his Rousseauian project, seems to see no irony in getting some tips from this veteran of counterinsurgency and despoiler of Third World aspiration. The silliness of the whole thing becomes apparent when O'Hanlon gives an admiring description of Fenton as they head up a Borneo river in a canoe. James, sitting opposite me on the duckboards in the center of the canoe, facing upstream, our equipment lashed down under tarpaulins to front and rear of us, was reading his way through Pat Rogers's new edition of the complete poems of Swift. A straw boater on his bald head, his white shirt buttoned at the neck and at the wrists, his trousers no less and no more disgraceful than the ones he wore in Oxford, he would be, I thought, a formidable figure for the jungle to conquer. This arch prose is the last self-regarding whimper of the once heroic rhythms of exploration. To get O'Hanlon's dilettantish prose out of my head I took a quick dose of Henry M. Stanley's In Darkest Africa, the Kon-Tiki of its day, albeit a bitter chronicle of endurance and privation that reminds us how seriously travel and travel writing were taken in the high Victorian age of colonial expansion. Listen to Stanley brood as his party nears death from starvation on the Ituri River. Vain was it for me to seek for that sleep which is the balm of hurt minds. Too many memories crowded about me, too many dying forms haunted me in the darkness, the stark forms lying in links along the path, which we had seen that afternoon in our tramp, were things too solemn for sudden oblivion. The stars could not be seen to seek comfort in their twinkling, the poor hearts around me were too heavy to utter naught but groans of despair, the fires were not lit, for there was no food to cook. My grief was great. But then Stanley was an American, and the best American travel writing is, even today, a more serious affair, usually because it's engaged upon a mission of national inquiry. It's not that Americans are innocents abroad or at home, just that they never quite know who they are or where they are at, therefore much of their travel writing is a strenuous effort to find out. 99. Potted essence of Englishmen has been on sale for over a century and is part of the tourist industry, as declaimed by Robert Morley. It's hard to turn out good travel writing in such conditions. Of course American writers are fortunate in having the road, as apt a formal device in this century as the river was for Twain in that best of all travel books, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. For our own times we have Kerouac's On the Road, and Clancy Sigel's Going Away, both of them significant missions of inquiry, as are Edward Abbey's books about the Southwest. Today we have the immensely popular Blue Highways, by William Least Heat Moon. Moon's appeal is that he suggests that despite interstates, Howard Johnson's, and other appurtenances of auto culture, America is still full of people worth talking to, and that driving across the country is still a satisfactory way of meeting them. People enjoy Moon, if only because the chief alternative is the mobile series of travel guides, whose volumes are useful enough if you want to know the address, telephone number, and price of every tolerable motel room in America, but not if you want to know much else. It is a fact of great interest that America has not produced a satisfactory series of guidebooks since the WPA guides of the 1930s, some of which Pantheon has recently reissued. Roland Barthes spoke to the problem of most guidebooks in his attack on the Blue Guides. Generally speaking, the Blue Guide testifies to the futility of all analytical descriptions, those which reject both explanations and phenomenology, it answers in fact none of the questions which a modern traveler can ask himself while crossing a countryside which is real and which exists in time. To select only monuments suppresses at one stroke the reality of the land and that of its people, it accounts for nothing of the present, that is, nothing historical, and as a consequence, the monuments themselves become undecipherable, therefore senseless. The Blue Guides postulate art as the fundamental value of culture and, piled up in museums, as a reassuring accumulation of goods. But already by the mid-1950s, Barthes noted, the myth of travel embodied in the Blue Guides was on the wane. Notice, he wrote, how already, in the Michelin Guide, the number of bathrooms and forks indicating good restaurants is vying with that of artistic curiosities. Even the bourgeois have their differential geology. America has not got a satisfactory guide because no one knows what we should look at, beyond the hardy standbys of the picturesque, the heroic, or the artistically okay. Mobile makes a stab at it and has the resources to do better. But how could Mobile do a truthful guide to that great monument to oil-based, auto-carried civilization, the New Jersey Turnpike? When I drive around America I carry the American Guide, which is a boiled-down version of the WPA guides, the Mobile Guides, the Rand-McNally Road Atlas and the Rand-McNally Guide to Campgrounds, and the Atlas of Cancer Mortality for U.S. Counties, 1950 to 1969, put out by the National Institutes of Health. This gives one a sense of real-life travel in the late 20th century. Driving north from southern Florida I pass through Dade County, which the NIH Atlas tells me has a high rate of cancer of the brain and of other parts of the nervous system, in women but not men. The men in Dade County have a high rate of bladder cancer, but not the women. So it goes. In southwest Wyoming there's a county that seems altogether unafflicted by cancer. I drove through it last year, a high plateau cut through by Interstate 80. There was no one there, which explains the map. Harper's, August, 1985. Carl and Fred. Driving into the sunset. Riverside, California. Halfway between those twin poles of the American fantasy, Disneyland, and Palm Springs, and 50 miles due east of the Beverly Hills Hotel is the city of Riverside, where I've been spending the past few days contemplating the future of capitalism. All Marxists should pay regular visits to Southern California and ask themselves what Carl would have said about the inevitability of crisis as he cruised the freeways and sauntered through the boutiques of La Jolla with his good friend Fred. Riverside is a pretty good vantage point from which to observe the fortunes of the Reagan economy. The city, with a population nearing 200,000, is rich in history and cultural tradition. It was in Riverside that Richard and Pat Nixon enjoyed their honeymoon at the beautiful Mission Inn, in Riverside that a baboon heart was implanted in the chest of Baby Faye, in Riverside, on the local University of California campus that Christopher Boyce, later to sell to the Soviet Union some of America's most cherished secrets of satellite communication, acquired the rudiments of higher education, in Riverside that the shock troops of the Animal Liberation Front took the laboratories of this same campus by storm and turned loose the beasts previously doomed to the scalpels and electrodes of forward-marching science. Today, Riverside is a boomtown. 3 years ago Chase Econometrics noted that population growth in Riverside and neighboring San Bernardino counties was leaping ahead of the Sun Belt magnates such as Miami and San Antonio. I drive along Iowa Avenue and see the bulldozers crunching up the orange trees as the groves and pickers move farther east. In place of these groves are rising the Type V houses, stick construction with spray-on stucco to evoke the Spanish tradition typical of the real estate boom surging through the area. Who are the denizens of the new Riverside economy? Some are refugees from Rust Belt America, from declining industrial towns where they could once earn $15 an hour in a factory and who now look for jobs in the 101, 102 service sector of Southern California at $4 an hour. Some are refugees from real estate inflation along the Southern California coast. Others, at a lower level of subsistence, are Mexican refugees from the debt crisis, once again filling out every crevice of the service economy. Others are beneficiaries of the pulsing engine of the Reagan economy, military spending, on which the prosperity of Riverside heavily depends. In Riverside County is March Air Force Base, and 10 minutes north on Route 215 is Norton AFB in San Bernardino. Each day Highway 91 and Route 60 are clogged with commuters heading toward the plants of Lockheed, TRW, Rockwell, and McDonnell Douglas. Back from the aerospace and defense research and development complexes of Los Angeles and Orange counties, they return to Riverside with the dollars to sustain the real estate boom and the service economy. Riverside, in short, is what the Reagan economy is all about, in bad ways as well as good. Even here, amid the boom of Southern California, these new residents ensconced in their Type V houses are groaning beneath the weight of their variable rate mortgages as the interest payments soar from the seductive 8.5% initial 3-month rate to 13% and 14%, as the repo man begins to lick his lips. These Riversiders, like millions of others, are finding that through variable interest rate mortgages the burden of risk is on their shoulders as opposed to those of their lending institutions. The rate of mortgage delinquencies, across the country and even in Riverside, was higher in the first quarter of 1985 than at any time in the past 30 years, evidence of the fragility of the Reagan economy, which, as Business Week remarked a year ago, rests on the financial equivalent of the San Andreas Fault, a geological fissure that in fact happens to run right through Riverside County. How wide is the fault? Wide enough to set Carl and Fred licking their lips? With my Riverside host, Robert Pollan of the UC Economics faculty, I took a quick overview of the situation. The rate at which the non-financial economy, households, non-financial corporations, and government depends on debt to finance expenditures is higher than it has ever been since they started collecting the numbers a century ago. Everyone talks about government borrowing, but the borrowing by the private sector, less publicly lamented, is also historically unprecedented. Something else that has Carl and Fred nudging each other is the fall in real wages, about which there has been some comment lately. The fall actually began at the end of 1973 when real wages peaked in the post-war period. And of course these declining real wages are the reason the freeways around Riverside, like many other commuter arteries in America, are filled with women commuters who have left home and joined the workforce to keep the family afloat. But despite the two-wage household, family incomes peaked in the early 1970s and have been drifting down ever since. 103. According to the Federal Reserve's major 1983 survey of consumer finances, real median family income was 16% lower in 1982 than it was in 1969, and despite an upturn in 1984 there is no evidence of a return to the prosperity of the late 1960s. So much for the householders of Riverside. Not too many of them probably have copies of Das Kapital beside their beds. But if the Riversiders were to pick up a copy of Carl's book and push through to Volume 3 and his discussion of the falling rate of profit, they might realize the benefits of Marxist analysis. Despite the upturn in profitability in the defense-led recovery of 1984, profit rates of non-financial corporations remain at roughly half their post-war peak in the mid-1960s. This has led non-financial corporations, just like households, to rush to the financial markets and borrow at an unprecedented clip. All this borrowing, private as well as governmental, puts increasing upward pressure on interest rates, thus inhibiting any efforts of the Fed to push them down, even if the urge were there to do so. And of course real interest rates, despite their decline over the past year, remain at a historic high. What has emerged, with the allure of these high rates, is the go-go financial supermarket of the roaring ADS, where fortunes are gained and lost overnight in an Aladdin's cave of ever more baroque financial mechanisms wherewith to borrow and to lend. So if President Reagan were to take Carl for a helicopter ride over Riverside and the rest of Southern California, he would doubtless point out the building boom, the swimming pools and all the other elements of the American dream come true. Marx would pull thoughtfully at his beard and nod politely, but then he would point out to the president the rest of the story: long-term decline, faltering living standards, a crisis of profitability in the non-financial sector, everywhere the signs of financial fragility, even in Southern California, and the dream fortress of world capitalism spread among Disneyland, Palm Springs and the Beverly Hills Hotel. Wall Street Journal, October 24, 1985. Suci, Obes vs Ox registered. Underscore. Se Sao I. LOE. Tastes of the Times. Adam Smith. Consumption is the sole end and purpose of all production. The History of Mr. P. Reich and the other crazies used to think that sex, proper orgasms, and so forth constituted a challenge to power, to the bourgeois order. A freer fuck means a freer world. Plodding along the trail marked out by the high priest of the Argonne box comes Gay Talese with the same assumption. Orgasms as such do not interest him too much, as against the property/possession/power relations amid which the big, little, copious or casual, takes place. The smut-hound, dipping into his book Thy Neighbor's Wife in bookshop or library, won't find much to induce tumescence. Though the book purports to be a saga of sex liberation, of society's journey upward toward the light, Talese is not interested in sensuality, the erotic, or the perverse. In fact, the book is terribly sedate. He has a concept of sex as recreation, rather like the other great post-war bourgeois obsession, tennis. Singles, or doubles, a good fast serve, net play, game, set and match. The dark god can be found in the index, wedged between Peeping Toms and Pennsylvania. This is Mr. Penis, who has the modest distinction of getting 3 references. Talese's normally lackluster prose takes on a modicum of energy when dealing with Mr. P. It does indeed seem to have a will of its own, an ego beyond its size, and is frequently embarrassing because of its needs, infatuations, and unpredictable nature. Men sometimes feel that their penis controls them, leads them astray, causes them to beg favors at night from women whose names they prefer to forget in the morning. Whether insatiable or insecure, it demands constant proof of its potency, introducing into a man's life unwanted complications and frequent rejection. Talese's contemplation of Mr. P then takes on the rhythm of a job application. 107. 108. Qualifications: sensitive but resilient, equally available during the day or night with a minimum of coaxing, previous experience. It has performed purposefully if not always skillfully for an eternity of centuries, endlessly searching, sensing, expanding, probing, penetrating, throbbing, wilting, and wanting more. Character testimonial, never concealing its prurient interest, it is a man's most honest organ. Hired. Mr. P, our society has had its troubles with your sort in the past, and frankly some members of the screening committee here think we'd be better off without you. But we're a forward-looking company, and I'm sure you'll fit in. Though Mr. P gets the job, Talese is still bothered about him. It is also symbolic of masculine imperfection. It is very vulnerable even when made of stone, and the museums of the world are filled with Herculean figures brandishing penises that are chipped, clipped, or completely chopped off. This sentence, parsed literally, must mean that there are statues where Mr. P, broken off from the crotch, is being hoisted aloft in the hand, which slip nicely illustrates the true story that Talese's book avoids. Mr. P, so frisky and troublesome in the past, is in the mid-20th century in middle-class American society being socialized, brought under control, jerked off into repressive desublimation and if necessary snapped off at the root altogether and brandished aloft as the captive object, 6 inches of stone under control. What about Mrs. V? One gets the impression that Talese is more of a tit man really, since there's a fair amount of to-do in the book about breasts being presented in swelling, pointed, creamy or simply large guys for the delectation of Mr. P. Near the end of the book there's a sort of honor Mrs. V day, when Talese reports on the efforts of some women to give Mrs. Vagina and her close relative Mrs. Clitoris a modicum of civil rights, bring them out into the noonday of progress amid inspection and approval. Mrs. V's triumphant social integration in full civil rights status is signaled by Talese's report that one woman who, like Dodson years ago, believed that her genitals were deformed and ugly, was persuaded by Dodson's color slides of female genitalia that she was as attractive as most other women, And the next day in her office, reassured and confident, she demanded a raise and got it. This is splendidly helpful of Mrs. V, but on the whole Talise's book, though purportedly about liberation and the escape from the Puritan heritage, is not about the liberation of women or of Mrs. V into emancipated hunter-gatherers of sexual gratification. Mr. P is the hunter, home from the hill to the womb. For a man, says Talise obliquely quoting a recently divorced husband of a famous European actress of whose views he seems to approve, there is no substitute for the warm, welcoming place. 109. Between a woman's legs, the birthplace to which men continuously try to return. Mrs. V hangs around as receptionist and, if she's lucky, gets to know Mr. P really well and settles down. Quite apart from the potential danger involved in picking up stray men in public places, the average sexual woman did not enjoy intercourse without a feeling of familiarity or personal interest in her partner. If it was merely an orgasm that she sought, she would prefer masturbating in her bedroom with a penis-shaped vibrator to engaging the genuine article of a male stranger. This is Talise reproducing without demur the views of men who were well qualified to comment. We must assume, since the passage occurs on page 530 in the final section, that this is what he tends to think. If it was merely an orgasm she sought. The hunt for the big O used to be central to chronicles of sex liberation. The idea was that you masturbated until, in the fullness of time and good fortune, you obtained proper fulfillment for yourself and your employee Mr. P by meeting up with Mrs. V. The most virtuous course was then to discipline Mr. P until with skill and practice the supreme objective of simultaneous orgasm could be achieved. There were endless tracts on how to achieve this satisfactory condition. They roughly paralleled in the 50s and 60s the strategic concept, espoused in the Pentagon, of mutual assured destruction, which proposed that all bombs would go off pretty much together if one side made an aggressive move against the other. Both sides would shin up the escalatory ladder in tandem until prodigious emissions of radioactive material were jointly achieved. Mutual orgasm is less fashionable these days, as the desired objective of Congress. And in parallel the Pentagon strategists have shifted emphasis to preemptive strikes, flexible targeting options, and the view that one side could emit at least some radioactive material without necessarily causing the mutual assured destruction deemed the inevitable, proper terminus in earlier decades. The MX system even envisages Russian missiles speeding toward what may or may not be dry holes, a sort of cock-teasing ritual very alien to the manly let's all go off together Big Bang approach of yesteryear. Quite in keeping with his interest in finding Mr. P satisfactory conditions of employment in late capitalist society, and describing Mr. P's efforts to attain same, Talise is not particularly interested in mutual orgasm or whatever Mr. P might do when he gets stuck into his job. He's interested in Mr. P's basic rights, notably for Mr. P's owner to obtain freely a magazine or photograph over which he can masturbate, and in the property/power relations in which Mr. P can. 110. Have a good time. Mr. P covets thy neighbor's wife, and Talise tries to describe how Mr. P can enter into at least temporary owner-occupancy with a minimum of social disruption. The overall assumption of the book is that Mr. P is having a better time these days. Talise noticed this almost a decade ago and thought he would write a book explaining how and why. Various techniques are mustered for the enterprise. Least successful is Talise's nonchalant blend of instant history, which crops up intermittently, reeking of scissors, paste, and the hot breath of the editor. In this Freudian age, Americans were opening up, acknowledging their needs, and, because of automation and the shorter working week, they had more time in which to ponder and seek their pleasure. The newly developed birth control pill was being anticipated by women. The bikini bathing suit, imported from France, was beginning to appear on American beaches. And there were newspaper stories about the existence of mate-swapping clubs in several suburban communities. Jukeboxes across the nation were throbbing with the music of pelvic-thrusting Elvis Presley, and audiences gathered in nightclubs to hear a shocking new comedian named Lenny Bruce. 33 pages later Gary Powers lands his U-2 in the Soviet Union, and this was one of many incidents that contributed to growing public doubts about the integrity and supremacy of American leadership. Multitudes of younger Americans now disregarding the codes and inhibitions that had influenced their parents. While most of these and similar acts of defiance would be associated historically with the mid-60s and later, the initial tremors were felt years before, when Eisenhower was still the president, and many early signs of this schismatic trend were sexual. A couple of pages after this we have the inauguration of Jack Kennedy, whose personal popularity was of course enhanced by his fashionable young wife, Jacqueline, who became the most photographed young woman in the world and, parenthetically, the masturbatory object of numerous male magazine readers. So there was even a place for Onan on the new frontier, admittedly well back in the pecking order of the great Kennedy circle jerk, but given increasing status in the capitalist circulation of goods and services. Talese takes care to write earlier in the same sequence that by 1960 the multiplying fortunes of Hugh Hefner permitted him to purchase for $370,000 a 48-room Victorian mansion near the exclusive Lakeshore Drive, and to spend an additional $250,000 on renovations and such furnishings as a large circular rotating bed that would become the center of his expanding empire. 111. Talese deals with Hefner at length. His function in the book is twofold, as illustration of how Americans were provided with a better class of wank, and as emblem of the great success story, how Mr. P shook aside his early inhibitions, grew rich and successful, lived in a lovely home, possessed Mrs. V.S. by the hundreds, if not thousands, without truly paying the price demanded by 19th-century morality. In describing the growth of the sex service industry in the last decade or so, Talese does not confine himself exclusively to the accommodation and pleasuring of Mr. P via pictures of desirable women in magazines. Al Goldstein, inventor of Screw magazine, receives due recognition as the Ralph Nader of the massage parlor. But there's no doubt that his greater interest is in Hefner, whose magazine, Playboy, allowed the humble wanker dignified, if lonely, participation in the consumer world, where the fetishization of consumer durables and Miss April were nicely combined by the manipulation of Mr. P over the coded stock and color spreads of this monthly advertisement for the better life. Masturbation has come a long way since Onan first spilled his seed upon the ground. Characteristically, Talese maintains a tone of uplift about the practice, as if in the end society would be working nicely were all its individual members wanking away in autotelic equilibrium, appropriating each other without the trouble and fuss of actual contact. Poor Schopenhauer. He held the view that the collected love affairs of the present generation, taken together, are the human race's serious meditation on the composition of the future generation, on which in their turn innumerable generations depend. He would presumably have been much distressed about the apotheosis of Onan and concomitant evidence of considerable aversion among the citizenry to the notion of the future generation, as attested by the increasing social stature and self-confidence of buggery and the blowjob in American life. Schopenhauer did at least have a theory of instinctive natural selection, in which the buggers simply disqualified themselves, after a process of unconscious self-assessment, from the high task of composing the future of the species. Talese isn't interested in buggery at all, whether of women by men or men by men. This is a pity. Perhaps his publishers could commission a companion volume to be called From Suburb to Sodom, which would study the fall of the wife-swapping suburbs and the rise of the homosexually gentrified inner city, in which such thoroughfares as Columbus Avenue, New York, attest to the integration of perversity into the social-industrial complex. Nice, decent, suburban Mrs. V, organizer of consumption for Mr. P, promoter of the more rapid circulation of commodities and the greater glory of capitalism, enters liberated, the work pool of surplus labor and surplus pussy, while Mr. P now no longer has to busy himself with procreation of the suburban way but can do just exactly what 112 he wants, can fit in anywhere, in any orifice, amid growing social approval, sterilely recreating to his heart's content. Hefner is symbol of the triumphant career of Mr. P. Talese devotes many pages to his good fortune, culminating in the return of Mr. P., original sin satisfactorily disposed of, to Eden. Eden in this case is in Holmby Hills, Los Angeles, whither Hefner transported himself from Chicago in 1970. In 1970 he purchased for $1.5 million a Gothic Tudor chateau on a lush estate near Sunset Boulevard. For many months architects and workmen reshaped the surrounding 5.5 acres into gently rolling hills and lawns, built a lake and waterfall behind the main house, and also created a stone grotto that sheltered a series of warm jacuzzi baths in which guests could bathe in the nude. Music was piped into the steaming grotto, through the surrounding forest of redwoods and pines, across the sprawling green lawns on which dozens of Hefner's newly acquired animals were allowed to roam. On other parts of the property there was a greenhouse filled with rare flowers and plants, guest cottages furnished with antiques, a game house in which was a pool table, pinball and pong machines, and small private bedrooms with mirrored ceilings. There was also built within a wide clearing of trees a step-down tennis court that was overlooked by an outdoor dining area where lunch or dinner could be served, and where black-tied waiters would provide entrees to each arriving racket-carrying couple 2 unopened cans of tennis balls. The italicized 2 is Lisa's typographical gasp at the NE plus ultra of human felicity, balls in never-ending profusion. I remember visiting Holmby Hills a few years ago. The ventilation system had gone wrong, so Eden smelled strongly of chicken soup. The birds stood sullenly in their own shit, and the master bedroom, stuffed with cardboard boxes full of newspaper clippings, dominated by 2 enormous television screens arranged before an unmade and not particularly magnificent bed, suggested that Mr. P had not entirely shaken off the memory of adolescence, of the nervous youth whose occupation was to make pornographic drawings of Dagwood and Blondie. Since thy neighbor's wife is really about property rights and power over them, it is instructive to follow Lisa's account of Hefner's relations with Karen Christie, who arrived in Chicago from Texas to become a bunny in the Playboy Club, was espied by Hefner, and, though Hefner was conducting an official liaison with Barbie Benton in Eden West in Los Angeles, made Matrice and Tighter in Chicago. Qualifications of Mrs. V. Though shy in a crowd, Karen was uninhibited in private, and during his vast and varied erotic past, he had never known anyone who could surpass her skill and ardor in bed. The sight of her removing her clothes thrilled 113 him, and after he had covered her body with oil, which she seemed to enjoy as much as he, the smooth, soothing, glistening love-making on the satin sheets aroused him to peaks of passionate pleasure. Character reference for Mrs. V. Unlike Barbie, who was often tired in the evening after rehearsing in studios, and who disliked it when oil got into her hair on those nights when she had auditions on the following morning, Karen was not ambitious about a career, and she had many free hours during the day for the washing and drying of her hair. Reward for Mrs. V. During their first month together, he had given her a diamond watch inscribed with love, and his Christmas gift to her in 1971 was a full-length white mink coat. In March 1972, on her 21st birthday, he gave her a 5-carat diamond cocktail ring from Tiffany's. He also gave her an emerald ring, a silver fox jacket, a Matisse painting, a Persian cat, a beautiful metallic reproduction of the Playboy cover on which she was featured, and for her Christmas gift in 1972, she received a white Mark IV Lincoln. Final fate of Mrs. V, following departure from Hefner. While she continued to drive her white Lincoln, she had no use for her furs and expensive jewelry. Around her neck she was soon wearing a gold chain given her by her new boyfriend, and suspended from it was a 14-carat price tag on which was printed, "Sold." Karen did, as we can see, contribute magnificently to the circulation of commodities. Talise does not even assuage the envious disciple of Onan, studying Karen and Hefner's career, by assuring him that Mr. P came to a bad end. Talise dutifully recounts how the Playboy empire fell briefly upon bad days amid cruder offerings to Onan by Penthouse and Hustler, but concludes with a rousing corporate testimonial and considerable emphasis on the successful ascent of Hefner's daughter, Christie, up the business ladder at Playboy Enterprises. Since it is implied that truly liberated, Successful Mr. P can never get married, which would assume some measure of fealty and submission to home-loving Mrs. V. We are left with the father-daughter alliance in managing Mr. P's commercial affairs. Tallis has as much disdain for incest as he does for buggery, but there have been some valiant attempts in recent years to integrate even this sturdy taboo into the proper desire and pursuit of the whole, the nuclear family's last gasp together, you could say, and so perhaps Tallis's evocation of familial union in property management is an effort to penetrate the zeitgeist in a tasteful way without approaching sexual incest directly. In the end, the only 114 orifice that matters is the bank teller's window. Specific barter arrangements, when couples take it into their heads to start compounding the conjugal P equals V, can cause no end of trouble. Take Sally Binford. In real life, when she and one of her husbands tried to experience group sex by answering an advertisement in a swingers periodical, the only result was a rendezvous in a restaurant bar with a portly burgher wearing a gold water button on his lapel, and his timid wife, who wore a plastic daisy in her hat. After moments of awkward amiability, during which the couple explained that they were not interested in a foursome but wanted to swap partners in private, they all shook hands and the couple disappeared into the balmy summer night. Small business republicanism meets the conglomerating spirit. Eventually Sally Binford meets up with an actor called Jeremy Slate who, after breaking his leg and living in virtual isolation in his Laurel Canyon apartment, brooding and meditating, smoking pot and masturbating, reads some Reich and hauls his ass up to the sandstone retreat in the Santa Monica Mountains, at which sex facility he meets Binford. P equals V, first in the recreational sex context of the public ballroom, but this was mainly an excuse for them to be together and to explore within their embrace the deeper intimacy that they both sensed was there. Later Sally teaches women's studies at Goddard College and Jeremy conducted a male consciousness-raising seminar in which he disseminated Sandstone's equal rights sex doctrine, getting a positive reaction from many men who shared his view that the elimination of the double standard would be liberating for men as well as women. The double standard is of course the old male theorem that whereas P may equal V, the reverse is intolerable. Sandstone was a sex resort dedicated to the refutation of this traditional formulation, where every P could merge with every consenting V and vice versa, and Tallis devotes much space to the intentions and adventures of its original inhabitants. Put in elemental terms, the story tells what happens when the insurance business meets up with the military-industrial complex. John Boulereau, an executive of the New York Life Insurance Company, is, when we first encounter him, married to Judith Palmer, daughter of a top executive with a Los Angeles aeronautics firm with personal connections in the industrial military complex that was investing billions into the California economy. Though, in their early days together, Judith had on occasion performed fellatio with uncommon skill and ardor, the marriage is not what it was, and Boulereau is keeping Mr. P in good shape during brisk lunchtime rendezvous with Barbara Kramer, a business colleague. Tallis says that Kramer has large breasts, firm thighs and buttocks, which he should know about, since he has P/V relations with her 403 pages after Boulereau, on page 541. 115. Kramer, however, marries John Williamson, formerly an employee of Boeing, then of Lockheed, in Florida, before setting up his own electronics firm in Los Angeles. The capital realized in the sale of this business finances the acquisition of Sandstone, which is therefore a remote consequence of the space program. Before he buys Sandstone, Williamson, a student of Ayn Rand, decides to test Barbara's tolerance of sexual variety within their marriage by taking her off on a weekend during which he leaves her in the next room and sleeps with a former airline hostess who now works in his electronics firm. The next day, to even things up, he introduces Barbara to David Schwind, an employee of Douglas Aircraft, and V equals P. Aerospace now starts to proselytize insurance. Soon we find Boulereau sitting on a sofa in the Williamson house in Woodland Hills between Barbara and Arlene Goff, listening to group chat about Krishnamurthy and responding manfully with the latest news on medical malpractice insurance. Boulero knows the group to be liberated, and as he eyes the upturned breasts and dark nipples of Aurelia Lil, he clearly hopes that P equals V will soon result. Life deals the cautious insurance man a whack when the demonic Williamson invites Judith Boulero to join her husband for a soiree in Woodland Hills. Judith has no knowledge that free love may accompany the martinis and pretzels, or that Boulero has previously been in P/V contact with Barbara. A truth seance follows in which the wretched Boulero has to confess the facts of his liaison with Barbara. Judith is most upset, and Williamson, disposer of property relations, makes the crucial suggestion: Judith should return to the Williamsons' home and actually watch her husband walk off to a bedroom with another woman to make love, and perhaps in this way she would realize that an open act of physical infidelity was less threatening than one that she might suspect and embellish with emotion. This too comes to pass. Then a few days later the Boleros and the Williamsons set forth on a weekend to Big Bear Lake. As Boulero emerges from the bedroom from a P/V session with Barbara, he sees two naked bodies together. The woman was on the bottom, lying on her back with her eyes closed, her blonde hair touching the floor, her legs spread wide and held high with her toes pointed to the ceiling. She was sighing softly and edging her hips forward as the broad-shouldered man who hovered over her was penetrating her with a penis that in the firelight looked like a burning red rivet. For the briefest moment he regarded the sight as beautiful. But then he recognized the familiar shape of his wife's thighs and saw the foreign fetid penis oozing in and out of her, provoking her pleasurable sighs, and pounding back her buttocks, and ripping into Boulero's guts with such violent force that he suddenly felt disemboweled. Boulero fell back. 116. Stumbling as he turned quickly toward the bedroom. He felt Barbara reaching out to him, trying to embrace and comfort him, but he abruptly slapped her hands away, no longer wanting to be touched by her, or by anyone, as he slammed the bedroom door behind him and collapsed crying on the bed. The rivet, appropriately enough, belongs to Engineer Williamson. P*=V degree. This is the only moment in the entire book when you get some sense of human pain. The pain presumably stems from Talisa's empathy with the travails of Boulero. Stylistic energy here contrasts strongly with the dutiful rhythms of Talisa's account of Barbara's emotions the morning after Williamson had abandoned her in a Lake Arrowhead bedroom for noisy P/V next door with Carol, the former airline hostess. Her awareness that her husband had been sexually engaged the previous night with another woman was, after she recovered from the shock, not really shocking. His railing against covert adultery and senseless sexual possessiveness and jealousy had culminated last night in a defiant act against a centuries-old tradition of propriety and deceit. Cha-cha-cha. The truth is that there are two Talisas hard at work, telling two stories at cross purposes to each other. Advanced, recreational sex Talise hawks the free fuck/freer world line of goods, with plenty of bouncy stuff about the joys of P=V, and the merry times enjoyed by all down on the old sex farm. Ur-Delise, New Jersey Catholic with a size 16 superego, comes lumbering along behind with intimations that Boulero wanted to kill Williamson, that Williamson was Mr. P inter PS, group guru and power fucker, and he hints that unlike John Humphrey Noyes' boast about the 19th century experiment in P/V multiple equations at the Oneida colony, there were some psychic victims of sandstone. Oneida was a manufacturing facility with an emphasis on eugenics, hence was the self-confident progeny of 19th century industrial capitalism, whereas Sandstone was, in the appropriate late capitalist mode, devoted to sex servicing, being finally bought in 1974 by an ex-Marine and social worker whose first act was to double the couple's club rates. Surplus sex equals surplus value. Neither manufacturing nor eugenics was of interest to the Sandstonistas. Talisa's book is almost devoid of any mention of children. The P/V reportage steers clear of them, presumably on the grounds that recreation and recreation are not the same thing. 117. Ur-Delise and Advanced Talise, toiling through the 9-year travail of thy neighbor's wife, never quite sorted things out between themselves on matters of basic attitude, but they are at one in extolling the book's high importance. In the May Playboy, Talise is asked, Why do you believe this is an important book? Tallis, as a work of nonfiction, it is pioneering because, for the first time, it reports what really happens in bedrooms, what really happens in the most private moments of real people's lives, and it stands behind the reporting. It presents the real names. It gives you information you can verify. Boulero is real. You can call him up on the telephone and ask if he or maybe Barbara likened Mr. P to a rivet. Tallis, the book is an invasion of privacy, no question about it. Those people became pioneers when they gave me releases to write about them. Buttressing the invocation of the real is the traditional new journalist author's note at the back, citing tape-recorded interviews with hundreds of people, some of them more than 50 times each. Familiar problems at once intrude. Since Tallis excises his own questions from the interviews and sometimes transfers direct into indirect speech, you can never be sure who is saying what. Did Hefner really proclaim, in one go, that after I had covered her body with oil and she seemed to enjoy it as much as I did, the smooth, soothing, glistening love-making on my satin sheets aroused me to peaks of passionate pleasure? In all my vast and varied erotic past, gay, I have never known anyone who could surpass Karen's skill and ardor in bed. Maybe Hefner does talk like this. Maybe Mr. P himself gave an opinion on a deep background, non-attributable basis. This stress on the real is enhanced by Tallis's appearance, as Tallis, in the final section of the book before a concluding bow as Tallis in the author's note. Tallis tells us that Tallis worked in massage parlors, visited Sandstone, and caused great pain to Mrs. Tallis by reason of the P/V activity involved in R&D for the book. Meanwhile, newspaper interviews with Mr. and Mrs. Tallis confirm the problems of Tallis and spouse and indeed children incurred over the 9 years of preparation, composition, and concluding publicity. Thus the book, in the oldest of journalistic traditions, is a true confession given majesty by the gigantic sums of money expended upon it by Doubleday and Hollywood, pathos by Tallis's indication in interviews that he is uncertain how Mrs. Tallis will react to public discussion of what Tallis and Tallis got up to, and absurdity by the last lines of the book in which Tallis says that Tallis returned to his childhood haunts in New Jersey, stripped his clothes off in a nudist colony on the shores of the great Egg Harbor River and, regarded by bourgeois mariners, looked back, with Mr. P presumably pendant and unashamed. 118. The shabbiest thing about this sad book is Tallis's view of it as pioneering because it tells what real people do in real bedrooms. It is as though the prime sexual discourse of the 20th century psychoanalysis and the caste study, let alone the far older juridical confession, had never been. Tallis's function as a journalist in this particular project is quite other than he proposes. His ambition was to describe a struggle against Puritanism, and his belief seems to be that though Puritanism still threatens and menaces the liberation of Mr. P and Mrs. V, all will be well and at least the middle classes will evolve to more natural sexual mores, confounding the repressive instincts of the state and other powers that be. Back to Reich and the crazies, freer fuck means freer world. Reich was wrong, and Michel Foucault right when he said, we must not think that by saying yes to sex, one says no to power. At the end of the first volume of his History of Sexuality, Foucault says, we are often reminded of the countless procedures which Christianity once employed to make us detest the body, but let us ponder all the ruses that were employed for centuries to make us love sex, to make the knowledge of it desirable and everything said about it precious. Let us consider the stratagems by which we were induced to apply all our skills to discovering its secrets, by which we were attached to the obligation to draw out its truth and made guilty for having failed to recognize it for so long. These devices are what ought to make us wonder today. Moreover, we need to consider the possibility that one day, perhaps in a different economy of bodies and pleasures, people will no longer quite understand how the ruses of sexuality, and the power that sustains its organization, were able to subject us to that austere monarchy of sex, so that we became dedicated to the endless task of forcing its secret, of exacting the truest confessions from a shadow. The irony of this deployment is in having us believe that our liberation is in the balance. Tallis, or at the very least Tallis, should have pondered his actual achievement as a journalist here. In his meandering package tour he has ratified the fresher forms of subjugation of Mr. P and all his friends in these late capitalist days. With the true instincts of the social issues liberal he touts the trip as a journey toward liberation and a better world, with real life stenciled on the side of the suitcase. Review of Thy Neighbor's Wife, by Gay Talese, The New York Review of Books, May 29, 1980. Afternote, these reflections came on the eve of the onset of AIDS, which disease has markedly inflected the political economy of desire. Sexuality in the Reagan years pertains to a discourse that Foucault himself, an AIDS victim, would have seen as an ironic pendant to his reflections quoted here, Schopenhauer and Onan in the ascendant over Reich and Sada in a veritable apotheosis of regulation. Gastroporn. They came and told one of the more recent Dukes of Devonshire that in the interests of economy and general modern-mindedness Chatsworth really ought to dispense with the pastry chef. What, cried the Duke, aghast. Is a man no longer to be allowed his biscuit? Somehow things never seem to get better in the world of eating. Indeed, if we are to believe Marvin Harris's version of prehistory in Cannibals and Kings, things have gone more or less downhill since the Upper Paleolithic period when the hunter-gatherers enjoyed high-quality diets with plenty of free time too. But those times are gone, alas, and are unlikely to return, since analysts of the connections between energy and food such as David Pimentel have reckoned that the land mass of the present United States could only support 750,000 hunter-gatherers before overcrowding would force agricultural settlements and the whole ghastly trend toward Earl Butts, General Foods, and liquid protein diets. Cookbooks, with certain very rare exceptions, such as Marinetti's Futurist Cookbook, almost by definition try to appropriate the past, at least those bits of it that seem palatable. And so usually they become versions of pastoral, with the urban masticator being whisked into a world where kitchen and garden coexist in harmonious union instead of being mediated by the Safeway, the can, the freezer, and the poison list on the back of every package. Here's a fairly representative swatch of pastoral from Richard Olney's Simple French Food. Comforting also are the fantastic, crowded out-of-door morning markets, of which that in Toulon is exemplary, bearing ample witness to the fact that people still want fresh garden produce and seafood, and to the certainty that, on the whole, the French willingly spend a great deal more on food than a similar budget in any other part of the world would permit. The banks of fruits and vegetables, freshly picked, baby violet artichokes, tender young broad beans, tiny green beans, peas, tomatoes, fennel, squash, and zucchini squash with its flower still clinging, creamy white cauliflower the size of one's fist. 119. 120. Giant sweet peppers, and asparagus white, violet, and green, figs, cherries, peaches, strawberries, raspberries, and medlar, the endless tresses of garlic and wild mushrooms of all kinds, and crates full of live snails and crabs, both of which constantly escape and wander in a wide circle around the vendor's stand. There are the odors of basil and pisciladier, the munger's cants, melodic and raucous, and the Renoiresque play of light through the plane tree's foliage, an all-over sense of gaiety and well-being. Provence is of course the heartland of cookbook pastoral, and we can set Olney down on the shelf next to Elizabeth David, who began her great French provincial cooking with a reverie in her London kitchen. Now and again the vision of golden tiles on a round southern roof, or of some warm, stony, herb-scented hillside will rise out of my kitchen pots with the smell of a piece of orange peel scenting a beef stew. The picture flickers into focus again. Ford Madoc's Ford's words come back, sometimes between Vienne and Valence, below Lyons on the Rhine, the sun is shining, and south of Valence Provincia Romana, the Roman province, lies beneath the sun. There is no more any evil, for there the apple will not flourish and the Brussels sprout will not grow at all. By the time French provincial cooking was published in 1960, Elizabeth David had been conducting her elegant propaganda for French regional peasant and bourgeois cuisine for a decade. And it was having considerable and generally beneficial effect, at least in England. By the early 1960s, when I was there, half the academic kitchens in North Oxford had earthenware pots in them, simmering cul de boeuf auxiliary olives noirs or adobe du Béarn, or indeed the fearful cassoulet itself, this last produced with prodigious effort and damage to digestion and the thought processes generally. These cookbook pastorals have some pretty consistent formal rules. There is the customary invocation to Escoffier's edict fate simple and 121. Usually a doff of the toque to Brillat-Savarin, though I'm glad to see that Olney denounces him for the gormandizing old boar he was. And there's the insistence that only the best ingredients will produce the best results. This apparently self-evident piece of counsel is actually a crafty pastoral ruse, since the cookbook reader is usually nowhere near Olney's Toulon market or some equivalent haven and thus is damned before he begins. You can of course try to interview a fish in the local store to see whether its eyes are clear, its gills red, and its scales in prime condition, but fishmongers have a limit to their patience and so you are left with the unspoken recommendation of the cookbooks, namely to get up at 4 in the morning and go to the local wholesale market where you will be trampled to death by the retailers and restaurateurs, and despised by the wholesalers to boot. In keeping with the pastoral genre, many cookbooks are in fact moral tracts about gastronomic good behavior in which the reader-consumer's best strategy is to fall into line without too much fuss. Sometimes, in a confusion of genres, amateur cookbook writers attempt a jocose tone, hoping to inveigle the reader into a shared ritual. Thus, in her The Carter Family Favorites cookbook, Cecile Dyer attempts some advice on the preparation of coleslaw: cut the cabbage in quarters, place in a large bowl of well-salted cold water, and let stand for at least 1 hour. This is to make sure any possible critters emerge. Nothing spoils good slaw like a many-footed friend. Once soaked, drain and place the cabbage on a large chopping board and chop away like mad. This is all wrong, and the reader backs cautiously away from Dyer, somehow associating her with the critter instead of with the healthy strips of slaw. Far superior to the Dyer approach is the pastoral aristocratic strategy of Pamela Harlech, whose feast without fuss invites the reader to consume, in a simple act of transubstantiation, aristos and their camp followers. Lady Harlech, as the book jacket takes good care to term her, announces in her acknowledgments that the following recipes are reproduced by kind permission of Condé Nast Publications Ltd, Miss Fleur Cowles's Jerusalem artichoke soup, Mrs. John Hay Whitney's oyster stew, Madame Jacques de Beaumarchais' Oeufs Jamais, the Earl of Gowry's Oeufs en cocotte with duck jelly, Mrs. Anthony Lund's Terra Masalata, Mrs. Rory McEwen's avocado and caviar mousse, Peter Coates's Mr. Briggs's avocado ramekin, Baroness Dacre's curried melon and shrimp, Mrs. Arthur Schlesinger's spinach quiche, Lady Elizabeth von Hofmannsthal's poached base, Fiona Charlton Dewar's kedgeree, the Honourable Mrs. James Ogilvy's deviled pheasant, Anthony West's good chicken recipe, Mrs. Jeanette de Rothschild's special stuffing, the Earl of Gowry's cold steak au poivre, Derek Hart's stew, Mrs. Ralph F. Collins' baked Virginia ham, Mrs. Anthony Lewis's veal goulash, Anthony West's veal roast, Anthony West's kidneys in cream and calvados. 122. But I'll stop here, for the merging of person and product goes altogether too far with the thought of West's innards being bathed in cream and applejack and served up to the would-be gourmet. There are, as a matter of fact, some pretty disgusting things in the Harlech anthology. We need go no further than Peter Coates's Mr. Briggs's avocado ramekin listed above. Lady Harlech confides that she was given the recipe by Coates, who presumably got it from Briggs. What this man Briggs apparently did, unless either Coates or Harlech got it wrong, was to put 3 ripe avocados in a blender along with 3/4 of a can of Cross and Blackwell clear consommé, some lemon juice, and 2 tablespoons of cream. Half the resultant gunk is then put into the ramekins and allowed to set in the refrigerator. A little later chopped walnuts are added, then more gunk, then a little bit more Cross and Blackwell, and finally some bits of crisp bacon. The stuff, says Harlech, should then be kept in the refrigerator until it is finally unleashed on unsuspecting guests. Harlech, naturally, does not mention guests unsuspecting or not, but I do not imagine the ramekins were destined for anyone with the least capacity for resistance, such as children or pets. Guests will eat almost anything. However, even the Coates/Briggs/Harlech effort pales in comparison with the recipe from another volume in the pastoral aristocratic mode. This is Irish Country House Cooking, edited by Rosie Tinna. Miss Tinna, who seems to run a restaurant in Dublin called Snaffles, has put together one of those cookbooks where each page is a simulation of the letterhead of the relevant recipe provider, thus allowing the reader almost to imagine that Lindy Dufferin and Ava is sending her Clandeboy chicken to him personally from Clandeboy House, Bangor, Co. Down. On page 77 of this dreadful volume, beneath the letterhead the glebe, Leixlip, Co. Kildare, we find a recipe for cold curried fish. An indecipherable signature which appears by process of elimination to be that of Lady Holmpatrick is attached to the following. /2 IB spaghetti, cooked and cold garnish 1 to 2 pounds white fish cooked and cold 1 to 2 pt white sauce cold parsley 1 tin shrimps paprika 1 dessertspoon curry powder chopped chives 1 teaspoon lemon juice 1 teaspoon red currant jelly or apricot jam. Mix all ingredients gently together, sprinkle with parsley or paprika. Chill and serve. 123. I wonder what the hunter-gatherers of the Upper Paleolithic period would have made of this. Short of lowering one's naked foot slowly into the weeds at the bottom of a pond, it is hard to imagine a more depressing experience. Indeed, Irish cooking, justly maligned, does badly in the current crop of cookbooks. Paul Bocuse' French Cooking, one of the fancier productions of the season, has a recipe for ragoût de mouton of Irlandaise which defiles the divine purity of Irish stew by urging a bouquet garni, lamb shoulder and lower ribs, and celery. And Bocuse omits the pearl barley, which is the whole point and without which life, so far as Irish stew is concerned, lacks all meaning. There should only be the meat, potatoes, onions, and barley. Bocuse is not alone in his errors, and indeed was possibly influenced by Escoffier, who gives virtually the same recipe. Prosper Montaigne, in his Larousse Gastronomique, adds insult to injury by calling his version of Irish stew ragoût d'Anoa blanc. There may be a problem here. On the old packet boat which used to ply between Fishguard and Cork, the dishes on the menu were rendered on either side of the card in both Irish and English. Except for Irish stew, which appeared only in English and which apparently defeated the best efforts of Gaelic scholars. Be that as it may, for a long time after the war it seemed the English country house pastoral cookbooks had been vanquished by the pro-French school and that the daube had triumphed utterly over Lancashire hotpot. In England, particularly in the 60s, little inns sprang up, often run by retired naval officers, in which zealous renditions of bourgeois French cuisine were offered and painstakingly evaluated in the Good Food Guide, an extremely pallid and tolerant version of the Michelin. But gradually, perhaps as the horrible memory of rationing and whale meat receded and with them the immediate appeal of continental good eating, a reappropriation of the English, Scottish, even Cornish past seemed to take place, more or less at the same time as the devolutionary movements. In 1968 a slimmed-down version of the great Eliza Acton's mid-19th century modern cookery for private families was issued, with a prideful introduction by Elizabeth David. Acton's delicate yet properly austere recipes were made available to a wider public by Penguin in 1974, and the reputation of the cheerless Beaton as the Escoffier of England at last was under serious assault. By 1970 David herself had published the first volume of English Cooking, Ancient and Modern, under the title Spices, Salt, and Aromatics in the English Kitchen. By the mid-1970s several exercises in national gastronomic excavation had appeared, including Elizabeth Ayrton's The Cookery of England, published by Penguin this year. Let us cook and eat our trad. 124. Itional dishes, Ayrton's introduction concluded, remembering that the food of France should be a treat not because it is better than our own but because it is different. Hooray for the Cornish pasty rather than Olney's pissolati air, down with bourrides and bouillabaisses, and up with grilled herrings with mustard sauce. There were signs of counter-attack against Gallo-gastro monopoly in the United States too. John and Karen Hess's polemical The Taste of America, published earlier this year, paid unstinting tribute to French cuisine, but mercilessly belabored gastro-snobbery and also attempted to excavate an authentic American cookery from beneath the heavy footprints of Fanny Farmer, the nutritionists, the home economists, the food processing companies, and junk food. The French were not idle amid such signs of mutiny from the periphery, and over the last few years a tremendous counter-attack has rolled off the presses. First it was labeled /a nouvelle cuisine frangus and latterly cuisine mensuire. The premises of these self-proclaimed advances in the art of cookery are simple enough, that modern times and modern arteries no longer permit the sauces of 19th century French cooking, that cooking is a revelation of the inner and spiritual essence of each ingredient rather than a decorative assemblage of flavors. The watchwords are authenticity and purity. Much of this has to do with the history of publicity and the demands of the French tourist and restaurant industry rather than with gastronomy. Sometimes, indeed, it seemed as though the whole movement had to do with a war between various French guidebooks such as the Kleber or the Gault Millau, each discovering a new tradition and a new pantheon of chefs, and each assailing the ancient monopoly of Michelin. Certainly the wretched American reader was placed at an even greater disadvantage than usual. Purity and freshness were stressed ever more unremittingly, and the distance to the French country market seemed altogether unbridgeable, despite encouraging noises from visiting French chefs who were reported to take sackfuls of Idaho potatoes back across the Atlantic with them. Paul Bocuse French cooking is a fair example of the new genre. The American introduction by Colette Rossant makes a customary stress. Quality is the most important criterion in the choice of ingredients. As he explains in his introduction, in Lions, Bocuse himself goes to the market every morning to choose his menu for the day. Whatever he finds fresh and in season is what will appear on his table for lunch or dinner. The sense of the unattainable is rendered even more palpable with the news that in the book, there are numerous recipes for small game birds that usually are not found in United States markets. Bocuse asked that these recipes be retained in the book, because he hopes that readers will enjoy them, and 125. When traveling in France, recognize these dishes on the menus and be tempted to order them. It turns out really that the book is not actually a guide to practical cooking but rather a costly exercise in gastroporn. Now it cannot escape attention that there are curious parallels between manuals on sexual techniques and manuals on the preparation of food, the same studious emphasis on leisurely technique, the same apostrophes to the ultimate, heavenly delights. True gastroporn heightens the excitement and also the sense of the unattainable by proffering colored photographs of various completed recipes. The gastroporn hound can, in the Bocuse book for example, moisten his lips over a color plate of freshwater crayfish au gratin à la Fernand Point. True, you cannot get black truffles in the US, 3 tablespoons of which, cut into julienne, are recommended by Bocuse. No matter. The delights offered in sexual pornography are equally unattainable. Roland Barthes made an equivalent point about ornamental cookery in mythologies, when he was discussing the recipe photographs in L. This ornamental cookery is indeed supported by wholly mythical economics. This is an openly dreamlike cookery, as proved by the photographs in L, which never show the dishes except from a high angle, as objects at once near and inaccessible, whose consumption can perfectly well be accomplished just by looking. It is, in the fullest meaning of the word, a cuisine of advertisement, totally magical. Alongside Bocuse, who offers full-blooded gastroporn along with the traditional pastoral, are the exponents of cuisine mensuire. The premise of cuisine mensuire is that you can have your cake and eat it with a clear conscience, that French inventiveness has brought relief to gastronomes eager for fine nosh but fearful of high blood pressure, cholesterol, not to mention cancer of the colon. Virtually banished are butter, cream, other fats, starches, sugar, flour. This Gallic answer to the McGovern Senate Committee's report on dietary goals for the United States is certainly a saner strategy than the traditional pattern, namely abandoned consumption of rich food followed by brutal dieting on the morrow, 2 huge American industries shackled together. And again it is a form of tourist advertisement for Americans making their continental holiday plans, eat like a hog and stay healthy. Roy Andries de Groot's Revolutionizing French Cooking, published last year, is really a catalogue of suitable French restaurants where the chef will not tip a pint of cream into the sauce while your back is turned. The gastro-porn that accompanies the style is far more restrained than the Rubensesque excess of the Bocuse genre. The photographs in Michel. 126. Girard's Cuisine Monsieur, which crept into Christmas stockings last year just when people were bracing themselves for the Yuletide high-fat blowout, stress the healthful simplicities of nature. Bocuse's crayfish swim in cream, cognac, wine, truffles, and even 2 tablespoons of flour. Girard's photograph has just a very few crayfish resting chastely on leaves of Trevis lettuce. The plate rests on earth, next to a bunch of primroses. The other photographs are in a similar style and plainly owe much to Japanese traditions of food presentation and arrangement. The entire cuisine, indeed, owes a good deal to the Orient, to which the Monsieur gang pays fervent tribute. Cooking and eating here become exercises of the good, balanced life in an age of recession, energy shortages, and high food prices. And indeed essays in an interesting volume edited by K.C. Chang and titled Food in Chinese Culture make the parallel quite clearly. The Sung period produced the world's first great cuisine. The Hangzhou visited by Marco Polo bulged with restaurants, fast food joints, ritual feasts, and general gourmandizing. But, as Michael Freeman makes clear in his essay, Monsieur morality was also abroad in the land. Freeman quotes Sushi's essay in praise of tumpo soup. Tumpo soup is a vegetable soup that he cooked when he was living in retirement. It did not contain fish or meat or the 5 flavorings, but it had a natural sweetness. His recipe was this: he took sung cabbage, rape turnip, wild daikon, and shepherd's purse and scrubbed them thoroughly to get rid of the bitter sap. First he took a bit of oil to coat the pot, then he put in the vegetables with water, along with a bit of rice and fresh ginger. For Sushi and for many others of the intellectual elite, naturalness was itself a value, and their interest in mountain herbs and peasant dishes reflected a broader concern for health, society, and self-definition. The praise of simple food, held up in opposition to the elaborate cookery and costly ingredients of the city, was attuned to common intellectual concerns. The cook, to return to the modern Monsieur school, thus appears as a moral guide, appropriating not only the natural pastoral virtues but world gastronomy in an effort to lead the consumer toward the balanced life. But at whom are all these adjurations and recipes leveled? You cannot read many of the cookbooks mentioned above without starting to feel that Bocuse's claim that his book is really a novel is not so wide of the mark. De Groot, for example, presents an American adaptation of Chef Roger Verges's almost melted leg of lamb layered with eggplant and tomato a la moussaka. It is of immense length and complexity, and indeed de Groot says sympathetically that perhaps it should be a weekend project with some help from family or friends. I'm not so sure about the family or friends. Food preparation in fact becomes a solipsistic ritual, almost infinitely protracted. The ritual accords with certain well-known trends in American life, to wit, gradual decomposition of the home, exit of the wife to work, dwindling number of tiny mouths agape to receive the junk contents of the local supermarket. Gradually the domestic kitchen of the post-war period is cleared of female/child-oriented appurtenances of domestic management and becomes instead the temple of the modern gastronome, male and at peace with himself and his cuisinière. I do not mention the cuisinière idly. Just as the wife leaves the gastronome's sanctuary, this device makes its entry, a mechanical drudge instead of the human one, at last making good her escape. In orderly silence the onion, pastry dough, meat, suet, herbs can be submitted to its implacable blade. And it is indeed a fine, labor-saving tool, with only the paradox that modern ritualistic gastronomy demands a reverence for process, for the tender adaptation of natural materials to human requirements, whereas the cuisinière is an abrupt instrument of domination, attacking and ravishing food, smashing it into small pieces or even pulp. The old pestle and mortar were servile adjuncts of the hand and wrist, whereas the cuisinière is a mode of assault and subjugation. Cooking thus becomes a lonely pastoral idyll amid the rising tides of liquid protein, McDonald's hamburger, taco chains, and the active pursuit of the better beefsteak. The pastoral implies an entire scheme of life revolving around the gourmet store, the spice parlor, the trusted market, and even perhaps in the end the small family farm where critters can crawl out of cabbages unpolluted by insecticides. Man is restored to the kitchen, in a modern rendition of the good life of the old hunter-gatherers. The New York Review of Books, December 8, 1977. Culinary Conquests. We drove south on the San Diego Freeway, past the neon sea of LA International Airport, through the purple twilight to Manhattan Beach and the restaurant they call the Saint Estèphe. I was well armed, for beside me at the wheel of the Nissan Sentra was a man I'll call Mercator, a professor of political science at UCLA, undiluted in his radical convictions, awesome in appetite, his palate trained in Mexico, Paris, Budapest, Moscow, and the Upper West Side of Manhattan. In the back seat was his wife Augusta, a child of Portuguese colonialism, nourished on the caldo verde of Lisbon, the muamba of Angola, the feijoada of Brazil. We'd heard of the Saint Estèphe a few weeks earlier, with reports filtering in of a successful fusion of New Mexican with New French cuisine. As we rolled along the freeway I brought reports of the food frenzies of New York, of gastrofads bursting like comets in the twilight, gone in an eye blink, the mustard mania, the vinegar madness, the peppercorn frenzy, American tongues darting at the spinning globe, at Szechuan, Osaka, Bangkok, Hanoi, and now, most recently, at Mexico and the great American Southwest. Mercator addressed the inside of the Sentra as though it were a lecture hall. You ask, why this frenzied food faddism, this orgy of gastro-global eclecticism? Consider. There is a familiar pattern in which food in the imperial, mother countries is influenced by, even replaced by, food from annexed, or colonial, or even neo-colonial areas, Algerian or North African or Vietnamese food in France, Indonesian or Surinamese food in Holland, Indian food in Great Britain. In pre-revolutionary Russia, the best food came, still comes, from the Transcaucasus, from Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Central Asia. Why? Augusta answered, food from imperial countries is inherently bland. Being in temperate areas, the imperialists are less likely to be using interesting condiments and spices, and besides they're so busy imperializing the world that they have no time. 128. 129. What about French food? Stolen from Italy via the cooks of Marie de Medici, when she crossed the Alps to marry Henry IV. The cuisine of France is oversold. English food? Bland beyond belief. Think of it, the least imperial countries in Europe have the best food, Italy and Hungary, which is the crossroads of Eastern Europe. Augusta fell silent, and Mercator, peering for the exit sign to Manhattan Beach, resumed. How else can we account for the mania here for third world food? I could point to the ready availability of cheap raw materials as an essential component of colonialism. As a student of our political culture, I could cite liberal guilt over colonial repression, the frumpies, formerly radical, upwardly mobile professionals saying to themselves, if we can't fight for their causes, the least we can do is eat their food. Mercator suddenly swerved the car into the exit ramp and there was a startled blare from behind as a Buick whooshed past us into the red ribbon of tail lights streaming south. I thought of the cult of Vietnamese food, of the success in Lower Manhattan of two restaurants, Dowdy Saigon and Modish Indochine. Don't trust liberal guilt, I said. It's always two-edged. What could not be conquered in the Mekong Delta is consumed at the table. In an anthropological paradox, the defeated devour, symbolically, the victors. We drove down Sepulveda Boulevard. The Saint Estèphe was in a shopping mall and at last, to our left, we saw the gray expanse of Manhattan Village Mall. Obedient as only California drivers are, Mercator obeyed the no U-turn, no left turn signs. As we searched for a legal left turn, Augusta brooded further on the appeal of third world cuisine. It is the exoticism of the subordinate. You and I read qualities into a culture that conform to the stereotypes and reinforce our dominant position vis-a-vis that culture. The English, for example, eat Indian food. They tell each other that the true Indian eats fiery curries to make himself cool in a hot climate. What they are really saying is that the Indian is impervious to pain and hence can be treated abominably, because they think that the Indian must be silly to think he can get cool in this way. The Dutch say that the Indonesians eat such mountains of rice teefel that they cannot work hard, proving they must be lazy. Take this craze for Mexican food. But at last Mercator had made his legal turn, gone back along the boulevard, and was parking in front of an undistinguished concrete structure labeled Saint Estèphe. The cooking was modern French in technique, nouvelle in presentation with some polite, though restrained bows in the direction of the American Southwest, mostly in the higher hucksterism and bad faith of the menu's language. It spoke of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, the civilization of the first American Indians, the small villages of Hispanic settlers and the 130 natural foods: corn, chili, beans, wild herbs, pumpkins, pifion nuts, squash, that had blended together to make America's first historic cuisine. The Saint Estèphe, the menu suggested, has concocted a modern Southwest cuisine by taking these raw materials and adding new interest, inspiration, and refinement. We ordered blue corn tortillas served with smoked salmon and 2 types of American caviar. They were cocktail canapes, resting on white plates and set off against a trim of small red peppers. A snap of Mercator's jaws and they were gone. We had a tiny cassolette of sweetbreads with pinto beans and wild rice. The only element here the Southwest could claim for its own would be the pinto beans, but the dish was good. As our third hors d'oeuvre we had New Mexican-style raviola stuffed with carne adobada, served with a cream garlic chèvre sauce 4 pale squares, a mignon of ingredients, Southwestern filling, Italian envelope, sauce from a peasant product of the Eastern Mediterranean. Contented as we waited for the main dishes, perched in the western edge of one of the largest Spanish-speaking cities in the world, we debated the fashion for Mexican food and the meaning of the Saint Estèphe. After all, Mercator pointed out, though Mexico has some of the most sophisticated food in the world, in the United States we basically eat what the cowboys have round the campfire: beans, enchiladas, rice, and tacos. What's being enforced is the peasant stereotype, a version of pastoral. The classic Mexican leftover dish is ropa vieja, literally old clothes. You tell us it's on the menu of the Café Marimba in New York for $14.95. That's like selling a hot dog with sauerkraut for $10. Now the colonized are not only exotic but also threatening. Mexico conjures up an image of illegal immigrants flooding across the Rio Grande, of perilous external bank debt, of drug smuggling. It has these dual connotations, quaint but threatening. Hence you get attempts at domestication and cultural pacification via a pastoral version of Mexican cuisine and, even less threatening, the notion of New Mexican food. New Mexico isn't going to threaten America. It is America. Yes, it is the very image of repressive tolerance, said Augusta, who had just been reading Marcuse. The proliferation of third world food is a concession to immigrants, allowing them a toehold in the American dream. You integrate the third world into American cuisine while at the same time segregating it from American society. As an immigrant you have the vicarious pleasure of seeing your food move out of the gastro-ghetto into middle-class respectability in a fancy restaurant where you might be lucky to work as busboy. The main dishes came, the menu's fresh prawns from Arizona served Southwest bouillabaisse style, flavored with nopalitos and chili pods, though entirely unrelated to bouillabaisse in any style the prawns were. 131. Great, and the little bits of nopal cactus served as signifiers of the Southwest as surely as an ox skull on a whitewashed wall signifies Georgia O'Keeffe. Signifier of the southwesternness of the supreme de Volaille was jicama, Mexico's retort to the daikon radish, this year's crisp texture of choice though, in the Saint Estèphe's presentation, pointlessly shredded. The saddle of lamb had its signifying pasole, and the new Mexican carte d'identité of the veal chop was established by a sopapilla, a square pouch of puff pastry from which one tears a corner to pour in honey. We ate and we drank, and as we did so parties of sober-looking men in suits and ties came in to eat, straight from the office evidently, even though it was now well past 9, Hughes engineers, aerospace executives, traders, and guardians of the Pacific Rim. As the hefty bill arrived, I told Mercator and Augusta of the feeding frenzies of the East Coast, bogus regionalism disguised as the new American cuisine. In New York it jams, for example, Norwegian salmon with jicama and green pepper concache, sautéed foie gras salad with jicama, sherry vinaigrette, and deep-fried spinach, red pepper pancake with salmon and extra caviar. Mercator raised his hand. Stop, please. It's the same here in Los Angeles, as you well know. Probably worse. But it was my privilege to give myself the final word. The last refuge for an elite frantic to define itself, yet with nothing creative to say, is conspicuous, relentless consumption of commodities, of which the most basic is food. The British elite, at the height of their empire in the late 19th century, conspicuously consumed meals which were vast in size and, amid their belches, proclaimed, "We gorge, therefore we exist." Today, the conspicuous consumer in the United States knows that to gorge is to die. He renders his orgies of consumption hugely expensive, to be sure more theatrical. He nods to the humble New Mexican pueblos with a blue corn tortilla. He winks at the Orient with a cumin seed, at China with a water chestnut, at Siam with some lemongrass, at Japan with a dried bonito shred. He consumes the world by symbols, and the more he eats down the more he pays up. Ideally, our conspicuous consumers must ingest all these symbols at the same time, for then truly they can fold their napkins with a contented sigh and say, "We are the world." House and Garden, December, 1985. Saint's Sanctuary. A man we shall disguise here, in homage to Huysmans, as Mr. de Saint wanted, in the rolling country a few miles northwest of Philadelphia, a fin de siècle womb, the siècle in question being the 20th. Mr. Saint desired a house commanded by computers and served by all the electronic apparatus of modern life. Though Mr. Saint mostly lives alone, he wanted to be able to retreat to his private second-floor quarters, and there behind a Tutankhamun slab of a door some 30 inches thick at the hinges, indulge his tastes: yoga, whirlpool bathing, the finest sound system, the largest video screen. Never for a moment, in upstairs bath or downstairs atrium, need Mr. Saint be beyond the range of speakers deployed about the house, never need a sound or image fly into the void uncaptured. What Mr. Saint sees or hears on his TV and video screens can be recorded. When he sits down at the piano, a microphone can receive the notes, record them, and, while he climbs up the mirrored staircase, Mr. Saint can hear what he has been playing a moment before. The original house on the 15-acre property was built in 1740, with add-ons down the years. Georgian columns advertise the pretensions of a former time. Mr. Saint, I suspect, wanted the best of both worlds, old and new. He gave the designer, Eric Bernard, a long list of his domestic wishes, from living computers to wing chairs and a 4-poster bed. He agreed to buy the house only when Bernard promised him a main staircase of stately grandeur. In the event, Bernard, with experience in television set design, gave him at least the illusion of just such a staircase, doubling the visual, if not actual, width of the stairs by lining the inner wall with the mirror mentioned above. Aside from the staircase, Bernard and his men ripped out the entrails of the old building and went to work. The result is LE-style Star Trek. Bernard says that everything had to be very sensuous. He said it was very important that if he were a blind person, everything he touched would be soft. And indeed, almost the only hard-looking thing in the sitting room is the black. 132. 133. Piano. Everything else is in the squishy syntax of camel wool carpet, camel leather banquettes, camel cashmere from the men's suiting industry on the walls, and, overhead, a chromatic cantata of camel. The room, Bernard explains, was very low, 7.5 feet. What I did was bring it down 6 inches and make 6 elevations, with each panel edged with silver leaf and getting a lighter shade of camel. You get a tremendous feeling of height and grandeur. Across the hall is what Bernard calls a sort of contemporary Alistair Cook traditional space. When we talked about the den, he said he wanted something like Alistair Cook sits in, with the wing chair in that color. The result, as accurately described by Bernard, is an ecstasy of library Morocco. We ended up doing a den of all Bordeaux color, Bordeaux wool carpeting, Bordeaux leather sofas. All the cabinetry is Bordeaux colored lacquered wood and the ceiling is Bordeaux lacquer. The room, which he felt was very Alistair Cook, is very today, very current, not old English. But the feeling is the same. You get that masculine. Bernard uncharacteristically groped for words and then hit happily upon the just parallel. It's like opening up a new Bordeaux Rolls-Royce. The dining room tilts forward in time from Alistair Cook contemporary to the idiom of Star Trek, a boardroom for the Intergalactic Governing Council, 8-foot circular glass table resting on a leather-covered plinth, itself sustained by a 6-inch steel post resting on the concrete floor of the basement below. Round the table are Bernard's evocation of wing chairs, and above is a large circular light hovering just under the ceiling like a UFO and capable of multifarious functions, from diffuse unearthly glow to specific spotlighting of the contents of a single plate. The kitchen is modified Star Trek II curves and planes of brass metal surfacing and about as far from rural cookbook as you can get. As Bernard put it, if I were to build what I considered the ideal kitchen, it would be similar to the inside of a KitchenAid dishwasher, all stainless steel. Close the kitchen door, push a button, and it should be able to wash itself out through a drain in the middle of the floor. This kind of stuff is available now, and is ideal for the lady who works and comes home at the end of the day. In the urban cities these days, with all the wonderful catering around, it's nothing to be able to put together a fabulous dinner. Go by horse and carriage if you believe in chance. But it's a false front. They're living one way and saying, this is the way you should live, with tons of curtains. Do you know what it's like, to live in New York City with tons of curtains, taking them down, sending them to the cleaners, getting someone to put them back up? It's impossible. Have Riviera blinds, dust them once a week and that's it. The 4 second-floor rooms in the old house were fused to make Mr. Saint's most private retreat. Camel, our old friend from downstairs, is here too, in leather covering the king-size bed, in the massage stretcher next to 134. It, on the leather-covered columns which were Bernard's response to Mr. Saint's expressed yearning for the 4-poster of yesteryear. Bernard gave him columns attached to the wall and to the ceiling over the bed. There's mirror on the ceiling over the bed too, contrived so that no seams mar the reflected image. Opening his eyes of a morning and looking left from his king size, Mr. Saint can see an intergalactic gateway, portal to the domain of his apparel, scores of suits, shirts, sporting rigs, and kindred accessories keyed to color and function. The idea was that Mr. Saint could punch the code for Florida weekend beachwear in on the keyboard and the dry cleaning racks would trundle round and offer them to his hand. 40 feet away, after a soak in the 4-person size sunken bath or a dousing under the speaker-equipped shower, Mr. Saint supposedly could weigh himself, and a kitchen computer hooked to the weighing machine would decree meals. Mr. Saint eats health foods, guaranteed to maintain fitness and the trimmer waistline. Thus far none of this gadgetry is working. As Bernard complains, the equipment is there, but no one ever told me you had to have a live-in programmer. That's the fin de siècle for you. When you build a $2 million house with the help of a consultant from the space program, don't expect the place to be maintenance-free. Behind his 30-inch door, Mr. Saint can perform yoga exercises on his mat, tone up on his Marcy gym equipment, or loll in front of his giant video screen. The world outside beckons. At the press of a button, Riviera blinds rise and he can step forth onto the balcony of his 2-floor atrium, embrace the shining cylinder of his fireman's pole, and slide to the bar, itself equipped with TV and sound system. There is no chink in the electronic envelope. Mr. Saint wanted tremendous security and his designer approached the task with zeal. What we really tried as a total environment was to take care of all a human being's needs, the need to be warm and to have the acoustical problems solved. Hunger was taken care of. There's a refrigerator on every floor. Everything in his oasis is the right temperature. It had to be this total nurturing, in a sense returning to the womb. This he explained to me, and this is where I come from anyway, because I really feel that's the ultimate. It isn't clear whether, as part of total nurturing, Mr. Saint includes the realms of literature and art, beyond tape, disc, TV, and stereo. It seemed possible that all the books in the den might have been acquired from the Strand at the same time, and as Bernard explained, the art is not his. He's not about to collect all that art so fast. Whether he'll ever collect anything I don't know. He's intimidated by it. He feels it interrupts his privacy. But as Bernard says, who needs portraits all over the bedroom of ancestors who never existed? What does fin de siècle man need? Bernard. 135. Broods. A lot of young people today are very involved with drugs, but the reversion back to a period that doesn't exist, the false representation of heirs and family you don't have, along with your grandmother's secret heir whose drawer stick is more of an artificial stimulant than the toot of coke that someone in a current apartment might take before going out. I'm very interested in producing environments that allow you to live with the tensions of work and career and the fear of nuclear war. It's important with the pressures of today to have an environment that works for you, just as the womb worked for you. In the space he designed for Mr. Saint, Bernard has not omitted primal sanctuary. From the foot of the fireman's pole it is only a few short steps to the basement stairs and down to a 10 by 6 by 5 foot padded cell, entirely dark and lined with 6 foam rubber. As I peered into the cell, through the dim light admitted by the open door, there came, from the far corner, the friendly gleam of a teddy bear's eyes. House and Garden, April, 1985. Assault on Miami's Virtues. What is man before beauty lures him from his free enjoyment and tranquil form tempers his wild life? Eternally uniform in his aims, eternally shifting in his judgments, self-seeking without being himself, unfettered without being free, a slave though serving no rule. At this period the world to him is merely destiny, not yet object, everything has existence for him only insofar as it secures existence for him, what neither gives to him nor takes from him, is to him simply not there. Ignorant of his own dignity, he is far removed from honoring it in others, and conscious of his own savage greed, he fears it in every creature that resembles him. He never perceives others in himself, only himself in others, and society, instead of expanding him into the species, only confines him ever more closely inside this individuality. In this dull limitation, he wanders through his twilight life. Friedrich Schiller's Letters on the Aesthetic Education of Man. Any fool can see that although Schiller, being a high-minded 18th-century German, talks about man, he is in fact referring to real estate developers, a body of creatures who should be chained to a pile of Westway environmental impact statements and thrown into the Hudson. They could, alternatively, be marched to the site of the late Morosco Theater, given a last cigarette or a last telephone call to Mayor Kook, blindfolded with old theater bills, and then shot. These real estate developers are of course swarming all over New York like cockroaches, seeking out, with intent to destroy, any structure with the least pretensions to dignity and grace. New York citizens, numbed by their ravages, may feel that in other parts of the country such barbarism is restrained by some vestige of human decency. Such citizens would be wrong. The Wrecker's Ball now hangs over one of the loveliest neighborhoods in the United States, the Daco district of Miami Beach. Like the Goths massing before Rome, or Bomber Command proceeding toward Dresden, real estate developers are now poised to destroy a square mile of Miami Beach and obliterate the most ample reliquary of the art. 136. 137. Daco era. If it were the Pentagon threatening such destruction by aerial bombardment, there might be a shred of hope. In all likelihood the projectiles would fall far from their targets and merely disintegrate an unoffending hospital or school. But with real estate developers, we do not even have the comfort of this uncertainty. Comes the demolition order and the wreckers march at dawn. Visitors to London may have noticed, in years gone by, the Firestone factory on the left side of the road in from Heathrow Airport. It was a perfect example of Deco industrial architecture streamlined, uplifting amid the grey horror of the western approaches to London. It uplifts no more. At 5 o'clock one dark evening a couple of years ago, the developers obtained a demolition order from a suitably compliant government authority. Under cover of night, the bulldozers took up position. At dawn, before the horrified eyes of preservationists rushing too late to the scene, the Firestone factory succumbed into a heap of rubble. And as trucks carted away its remains these same government officials politely began to ponder, and even embark upon, the last alibi of bureaucracy, an inquiry. Just the same fate awaits much of an entire square mile of old Miami Beach. During the Depression, people needed to let go. They became wild on Miami Beach. They didn't watch their nickels. You would think nothing of ordering something you couldn't pay for because you'd figure, maybe they'll carry me or maybe I'll wash dishes. Were determined not to use any older styles like the Spanish. They didn't quite know where they were headed, but they wanted something modern, so they smoothed out all the Spanish things. They smoothed the balconies, they smoothed everything until you got the feeling that life was smooth. The buildings made you feel all clean and new and excited and happy to be there. I just came back from staying in New Orleans. The French Quarter is wonderful, very historic. I love old buildings. But these Art Deco buildings are 40, 50 years old. They aren't historic. They aren't special. We shouldn't be forced to keep them. The square mile of Miami Beach now awaiting the rapine of Resnick and his co-conspirators stretches from 6th Street north to Lincoln Road and east of Washington Avenue, and as far north as 23rd Street. Before the First World War much of it was part of a coconut plantation, bought by a Pennsylvanian called Henry Lum from the U.S. government for 35 cents an acre. Miami Beach was incorporated in 1915. By 1921 there were 3 hotels, and the building boom lasted largely in the Mediterranean revival tradition until 1927. 138. The second great building boom, establishing the Deco district now under imminent sentence of death, lasted from 1935 to 1945. Sun, sand, and architecture conspired to create an escape from the Depression. The spirit was one of gaiety, lightness, the swoop of the streamline, and the soothing tonic of ice cream and pastel colors. Are any of these buildings masterpieces? John Peru asked in an article about art in Miami in Art International last year. Probably not. Yet the Miami Beach Deco district in its entirety is a kind of architectural masterpiece, the work of virtually anonymous designers and architects, created quickly and largely by chance. It comprises an unparalleled streetscape that not only reflects a particular time, climate, and economy, but also offers lessons for those seriously committed to a more humane urban environment. The Miami Beach hotels are Pop Deco, a mass art manifestation, that includes giveaway refrigerator ware, costume jewelry, window displays, Flash Gordon rocket ships and much more. What the hotels lose by lack of rare materials and traditional craftsmanship, they gain in vitality. Miami Beach's Pop Deco hotels epitomize a 30s dream of progress. And not just the hotels. Throughout the square mile are apartment houses ranged along the streets and boulevards, affording glances of intimate courtyards and tropical comfort on a human scale. Amid condo madness, the lava-like concrete torrents of horror carving their way along the coastline of Florida, prison houses of loneliness, emblems of the inhumanity of most architects and developers toward their fellow creatures, Deco Miami is the emblem of a gentle, proper sense of proportion. Miami Beach, like much of Florida, is filled with elderly people, probably more than 70% of the inhabitants. But in the square mile they are not penned into high-rise concrete fortresses, locked into terror-stricken solitude. Nor are there the ghastly plaza's gridirons of discomfort which planners often throw in as a belated concession to the desire of humankind to sit in the sun. The architecture and disposition of the district is a paradigm of how the elderly might like to live: beachfront promenades, safe hotel parlors and cafes, apartment house courts intimate yet not concealed from that public, social vigilance which is the best protection for the elderly against more youthful predators, community and social interaction for old people rather than solitude. There is a certain seediness, still well this side of terminal decay. Particularly since the arrival of what residents refer to with trembling hatred as the Mariel scum from Cuba in 1978, the district's southern approaches have become more menacing. It is in short an area which energetic civic and government action could save, not as a Disney museum piece, nor as yet another swatch of high-priced gentrification loaded down with Daco stores and high-income timesharers perched in 30s nostalgia for a month. 139. In the year, but as a lesson in how an aging country with an aging population could deal with age and transcend the graveyards known as sunset cities. At night, when the Miami full moon is overhead, the residential streets of the Art Deco district take on that stagey, solemn simplicity of another era. Moonlight and neon articulate the stripes and circles of the small apartments on Euclid or Jefferson, and the swaying palms cast shadows on the curving walls. This is the night world that Thomas Wolfe wrote of in the 30s, the decade of our district's revival, nights filled with the far hooting of trains, the nearer sounding of great vessels moving into port, the mysterious rustling of trees. The daytime world of the Art Deco district, when the sun shines on the faceted corner windows and glistens on the white stucco walls, is the world of hope and promise and the future. In the bright daytime world of the Art Deco district, these buildings have become the basis for heady plans now plummeted into the future by the historic district designation, the scene for active restoration. These words, alas so over-optimistic, were written by a true heroine, Barbara Bear Capitman. She and her family moved to Florida in 1973 from New York. In 1976 she was instrumental in helping to form the Miami Design Preservation League. The league forthwith began agitation to have the Square Mile District listed on the National Register of Historic Places. And on May 14, 1979, the more than 800 buildings in the area were indeed formally entered on the register as the first 20th century district to become officially part of the preservation movement. Like many things in the United States, the register is an outcropping of the tax codes, designed to save beauty through greed. Under tax laws, inclusion in the register entitled owners of such buildings to accelerated depreciation on rehabilitation work, and qualified them for various federal programs. There were tax disincentives to demolition, and demolishers would have no equivalent access to federal funds. But it should be emphasized that inclusion on the register is not a formal prohibition against the destruction, or sale, and consequent destruction, of any such designated building. While the Preservation League, energetically led by Capitman, enjoyed its triumph, laid plans, and commissioned architects to produce schemes for the area's revival, the city of Miami Beach in the form of its elected representatives remained opposed to any consistent attempt to save and restore the area. The developers, naturally well represented in the city's power structure, brooded and waited. The forces of darkness gathered their nerve, and finally, in 1981, tore off their whiskers and pounced. Anyone who wants to see what might happen to the Deco Square Mile need only glance north of 23rd Street. 140. Where architectural barbarism is on the rampage and the condomaniac, behemothing tide marches down via the Fontainebleau and other signposts of Babylon. Last year, starting in January, a month of infamy, destruction of the New Yorker Hotel, a creation of the genius of Henry Hohauser, was begun as hirelings of the forces of darkness marched up and down with signs reading Deco Schmicko and New is Beautiful. There is nothing new on the site now, just a horrible hole. The developers had another reason for ripping off their whiskers and pouncing. A Miami Metro ordinance, which would become a Miami Beach ordinance this July unless the city passes its own, presented a possible hindrance to their designs, it would create a historic preservation board, composed of 3 architecture and 3 real estate representatives to designate the historic district. It would allow the board to designate any building it chose. It would allow the board to delay demolition for 6 months without the owner's consent while a preservation-minded buyer was sought. Thus it was that the city of Miami Beach promulgated its own proposal, a hypocritical scheme mistakenly imagined by some naive souls to have something to do with preservation. It is of course a recipe for destruction. It would create a historic preservation board composed of 3 architecture and 6 real estate representatives to designate the historic district. It would crucially require the board to have an owner's written consent to designation of his or her property as historic. And the Miami Beach Ordinance would of course take precedence over the Metro Ordinance. Result: nothing would prevent the rapid destruction of the Daco district. Already the developers are calling for a whittling down of the original square mile to a few blocks. The few blocks will no doubt be whittled down to 1 building, and in the end all that will be left will be a Daco mailbox well pissed on by the local dogs. In another era it was called salami tactics. The Miami Beach Ordinance was given a reading in March and passed unanimously. Capitman came in for much abuse, as did her son Andrew. Andrew had founded a limited partnership in March of 1979, with the intent of buying up half a dozen or so of the small hotels in Miami Beach, and reviving them as Daco monuments. After the March meeting, the City Council, in a traditional bureaucratic move to mask barbarism, created an ad hoc committee on the Historic Preservation Ordinance. It looked as though it was heavily manned by enthusiasts for the Wreckers Ball, including Resnick associate Dov Dunovsky who, along with Resnick, tore down the New Yorker Hotel. Foes of the preservationists, accusing the Capitmans of self-serving deeds, have been somewhat discountenanced by disclosure of the fact that one of 141 the city officials most belaboring Barbara Capitman had his campaign partly financed by Resnick concerns. Recently, the ad hoc committee has been showing some signs of independence, of possibly slipping out of the control of the forces of darkness. It may even produce a possible compromise, to be presented to Miami Beach Mayor Norman Simon in time for the second fateful reading of the Miami Beach Ordinance on May 5. The Miami Design Preservation League has been battling gamely. Young artists at the University of Miami organized a rally on April 13 in the north and most threatened end of the Daco district. 1,400 district residents, 80% of them elderly, showed up, helping to expose the developers' line that the preservationists have little local support. There have been mailings and increasing pressure on Mayor Simon. If the ordinance to be voted on May 6 is passed unchanged, it will be a dreadful deed. As one who was recently escorted around the district by Barbara Capitman, I can say that it would strike me as forcibly as the permanent submersion of substantial portions of Venice. Village Voice, April 27, 1982. The circulation of commodities. A game show is reality, not fiction. Except for sports and news, game shows are the only reality left on television. Giroux Chester, Executive Vice President of Goodson Todman Productions. I visited Wheel of Fortune on the first day of spring. The radio told me that it had been another good day for the Dow and that the House of Representatives had just rejected President Reagan's request for $100 million for the Contras. With uplifted heart, I swung into the NBC parking lot in Burbank and made my way towards Studio 4, outside of which was a long line of people waiting to get into Wheel of Fortune, the most popular show on television, source of pleasure and excitement for 42 million Americans each day. Inside, they were starting to tape a show. The wheel spun and disembodied voices squealed, "Wheel of Fortune." A blonde nymph, Vestal Virgin in the Temple of Mammon, raised her slim arms in a gesture of demonstrative worship towards a Mazda light truck and a revolving platform, partitioned into 3 rooms crammed with consumer durables. A curtain fell swiftly in front of her and her temple, and the camera shifted to our host, Pat Sajak, who smiled pleasantly and then introduced the nymph, emerging radiantly from behind the curtain, as our co-host, Vanna White. Then Sajak introduced the 3 contestants, each backed by a great sun painted red and yellow and blue. There was Phil Loper, a sophomore from the University of New Mexico, Heather Daly, a psychology student at UCLA, and Mark Steimer, an administrative assistant in a communications company. As nice a bunch of young people as you could hope to meet. The atmosphere was of a mutuality of good feelings so pervasive that even in its forced moments it had an innocent authenticity, much like Vanna's smile and eager cries as she urged on the players. The studio crowd was encouraged to applaud, but they seemed to want to applaud anyway. Only the players themselves appeared a bit self-conscious as they 142, 143 shouted, $1,000, at the wheel and clapped resolutely as it revolved. With each victory came an implacable ritual. Sajic announced to Mark the dollar value of his win, say, $3,000, and attention shifted to the heaped-up prizes, as Mark peered at an off-camera billboard listing the available goodies and their dollar values. TD like the Caribbean cruise. Now we're talking, said Sajic gleefully. And for $1,999, the pine bookcase. Fine with me, and that takes you down to $495. For $400, I would love the mantel clock. And that leaves you $95 in gift certificates. And now, let Jack tell you what you've got. And then came, with anonymity from the heavens, the deep voice of Jack. They're beautiful, Pat. Mark, we start with Hamilton's Monticello mantel clock, key wound, 8-day, walnut solids and veneers, gentle triple chimes, furnished by Hamilton, retail value $400. Now, this impressive arch front bookcase is a reproduction of an early Spanish design. It's carefully crafted in pine with panel doors at the bottom. And, finally, we'll fly you and your guests to Miami, to a new superliner, the Fun Ship Holiday, cruising 7 days to St. Martin, St. Thomas, and Nassau, all furnished by Carnival Cruise Lines, retail value $2,900. Jack's voice kept us company as the evening wore on. Next, a solid maple serving cart with butcher block top which slides open to reveal an ice well with cutlery drawer, hanging stemware rack, slat bottom shelf, rolling casters that lock in place, all for just $450. And next is a trip to San Francisco, where you may enjoy the warm hospitality and friendly services furnished by Western Airlines. In San Francisco you'll spend 2 nights and 3 days at the Holiday Inn at Fisherman's Wharf, where you'll receive special attention and service, making your stay in this delightful and scenic city a memorable one, at a total retail value of $606. Wheel of Fortune shows are taped for about 12 days each month, with sometimes as many as 5 half-hour shows recorded per day. Mark was a 3-day winner, so he didn't look too upset when he lost a bonus round chance to win the $7,000 Mazda light truck. He already had $15,120 worth of prizes in his possession, including 2 vacations. With a 144 final radiant smile, Vanna bade him and his girlfriend, Dana, farewell as they stepped out into the night. *Core. A commodity appears, at first sight, a very trivial thing, easily understood. Analysis shows that in reality it is a queer thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. Karl Marx, capital I. How long does it take to pick up a dollar bill? Arthur Laffer. Las Vegas police set up a decoy operation in a Skid Row area. An officer disguised himself as a vagrant and slumped against a palm tree pretending to be asleep, prominently displaying a $10 bill from his jacket's breast pocket. The purpose of the operation, the decoy said later, was to provide an opportunity for a dishonest person to prove himself. Oliver, a derelict, walked by the decoy, then turned back, nudged him with his foot, and warned him that the police would arrest him if he did not move on. When Oliver noticed the $10 bill, he reached down and took it, saying, "Thanks, homeboy," as he did so. The decoy and 2 watching officers arrested him. Convicted of larceny, he was sentenced to 10 years in jail. The court finds that Oliver was entrapped. Nevada Supreme Court Proceedings, July 31, 1985, as reported in Criminal Law Monthly, March 1986. Ours is a society, the vagrant Oliver would surely agree, with the most refined sense of discrimination about what constitutes the legitimate proceeds of luck and application, and what pertains to the less wholesome pursuit of getting something for nothing. And it is no small part of the genius of Merv Griffin, inventor of Wheel of Fortune, that he understood the sense of discrimination. Griffin has said that the game developed from his memories of long car trips with his family when he was a little boy. He and his sister would play Hangman, the game where you guess the letters of someone's name. In the early 70s, Griffin blended an element of Hangman with the old carnival wheel, thus fusing what the French essayist Roger Caillois once isolated as two of the four basic types of play, the agon, or contest, and alia, or chance. The agon category includes games of skill, such as chess, tennis, football. Alia includes roulette, cards, dice games of fate. Each Wheel of Fortune program opens with both the image and reality of chance as the great wheel is spun. The player finds, most often, that the 145 wheel has bestowed somewhere between $150 and $1,000 in the opening round, and the chance to call a consonant. Decryption and gambling then march forward arm in arm, as the player presses his luck with the wheel, thus racking up dollars to make appropriate inroads into the pile of commodities while filling out the puzzle board with intuition and common sense, occasionally buying a vowel to help things along. Pat Sajak, Vanna White, and producer Nancy Jones all expressed uncertainty when asked to account for the show's extraordinary success. "I'm really at a loss as to why it works," Sajak said. Vanna took the view that it's a fun game that everyone of all ages can play at the same time, instead of watching all the murders and crime. Nancy Jones separated out three elements. First, the game allows for strong home viewer participation. Second, she was determined at the outset that the prizes had to be things people would really want. We were the first show offering top-quality luxury prizes. We thought in terms of Tiffany, whereas it used to be stuff from the basement of Kmart. Finally, Jones said, the staff took great pains to find contestants from outside the usual Southern California pool. The game itself has changed hardly at all through the years, though Jones said people are getting better at it. Griffin and Jones make up a lot of the puzzles, with input from the rest of the unit, and Jones keeps a very close eye on the prizes. She buys some of them directly, while others, after she's indicated what she has in mind, are handled by Pick TV. The objects thus sponsored are, of course, donated in exchange for their endorsement. The selection of contestants in an unending process. Each month Pat, Vanna, Nancy Jones, and staffers Harv Selsby and Peggy Lavelle take off for a new city to find players. In a 2-day stint in Atlanta at the start of April, they conducted 4 interviews a day of 150 people each, thus winnowing down 1,200 of Georgia's finest puzzle solvers to the tiny group that would finally be invited to travel, at its own expense, to Burbank. Once in lift-off mode at Burbank, waiting for the final call, the contestants are given a series of briefings by Harv and Peggy, by the compliance and practice people ever alert to the possibility of cheating, and by Pick TV on the all-important topic of the prizes. What does the staff look for in contestants? Well, said Peggy, we ask ourselves, do they have energy, personality, a sense of humor? Are they having fun? We don't want to have people who are introverted. Not that they aren't people, but on the game show it's that little extra spark the contestant brings that adds a lot to the game. Just as Peggy and Harv were rounding off their account of the rights to 146 passage of competitors, I could see 3 of them being shown this particular day's stock of prizes. No unauthorized contact with contestants, pre-show, is allowed, but I joined Karen Griffin, assistant to the producer, as she wandered around the prizes making sure everything was just so. Merv Griffin has said that Wheel of Fortune gives Middle America the excitement of a shopping trip along Rodeo Drive. Actually, the prizes are dead center middle class, exactly what the average rational American would buy if God suddenly bestowed an extra fistful of dollars. Karen said that audiences use the show like a sales catalog, calling up to ask where that bookcase or brass lamp came from. The lights went up, the crowd filed in, the wheel began to spin. When all goes well, a Wheel of Fortune show builds, across the half hour, to a climax and dramatic resolution through the substantial victory of one contestant over Fortune's wheel. That night it was the turn, and the triumph, of Dolores Rovnak, a young housewife from Redondo Beach. At the end of the first half hour alone, she had won Le Creuset of America Blue Cookware, $350, Krupp's Small Kitchen Appliances, $358, a Taylor Woodcraft Gourmet Serving Cart, $450, a Service Merchandise Gift Certificate, $142, a pair of tea caddy lamps, $280, a Hitachi Compact Disc Player, $450, a Suzuki Portable Keyboard, $532, a Van Cleef & Arpels 18-karat gold and diamond scalloped shaped ring, $1,300, and, finally, what Jack's oleaginous tones announced as a guarantee to fly you and a guest from Los Angeles to New Orleans, where you may long remember your week's stay at the Bienville House in New Orleans's French Quarter. It's close to historic sights and sounds, furnished by the Bienville House, retail value $2,238. In the next two games, Dolores won another $15,460 worth of prizes, including a RCA video camera and recorder, $2,320, a Sony stereo cassette, $400, a Sharp video recorder, $600, and airline tickets and a 3-day stay at the Hotel Coronado in San Diego, $960. Finally, the bonus round. Sajik asked Dolores to give him 5 consonants and a vowel, and Dolores offered LNRSTE. Up on the puzzle board went ERE, with indications that the puzzle was a phrase of 2 words. Dolores had 15 seconds, and after about 8 she cried out, medium rare, thus winning a Mazda hatchback with AC, radio cassette, floor mats, freight, tax and license, $9,079. I saw Dolores right after the show as she was busily signing forms put in front of her by someone from PIC TV. On one of them I noticed a sinister little note saying, income tax information, please understand that the retail value of the prizes listed above are manufacturer's suggested retail price and are not necessarily the fair market value which must be reported to the U.S. Internal Revenue Service for federal income tax purposes. You may forfeit any prize won for income tax purposes. Notification of 147. Such forfeiture, however, must reach us 3 days after tape date. Dolores was understandably excited. What do you do, Dolores? I'm a homemaker. What does your husband do? He's an electrical engineer for a major aerospace company, here in L.A. How come you're so good at Wheel of Fortune? I watch it in the morning. I watch it in the evening. For over 10 years. I practice a lot, ever since I was in junior high school and high school. It's my favorite game show. I tried a little over a year ago and I didn't pass the written test. So I was discouraged. I came back, made an appointment to come for an interview in July of '85. I passed the test. I played the game and they liked me. I didn't think they'd call me but they did, out of the blue, just when I was getting ready to call them back and make another appointment. How'd you guess medium rare? I like to eat. When I saw R-E, I knew. Have I got room for all this stuff? Well, Peel give some to my mother. I've got several sisters-in-law. I'm sure they could use some of the stuff. $30,000 in prizes. Boy, that's twice what I was making when I worked as an accounting assistant at Hughes Aircraft. It was the end of taping for the day. Vanna passed by, sighing. I'm exhausted. When I go home after doing 5 shows I usually die. She bathed me in a wonderful smile and moved on. Security guards paced watchfully round Dolores's prizes. The puzzle board went dark and the wheel came to rest. OK. Consumption is the sole end and purpose of all production. Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations, Volume 2. Will has revived good, clean American greed. People magazine. The appellant shot his 72-year-old grandmother, Pearl Clemens, with whom he lived, through the heart. He robbed her of several $1,000s, which she carried in a pouch in her brassiere, and took change belonging to her which he found in the house. The testimony was uncontradicted that the 72-year-old Pearl was so drunk immediately prior to her murder that she was sitting on the living room floor, leaning against the sofa, without her glasses on. Although she was seen shouting, cursing, and pointing her finger at the appellant because he had allowed her 16-year-old mentally retarded protégé to attend a Christmas parade, this conduct would not constitute legal provocation for a killing. In fact, the 148th appellant told the 16-year-old that he killed Pearl because she had a demon and he needed money. South Carolina Supreme Court, June 3, 1985, death sentence affirmed, as reported in Criminal Law Monthly, March 1986. Wheel of Fortune isn't about greed. Greed is young Clemens robbing and murdering his granny, capitalism at its worst. Wheel of Fortune, by contrast, is a stately mime of capitalism at its best, celebrating that sine qua non of the system, the circulation of commodities. It is a Keynesian parable about the creation and satisfaction of demand in an egalitarian society in which all competitor consumers are created equal in the eyes of Pat Sajak and, with the appropriate injection of capitalist good luck and capitalist hard work, earn the right to the prizes, which are sanctified in their life-enhancing, economy-boosting properties by the divine Vanna. The competitors I saw were not crazed with greed. Indeed, both Mark and Dolores seemed much more excited by the fact that they had won than by what they had won. Dolores referred to her treasures rather disparagingly as stuff, and was plainly relieved that she would be able to dump much of it on her in-laws. Indeed, she had a positively Brechtian objectivity about the mime. Her account of her efforts to get on the show was couched exactly in the idiom of someone trying hard to get a job. This objectivity was sustained when it came to the prizes, as though Dolores recognized that it was absurd to have both an RCA and a sharp video recorder, yet simultaneously accepted the entirely correct proposition that, as presently constituted, American capitalism can survive only if the consumer buys as many video recorders, microwave ovens, etc. as the home will hold. There's no hoarding on Wheel of Fortune, no obeisance to the exigencies of capital formation, the need for thrift, and other virtues dear to the heart of the Chamber of Commerce. The game, because it is an idealized representation of the proper motions of the economy, does not pit competitors against each other, it's all against the will and the limitations of their own skills. Even the losers don't seem too upset. Many of them have won something nice, and even the complete losers go home with a bottle of carpet cleaner. For all the talk of prizes, Sajak was right when he said, ours is not a big money show, relatively speaking. We've had a few instances where people have lost a 149 huge amount of money, but usually it's a few $100s. You get bankrupted, you lose a microwave oven. It's not a matter of life and death. The show is not vulgar. As Vanna has said, it's not hysterical, like The Price is Right. Who wants to look at screaming women at 7:30? In this orderly mime, there's no room for double entendres or the leers and heavy breathing of many other game shows. The theme is, young and old, Pat and Vanna, Dolores and Mark, all are in this together, advertising right down to the clothes Pat and Vanna wear this demonstration-only model of the way life ought to be. And if there are people like Clemens out there shooting their grannies, who, as Vanna so rightly asks, wants to watch that? American Film, July/August, 1986. T will say this, though. If I were given a choice to be aboard one ship during a nuclear attack, I would pick this one. Captain Fogarty of the New Jersey. Militarizing the Tortugas. I clambered into a tiny seaplane on Memorial Day and, since it seemed to be a suitable occasion on which to ponder the role of military thinking and planning in American life, flew 69 miles west from Key West where the Florida Straits meet the Gulf, to inspect one of the most striking military follies of the 19th century, still enduring testament to the acts of madness to which the concept of national security can drive an idle mind. Today Fort Jefferson is a hexagon of 16 million bricks, 50 feet high and 10 acres in extent. The vast interior expanse, which once echoed to the shout of command and the babble of those stricken by yellow fever, is now silent and bare, except for stray linden and buttonwood trees. When Ponce de Leon first came upon the anchorage and sandy shoals he named the Tortugas, in 1513, he did not seem to have considered them of any consequence. For the next 3 centuries his opinion was shared by most mariners, including Commodore David Porter, who, in 1825, reported to his superiors in Washington that the Tortugas could be easily blockaded and furnished scarcely land enough to place a fortification. Furthermore, Porter added, if such fortifications were attempted, the land would probably give way under them. Porter had sound engineering judgment but a bad sense of political timing. After the War of 1812 and ADM. Sir George Coburn's rampages through Washington, the big vogue in military thinking was shield defense, and the Army Corps of Engineers was hard at work planning the third system of coastal defense, a boondoggling mother lode that was still tunneling its way through annual military budgets by the time World War II broke out. In 1829 Commodore John Rogers visited the Tortugas and although the phrase force projection was still mercifully unknown, he did his best, predicting that if the Tortugas were fortified, the commerce of La Habana and even the homeward-bound trade of Jamaica would be subjected to its grasp. History would have been a more congenial affair if such vagrant mariners had kept their mouths shut. But Navy men always. IRS. 154. Want a base they can sail to, an outpost they will have to protect, so Rogers and his colleague Josiah Tatnall pronounced the Tortugas a magnificent resource and the damage was done. Shield defense steadily fortified the east coast of the U.S., leaving a trail of cost overruns and contented contractors. By 1846 work had begun on Fort Taylor in Key West, and the following year Horatio G. Wright of the Army Corps stepped onto a Tortugan islet and commenced the planning of Fort Jefferson. It was a momentous hour for the Army Corps, since construction of the fort entailed its first big submarine construction, a foundation 14 feet wide, 2 feet thick and a mile in circumference. So stout an underpinning was essential, since the plan called for 3 tiers, housing no less than 400 guns and quarters for 1,500 men. Pay ran from $3 a day for master workmen and $1.12 for common laborers. Slaves came at $20 a month to their owners. The sun blazed down mercilessly on the lonely site and the work was unpopular. The torpor spread to the Army Corps lobbyists and in 1851, with the fort still only 5 feet above ground, Congress cut off funding. The peril was awful and the War Department sprang to life. Congress was treated to lurid scenarios of revolutionary Cubans only a few days' sail from New Orleans, of menacing British fleets, of a Central America threatening to erupt, of a Mexico bursting with menace to the Republic. Only a fleet anchored beneath the great guns of Fort Jefferson could stop them. Funding flowed once more. Urged forward by warnings of frightful peril from the south, the builders labored on. As yet, no gun dignified this Gibraltar of the Gulf and by 1857 the inhabitants became more vulnerable than ever to the foes feverishly imagined in Washington. To cope with the dry Tortugas' well-known lack of fresh water, the Army Corps had devised a system of collecting rainwater in no less than 109 cisterns, but in 1859 Commodore Porter's suspicions turned out to be correct. Fort Jefferson was built on sand and not on coral rock. The higher it got the more it weighed and the more it sank a foot in 1859 alone. The walls cracked and salt water began to seep in. Most of the system became useless. Such omens were dismaying, but great was the joy of all when in 1861 guns arrived. Ultimately the great 15-inch Rodman smoothbores were mounted on the tiers, 25 tons of cast iron that could lob 315-pound shells up to 3 miles. Prudent would be the enemy warships on their way to ravage New Orleans and Pensacola that gave Fort Jefferson wide berth through the leagues of undefended ocean on either side. The gunners daily refined their skills so that a 7-man crew could load and fire the Rodman in 70 seconds and traverse it 90 degrees in just twice that time. They moved fast, but technology moved faster. Robert Parrott had invented his rifled cannon. In one Civil War demonstration its shells, War Fevers 155, smashed through the 8-foot-thick walls of Fort Pulaski in 9 hours. Built, like an aircraft carrier, essentially to defend itself, Fort Jefferson was obsolete. In 1863 it became a military prison. In 1865, fearing that added weight would cause disastrous sinking, engineers halted construction. By this time Fort Jefferson had reached its full height. Its immense galleries and barbicans were monuments to the bricklayer's art. But its active military service was over. The great magazine in the parade ground stood unfinished. No gun at Fort Jefferson had ever been fired in anger. It had deterred no foe, except in 1861 when, invited to surrender by the state of Florida, the Union officer in command invoked imaginary batteries and scared the foe away. In 1875 the fort was largely abandoned. In 1896 a new generation of Navy men tried again. Familiar phrases rolled off their tongues: the only harbor between the Chesapeake and the Rio Grande deep enough for battleships, here a fleet could renew its sinews of war. In 1898, the Maine anchored there, then projected itself into Havana Harbor, where it duly blew up. With the new century the Navy said Fort Jefferson would be ideal as a coaling station. At great expense piers were built and channels were dredged, 30 feet deep and 300 feet wide. It was a brave stand but the last, and in 1908 the Navy gave up and handed it over to the Department of Agriculture as a bird preserve. 2 years later a hurricane wrecked the coaling docks anyway. For a while it served as a quarantine station. In 1935 President Roosevelt declared it a national monument. Though militarily impractical, as Commodore Porter had instantly divined, the fort made a useful contribution to the gross national product. Such is the function of almost all national security. Between 1846 and 1860 it cost $1,259,113, about $16 million in today's money, remembering that the Consumer Price Index has gone up 1,118% since 1850. The fort's total costs, when the Navy turned it over, amounted to $53 million in today's money. It had brought profit and joy to quarries, lumbermen, masons, sutlers from Maine to Louisiana. It had injured no foe. To this day it affords pleasure to visitors, who can gaze upon the ruins and listen to the exuberant squawk of the sooty tern, nesting happily in the sanctuary that is the main consequence of such prodigious human labor. Wall Street Journal, May 29, 1986. Battleship America. No firmer symbol of Reaganite foreign policy, minatory, explosive, and antique has established itself this alarming year of 1983 than the USS New Jersey. This 41-year-old battleship was prominent in the mighty armada summoned by President Reagan to stand off the shores of Nicaragua and terrify the Sandinistas. Then the tocsin sounded in the Mediterranean in September and the New Jersey lumbered off toward Beirut to menace the Schauf and the Druze. If the U-2 evokes the age of Eisenhower and the AWACS that of Carter, the whiskered dreadnought now prowling the oceans of crisis nicely encapsulates Reaganism's armor-plated relationship to the modern world. 6 weeks before the New Jersey was told to go waggle its great guns at the Nicaraguans, it was making a portentous entry into Pearl Harbor, which from an altitude of 1,000 feet is where I first caught sight of that venerable vessel. As the great ship stood off Diamond Head and our helicopter dropped delicately toward its deck, the famous 16-inch guns were indeed the ship's most conspicuous feature. 9 of them poked grimly forward some 66 feet from their armored turrets. In the whole of the Second World War they had fired 771 times, 6,671 times in the Korean War, 5,688 off the coast of Vietnam. A salvo from all 9, the briefing material on my knee heartily informed me, will level almost anything standing within an area the size of 1 square mile. Like almost all such boasts about the capabilities of the world's only active battleship, this assertion is certainly untrue. But, even so, it seemed an occasion for gloom that in the summer of 1983 the guns were on the loose again and, though the ship had been hauled out of mothballs during both the Korean and Vietnam Wars, that this was the first time the 16-inchers had been reloaded at a time when the United States was supposedly at peace. Hours later, ship at anchor and light slowly draining from the wide Pacific sky, I looked west toward the Waianae Range. Through a notch in 156. War Fevers 157. Those hills, 42 years before, had come the first wave of Japanese planes. Commander Mitsuo Fuda, leading the attack, had looked down on Pearl Harbor stirring in the December dawn and radioed back the thrice-repeated code word Tora, complete surprise. The day of infamy had begun. 10 minutes later an armor-piercing bomb had penetrated the forward powder magazine of the battleship Arizona. She sank in 9 minutes, and her remains lie just beneath the surface of the water, a few hundred feet from where I now stood, with 1,102 skeletons still on board. The New Jersey had spent a good hour earlier that June day inching its way in from the mouth of the harbor toward the Arizona Memorial off Ford Island. Peering curiously at the landscape after a week's trip from Long Beach on the shakedown cruise, the bulk of the crew manned the rail in their whites, most of them lightly armed with cameras. Thick crowds of U.S. personnel from the base waved pleasantly, and on top of a warehouse a waggish gang of submariners held up a hand-lettered sign reminding the New Jersey that to them the battleship was still just a target. Standing level with the memorial behind them, the senior petty officer and the youngest man aboard jointly held a wreath as the ship's chaplain addressed the Heavenly Father, "Strengthen us, that we may also be solely dedicated to duty, honor, and country, loyal to shipmates and service, your loyal and obedient sons. Amen." The plastic wreath, upside down in the water, bobbed away to stern as the New Jersey moved toward its wharf. A civilian standing next to me pointed at the lonely Marine band tootling out a welcome on the wharf and burst into passionate complaint. "This is a shame. Where's the greeting committee? There's nobody here. The mayor didn't even come and we've known about the New Jersey's arrival for weeks." He was a Navy leaguer, and introduced himself as Kurt Lobsker, president of Hawaiian Financial Insurance Systems. After brief formalities my neighbor continued his lament, "This is one of the black days of Hawaii. I thought we would have a welcoming committee, dancers, local color. This is a big event in the state of Hawaii. The armed forces represent 30% of our income in the state, yet a current governor just doesn't care. He's not here either." I asked a midshipman what he thought the point of a battleship in the modern age was. "The point of it? To show the flag," he answered promptly. "It's like when a person drives up in a big Rolls-Royce. He's showing off. You drive up in a battleship and it's got a big American flag. It's the same thing, showing how powerful you are, what you can do." I was leaning on the rail, thinking about the flag and the dead men on the Arizona, when Commander Willenbrock, public affairs officer on the New Jersey, brisk and trim with dress whites all agleam, drew alongside. Captain Fogarty was hosting a small reception and Willenbrock's team. 158. Aghast at the prospect of pictures displaying Roy steering tars swigging down wine cup, had rigorously expelled all photographers and indeed most journalists. Partly because of the Navy's extreme reluctance to admit any unreliable observer to this revel, I had allowed my imagination to get seriously out of control. I pictured an aquatic jamboree of the sort favored by Lord Mountbatten when he was directing naval operations in the Far East during the Second World War, the cream of Hawaiian society, flirtations over the daiquiris, a symphony of gold braid, service whites, and summer dresses as the Ava Gardner of the islands flirted outrageously with Captain Cary Grant. This was not quite how things turned out. The affair breathed all the style and romance of the annual office picnic of a small-town bank. A fair slice of the visiting civilians did indeed seem to be bank managers, though I cannot be sure about the Japanese gentleman I found sitting in the captain's chair, looking thoughtfully toward the Waianae Range. The extreme decorum of the proceedings was ably preserved by the pinkish, almost transparent fluid ladled out sparingly to the sparse assembly. The band played a jaunty tune, visiting Navy officers congratulated Captain Fogarty on his command, and the sailors' voices echoed up cheerfully from the quayside as they headed toward the coarser comforts of Honolulu. Willenbrock eyed with almost tangible pride the New Jersey's magnificently scrubbed teak deck spreading away for hundreds of feet, the towering superstructure bristling with the latest in electronic gadgetry and the mighty 16-inch guns. He laid a hand on my arm with the complicity of a man certain that his sentiments are shared. "Off the record, Mr. Cockburn, you do agree that she's a beautiful ship, don't you?" There was an unprofessional intensity in his voice, an almost excessive flash of ardor in his eye. Like so many of the all-volunteer crew I had spoken to that day, Willenbrock simply felt terrifically proud of the New Jersey, with all the ingenuous enthusiasm of the person who had announced in the press kit Willenbrock had stuffed under my arm that each of the great guns could hurl the equivalent of a Volkswagen 23 miles. The comical symbolism of Battleship America, besieged by foreign imports, firing back salvo after salvo of automobiles at its tormentors from the gun muzzles of a 41-year-old dreadnought had evidently not occurred to the publicist. But then, large ships, and particularly battleships, have long had an allure that seems to vanquish critical faculties. Nikita Khrushchev, lamenting the desire of his own naval commanders for unnecessarily large craft, had a cynical reason: our naval commanders thought they were beautiful and liked to show them off to foreigners. An officer likes to hear all the young sailors greet his command with a loud cheer. That always makes a big impression. War Fevers 159. It was true that Captain Fogarty did not seem dissatisfied with his situation, as each visitor got a snappy salute from the sailor at the head of the companionway. But in fact the Navy had not been particularly keen on this third recommissioning of the New Jersey. Its original attitude to the proposal had been closer to that of a curator of the Metropolitan Museum, were he asked to go riding in Central Park in one of the equine armor sets from 16th century Germany. The third recommissioning of the New Jersey was in fact the brainspawn of a former pilot and Washington defense consultant called Charles Myers, who began pushing his cause back in the dog days of the Carter administration. But for the Reaganauts, massed beneath the banners of renewal and making America great again, one can see that the New Jersey must have had particular appeal. Swathed in armor a foot thick, its very structure spoke of an era when there was full employment in the mills around Pittsburgh, and the Volkswagen little more than a gleam in Hitler's eye. Its guns retrieved an age of simple percussive prowess, innocent of basing systems, silo vulnerability, and the provisions of arms limitation treaties. Although he gave every appearance of being an intelligent fellow, I feared, during his allocution, that Captain Fogarty had fallen victim to the complaint called battleship mindset. The occasion was a small press conference in his cabin, convened once the ship had been safely brought to anchor. After some pleasantries about the arrival in Hawaii, the conversation turned to what military men like to call the survivability of the New Jersey under conditions of war. Now the one thing firmly lodged in the minds of journalists about the realities of modern naval warfare is that during the Falklands War the Argentines fired an Exocet missile at a British destroyer called the Sheffield, and gutted it. Captain Fogarty was ready. The question is asked, what would I do if an Exocet missile were to hit the ship? Before I answer that, let me precede it by telling you that there is not a more survivable ship in the world than the New Jersey. As for the Exocet, I would not worry about it at all. It would be like a bee sting to me. I recall Admiral Halsey's statement when he was asked, "What would you do if a kamikaze were to hit your ship?" He replied, "I'd probably pass the word, sweepers, man your brooms." It's similar. I'm not worried about Exocet missiles. It seemed, from the answers that followed, that Captain Fogarty stoutly believed that the New Jersey was indestructible by any force devised by man or God. God forbid, Captain, a man from a local television station finally burst out impatiently, would one nuke take care of the New Jersey? Captain Fogarty took the shot without blinking. I don't know. That is a question that is hypothetical and hard to answer because we 160 haven't really tested it. Before we could absorb the full implications of this remark, he hurried on. I will say this, though. If I were given a choice to be aboard one ship during a nuclear attack, I would pick this one. It's a modest comfort to think that in the event of outbreak of the Third World War at least 1,527 men aboard the New Jersey will feel that they could not do better by way of shelter, but even the Pentagon and Congress might have had reservations about spending $240 million in refitting a floating bomb shelter. So, what, in the last analysis, is the New Jersey for? Captain Fogarty had a rather cryptic way of putting it, when I asked him. I think perhaps we have been a little too defensive in our concept of operating ships. This ship is an addition to our fleet that is offensive. This ship is built to go in harm's way. Charles Myers has put it more bluntly, with the two words forcible entry. As Myers has explained it, and as Captain Fogarty was perhaps delicately hinting, one of the tasks the Navy may be needed for in the 1980s is intervention in third world countries. Assuming that the locals were not terrified into submission by the mere sight of the New Jersey, the battleship would lie offshore and pump rounds of protective fire over the heads of the Marines splashing up the beach. Enemy marshalling yards, bridges, troop concentrations, and warehouses further inland would be hostage to these same big guns, and targets beyond their 23-mile range could fall victim to the Tomahawk cruise missiles, tipped with either nuclear or conventional warheads. Myers went about Congress with a fine model of a battleship of the Jawa class, to which the New Jersey belongs, in his briefcase. To senators such as Jeremiah Denton of Alabama, who had the misfortune to be shot down while trying to knock out the Ton Hoa Bridge in North Vietnam, Myers indicated that the bridge was within range of the New Jersey's guns and there should have been no need for 50 U.S. planes, Denton's among them, to be shot down. Some congressmen may have been interested, but the Navy was far from enthusiastic. For one thing, a number of weapons designers and engineers opposed to the Myers scheme had a rather different estimate of the power of the New Jersey 16-inch guns. By the time of the Vietnam War, the myth had grown up that the mighty projectiles lobbed onto the Korean coastline from the New Jersey had been almost mini-nuclear in their devastating effect. Far from it, the critics said. Both shore bombardment shell and armor-piercing shell tended to burrow into the ground on impact. The result was a deep crater and not much else. The next problem was accuracy. Gunnery skills had been in decline since the Second World War, and the low trajectory of shells fired from sea level did not improve matters. A ship constantly shifting in position could not accurately adjust its fire, either. U.S. planes may have taken from 1965. War Fevers 161. To 1972 to drop the Ton Hoa Bridge unused by the Vietnamese for the final 3 years anyway, but there was no record that naval gunnery had performed any better against such targets. One of the arguments in favor of recommissioning the New Jersey for Vietnam had been the cheaply available stockpile of shells left over from Korea and World War II. When these crater makers turned out not to be quite as useful as originally conceived, the Navy started buying anti-personnel cluster shells, costing about $30,000 a round, which did kill a lot of civilians, thus firming up enemy morale, while leaving the soldiers secure in their foxholes. Meanwhile, the Navy was growing increasingly nervous at the thought of having nearly 2,000 men aboard a major ship within range of the Russian-supplied Comer-fast boats with which the North Vietnamese were equipped. These boats had Styx missiles, which, whatever Captain Fogarty may say about the Exocet, could do the New Jersey a great deal of damage. After only 6 months active duty, the New Jersey was once again inactivated, on December 17, 1969. As it now patrols the high seas, alert for forcible entry, the New Jersey seems prey to illusions about the past and the future. The forcible entries, that is, the contested landings of the Second World War, did not demand just one battleship firing a stately 2 rounds a minute from its big guns. Even after a curtain of softening fire from an entire fleet, the Japanese would emerge from their foxholes and wreak fearful destruction on the landing Marines. The future is embodied in the fancy electronic wares which eventually won the support of the Navy and the large arms contractors for the recommissioning of the New Jersey, an event which finally occurred on December 28, 1982, the Tomahawk missiles, the Vulcan Phalanx close-in weapons system, the IN/SLQ-32 electronic warfare system, SBS-49 radar, and so forth. Festooned with the costly wares of General Dynamics, McDonnell Douglas, Martin Marietta, Raytheon, and other concerns, the New Jersey may now be an emblem of the military-industrial intellectual complex, but its actual prowess both aggressive and defensive may not have been significantly enhanced. It is now becoming widely accepted that complex and hence expensive electronic weaponry does not work particularly well, and the stuff aboard the New Jersey is no exception. The Vulcan Phalanx, for example, is designed to fill the air with lead, 3,000 rounds of 20 mm projectiles a minute, and thus explode an incoming missile. It's a chancy business at the best of times, and matters are not improved by the fact that the relatively light ammunition can strike the incoming missile, ignite but not detonate it, and thus cause a flaming explosive warhead to hit the ship. The vaunted Tomahawk cruise missile has performed dismally in its tests. The nuclear version relies on a TERCOM guidance system to steer it. 162. Toward the target. This system, which relies on contour mapping programmed into its computer, becomes sadly confused over such featureless terrain as snow or thick foliage. The conventional warhead version needs a TV guidance system with image matching to home it in satisfactorily on the target. This has been causing the manufacturers dreadful problems, as has their inability to get the missile to rise near the end of its trajectory before taking a terminal dive into its target. A recent letter from the General Accounting Office to Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger remarked, apropos of the TLACM/C conventionally warheaded Tomahawk, we recommend you direct the Navy to limit its acquisition of these missiles to the 44 already funded until an effective terminal maneuver capability can be demonstrated. As things stand at the moment, the Tomahawk with conventional warhead can only hit the target horizontally, which means that the enemy has only to surround its target with chicken wire or trees which will cause the warhead to detonate. It seems slightly unfair to belabor the New Jersey with all these criticisms, rather like taunting a stately old bull. As the sailors aboard confessed, its purpose is essentially histrionic, to show the flag and strike terror into the foe. In a press conference on October 19, Ronald Reagan was repeatedly asked about the security of the Marines in Beirut. The interrogator likened their situation to the French at Dien Bien Phu in 1954. Maybe, Reagan replied, the French at Dien Bien Phu, in that terrible defeat, didn't have a New Jersey sitting offshore as we do. 4 days later over 240 U.S. Marines were blown up, and the New Jersey couldn't do a thing about it. If a symbol has to be found for Reaganism in mid-course, plying the high seas of nostalgia and grim intentions, the recommissioning of the New Jersey serves well enough. Vanity Fair, December, 1983. Top Gun. The July sun beamed hotly upon San Diego, upon West Market Street, and upon assorted members of the Top Gun film unit hanging about outside the Barbecue Beach Bar. Inside the bar, director Tony Scott was giving advice and encouragement to Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis. Cruise plays the part of Maverick, a headstrong young pilot going through Top Gun, a rigorous training program for Navy pilots. McGillis plays Charlie, a civilian instructor. They were enjoying themselves at the Barbecue Beach Bar with Maverick's good buddy and flying partner, Goose, known in real life as Tony Edwards, and Mrs. Goose, aka Meg Ryan. Actually, no one inside the bar was particularly enjoying themselves, since the premises were filled with smoke, wafted by fans, belching from strategically placed hoses, all in the interest of the look planned by Scott, noted for his stylish work in The Hunger. Outside on West Market Street, I was waiting for a talk with producer Jerry Bruckheimer, and brooding on the similarities from the journalist's point of view between covering a film on location and a political campaign. The most evident similarity is, in fact, exactly what I was doing outside the barbecue beach bar, waiting and watching someone do the same thing over and over again. On the campaign plane or bus, one waits for the interview and watches the stump speech. On the film location, one waits for the interview and watches the retakes. In both situations, the journalist is eyed with mistrust by the objects of his attention. Politicians and filmmakers tolerate his presence only because they hope for favorable publicity, even though realism and bitter experience mostly persuade them that the journalist will do all the harm he can and only the good that he must. The journalist joining a campaign or a shoot will find himself excluded by a web of intimacies, shared jokes, and illusions built up by the campaign team or unit. Mostly he can't even tell who's sleeping with whom, and can have only the haziest idea of what is really going on. And the journalist must know that the nicer his behavior and the more 163. 164. Deferential his questions, the more the politicians and the filmmakers will despise him. There is one big difference all the same: you eat a lot better on a film location than on a political campaign. If film crews had even to look at the swill served up to journalists on a campaign plane, they'd be on strike in a minute. To understand the full background to Top Gun, we could, of course, go as far back as Ho Chi Minh's time as a pastry cook in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in London, but all you need know is 1. The years 1944 and 1945 saw the births of, respectively, Jerry Bruckheimer and Don Simpson, thus launching careers that in the fullness of time intertwined and led the men to co-produce Flashdance and Beverly Hills Cop. 2. By 1968, U.S. fighter pilots were having an unexpectedly hard time of it in the skies over Vietnam. The exchange ratio was 1-3, meaning that the U.S. Navy and U.S. Air Force were losing one plane for every 3 enemy planes downed. 3. The U.S. Navy sent Captain Bud Alt to figure out what was going wrong. Alt's report said that the pilots, over-reliant on the high-tech equipment with which their planes were laden, didn't know the fundamentals of air-to-air combat, otherwise known as dogfighting. 4. Consequent upon Alt's report, in the spring of 1969 some instructors with the F-4 Phantom Training Group at Miramar Naval Air Station just north of San Diego set up the U.S. Navy postgraduate course in fighter weapons tactics and doctrine, renamed later the Navy Fighter Weapons School, and familiarly known as Top Gun. 5. When the air war over Vietnam resumed again in 1972, Top Gun teaching got results. The exchange ratio went from an official 1-3 to an official 1-12. 6. In May of 1983, California Magazine published an article about Top Gun by Ehud Yoni. At a point in time not long thereafter, Jerry Bruckheimer flipped through this same magazine to page 95, saw a full-page photograph taken by a Top Gun instructor called Lt. Comdr. C.J. Heater Heatley, and, after due consultation with Don Simpson, determined that this was a project in which they might take a professional interest. As Bruckheimer puts it, I opened this page, and I saw this helmet streaking across the sky and it said, Top Guns. Don was on the phone and I flipped it to him and he said, we've got to buy this. War Fevers 165. It was now mid-1985 and much had happened since Bruckheimer had first spied Heater's photograph in California. He and Simpson had gotten the go-ahead from Paramount, and secured a story from Jim Cash and Jack Epps, a screenplay from Warren Scarron, and full cooperation from the U.S. Navy. The one thing on my mind as I waited for Bruckheimer was the whole post-Vietnam syndrome, new patriotism, us versus the world fever then in its psycho-terminal Rambo phase. I'd just heard an audience in Key West, Florida, shout USA for 5 minutes as Rambo mowed down the yellow men. Bruckheimer, slight and pleasant, came up and we sat down in the shadow of one of the laden catering trucks. Why did you want to make Top Gun? It just intrigued us. Don and I both grew up in Middle America. Our tastes are what other people want to go and see. So we see this as a kind of our Star Wars on Earth. We just shot a scene in the radar room of the USS Ranger and they have all this wonderful technology, and it looks like something George Lucas created. Bruckheimer beamed affably and sipped at his can of soda. An American Airlines jet, plunging down over Interstate 5 onto a runway of the San Diego airport, roared horribly as Bruckheimer made a series of remarks that seemed to end with the words sex in a car wreck. I thought you said sex in a car wreck. I did. I said the Top Gun pilots all have this wonderful bravado the way they talk and walk and stand. When I went to college, I sat in a classroom with bright, handsome kids. I was always envious. That's what these pilots remind me of. I think the public should know about these guys. The public should know what it's like to do a night landing on an aircraft carrier. The pilots say it's like sex in a car wreck. That's why we picked the Navy, because their pilots have to land on those carriers. But Jerry, don't you think there's a Rambo element in all this, making this kind of movie right now? Bruckheimer seemed to be expecting the question. At least, he glanced meaningfully at Marcia Robertson, the publicist who was sitting with us, and answered with emphasis. That's not what we're trying to do. We see something that interests us. We don't follow trends. Flashdance was very risky. It was a fairy tale. Here we're trying to tell a story about a really strong character who has to test himself, and when he does, he loses his courage and then regains it. Also there's a wonderful romance and, Bruckheimer paused for a moment, a pursuit of excellence. That's what the story's about, nobility of purpose, how to compete against each other to be the best. It's not jingoistic. You don't think people will stand up and shout USA when the 166 MiGs get shot down. It could be MiGs, it could be anybody. It could be Darth Vader. You have to have competition in films. We're really not trying to make a jingoistic movie. The audience is going to enter a fighter pilot's world. We call this a process movie because it gives the public an insight into something they would otherwise never see. When I was growing up I wanted to be a photographer, but the only photographers I ever saw were the guys who did weddings and bar mitzvahs. We'd like to educate the public. Bruckheimer talked some more about excellence and the foolishness of any comparisons with Rambo, and then asked me if I was staying around for Animal Night. It was not the first time I'd heard about Animal Night. It had been item 1 on the agenda when Peggy Siegel, New York publicist for Top Gun, had given me my original briefing on what to expect. And then there's Animal Night, Siegel had shouted into the phone. These Top Gun pilots, who are the elite of the elite and everyone looks up to them, have this club night and girls from all over Southern California come and it's completely incredible. You've got to go to Animal Night. I told Bruckheimer I'd try to make it to Animal Night and wandered back into the barbecue beach bar. This film has nothing to do with Rambo or Reagan or War Fever, said Tom Cruise with even more vehemence than Bruckheimer. I'm not interested in making a propaganda film. This is not about the F-14, it's a film about the men who fly the F-14. These guys get up there and it's terrifying. They're not sitting in their seats hoping for a war. They love to fly. This film's about relationships, about independence, about understanding, about excellence. Bruckheimer had said that they had never wanted anyone but Cruise to play Maverick and, sitting at the back of the bar, amid the smoke, Cruise seemed indeed to be a pilot, in a flying jacket designed to set up the same sort of cultic vibrations as Jennifer Beals's torn sweatshirt in Flashdance. They're a breed of their own, Cruise went on raptly about the Top Gun pilots. It was interesting to me, their passion for flying, because they don't get paid a lot of money. They do everything 150%. One of them said to me, there are only a few jobs worth having: actor, rock and roll star, President of the United States, and a jet fighter pilot. Landing on a carrier at night, that's sex in a car wreck. Cruise returned to the question of what Top Gun was all about. In Risky Business, Joel was questioning capitalist society, asking himself, do you want to help anyone or do you just want to make money? So he became an extreme capitalist. He became kind of understanding of capitalism, but still having compass. War Fevers 167. Zion. My character in Top Gun, Maverick, he goes through real extremes, and he's not real worried about death. He likes to live on that edge. Now, if you have a bad day, you can go home. These guys, if they have a bad day on a carrier, they're dead. They go out there and risk their lives just for the passion of flying the F-14. Maverick's got a passion. So the message is that fighter pilots do die, not necessarily in war, but in carrier landings. The character goes through that. He's a better person. That afternoon, we drove up to Miramar to talk to the pilots. The base is wedged in the triangle above the convergence of Interstates 5 and 805. A large sign on the side of the hangar said, Fightertown U.S.A. The sticker on the back of the car next to us in the parking lot, with someone who looked like a special forces man getting out of it, announced, I'd rather be killing commies in Central America. Air war, so far as my next half hour inside the Top Gun hangar was concerned, seemed to be closely related to an electronic video arcade. They showed me the screen on which computerized simulations of their dogfights and training runs over the California and Arizona deserts are displayed for retrospective discussion. 3 little green dots appeared on the left of the screen, F-14s. On the right, 5 more green dots, MiGs. Up over the desert, they had been roaring toward each other at a combined speed of well over 1,000 miles an hour. As they turned, the pilots were blacking out under the pressure of gravity. Down here, the little green dots inched forward. Even smaller green dots, shaped like bullets, appeared. Phoenix missiles, my guide explained. The missiles crept forward, found their mark. Down went a MiG. They put me in the cockpit simulator to make my night landing on a carrier. Sex in a car wreck at last. I gripped the stick and looked at the tiny television screen in front of me, tried to line up, pulled sharply on the stick, and plunged so I was informed straight into the Pacific. Reality scampers after myth, which, in the case of Top Gun, rolls off the tongues of producers, actors, writers, publicists, and Navy pilots with the authority of scripture, to the general effect that before Top Gun, no one taught advanced dogfighting skills. In fact, the mid-50s, which gave us Elvis Presley, the Chrysler 300A, and many other good things besides, also gave us the first extensive formulation of air-to-air tactics, by John 42nd Boyd. Boyd, veteran of many missions over Korea, arrived as an instructor at the Air Force's Fighter Weapons School at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada, and advanced what had previously been a bag of dogfighting tricks to the level of chess. He taught move, counter-move, and counter-counter-move, and naturally no one would have listened to his theories except for the fact that Boyd had a standing offer to let anyone start on his tail, and if he didn't have them in his gun sights in 40 seconds. 168. He would pay them $40. If not, then the loser would pay him the $40. Boyd never had to pay out, and in due course formalized his tactics into the standard manual on the theory and practice of dogfighting. But Ehud Yonai wrote about Miramar, not Nellis. The Air Force had the right stuff. Give the Navy a break. The pilots, Noms de Guerre Jaws, Flex, and Jambo, described their first meeting with crews. Initially, we were very skeptical, said Jaws. The first time any of us saw him, he showed up with a ponytail and we thought, oh, no. But he's very responsive and a really professional actor. We went out drinking. He wanted to know about flying, and we wanted to know about parties and all the Hollywood stuff. So who debriefed who? We both lied to each other. The grass always looks greener on the other side. I think at this moment he'd do anything to do what we do, and around here, well, I'd like to get paid what he's getting paid. Jaws, Jambo, and Flex, all 29 years old and at the peak of their flying careers, were making about $37,000 a year. I asked them what it took to be Top Gun instructors. Extremely large penises, said Flex. He thought some more. You have to be able to fly your plane absolutely perfectly and also think what the other guy is going to do to you and how you can counter. It's like brain time sharing. Do you think about war? We have to. It's part of our job. People say, are you warmongers? And I say, no, for the most part, we're not. On the other hand, we're on a football team that's always practicing, but never gets to play. We work hard to be able to do something we don't want to do. But there is that frustration, because you want to test yourself. We have to keep emotionally cool and not let anything cloud us, said Jaws. It's so complicated up there. If you start letting waves of patriotism rule your actions up there, it's really going to cause problems. Talk about patriotism led back into the Rambo business and the whole context of Top Gun. The intent of the movie is maybe a little bit to take advantage of the newfound patriotism. And that's great. It's good for the Navy. We can't complain about the glamorization. We have an image. Think this is the first place and the only place I'll ever be in the Navy where people ask me for my autograph. So we do have the Top Gun image, but it's an awful lot of work, and 90% of this work is paperwork, preparing lectures, and so on. Jambo paused, and collected his thoughts. There was a thunderous vibration as an F-14 landed. The sign outside said, "The sound of freedom." To be perfectly honest with you, Jambo concluded, this is the best job in the universe and the ultimate in motorsports, as far as I'm concerned. War Fevers 169. It's the most expensive motorsport there is. It's very fast and it's very competitive. It's like a chess match and sex in a car wreck at the same time. Where does art meet life? Who is starring in whose movie? Jambo, Flex, Jaws, and the other Top Gun instructors plan and fly the combat sequences in the film. The only actual military engagement in which Navy pilots have been involved since the Vietnam War has been over the Gulf of Sidra, where in 1981 two Top Gun graduates shot down two Libyan planes. When Alt delivered the report that prompted the establishment of Top Gun, these three pilots were 12 years old. For all the computer simulations, the training flights, and the night carrier landings, the men at Top Gun are increasingly remote from actual combat, war. The man who can say, "I've been there" is extremely important, said Jambo. That's something we can't impart. I waited for Don Simpson in the Fort Rosecrans National Cemetery on Point Loma. The view was ridiculously sublime. The sparkling Pacific curved into the perfect harbor into which Juan Cabrillo sailed on September 28, 1542, now filled with much of the United States Pacific Fleet. Around me stretched the memorial markers, the final resting place, so a Veterans Administration brochure told me, for the Americans who were willing to fight and perhaps, to die to preserve American beliefs and ideals. Due to the high burial activity, the brochure added, Fort Rosecrans National Cemetery closed to interments, except for those in reserved grave sites. Outside in the road loomed the familiar catering trucks. In another bit of the graveyard beyond the road, the unit was tinkering with the Kelly McGillis character's Porsche, mounted on a flatbed truck. Simpson came across the grass toward me, stamping down angrily on the earth as though he suspected it of trying to steal his shoes. He launched into immediate explication of his troubles. There was supposedly a communication from the studio. They wanted two critical lines changed and Tom didn't feel it was right. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Simpson bounced up and down on his heels, a squat exclamation point among the grave markers. Why make the film? I like them, I like heroes. Flashdance was fabulistic, about overcoming your fears. The girl in Flashdance is a hero. Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cop is going to avenge the death of his friend, risk his life and career to do it, and be heroic. Top Gun is definitely about nobility, incredible nobility, dedication to excellence. Simpson looked at me sharply. It has nothing to do with jingoism, nothing to do with war. But Don, it does have to do with war. They're in planes which kill people. 170. It's about character. If you want to talk about politics, a left-wing movie is about peace and a right-wing movie is about war. This isn't a right-wing or a left-wing movie. Jerry and I happen to be apolitical. I'm not exactly proud of it, but I've never voted in my life. I'm a hardcore libertarian, born and raised in Alaska, third generation. This is a libertarian movie. Maverick is an iconoclast of the first order. I believe in iconoclasts. I'm not the sort of person you'd find in the military. I got out of the military on purpose. I wrecked a motorcycle and, shall we say, I managed to stay out of the military, even though I have a lot of guns around my house. That's the Alaskan in me. However, I like people and this is what this picture's about. As Simpson stopped for breath amid this torrent, an assistant came up with news of some fresh crisis demanding his immediate attention. He trudged off, promising to be back in 10 minutes. I leaned against the cemetery wall, happy to sun myself in peace for a while. A member of the film unit went through his martial exercises with disciplined ardor in front of a plaque with the Gettysburg Address on it. 3 workers from the Veterans Administration appeared and began to arrange some folding chairs, seemingly in preparation for a ceremony. One of them approached me. "When are you guys finished filming here?" he asked. "I don't know." "Why?" "We're waiting to bury someone." "Who?" He looked at a scrap of paper. "Jack Stern. His relatives will be here soon." I said I supposed that the film would no doubt be over without much delay and Stern's last rites could commence on time. Simpson came stamping back. The Navy, he said, was favorably disposed to his movie. They'd said no to cooperation over Officer and a Gentleman, and it was an enormous success. According to them, the recruiting level in the Navy went up over 20% when the movie came out. With Top Gun, they'd be in from the start. And the film is about character, not hardware. Simpson glared at me meaningfully. This led to them being favorable. And we are spending lots of money. Simpson explained that the Navy had established a complicated formula with the Paramount accountants to figure out how much to charge for use of fighters, pilots, aircraft carrier, and so on. Later, I had a report of how this had worked out in one particular instance. Out on the aircraft carrier, Tony Scott and his crew had everything lined up for a sensational shot of an F-14 coming in to land against a backdrop of the setting sun. As the last-minute countdown proceeded, Scott noticed with horror that the carrier's bows were veering off and that, in fact, the ship was changing course by a factor of 90 degrees. He rushed to the captain and explained that it was vital to proceed in the original direction. War Fever 17. After a brief calculation, the captain remarked that it would cost Paramount $25,000 to resume the original course. Scott hastily scribbled a check to the Defense Department and, in the nick of time, all was well. Outside the cemetery, on Cabrillo Memorial Drive, a small line of cars, headed by a Volvo, had formed. From them stepped mourners who headed purposefully in our direction. It seemed likely that they were the relatives of the late Jack Stern. Simpson peered glumly at them and said, "It was very important for us to show death in the film. We wanted to show reality. Up at Miramar, people die in Top Gun training. We're not interested in cartoon movies." The day wore slowly on. At last, Tony Scott said he was ready to see me. I rushed to his office. He began to explain the precise look he and Bruckheimer were after. He began to discourse on the role of smoke in manipulating light. An aide rushed in and whispered. I heard the words crisis and admiral. He said he would be back in a minute. I never saw him again. Waiting vainly for Scott, I remembered it was Animal Night. I drove north to Miramar with Marsha Robertson. Marcia put the top down on her Mustang and we whizzed along listening to Patsy Cline. It was the high point of the evening. Surveying the O Club with a practiced eye, Marcia announced that the Top Gun elite were elsewhere. So were the scantily clad dancers I'd read about in Yona's article. There were lots of very clean-cut younger persons drinking beer in a restrained fashion. We drove back gloomily to the travel lodge, where a sound man gave me a precise and expert account of regional politics in Mexico. Back in Washington, D.C., I had a long talk with a weapons designer. One thing the public isn't going to learn from Top Gun, he remarked finally, is that the F-14 is sluggish and poor performing. So what you have here is a $50 million fighter defending a $5 billion carrier, which is already being defended by $10's $15 billion's worth of escort ships, and so the carrier's main mission in life is to defend itself. It has only got 30 planes on board which can harm the enemy, and all that these attack planes, A-6S and F-18S, can do is drop bombs, that is, attack villages and cities, stiffen the enemy's will to resist and lengthen any war. It's true enough that the guys at Top Gun are pretty skillful, but even so, on the one hand, they've gone back to the long-range Phoenix radar missile, and on the other, a gross overemphasis on head-on encounters, which is not the way combat happens. So the pilots are being taught to fly a total turkey of a fighter and being given totally inadequate equipment. And they're flying from a floating fortress that's as obsolete as cavalry, and which will be at the bottom of the sea in the first 3 days of any war. So much for sex in a car wreck. But then, as Jerry and Tom and Don all said, Top Gun is about character and nobility and heroism, and the fact that these virtues are associated with fighter pilots in Top Gun 10 years. TOS. After the United States left Vietnam, in the era of the new patriotism, is entirely besides the point. American film, June, 1986. The Truth About the Blue Lagoon. About 500 miles north of the equator and nearly twice the distance from California to Hawaii is the atoll of Kwajalein. Some 90 islands with a total land mass of 5.5 square miles enclose a 900 square mile lagoon. This lagoon lies at the heart of U.S. nuclear strategy. All the plans and scenarios for massive response or counter-force strikes against the Soviet Union rely on the testimony of Kwajalein Lagoon, which is at the far end of the test range for land-based ICBMs launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The islands scattered along the boomerang-shaped curve of Kwajalein Lagoon have a similar historical significance. In the dreadful experience of their inhabitants, even though spared the horrors of some other Marshall Islanders, is etched a living history of the post-war nuclear age. Kwajalein Atoll, part of a trust territory of the United States, is a monument to the cruelty and folly of the trustee. The islands. In January 1944, 18 months before the first atomic bomb exploded over Hiroshima, American troops came to Kwajalein to liberate the Marshall Islands from the Japanese. In brief but bloody battles, the islands were quickly taken, with the help of 100 pounds per square foot of shells and bombs. When it was over, not one tree or shrub remained. After the war, atomic tests were conducted in other parts of the Marshall Islands, notably Eniwetok and Bikini. In 1950, the U.S. Navy summarily set up a base and evicted the inhabitants of Kwajalein, at 700 acres the largest and most populous of the entire atoll group. The inhabitants were dispatched to Ebi Island, 4 miles to the north and only 65 acres in size. I-73. 174. In 1959, the Navy abandoned its base, and the U.S. Army took it over as a site for ABM testing. The Army swiftly claimed more islands in the atoll, again sending their inhabitants to Ebi, which today has about 8,000 people. The U.S. taxpayer was not unduly burdened by these seizures. The Army paid 10 cents a year for the whole of Roi Namur, S5 an acre for other islands, and a premium price of $10 an acre for Kwajalein itself. Ebi now suffers in conditions scarcely to be found outside the slums of Calcutta. There is no grass and few trees. The roads are unpaved. There are no drains and the grey, Muddy sand is covered with raw garbage and sewage, which also sometimes pours from the taps of shacks housing from 15 to 40 people, who are forced to sleep in shifts. There is no drinking water, save what is brought across in buckets from Kwajalein. A planned sewage treatment works was abandoned in 1973. Because of budget restrictions, there are no coffins to bury the dead. 750,000 cans of beer per year play their part in anesthetizing the inhabitants, half of whom are under 14 years of age, from their misery. Visitors report seeing 10-year-olds too drunk to walk and 11-year-olds working as prostitutes for the U.S. personnel on Kwajalein. Education is not among Ebi's most distinguished features. The one elementary school can accommodate only a third of the eligible students, and they are taught in shifts. Epidemics have occurred. Against the slum that is Ebi, the island of Kwajalein presents a dramatic contrast: clean, with luxurious beaches, swimming pools, and other recreational and health facilities, including a country club called the Kwaj Lodge, another called the Yukway Yuk, and a PX known as Macy's East. To this paradise, formerly their own, some denizens of Ebi are permitted to come and work for $1.50 an hour, with each worker supporting an average of 15 family members back on Ebi. U.S. servicemen can buy chickens at 50 cents a pound on Kwajalein. The Micronesians pay $1.55 for gizzards, and on their return to Ebi are searched. Unauthorized purchases and even gifts are confiscated. The relationship between Kwajalein and Ebi is well evoked by the following account of Dr. William Vitarelli, former Trust Territory Liaison Officer for Ebi. During an epidemic of gastroenteritis, he testifies, the Ebi hospital ran out of intravenous fluids needed to sustain the lives of the Marshall Lace children, severely dehydrated from the profuse vomiting and diarrhea. I took one Marshall Lace child who was very ill and put her on a skiff, and motored 4 miles to Kwajalein where the Americans live. We also needed to borrow some intravenous solution to take back to Ebi. We were stopped at the beach by an American guard who would not let War Fevers 175. The child enter the island. She was Marshall Lace. The Marshall Lace nurse pleaded with the guard that the child was dying, and she could not receive appropriate therapy on Ebi. The guard did not permit the child onto the island. She died on her way back to Ebi. I went to the Kwajalein hospital. There I met with an American MD, and asked for the intravenous fluid that we needed. He also refused my request. I then went to the medical warehouse in Kwajalein and stole several cases of intravenous fluids and took them back to Ebi. The lagoon. Since the days of the Titan II, the Vandenberg/Kwajalein test range has been the only such facility for the Air Force's land-based intercontinental ballistic missiles. Every few weeks or months, a missile will arc above the atmosphere on its east-west trajectory, and then plunge down into the lagoon. From the test results are constructed the data that are the currency of nuclear deterrence and warfighting plans. Thus, when a nuclear strategist refers to the SEP of a Minuteman III with Mk-12A warhead as being /s of a nautical mile, he is saying that half the warheads from that missile will fall within a radius of 200 yards, with an alleged 70% probability of busting a Soviet missile silo. These entirely hypothetical figures are all derived from the evidence of the test range and the lagoon. What happens is this: the missile is fired, and its course and the performance of its onboard instruments are monitored. The missiles then drop into Kwajalein Lagoon after their 5,000-mile flight at varying distances closely measured and held in deepest secrecy from the target beacon. This process is regarded as ideal testing for a real war situation. There are serious differences between the test and the real thing, which produce something colloquially known as the bias factor. The test results are built up after a series of corrections in trajectory and instrumentation, even though in real war, the first launch will be the only launch. The missiles speed over a track which is probably surveyed with more precision than any other equivalent portion of the globe. The surveying is useful, for a missile is affected by the varying gravitational pulls of different portions of the Earth's surface and by atmospheric variations such as jet streams and surface winds. Even under the carefully controlled and surveyed conditions of the Vandenberg/Kwajalein range, missiles have displayed unpredicted biases over years of testing, veering off course because of unexpected variations. 176. Yet all predictions of ICBM performance are based on the Kwajalein figures, and the Russians draw similar deductions from the performance of their missiles tested between Tyuratam and Kamchatka. In a real war situation, the missiles will be traveling over unsurveyed terrain, north instead of west. The biases will be, and must theoretically always be, unpredictable. But supposed accuracy is the motor of all modern debate about nuclear strategy. The MX and indeed Reagan's latest arms reduction proposals are similarly premised on accuracy, the notion that the Russians could launch 2,000 warheads which would land within 600 feet of their objective, all at the same moment. The US response or even launch on warning preemptive strikes are similarly based on such delusions of accuracy. In 1974, Secretary of Defense James Schlesinger, the apostle of limited nuclear warfighting, denounced such suppositions of accuracy, and the nuclear theology constructed on them. On April 30 of this year, he returned to testify before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and once again stressed the all-important point. No newspaper saw fit to reprint his testimony. Happily, no one has ever fought a nuclear war. Not only have ICBMs never been tested in flying operational trajectories against operational targets, they have not been tested flying north, and this may or may not introduce certain areas of bias in the estimates of accuracy. Nuclear weapons have never flown 6,500 miles through space, with the accompanying acceleration and deceleration, and, therefore, we have no real test data regarding failure rates. Consequently, neither the Soviet Union nor ourselves has appropriate test data to buttress the estimates regularly made about either nation's strategic forces. For leaders on either side that may be enticed into considering the utility of a major nuclear strike, I would hope there would always be somebody there under such hypothetical circumstances to remind them of these realities. For these reasons, perhaps the dominant element in measuring nuclear forces against each other is the unknown and immeasurable element of the possibility of major technical failure. It would tend to dominate any outcome. Given the spotty Soviet history in dealing with modern technologies, one would hypothesize that this must be a constant worry of the Soviet leaders, regardless of what others abroad may say about the supposed superiority of their forces. In such careful language did this indisputable hawk say that no one could have the slightest idea of what would happen to missiles in a real war situation, and that the Russians do not realistically have the capacity for first-strike silo-busting assault that has prompted the Reaganite scramble to close the window of vulnerability against their SS-18s. War Fevers 177. Islands and Lagoon. Driven from their islands around the lagoon upon which the ludicrous edifice of nuclear strategic warfighting theory has been reared, the inhabitants of the atoll are crammed onto Ebi. And by 1982 they have had enough. The Marshall Islands, which include Kwajalein, are currently trying to change their status from a trust territory to a compact of free association. This boils down to the semblance of independence, with the U.S. entirely responsible for military and foreign policy, and essentially running everything. Kwajalein itself, which boasts of some of the most powerful political families in the Marshalls, is run by a body called the Kwajalein Atoll Corporation, a quasi-public organization that acts as the representative of all the inhabitants. It is made up of some 5,000 landholders, mostly on Ebi. The Kwajalein Atoll Corporation has a separate agreement with the U.S. for interim use of the atoll by the U.S. military. The agreement comes up for renewal this fall, and, given the mounting intensity of feeling on Ebi, the corporation has decided to put the status of the atoll to a plebiscite of its members in August. Feelings against weapons testing are running high, and the legacy of the nuclear age has engendered a powerful movement across the Pacific to clear the whole region of nuclear weapons and weapons testing. It is therefore quite possible that the plebiscite could result in demands by the inhabitants of Ebi for the U.S. to quit testing in the lagoon, and that they be allowed to regain their former islands. The tension has been aggravated by recent comments by Fred Zeder, U.S. envoy at the talks, on the status of the marshals. Zeder said the plebiscite was at best a cheap shot, unconscionable tactics, and he openly threatened that any attempt to disrupt operations at the Kwajalein missile range would be dealt with as any other cases of civil disturbance are dealt with when our national security is at stake. Inhabitants of the Marshalls know what demands U.S. national security is capable of making on them and their environment. The evidence is inscribed on Ebi, Bikini, Eniwetok, and one other island, which was the site of the first H-bomb test. Looking down from a plane, all you can see of that island's previous existence is just a deeper shade of Pacific blue. With James Ridgway, Village Voice, June 1, 1982. Terms of the trade. Hazen 3. Remember that the world turns slowly and that almost without exception what was true about a country 10 years ago is still true today. Life goes on as usual. Bear in mind Lord Northcliffe's sage advice to journalists: never lose your sense of the superficial. The need to tell. The psychopathology of journalism. Early in his memoirs, the great Victorian journalist Henry de Blowitz refers to his uncontrollable desire to get at the bottom of sensational reports. He was trying to explain why he became a journalist, instead of remaining a sober businessman in Marseilles. This was the best he could do. In a later chapter he discusses what was in universal opinion, the greatest journalistic feat on record, the publication, in the Times, of the Treaty of Berlin at the very hour it was being signed in Berlin. Needless to say, de Blowitz was the person responsible for this triumph. But plainly he felt some puzzlement about exactly why it was such a feat. To have published an important document before anybody else does not make you a great writer or even a great journalist. Any journalist by profession might have done what I did if he had said, "I will do it," and had thought over the ways of accomplishing his scheme. It was a feat in which neither talent nor science stood for anything. The story I am about to tell must not therefore be ascribed to vanity, but should merely be considered as the fulfillment of a duty to my journalistic profession, to which I am devoted. Evidently de Blowitz could see that detached readers might well have asked what exactly was the point of a feat in which the Times of London managed to print a document on a Saturday only through prodigious efforts and enormous expense, whereas this same document was freely distributed to every journalist in Berlin shortly afterward. At the heart of de Blowitz's confusion was his difficulty in confronting the fact that his sense of pleasure and triumph was that of the gossip, the person first with the news, suffused with the satisfaction of having slaked that uncontrollable desire to get to the bottom of sensational reports. Such, in essence, was the duty he felt towards his profession. Now, journalism has always been fair game for abuse, and though they may have made a fuss about Spiro Agnew, most members of the profession readily concede the fact. Indeed, the more seasoned of these members will 181. 182. Invariably commend Evelyn Waugh's novel Scoop to novices, explaining that this chronicle of mendacity, idleness, venality, and ignorance is a splendidly accurate distillation of their calling. But gossip is not one of the terms of abuse genuinely acknowledged. There are, to be sure, gossip writers enjoyed by the readers. Particularly in England, a good gossip page is regarded as a sine qua non of such papers as the Daily Mail or the Daily Express or the Evening Standard. More avowedly serious newspapers such as the London Sunday Times or the Observer acknowledge the need, with gossip columns purged of excessive prurience or outrageous snobbery. These responsible efforts are of course extremely dull. In the United States, prurient and snobbish gossip is reserved for the huge mass circulation papers like the National Enquirer, and sanitized gossip enjoys a brisk renaissance in Susie's and Liz Smith's syndicated columns, or in People magazine, or in the ever-expanding column in the New York Times also called People. But although gossip sells papers, the activity of gossip-mongering is still corralled off as an activity with which the serious journalist should not concern himself. The reason is surely that gossip-mongering is at the heart of the psychopathology of the trade, at the center of that uncontrollable desire de Blowitz was talking about. All journalists worthy of the name are gossips, but many of them find this simple urge, central to their calling, too distasteful to recognize. They often prefer to turn matters around and talk about the public's right to know rather than the journalist's need to tell. The gossip's ambition is to discover a secret, and the gossip's triumph is to reveal that secret, whatever treachery in the broaching of the secret may be involved. Back in the 19th century, Robert Lowe, de Bloet's boss as editor of the Times, remarked that the duty of newspapers is to obtain the earliest intelligence of the news and instantly communicate this to the readers. Which is a nicer way of saying the same thing: I've got a secret, and here it is. All the same, the exact psychopathology of the journalist is hard to figure out. No foundation that I am aware of has hired ex-journalists to promote a thoroughgoing inquiry. Journalists themselves are notoriously repressed about the wellsprings of their conduct, merely recognizing that the occupational hazards of their chosen career include alcoholism and a meager and probably impoverished old age. The great de Bloetz was interested in the tricky business of extracting gossip without being explicitly forced into a relationship where publication of the secret would be interpreted as a direct act of treachery and betrayal. "Tam going," he wrote, "for the benefit of younger journalists, to give a hint which a good many of them I know would do well to bear in mind. When a man gives a correspondent an important piece of news, the latter should continue to remain with him for some time, but change the conver. Terms of the trade 183. Sation and not leave him until it has turned to something quite insignificant. If the correspondent takes his departure abruptly, a flash of caution will burst upon his informant. He will reflect rapidly and will beg the journalist not to repeat what he has said till he sees him again. The information would be lost, and the correspondent would suffer annoyance that might have been avoided if he had heard nothing. A newspaper has no use for confidential communications it cannot transmit to its readers." Only the last sentence of de Bloet's admirable advice rings oddly. It is after all plain that newspapers constantly find use for confidential communications they feel they cannot transmit. They sit on them, glorying in the possession of knowledge but deterred by reasons of libel or taste or genuflections to national security from letting the readers in on the secret. There are other reasons why the gossip monger's excited babble is suppressed. The editors or proprietors may simply feel he is wrong. Official censorship may interrupt the confidential communication. This constant tension between primal gossip and eventual publication is the theme of Philip Knightley's book on war correspondence, The First Casualty. On the whole, it is an interesting, if slightly dogged account of how newspaper reports of almost every conflict since the Crimean War turn out, upon examination, to be unrelievedly mendacious. There are varying patterns of distortion. Either, as was often the case during the Russian Revolution, the journalist's own powers of observation were so contaminated by class prejudice that he was literally incapable of understanding what was going on around him. Or, as was famously the case in the Spanish-American War, the proprietor simply wanted a war, whether one existed or not. Or, in almost all cases, the military authorities and the civil government back home did not wish to have the population acquainted with perturbing information. Against such alliances of interest, the triumph of truth, as Knightley tells it, has been rare. The only problem about the book is what exactly Knightley considers truth to be. This is most conspicuously evident in his examination of the bombing of Guernica during the Spanish Civil War. Knightley starts with the proposition, originally advanced by George Steer in the London Times, that, in Steer's words, the object of the bombardment was seemingly the demoralization of the civil population and the destruction of the cradle of the Basque race. Knightley shows how such an interpretation of the bombing became a potent weapon in the hands of propagandists and sympathizers of the Republican cause. Then he quotes supporters of the Nationalists who claim that the bombing of Guernica was a brilliant propaganda coup by the Republicans. Finally, he calls up two authorities, Professor Hugh Thomas and Professor Herbert Southworth, to give their interpretations. He quotes Thomas as saying that the town was bombed by the Germans, probably not as a 184 shock attack on a specially prized city, but as one on a town where the Republican Basque forces could regroup. He quotes Southworth as agreeing that the Germans did the bombing and then as asking, why was it done? This is more speculative. There is nothing to show that the Germans wanted to test civilian morale. German documents tend to show that it was a tactical operation. Knightley now mops up, so Steyer's original accusations, the birth of the legend of Guernica, now stand contradicted. Thus it is clear that the correspondence made Guernica. If Steyer, and, to a lesser extent, Holm, Monks, and Corman, had not been there to write about it, Guernica would have passed unnoticed, just another incident in a brutal civil war. There seem to be several problems with this triumphant conclusion. First, the quotations from Thomas and Southworth seem much more tentative than Knightley's comment would warrant. Second, Knightley seems to demand some ethereal definition of objectivity and restraint from correspondents like Steyer. They would presumably have been allowed by Knightley to report that Guernica had been bombed, that the war factory outside the town had not been attacked, that it was market day and the civilian population had been machine-gunned as it fled to the fields, that the town had been laid open with high explosives and saturated by incendiary bombs. But there they would had to have stopped, prevented by hindsight from saying that it was a shock attack or that the Germans were trying to test civilian morale. In sum, they should have concluded with the sedate observation that this is just another incident in a brutal civil war and, presumably, a war in which many atrocities have been committed on both sides. The heart of the matter is that the psychopathology of journalism has no place for untoward ideological enthusiasm, and untoward ideological enthusiasm is exactly what Knightley feels he is sniffing in the Spanish Civil War. The true journalistic gossip tells his secret, heedless of the consequences. But Knightley's book makes it dismally clear how easily this small pure urge to communicate is extinguished, and how easily it is compromised. Journalists may start with the pure urge to tell all, but their working lives are spent in environments profoundly hostile to this primal desire. Knightley has chosen the most conspicuous environment, that of war. For the record, it should be added that Knightley says that my father, writing under the name Frank Pitcairn for the Daily Worker, was unfit to report the Spanish Civil War, insofar as he was writing copy supportive of the Republican cause, to the exclusion of adverse material, and also because he wanted other people to share his belief. So Knightley calls him a propagandist, a label my father would cordially accept. They have different views of the trade, but in the end it's Knightley's quest for the truly objective war correspondent that seems to be vain. Terms of the Trade 185, where it may simply be absolutely impossible for the truth to be communicated. Readers may come away with the comforting illusion that things are better in peacetime. But it does not take too long to see that then too the gossip stands in permanent danger of blunting his edge. Can he truly say what he knows about business, about law enforcement, about government? As a gossip, he has to have sources who can and will deceive him, use him for their own ends, reproach him for indiscretions, cut him off from fresh material. Social gossip is all very well, because the subjects like to read their names in the newspapers, even attached to vaguely disobliging remarks. What about powerful people who do not wish to see their names printed in the newspapers? The gossip moves about his village, but each day faces the neighbors too. He modifies and inflects his news accordingly. If. Stone shows, in compiling his own splendid newsletter, a slightly different method, less amenable to contamination. He did not move along the usual gossip circuits, but preferred rather only to read source material, congressional reports, budgetary statements. And in that way he remained immune from the compromises to which his colleagues almost invariably fell prey. Many of them had inside stories, embargoed, off the record, on deep background, too heavy with advocacy. They had the wherewithal to satisfy that basic lust to be first out with the secret, but lacked the freedom, or eventually the inclination, or indeed the moral passion, to satisfy it. Such disappointments do not make journalists cynics, as is popularly believed. They make them despair. Despair is a central part of the psychopathology. For the handmaiden of gossip is treachery, the record is never off, the tape recorder is always on. Usually the macho of the trade precludes self-awareness, as did the general feeling of journalists that they were a rough, low lot without the leisure for introspection. but journalism seems to be becoming a more respected or rather self-respecting profession. Perhaps more self-analysis is on the way. One hint of this can be found in a book edited by a journalist and his wife called The First Time, in which a number of prominent people talked about their first sexual experience. A couple of journalists are in the collection, giving the inside story on their first time's primal gossip again, and I was much struck by the contribution from the columnist Art Buchwald. Toward the end of it he says, "I had hang-ups and guilt that didn't help. I put women on a pedestal, but fundamentally I was very hostile to them. I was trying to get even with my mother. Trying to get even with your dead mother is one of the most futile drives. There's no payoff. A lot of revenge fucking of that sort goes on. But I can't do it. I can't be cruel. I can have fantasies about being cruel, but I can't do it. I used to have a lot of rape fantasies, and my being Jewish, they had to do with fucking wasps." 186. Country club girls, the girls at Palm Beach or the girls at Smith and Vassar. My fantasies were always of making it with the unreachables, and if you've got a good imagination, your sexual fantasies are always better than anyone possibly could really be. Barney Collier says that Douglas Kiker told him that Buchwald likes him to tell stories of sexual conquest over lunch at Sans Souci. Art sits enthralled. When Doug pauses in his story, Art is afraid it's over too soon and goes yet. And Doug, who wrote 2 long novels, prolongs the climax. Art loves it, Doug said, especially when I get to the fucking part. He keeps saying, yeah. It's a quintessentially journalistic passage, one gossip relating the gossip of a second gossip who himself is admitting to gossiping to a third person who is quite prepared to gossip about himself to yet another gossip who is putting together a book about first sexual experiences. It's too early for a complete theory of the psychopathology of journalists, but I would commend to investigators Heinz Kohut's essay on narcissism and narcissistic rage in volume 27 of the Psychoanalytic Study of the Child. Kohut talks about the desire among those suffering narcissistic rage to turn a passive experience into an active one. Then he reports the case of Mr. P. Mr. P., who was exceedingly shame-prone and narcissistically vulnerable, was a master of a specific form of social sadism. Although he came from a conservative family, he had become very liberal in his political and social outlook. He was always eager, however, to inform himself about the national and religious background of acquaintances and, avowedly in the spirit of rationality and lack of prejudice, embarrassed them at social gatherings by introducing the topic of their minority status into the conversation. Although he defended himself against the recognition of the significance of his malicious maneuvers by well-thought-out rationalizations, he became in time aware of the fact that he experienced an erotically tinged excitement at these moments. There was, according to his description, a brief moment of silence in the conversation in which the victim struggled for composure after public attention had been directed to his social handicap. Mr. P's increasing realization of the true nature of his sadistic attacks through the public exposure of a social defect, and his gradually deepening awareness of his own fear of exposure and ridicule, led to his recall of violent emotions of shame and rage in childhood. The New York Review of Books, December 11, 1975. How to be a foreign correspondent. Resolving to consider the nature and practice of foreign news gathering, I originally had it in mind to center attention on C.L. Sulzberger. It seemed to me, following his intrepid, unending voyage through the capitals of Europe, that in the end one would have a lexicon of clichés, an immense word hoard of all the banalities any man could ever set down about foreign affairs. It seemed to me that C.L. had become the Mariner 10 of journalism, a typewriter rushing through the vastness of space, pulsing back its twice-weekly message. Perhaps one day the typewriter will fall silent, perhaps it already has, but through a time lag across the light years one feels the messages will still come, datelined Vienna, or Paris, or Rome, and one will feel that although the man himself has departed, his column will adorn the New York Times op-ed page forever. The ground he covers is tremendous. The old files bear witness to his prodigious energies. Here he is in Israel speaking to a most authoritative Israeli official, now in Italy, then briefly back to London before setting off for Athens and Istanbul. Late in 1971, we find him briefly in Vienna, pondering the 100th anniversary of Stanley's discovery of Livingstone. During Stanley's leisurely era, a taste for lonely adventure and for uninhibited literary composition were essential. In those nostalgic days the roving reporter was a kind of verbal aristocrat. Boldness of spirit, elegance of style and frequently astonishing knowledge were the assets he combined to prepare literary reports for an audience that depended on newspapers for immediate understanding of the spacious world about it. It is a poignant cry. 187. 188. CL is the summation, the Platonic ideal of what foreign reporting is all about, which is to fire volley after volley of cliché into the densely packed prejudices of his readers. There are no surprises in his work. NATO is always in crisis. There is and always has been an opening to the left in Italy. He never deviates into paradox. His work is a constant affirmation of received beliefs. C.L. Sulzberger is much too experienced a hand to avoid the obvious whenever he has a chance to grapple with it. We find him in Nairobi, face to face with the course of events on the Dark Continent and, sure enough, we find that Africans are accustomed to dwelling in tribal societies and respect authority. The greatest question for the next generation of leaders is, can nation-states in the future be maintained over the disintegrating thrust of ancient tribalism? This is expert stuff, fulfilling the first law of all journalism, which is to confirm existing prejudice, rather than contradict it. So, armed with Sulzberger's maxim, never shun the obvious, let us see how the foreign correspondent should address himself to the world. There are certain blank areas one should simply keep clear of. Australia and New Zealand, for example, vast territories covered with sheep. Nothing of any interest has ever been written about New Zealand, and indeed very little is known about it. In Australia, if it becomes absolutely necessary to go there, one can touch on convict heritage of the inhabitants, tendency of prime ministers to drown themselves, Philistine nature of Australian sea above and erosion of the Great Barrier Reef. Do not get into discussions of the Japanese invasion and Australian race laws, or even the future of the Australian Labour Party. Moving north a little we find ourselves nearing New Guinea. This is simple stuff, headhunters face to face with the 20th century. Interview a worried district officer. Speak of the menace of the modern world for these simple, yet unpredictable tribes which are usually coated with white clay. Are oil companies about to exploit assets which some geologists speculate may equal those of the Middle East? Indonesia, first of all, is a teeming archipelago. It is still shaking itself free of the confused yet charismatic leadership of Sukarno. There was a massacre, but the wounds are healing. There are contrasts. Wealth coexists uneasily with desperate poverty. There are Muslims. The students may be becoming discontented with the rule of the generals. There is much U.S. investment, which so far has done little to adjust the stark contrast between rich and poor. Now we are in Malaysia, where one of the few successful examples of counterinsurgency occurred. Under the wise leadership of Sir Robert Thompson, the Chinese communists were rooted, relative contentment. Terms of the trade 189 prevails. Hurry on to Singapore and stay at the Raffles Hotel. Interview Harry Lee, ask him why he has jailed all his political opponents. Singapore is a fast-growing economic center. It has a powerful class of Chinese businessmen whose sympathies may well lie with Singapore's powerful neighbor to the north. We are now into Southeast Asia proper. Some simple rules for a complex subject, analyses of Laotian, Thai, Cambodian or Burmese politics are strictly for professionals or addicts. Speak of the timeless rhythms of the countryside wherever possible. Never underestimate the Buddhists. Always revisit places. Be careful about Burma. Most people cannot remember whether it was Siam and has become Thailand, or whether it is now part of Malaysia and should be called Sri Lanka. Past now, to Hong Kong, a time bomb, but also a listening post. Hideous contrasts between rich and poor. Highest suicide rate in the world. It teams. Avoid Macau, which is for gamblers only and is seedy and run down. Go straight to China. A few simple rules: always get an interview with Zhou Enlai. He is civilized, but a dedicated revolutionary. He has an uncanny command of detail. Be careful about China. It may have peaked as a growth subject, but it still is quite safe to be very favorable about it. Japan. You can be much more racist about the Japanese than most other people, e.g. they can only copy albeit superbly Western inventions. Fearful pollution, no street maps. Workers are intensely loyal to their companies. Tanaka is dynamic but beset by problems. Back to Japan. What about militarism? What about soy sauce? Stress unease about Western intentions. Let us quicken the pace a little, for there is much ground to be covered, and the presses are waiting. Up and away we go, past the Philippines, where Marcos is brushing questions about democracy impatiently aside, ever intent on dragging his country into the 20th century and on putting an end to corruption, past Tahiti and down. 190. Into our all-purpose Latin American country. It seems to symbolize the problems of a young continent, still scarred by its conquistador heritage. An impoverished Indian population has little say in the fortunes of a republic scarred by rampant and soaring inflation, presided over by an aging dictator, backed by a junta. Young officers in the Air Force are plotting an ill-fated but bloody coup which is deplored by thoughtful but troubled intellectuals, uneasily aware of their great neighbor to the north which they view with mixed emotions. The country has long democratic traditions which have been reluctantly abandoned. Armed with a newfound sense of responsibility, the Catholic hierarchy is pressing for a return to cherished democratic norms. Shanty towns sprawl. Roads cleave the fast receding jungle which itself is squeezed between the slashing spine of the Andes and the superb beaches, playground of a newly affluent middle class. The romantic appeal of Castro can nowhere be sensed. There is, on the other hand, abundant evidence of American investment, though seasoned businessmen view the future with caution. For though the country craves strong government, they note the growing power of the trade union movement and seething discontent among the students. The university is closed. Away we go again, high over Canada, conscious as always of its neighbor to the south, over Iceland covered with geysers and surrounded by fish, and down towards Europe. General features are immediately evident. There is a crisis in the common market, a crisis in relations with the US, a crisis in NATO, a huge immigrant laboring population. But we relax at once, for we are in London where the civilized pace of life can be observed. Class distinctions are as subtle but as emphatic as ever, even though smiling policemen constantly pause to give us street directions. The city is stuffed with theatres. We are, however, perturbed by the state of British industry, disrupted by strikes, prey to the demands of a powerful trade union movement which is supported by indolent workers. It is clear, as we observe the tolerant affection in which the royal family is held, that Britain has lost an empire but not yet found a role, and that thoughtful Britons still believe the US to be Britain's best friend, and that in the EEC Britain may prove a valuable counterweight to French designs. Spain is afflicted by the Basque problem. With its abundant population of small farmers and mutinous workers, France seems still enslaved by the heritage of Descartes and de Gaulle. There's a lot of Gallic logic around. The buildings are very clean, but the small markets of rural France seem to be fast disappearing in the face of American-style enterprises. On the whole, we leave with a sense of optimism, for it seems that Gaullist illusions of grandeur are a thing of the past, even though fervent belief in the destiny and civilizing mission of La France remain. Terms of the Trade 191. Belgium has a language problem, too, as Walloons battle it out with Flems. But Brussels is a soulless city of international institutions, so we pass on to Germany. At once we are conscious of a dilemma. Has the country finally exorcised the nightmare of Hitler, or does the new interest in Hitler presage a return to the ugly passions of the 30s? All Germans work extremely hard, leading to constant trading surpluses and frequent revaluations of the mark. Italy is a nightmare. Venice is sinking, workers are constantly on strike, neo-fascism is gaining new adherents, corruption is rife and the cabinet is in crisis. The Christian Democrats, in power since 1947, have just closed the door on the opening to the left. Avoid Austria, home of Bruno Kreisky, former center of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, birthplace of Hitler, and, indeed, avoid Scandinavia, too, even Finland, uneasily aware of its giant neighbor to the east. There is little to detain the zealous newsman here. Even the passions of Eastern Europe have died down. The old wounds of '56 in Hungary seem to be healing and Cardinal Mindszenty has left. Poland still has its drunks and its Catholics and its openness to modern strains in Western art. No one knows where Dubček is. Romania seems still determined to steer an independent diplomatic path but shows little signs of any relaxation of the iron grip of the Communist Party. Bulgaria is still Russia's closest ally and as befits the homeland of Rose Adder is always first to toe the Kremlin line. Yugoslavia is troubled by Croats but seemingly gone are the brave years when Tito defied its neighbor to the far north. We can see only the dim outline of Albania, once the West's only listening post to the immense enigma of China, now merely enigmatic. The USSR is for the specialist, but here are a few tips. Try new cities in Siberia, sturgeon poaching in the Caspian, the old men of Azerbaijan invigorated by a diet of kasha and goat's milk, pollution of Lake Baikal, disappointing harvest in the Virgin Lands, no bath plugs in the old-fashioned Victorian hotels, foreign factories on the Volga, nostalgia for years of Stalin, abiding fears of German militarism. A quick swing through Turkey, still heaving itself into the 20th century, conscious of the heritage of Ataturk, its sky aglow with the gilded minarets of Byzantium. Outside the complex Middle East we are mostly left with India and Africa, the world's largest democracy and a continent in many ways still dark. There is much to choose from: sacred cows, religious sects, the Vale of Kashmir, legacy of the Raj, the corrupt Congress Party, Jains, Westerners in search of truth, dust, starvation on an unparalleled scale. In Africa, the onward march of the Sahara, Kwashi-Orkor, tribalism, President Nyerere, South African labor laws, guerrillas in Mozambique, genocide, famine, still proud Maasai, once proud Tuaregs and still small pygmies. 192. We've done it. These are the basic rules. There are many subtleties, of course. The proper treatment of islands merits a whole chapter in the novice's manual. Then again, the treatment of a deposed leader, is he unceremoniously bundled into exile, stripped of his duties, long rumored to be ailing but dominated by an ambitious wife whom many believe to hold the true reins of power? What about allegations of torture? Are they brusquely dismissed as fabrications, or widely accepted as having some basis in fact? There are problems of timing. When should one leave the war-torn scene of crisis? After the shooting has stopped, 1 month after that, 6 months later? Should one go back? By and large avoid the underdeveloped or third or newly emerging world. Reporting of famine and mass starvation holds little consistent appeal for Western readers, and unrestrained speculation about the probable number of dead merely bewilders and depresses people. Stick to the main highways of Western diplomacy and American policy. Remember that your cliché hoard is for consolation and affirmation. Never be premature in any criticism of your nation's policy. Remember that the world turns slowly and that almost without exception what was true about a country 10 years ago is still true today. Life goes on as usual. Bear in mind Lord Northcliffe's sage advice to journalists: never lose your sense of the superficial. Happy landings. Moore, May, 1976. The Pundit. There was a term, nicely indicative of the morbid sensitivity of most journalists, which was much in vogue on the press planes and buses of the recent campaign: Bigfoot. One would hear it hissed in just those accents of horror familiar to fans of biblical epics, where the sleeve of a mendicant is inadvertently turned back to reveal the diseased skin beneath. Leper. Bigfoot was used to describe any senior officer of the press permitted by status and function to leaven fact with advertised opinion. Whether a Joe Kraft, an Anthony Lewis, or a Hugh Sidey, the reaction provoked among the troops was analogous to that to a general visiting the trenches in the First World War. Among the smoke of press releases, the steady roar of campaign oratory, the screams of the wounded scampering toward daily deadlines, he would make a dignified tour of inspection, briefly confer with the candidate and senior officers on the spot, inscribe a few paragraphs of sagacious observation in his notebook, and return to the soft life in Washington. When finally published, the Bigfoot's observations would be read by the troops he left behind him with spite and derision. How could the Bigfoot know that the sentiments of the candidate he recorded in Pittsburgh as novel and refreshing insights had been daily staples of the stump for the previous 6 months, that the stumbling and exhausted campaigner he espied in Austin had merely been suffering from a bellyache and was as fresh as a daisy the following day? The little feet, campaign regulars, would thus comfort themselves in some temporary bivouac a Howard Johnson, a Holiday Inn before trekking forward to the next deadline. Most journalists would like to be Bigfeet all the same, enjoying the good life on the op-ed page, with a mind relatively uncluttered by facts and a notebook nicely filled with opinions. The Bigfoot, or pundit, need not be in lockstep with the facts but is permitted by function to move fractionally athwart the prejudices of his publishers, his readers, and of course his regular sources. The Bigfoot is permitted by sociological function not. L 935. 194. Merely to report the lies of others but to contribute some lies of his own. Thus is he a senior officer in what we are pleased to call the opinion-forming process. The publication of Ronald Steele's Walter Lippmann and the American Century concerns the biggest foot of them all, a man by the measure of whose perceptions and social utility the opinion-forming profession must stand or fall. Yet scrutiny of Steele's excellent and pitilessly faithful account of Lippmann's life and works reveals that most of the time he was wrong about everything, consistently receptive to blunder, and that on the rare occasions when he was right no one paid the slightest attention. Consider the record. In 1914 Lippmann should have seen the writing on the wall. In consort with high-minded colleagues on the New Republic he was insinuating himself into the good graces of Teddy Roosevelt, but made the mistake of criticizing one of TR's onslaughts on Wilson. Roosevelt forthwith denounced the editorial board of the New Republic as being composed of 3 circumcised Jews and 3 anemic Christians. This should have accurately conveyed to Lippmann the constraints of access and the parameters of constructive criticism of the powerful. He was not deterred. In 1916 he was campaigning for Wilson, and by the following year brought untold suffering on the world by coining the phrase Atlantic Community, a pundit standby ever since. Another lifelong cliché he shouldered at this time was his perception of the general slouchiness and distraction of the public morale. By 1917 he was dressing up the unpalatable in terms of the exalted and justifying U.S. intervention in the First World War by saying that it would lead to a transvaluation of values as radical as anything in the history of intellect. He was also dodging the draft on the grounds that he wanted to devote all my time to studying and speculating on the approaches to peace. With no trace of self-consciousness he asked Secretary of War Newton Baker for an exemption, for the things that need to be thought out are so big that there must be no personal element mixed up with this. He added thoughtfully that D rather be under a man in whose whole view of life there is just the quality which alone can justify this high experience. Lippmann always knew how to flatter his sources and patrons, usually identical. In October of 1917, just as he was extolling the war as one certain to make a world that is safe for democracy, he discounted the inequities of domestic censorship by saying, "I have no doctrinaire belief in free speech." Subsequently engaged in the manufacture of propaganda in Europe, he proposed to explain to German and Austrian troops the unselfish character of the war, the generosity of our aims. Should aim to create. Terms of the Trade 195. The impression that here is something new and infinitely hopeful in the affairs of mankind. Only in 1930 did he bring himself to confess that the intellectual rationales he had provided Wilson to intervene might have been misguided. "We supplied," he brooded comfortably, "the battalions of death with too much ammunition." In 1922, in that execrable volume called Public Opinion, he produced the fully fledged pundit credo: "The common interests very largely elude public opinion entirely, and can be managed only by a specialized class." Lippmann thought that intelligence bureaus staffed with pundits would meet the need, and aid the outsider adequately. Simultaneously, amid fears in that year that too many Jews were going to Harvard, he was proposing that Massachusetts set up a state university to persuade Jewish boys to scatter. In 1925 he compounded the damage wrought by public opinion in the phantom public, where he concluded it was a false ideal to imagine the voters to be even inherently competent to superintend public affairs. Only the insider can make the decisions, because he is so placed that he can understand and act. The Sacco and Vanzetti affair brought forth a characteristic display of mealy-mouthed fence-straddling by Lippmann, who by that time was the chief editorial writer for The World. He sedately endorsed the infamous Lowell Report, which upheld the conduct of the trial, and finally, the day after the executions praised Lowell for suffering a disagreeable duty bravely. Measured as ever, Lippmann also doffed his hat to Frankfurter and others active in Sacco and Vanzetti's defense for their readiness to uphold the rights of the humblest and most despised. In 1928, hot for Al Smith, he naturally discovered a new Tammany that would bear comparison as to its honesty, its public spirit, and its efficiency with any other political organization which operates successfully anywhere in the country. That characteristic plunge into overstatement is, by the way, very common among pundits. But Lippmann also admired Herbert Hoover, which provokes Steele to remark another pundit trait. Two virtually identical candidates was Lippmann's idea of a perfect election. On the verge of the crash, with a new house and soundproofed study, and sustained by a higher salary, Lippmann was preaching a quiet indifference to the immediate and a serene attachment to the processes of inquiry and understanding. Democracy, he opined, cannot last long. It must, and inevitably it will, give way to a more settled social order. In 1931, at a dinner organized for him by Thomas Lamont of the House of Morgan, he discoursed on journalism and the liberal spirit. Who but a political hack can believe today, he told the assembled businessmen, lawyers, and jurists, that the fate of the nation hangs upon the victory of either political party? Who can believe that the cure for the corruption of popular government 196 meant to multiply the number of elections? Who can believe that an orderly, secure and just economic order can be attained by the simple process of arousing the people against the corporations? A luxurious cruise to Greece, courtesy of Lamont, followed 2 days later. In 1932 he displayed his usual acuity by attacking FDR as too cautious to take political risks, but came round to him rapidly, sustained by the counsel of one of his banker friends, who wrote to him that the hungry and the unemployed might be hard to handle this winter if we were in for 4 more years of the same policies and the same president. Before receiving this prudent advice, Lippmann had opposed the child labor amendment, a federal guarantee of civil rights, and the early payment of veterans' bonuses. When a proposal came up to provide pensions for the widows and orphans of veterans, he said that such special interest groups posed a menace not only to the budget but to popular government itself. Nor was Lippmann's attention restricted to domestic unrest. In 1933, just after books were burned in the streets of Berlin, he solemnly wrote that repression of the Jews, by satisfying the lust of the Nazis who feel they must conquer somebody and the cupidity of those Nazis who want jobs, is a kind of lightning rod which protects Europe. A week later he was praising Hitler for a genuinely statesmanlike address that expressed the authentic voice of a genuinely civilized people. The word statesmanlike is the traditional mark of the Bigfoot. No higher term of praise exists in his vocabulary, for it is the attribute of the ultimate insider executive, who is beyond mere politics or the sufferings of the Jews or other groups of humans, and who works purely for the higher good. In 1936 he was busy praising the British and the French for remaining neutral in the Spanish Civil War, since neither the legally elected loyalists nor the fascists were able or fit to organize government. As the Spanish Republic was forced to turn to the Soviet Union for arms, he duly noted that it had steadily degenerated into a proletarian dictatorship under foreign guidance. Chided later for this view, he confessed that my mind works like a spotlight on things, and it wasn't one of the things I was interested in at that time. So much for the Spanish Republic. In 1937 he was at it again, coming away from Europe with the feeling that the Western democracies were amazingly complacent, distracted, easygoing and wishful. A year later, concerned with distracted Europe's overpopulation problem, he suggested that 1 million surplus Jews be sent to Africa. You may have guessed that Lippmann went for Wilkie in 1940. In 1942, when hysteria about Japanese Americans on the West Coast was reaching fever pitch, Lippmann concluded after a visit that the whole Pacific coast was in imminent danger of attack from within and from without, and that the enemy could inflict irreparable damage through an attack supported terms of the Trade 197 by organized sabotage. His column naturally compounded the panic and helped prompt the relocation of Japanese Americans into concentration camps forthwith. Later, Lippmann, having partly caused the panic, tried to excuse the relocations on the grounds that they were necessary to protect the victims from the mob. Though he popularized the phrases national security and Cold War, Lippmann was relatively restrained and sensible in the post-war and McCarthy years. Being athwart official consensus, he consequently had no effect. The pundit can never inflect government policy, only explain or excuse it. In his more excitable moments, however, he called, in 1946, for a new mighty upsurge of new national economy to confront Russian aggression, urged the nation to be put on a war footing in the wake of the Prague coup of 1948, approved the dispatch of the 7th Fleet to the Strait of Formosa in 1950, and concluded in 1952 that it would be a catastrophe of enormous proportions, if Southeast Asia were to fall into the communist orbit. He approved the Anglo-French attack on Egypt in 1956 with a classic piece of "On the one handism, we may wish that they had not started, but we cannot now wish that they should fail." Love affairs with Kennedy and the early LBJ prompted a defense of the first bombing of North Vietnam as a test of American will. In 1965 he considered retaliatory airstrikes to be wise ventures, since they would put the U.S. in a better bargaining position for a negotiation. Knowledgeable of the corridors of power, he told Eric Sevareid and a CBS audience in that year that war hawks are not found in the interior and at the top of the White House. In the same year, too, he endorsed the U.S.-backed coup in the Dominican Republic. Then, somewhat late, he discovered that LBJ was a hawk, and that the war in Vietnam was a bad idea. Of the president he said sadly, in the distressed tones of the betrayed pundit, "He misled me." He went into opposition and, ultimately, exile in New York. Disillusion did not lead to wisdom. In 1968 he reported that there was a new Nixon, a maturer and mellower man. The emotions of contempt and mirth natural upon review of this catalogue of misjudgment should of course be tempered by pity. Any journalist who has swung himself into the saddle of punditry and bigfooted across country will know the temptations of the trade. It's bad luck on Lippmann that Steele had the energy to excavate the punditry of over half a century and lay out the results for all to see. Opinion columns were designed by God to have the same lifespan as a croissant. The problem is that we do not have, as the Russians do, a press that is self-evidently and admittedly controlled by the state. When the Russian leadership wants to write an op-ed about Zbigniew Brzezinski. 198. Statesmanship, the Central Committee gets around a table, chews a few pencils, and then puts the result in Pravda under a collective pseudonym. The column is then carefully studied by Pravda readers around the world as evidence of what the Kremlin thinks about Zbig. The poor Russians have never quite fathomed the complexities of opinion production this side of the Atlantic. They viewed Lippmann as someone roughly equivalent to a minister of information and made a great fuss over him when he came to town. They were generally correct in their estimate of him as a bipartisan functionary of the U.S. government, and were consequently bewildered when the U.S. Embassy would call up once in a while and tell them that the old sage was speaking for no one but himself, and that, to take one example, his tolerant view of their sphere of influence in Eastern Europe was not shared by John Foster Dulles. Lippmann was a special case in that he did not graduate to punditry after long years on the police beat, but parachuted into the editorial suite at a young age. He was born with big feet anyway, and probably emerged from the womb dictating a measured column on the first Japanese constitution, which was being promulgated around the time he entered the world. Punditry performs a couple of practical functions for newspapers. On the old principle that comment is free and facts are expensive, it takes care of a couple of pages on the cheap and gives the publisher a proper sense of his own importance to boot. It also provides a stepping stone for those on the way from the newsroom to retirement, a stint as sage in residence, and then the ink-stained old nag can be quietly let out to pasture. Clearly there has to be some form of government regulation to cope with the alarming pundit surplus. One answer might be to have a pundit Supreme Court, with the 9 pundits, nominated by the President and confirmed by the Senate, handing down opinions and dissents after all due consideration and consulting of precedent. Their conclusions would then be available to the news media for a modest fee. No other opinion columns would be allowed. In the case of consistent misjudgment here, Lippmann springs to mind, recourse to impeachment would be available. The only other solution would be to have some sort of primary system and election of pundits, so that every 4 years they could be answerable to the American electorate. Lippmann would not have liked that, and I doubt whether many of his successors would either. If there is one thing that causes a pundit unease, it's the instincts of the herd in war or peace. Harper's, December, 1980. The Tedium Twins. A preacher claims he is the Redeemer and says the poor are blessed. Should he be crucified? McNeil, good evening. The Roman procurator in Jerusalem is trying to decide whether a man regarded by many as a saint should be put to death. Pontius Pilate is being urged by civil libertarians to intervene in what is seen here in Rome as being basically a local dispute. Tonight, the crucifixion debate. Jim Lehrer, Robin, the provinces of Judea and Galilee have always been trouble spots, and this year is no exception. The problem is part religious, part political, and in many ways a mixture of both. The Jews believe in one God. Discontent in the province has been growing, with many local businessmen complaining about the tax burden. Terrorism, particularly in Galilee, has been on the increase. In recent months, a carpenter's son from the town of Nazareth has been attracting a large following with novel doctrines and faith healing. He recently entered Jerusalem amid popular acclaim, but influential Jewish leaders fear his power. Here in Alexandria the situation is seen as dangerous. Robin McNeil, recently in Jerusalem on a fact-finding mission for the Emperor's Emergency Task Force on Provincial Disorders, was Quintilius Maximus. Mr. Maximus, how do you see the situation? Maximus, Robin, I had occasion to hear one of this preacher's sermons a few months ago and talk with his aides. There is no doubt in my mind that he is a threat to peace and should be crucified. McNeil, Pontius Pilate should wash his hands of the problem. Maximus, absolutely. McNeil, IJC. Thank you. Jim Lehrer, now for a view from Mr. Simon, otherwise known as Peter. He is a supporter of Christ and has been standing by in a Jerusalem studio. Robin McNeil, Mr. Simon Peter, why do you support Christ? Simon Peter, he is the Son of God and presages the second coming. If I may, I would like to read some relevant passages from the prophet Isaiah. McNeil, thank you, but I'm afraid we'll have to break in there. We've run out of time. Good night, Jim Lehrer, good night, Robin. 199. 200. McNeil, sleep well, Jim Lehrer, J. Hope you sleep well, too, Robin. McNeil, J. Think I will. Well, good night again, Jim. Lehrer, good night, Robin. McNeil, we'll be back again tomorrow night. I'm Robert McNeil. Good night. Admirers of the McNeil/Lehrer report, and there are many of them, often talk about it in terms normally reserved for unpalatable but nutritious breakfast foods, unalluring, perhaps, to the frivolous news consumer, but packed full of fiber. It is commended as the sort of news analysis a serious citizen, duly weighing the pros and cons of world history, would wish to masticate before a thoughtful browse through the Federalist Papers, a chat with spouse about civic duties incumbent on them on the morrow, and final blameless repose. The promotional material for the report has a tone of reverence of the sort usually employed by people reading guidebooks to each other in a French cathedral. The weeknightly newscast's unique mix of information, expert opinion, and debate has foreshadowed an industry trend toward longer and more detailed coverage, while at the same time helping to reveal a growing public appetite for informational television. Nearly 4.5 million viewers watch the McNeil/Lehrer report each night during the prime viewing season. A program with meat on its bones, said the Association for Continuing Higher Education, in presenting its 1981 Leadership Award. The McNeil/Lehrer report goes beyond the commercial network's rushed recital of news to bring us in-depth coverage of single issues. There is a concern for ideas rather than video images. And they accord us the unusual media compliment of not telling us what to think, but allowing us to draw our own conclusions after we weigh conflicting views. And the handout concludes in triumph with some findings from a 1980 Roper poll. 3/4 of those polled said they had discovered pros and cons on issues on which they had not had opinions beforehand. Robert McNeil, should one man own another? McNeil, good evening. The problem is as old as man himself. Do property rights extend to the absolute ownership of one man by another? Tonight, the slavery problem. Jim. Lehrer, Robin, advocates of the continuing system of slavery argue that the practice has brought unparalleled benefits to the economy. They fear that new regulations being urged by reformers would undercut America's economic effectiveness abroad. Reformers, on the other hand, call for legally binding standards and even for a phased reduction in the slave force to something like 75% of its present size. Charlene Hunter-Gault is in Charleston. Charlene. Hunter-Gault, Robin and Jim, I have here in Charleston Mr. Ginn, head of the Terms of the Trade 201. Cotton Growers Association. Robin. McNeil, Mr. Ginn, what are the arguments for unregulated slavery? Ginn, Robin, our economic data show that attempts at regulation of working hours, slave quarters, and so forth would reduce productivity and indeed would be widely resented by the slaves themselves. McNeil, you mean, the slaves would not like new regulations? They would resent them. Ginn, exactly. Any curbing of the slave trade would offer the Tsar dangerous political opportunities in Western Africa, and menace the strategic slave ship routes. Lehrer, thank you, Mr. Ginn. Robin. McNeil, thank you, Mr. Ginn and Jim. The Secretary of the Committee for Regulatory Reform in Slavery is Eric Half-Measure. Mr. Half-Measure, give us the other side of the story. Half-Measure, Robin, I would like to make one thing perfectly clear. We are wholeheartedly in favor of slavery. We just see abuses that diminish productivity and reduce incentives for free men and women to compete in the marketplace. Lynching, tarring, and feathering, rape, lack of holidays, and that sort of thing. One recent study suggests that regulation could raise productivity by 15%. McNeil, I see. Thank you, Mr. Half-Measure. Mr. Ginn? Ginn, our studies show the opposite. McNeil, Jim. Lehrer, Charlene. Hunter-Gault, a few critics of slavery argue that it should be abolished outright. One of them is Mr. Garrison. Mr. Garrison, why abolish slavery? Garrison, it is immoral for one man. McNeil, Mr. Garrison, we're running out of time, I'm afraid. Let me very quickly get some other points of view. Mr. Ginn, you think slavery is good? Ginn, yes. McNeil, and you, Mr. Half Measure, think it should be regulated? Half Measure, yes. McNeil, well, I've got you to disagree, haven't I? That's all we've got time for tonight. Good night, Jim. Lehrer, good night, Robin. McNeil, did you sleep well last night? Lehrer, I did, thank you. McNeil, that's good. So did I. We'll be back again tomorrow night. I'm Robert McNeil. Good night. The McNeil/Lehrer report started in October 1975, in the aftermath of Watergate. It was a show dedicated to the proposition that there are two sides to every question, a valuable corrective in a period when the American people had finally decided that there were absolutely and definitely not two sides to every question. Nixon was a crook who had rightly been driven from office. Corporations were often headed by crooks who carried hot money around in suitcases. Federal officials were crooks. 202. Who broke the law on the say-so of the president. It was a dangerous moment, for a citizenry suddenly imbued with the notion that there is not only a thesis and antithesis, but also a synthesis, is a citizenry capable of all manner of harm to the harmonious motions of the status quo. Thus came the McNeil/Lehrer report, sponsored by public television funds and by the most powerful corporate forces in America, in the form of Exxon, AT&T and the Bell System, and other upstanding bodies. Back to Sunday school went the excited viewers, to be instructed that reality, as conveyed to them by television, is not an exciting affair of crooked businessmen and lying politicians but a serious continuum in which parties may disagree but in which all involved are struggling manfully and disinterestedly for the public weal. The narcotizing, humorless properties of the McNeil/Lehrer report, familiar to anyone who has felt fatigue creep over him at 7:40 Eastern Time, are crucial to the show. Tedium is of the essence, since the all-but conscious design of the program is to project vacuous dithering into the mind of the viewer, until he is properly convinced that there is not one answer to the problem, but two or even three, and that since two answers are no better than none, he might as well not bother with the problem at all. The techniques employed by the show enhance this distancing and anesthetizing. The receipt is unvarying. McNeil and Lehrer exchange modest gobbets of information with each other about the topic under discussion. Then, with McNeil crouching rather like Kermit the Frog in old age down to the left and peering up, a huge face appears on the screen and discussion is underway. The slightest discommoding exchange, some intemperate observation on the part of the interviewee, causes McNeil to bat the ball hastily down to Washington, where Lehrer sedately sits with his interviewee. By fits and starts, with Jim batting back to Robin and Robin batting across to Charlene, the program lurches along. The antagonists are rarely permitted to joust with one another and ideally are sequestered on their large screens. Sometimes, near the end of the show, the camera will reveal that these supposed antagonists are in fact sitting chummily, shoulder to shoulder, around the same table as Lehrer, thus indicating to the viewer that, while opinions may differ, all are united in general decency of purpose. Toward the very end, McNeil's true role becomes increasingly exposed as he desperately tries to suppress debate and substantive argument, with volley after volley of "we're nearly out of time, Congressman, in 10 seconds could you," and the final, relieved, "that's all for tonight." It's even important that McNeil and Lehrer say good night to each other so politely every evening. In that final, sedate nocturnal exchange. Terms of the Trade 203. Everything is finally resolved, even though nothing has been resolved. We can all go to bed now. And so to bed we go. The pretense is that viewers, duly presented with both sides of the case, will spend the next segment of the evening weighing the pro against the con and coming up with the answer. It is, in fact, enormously difficult to recall anything that anyone has ever said on a McNeil/Lehrer report, because the point has been to demonstrate that since everything can be contradicted, nothing is worth remembering. The show praised above all others for content derives its attention entirely from form, the unvarying illustration that if one man can be found to argue that cannibalism is bad, another can be found to argue that it is not. Actually, this is an overstatement. McNeil/Lehrer hates such violent extremes, and, by careful selection of the show's participants, the show tries to make sure that the viewer will not be perturbed by any views overly critical of the political and business establishment. Robert McNeil, should one man eat another? McNeil, good evening. Reports from the Donner Pass indicate that survivors fed upon their companions. Tonight, should cannibalism be regulated? Jim. Lehrer, Robin, the debate pits two diametrically opposed sides against each other, the Human Meat Eaters Association, who favor a free market in human flesh, and their regulatory opponents in Congress and the consumer movement. Robin. McNeil, Mr. Tooth, why eat human flesh? Tooth, Robin, it is full of protein and delicious too. Without human meat, our pioneers would be unable to explore the West properly. This would present an inviting opportunity to the French, who menace our pioneer roots from the north. McNeil, thank you. Jim. Lehrer, now for another view of cannibalism. Bertram Brussels Sprout is leading the fight to control the eating of animal fats and meats. Mr. Sprout, would you include human flesh in this proposed regulation? Sprout, most certainly, Jim. Our studies show that some human flesh available for sale to the public is maggot-ridden, improperly cut, and often incorrectly graded. We think the public should be protected from such abuses. McNeil, some say it is wrong to eat human flesh at all. Mr. Prodnose, give us this point of view. Prodnose, Robin, eating people is wrong. We say. McNeil, I'm afraid we're out of time. Good night, Jim, etc., etc. Trudging back through the McNeil/Lehrer scripts, the hardy reader will soon observe how extraordinarily narrow is the range of opinion canvassed by a show dedicated to dispassionate examination of the issues of the day. The favored blend is usually a couple of congressmen or senators, barking 204 at each other from either side of the fence, corporate chieftains, government executives, ranking lobbyists, and the odd foreign statesman. The mix is ludicrously respectable, almost always heavily establishment in tone. Official spokesmen of trade and interest groups are preferred over people who only have something interesting to say. This constriction of viewpoint is particularly conspicuous in the case of energy, an issue dear to the McNeil/Lehrer report. Economics of nuclear power, for example, was screened on November 25, 1980, and purported to examine why a large number of nuclear utilities were teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Mustered to ponder the issue, we had the following rich and varied banquet: the president of the Virginia Electric and Power Company, the vice president of Commonwealth Edison of Chicago, a vice president at Paine Webber, and the president of the Atomic Industrial Forum. The viewers of McNeil/Lehrer did not, you may correctly surmise, hear much critical opinion about nuclear power on that particular evening. On May 1, 1981, the report examined the problems and prospects of getting even more oil out of our ground. Participants in the discussion about oil glut included some independent oil drillers, and experts from Merrill Lynch, Phillips Petroleum Company, and the Rand Corporation. At least on May 1 the viewers had more than one person saying the same thing. On March 27 they were invited to consider the plans of the Reagan administration for a rebuilt Navy. The inquiring citizen was offered a trip around the battleship Jawa in the company of McNeil, and an extremely meek interview, conducted by both McNeil and Lehrer, of the Secretary of the Navy, John Lehman. No dissenting views were allowed to intrude, beyond the deferential inquiries of McNeil and Lehrer, both of whom, it should be said, are very bad interviewers, usually ignorant and always timid. By contrast, Ted Koppel of ABC's Nightline, a far better show, covering the same sort of turf, is a veritable tiger in interrogatory technique. The spectrum of opinion thus offered is one that ranges from the corporate right to cautious center liberal. One should not be misled, by the theatrical diversity of views deployed on the program, into thinking that a genuinely wide spectrum of opinion is permitted. Moldering piles of McNeil/Lehrer transcripts before me on my desk attest to the fact. The show would be nothing without Robert McNeil. Canadian, with a layer of high seriousness so thick it sticks to the screen, McNeil anchors the show to tedium and yanks at the hawser every time the craft shows any sign of floating off into uncharted waters. He seems to have learned on the evidence of his recent memoir, The Right Place at the Right Time, the elements of his deadly craft in London. Terms of the Trade 205. Watching the BBC and writing for Reuters. McNeil is a man so self-righteously boring that he apparently had no qualms in setting down the truth about his disgraceful conduct in Dallas on November 22, 1963. McNeil was there covering Kennedy's visit for NBC. The shots rang out and he sprinted to the nearest telephone he could find. It so happens that he dashed, without knowing its significance, into the Texas Book Depository. As I ran up the steps and through the door, a young man in shirt sleeves was coming out. In great agitation I asked him where there was a phone. He pointed inside to an open space where another man was talking on a phone situated next to a pillar and said, "Better ask him." I ran inside. Later, McNeil writes, I heard on television that a young man called Oswald, arrested for the shooting, worked at the Texas Book Depository and had left by the front door immediately afterward. Isn't that strange, I told myself. He must have been leaving just about the time I was running. Later still, William Manchester demonstrated that there was a 95% certainty that McNeil had met Oswald. Any reporter, any human, with anything other than treacle in his veins, would naturally make much of the coincidence and divert children, acquaintances, and indeed a wider public, with interesting accounts of Oswald's demeanor at this significant moment. Not McNeil. With Pecksniffian virtuousness, he insists that the encounter was merely possible, and that it is titillating, but it doesn't matter very much. Such is the aversion to storytelling, the sodden addiction to the mundane, that produced McNeil/Lehrer. Like an Exocet missile, McNeil can spot a cliché, a patch of ennui, and home in on it with dreadful speed. Witness his proclamation of political belief. Instinctively, I find it more satisfying to belong with those people in all countries who put their trust in man's best quality, his rational intellect and its ability to recognize and solve problems. It is distressing that the recent course of American politics has caused that trust to be ridiculed or dismissed as some sort of soft-headedness, inappropriate to a virile nation confronting the dangerous world. It will be unfortunate if being a liberal remains an embarrassment, if young Americans should begin to believe that conservatives are the only realists. Each has its absurd extreme, liberalism tending to inspire foolish altruism and unwarranted optimism, conservatism leading to unbridled selfishness and paranoia. Taken in moderation, I prefer the liberal impulse. It is the impulse behind the great forces that have advanced mankind, like Christianity. I find it hard to believe that Jesus Christ was a political conservative, whatever views are espoused in his name today. For all my instinctive liberalism, my experience of politics in many countries has not left me wedded to any particular political parties. Rather, I have found myself politically dining à la carte, on particular issues. 206. This is the mindset behind McNeil/Lehrer. I have my own instinctive aversion to being snowed, he writes at another point. The more I hear everyone telling me that some public person is wonderful, the more I ask myself, can he really be all that wonderful? Conversely, I never believe anyone can be quite as consistently terrible as his reputation. Hitler. Attila the Hun? Pol Pot. Nixon. John D. Rockefeller? I'm afraid that's all we have time for tonight. We've run out of time. Good night. Harper's, August, 1982. Vagabonds and Outlaws. To live outside the law you must be honest. Bob Dylan. For noble expression of high ideals we may turn to the editorials written by Robert Lowe for the London Times in 1851. He had been instructed by his editor to refute the claim of a government minister that if the press hoped to share the influence of statesmen, it must also share in the responsibilities of statesmen. The first duty of the press, Lowe wrote, is to obtain the earliest and most correct intelligence of the events of the time, and instantly, by disclosing them, to make them the common property of the nation. The statesman collects his information secretly, and by secret means, he keeps back even the current intelligence of the day with ludicrous precautions, until diplomacy is beaten in the race with publicity. The press lives by disclosures. Whatever passes into its keeping becomes a part of the knowledge and the history of our times. It is daily and forever appealing to the enlightened force of public opinion standing upon the breach between the present and the future, and extending its survey to the horizon of the world. For us, with whom publicity and truth are the air and light of existence, there can be no greater disgrace than to recoil from the frank and accurate disclosure of facts as they are. We are bound to tell the truth as we find it, without fear of consequences, to lend no convenient shelter to acts of injustice and oppression, but to consign them at once to the judgment of the world. From which exalted sentiments we may turn to the views expressed by Sir Melford Stevenson, who was a British High Court judge from 1957 to 1979. To a group of journalists discussing ethical procedures he remarked, "I think you're all much too high-minded. I believe that newsworthiness is a firm realization of the fact that there's nothing so much the average Englishman enjoys on a Sunday morning, particularly on a Sunday. 207. 208. Morning as to read a bit of dirt. And that would be my test of newsworthiness. There is a curious synthetic halo around these people who are called investigative journalists. Now, so far as most courts are concerned, and I think most jurors, the concept of a journalist driven by moral fervour to investigate a public scandal is a lot of nonsense. He enjoys the comforting thought that he has a bit of moral fervour which is filling his pocket as well. And there are few more desirable positions in life than that. It is worth noting that it was a judge who expressed these frank sentiments at propos the allure of a bit of dirt. Few journalists would be rash enough to make so succinct a confession, and it is generally the rule that the more squalid the journalistic enterprise embarked on, the more fervent are the professions of high purpose. I would urge anyone who doubts this to study Al Goldstein's editorials in Screw magazine. The occasion on which Sir Melford expressed the pithy views recorded above was one of two conferences organized in 1979 by Granada Television of Great Britain to brood on the theme of the media and the law. These conferences were edited into 6 programs, broadcast under the title The Bounds of Freedom. The technique adopted was one originally devised by Fred Friendly for the Ford Foundation, in which journalists and public figures debate hypothetical situations where matters of ethics, professional standards, and so forth are discussed under the guidance of a moderator. As is usual in such proceedings, the air vibrated with protestations of high purpose, even as the participants descended toward the art of the practical. The moderator proposed the hypothesis that Lord Runnymede, a former British Foreign Secretary and now a prominent banker, may well have been insane during his term as a cabinet minister. All journalists present agreed that they would have attempted to extract confirmation from Lord Runnymede's psychiatrist. The following dialogue then ensued. Moderator: suppose the psychiatrist says, "Well, this might do damage to my profession in this community if my patients read that I have breached the relationship. I think I need a few £1,000 to relocate myself after I tell you this." Paul Callan: give it to him. Moderator: you'd give it to him? Callan: newspapers pay for information. Moderator: you'd buy the medical record? Callan: I'd buy the information that the psychiatrist is giving me. Moderator: Mr. Mangold, would you pay for it? Tom Mangold: yes. Derek Jameson: certainly. Harold Evans: yes. Terms of the Trade 209. Moderator: everybody would pay for it. Callan: well, the price would certainly go up if we were all bidding. Later in the series, the journalists were confronted with another hypothesis. A television producer receives an invitation. It is from a man who has escaped from police custody. He is thought to be a terrorist leader, responsible for bombings and assassinations. He asks the producer to interview him in a neighboring country and not to tell the police. Moderator: Mr. Jameson, would you give them the note? Jameson: no. Moderator: no, why not? Jameson: he can read about it in my newspaper. Moderator: but the copy of the note that appears in your newspaper won't have fingerprints on it. Jameson: I'll tell you why not. Because never ever must journalists play the role of coppers narcs. It's totally wrong, it is improper. All these sentiments passed into the ether without much comment. No one bothered to point out that from time to time lunatics have been at the national helm, without undue curiosity being expressed by the press. It was known to a fairly large number of people that Sir Anthony Eden was under great strain, as they say, when, as Prime Minister, he embarked on the Suez invasion in 1956. A parallel episode in the United States, also not discussed, was the mental collapse of Secretary of Defense James Forrestal, which led to his eventual suicide. By reason of attacks on Forrestal in his column, Drew Pearson was much blamed at the time for the circumstances of the Secretary's demise. But hypotheses are not always immune to reality. By 1980, when the colloquies quoted above were published, real life was bustling into the discussion. The BBC had interviewed people in Ireland who claimed responsibility for the murder in Westminster of Ari Neve, a Conservative MP. For this it was very severely censured. And at the end of last year there was much discussion anent the dilemma of Italian editors requested by the kidnappers of Judge D'Urso to print their manifestos, on pain of the judge's death. Finally, at the end of last year, Conor Cruise O'Brien, then editor of The Observer, leaped into the debate. First he addressed himself to the matter of the terrorists' request for 210. An interview on condition that the police not be informed. O'Brien: let me plainly say that I reject the version of journalistic ethics expounded by people. I think it is dehumanizing and decivilizing to tell journalists that they are never ever to help the police to catch murderers who are at large. In a democratic society, under the rule of law, journalists have the same civic duties in that matter as everybody else, and are not dispensed from these by some sort of caste ethic. Whether they do their duty is up to them as individuals as it is in the case of all other citizens, but no employer has the right to fire them, or threaten to fire them, for helping the police catch murderers. If their information was acquired in the course of their professional duties, they should tell their editor first, unless the delay so caused might help the murderer escape. In that case, they should tell the police first, and their editor afterwards. A couple of weeks later O'Brien addressed himself to the question of suborning Lord Runnymede, psychiatrist: I'm all in favor of amusing readers, and occasionally attempt that difficult feat, but I wouldn't quite regard the attainment of that end as, in itself, justifying bribery and the instigation of professional misconduct and personal treachery. He concluded with the general reflection that where the ethics of a given profession appear to be diverging sharply from general ethical standards, it might be well to try to bring these professional ethics back into the mainstream. He left no doubt that it was the divergent ethics of the press that he had in mind. Of course, Dr. O'Brien has strong feelings on the matter of terrorism and murderers. As editor of The Observer, he fired his Belfast correspondent for insufficient objectivity. As Minister for Posts and Telegraphs in a recent Irish government, he espoused censorship laws against Irish Republicans fierce enough to make even Chief Justice Warren Burger, let alone the shade of William Douglas, leap up and lament. But he touched a raw nerve. With none of the constitutional guarantees and few of the legal accoutrements enjoyed by their American confreres, British journalists sustain themselves from time to time with the high rhetoric of men such as Lowe. They are simultaneously aware, nevertheless, that aside from this rhetoric there is no safety net, and that in some infraction of taste or legality an aroused public, however much it may enjoy its bit of dirt, will applaud their discomfiture in the courts. Thus in British discussions of journalistic ethics there is, in the end, something of a take me, dead or alive attitude, the swaggering credo of terms of the trade 211. Outlaws, of members of a profession whose social standing, as Auberon War recently remarked, is rated somewhat lower than badger gassers. The London Times columnist Bernard Levin hoisted this Jolly Roger at the end of last year in an article entitled "The Precise Freedom to be Irresponsible." Levin was challenging the view of Lord Denning that a free press must be a responsible press, and that if it should act irresponsibly, then it forfeits its claim to protect its sources of information. It cannot be emphasized too strongly, Levin wrote, nor indeed put too extravagantly, that the press has no duty to be responsible at all, and it will be an ill day for freedom if it should ever acquire one. The press is not the fourth estate, it is not part of the constitutional structure of the country, it is not, and must never be, governed by any externally imposed rules other than the law of the land. The law may demand that a newspaper's sources shall be revealed. The law is perfectly justified in deciding as much. If an editor or other journalist then refuses to reveal his sources, he is a lawbreaker, and may quite justly be punished. The press occasionally claims a legal right to keep such confidences, likening itself in doing so to doctors or even priests. My own view is, and always has been, that the claim is not only untenable, but abominable, precisely because it would make the press part of the establishment, which it must not be. We are, and must remain, vagabonds and outlaws, for only by so remaining shall we be able to keep the faith by which we live, which is the pursuit of knowledge that others would like unpursued, and the making of comment that others would prefer unmade. Less eloquently, Derek Jameson, the rugged editor of the Daily Express, remarked to Dr. O'Brien in the course of a television encounter, "I'm not defending what I'm doing. Sometimes it's right. Sometimes it's wrong. I don't hold with highfalutin talk. I don't claim to be pure. I'm a newspaperman. I tell stories." So much for British empiricism. On this side of the Atlantic it would be an untoward event if the protestations of a Levin or a Jameson were to be voiced at, let us say, the American Society of Newspaper Editors. Vagabonds and outlaws do not shuttle comfortably between the State Department and the New York Times. Statesman, pace low, do. Harper's, April, 1981. Blood and Ink. It was really the enormous mistake of a Nicaraguan National Guardsman in killing, on camera, an American reporter from ABC News that sent El Salvador surging out of its totally invisible nation slot and into the category of strategic domino. But to appreciate the transformation completely, you have to understand the journalist's way of measuring death. Any sensible dictator knows that in terms of unfavorable international publicity it is perfectly safe to kill the social entity known to news editors as tribesmen in fairly large numbers, let us say up to 30,000 to be on the safe side. Peasants, a noun with affecting pastoral undertones, are a little trickier. Perhaps one peasant for every 100 tribesmen. Ratios vary from area to area. The murder of priests, missionaries, and nuns is an affair of the nicest judgment, as we shall see in the case of El Salvador. It is really a matter of location, race, and religious persuasion. As a rule of thumb, men of the cloth should be spared, although the elimination of Dominicans, particularly those in rural areas, may be practiced in moderation. Count 200 peasants for one priest. What our third world dictator should avoid is the murder of journalists, or at least of those who are citizens of the United States. The penalties, denunciation in Congress and in the news media, are obvious. Count 10,000 peasants for one American reporter, 30,000, if the reporter is from one of the networks, 50,000, if the murder takes place on camera. The moment Bill Stewart of ABC was murdered on network news, the fate of Anastasio Somoza was sealed. The United States lost, or at least decided that it could not save, Nicaragua. And this is where El Salvador enters the picture. With Nicaragua gone, it became a domino and thus the object of grave concern to the State Department, Defense Department, and cognate agencies, and of interest to the American press and to the American news consumer. As El Salvador crept ever closer to domino status, life in that unhappy 22 terms of the trade 213 land was continuing along fairly predictable lines. The oppressors continued their God-given task of oppressing, and the oppressed struggled with increasing vigor to turn the tables. There was a coup in October 1979. Military men, some of them of moderately reformist stripe, took power, and civilians from across the political spectrum clambered aboard. By January 1980 these civilians had clambered off again, denouncing the junta as both powerless and disinclined to rout El Salvador's traditional oppressors. Some Christian Democrats took their place, but after another short interval only the most conservative among them cared to remain. It was now a case of the junta, firmly under the control of the right, facing the rest of the country, the bulk of whose members may be conveniently labeled, after the fashion of the American press, extremists of the left, or, worse still, terrorists. From the press El Salvador received your basic coverage. A representative example of such coverage is the following Reuters dispatch of June 10, 1980. Since descriptions of El Salvador almost invariably include the information that it is the size of Massachusetts, I have taken the liberty of substituting place names from the Commonwealth for Salvadorian equivalents, to bring the news home, as one might say. A wave of bombings shook the capital and at least 34 people were murdered in another weekend of political bloodshed in Massachusetts. 5 kidnap victims, including a pregnant woman, were found dead in Lynn, 7 bodies were discovered in Quincy, one with the initials M carved in his chest, a student was machine-gunned in New Bedford, and 21 people were killed in Boston as right and left-wingers clashed in the streets. M is a right-wing group which has declared open war on left-wing sympathizers who are trying to overthrow the military junta installed last October. Here's another sample of news from El Salvador/Massachusetts, from a UPI report of October 30, 1980. The rector of the University of Massachusetts died yesterday of a bullet wound received in a street attack, one of 42 political slayings reported in the past 24 hours in troubled Massachusetts, authorities said. Most of the victims were found tortured and shot to death, including a woman with a machete stuck in her chest, authorities said, apparently the latest in the 8,000 political slayings recorded this year by the Catholic Church. The junta said it would be willing to open the university, but only if it gave up its legal protection against police and army raids. Such coverage was ratified in traditional weary tones. In El Salvador, trouble never rains but it pours, or death and destruction still loom high in the saddle in El Salvador. But it is 214. Important to notice what the editorialists made of all this. For instance, Goodsell continued, the country's buffeted junta, weathering almost daily disorders and vicious verbal attacks from both the left and the right, faces its most serious tempest to date. The phrase to watch here is from both the left and the right. The Miami Herald editorialist said the same sort of thing. The goals of both the extreme left and the extreme right are inimical not only to the best interests of most Salvadorians, but also to those of freedom lovers everywhere. Connoisseurs of left/right extremists' coverage will at once recognize familiar terrain. So let me give you a particularly resplendent signpost in the shape of a Washington Post editorial quoted in the Christian Science Monitor of October 2. American policymakers have been laboring to rally Salvadorians of the center and center-left to the side of the government junta. That is the way to strengthen the civilians' weight in it and to enhance the prospects of effective reform. The going has been rough, but the United States has found it politically more feasible and ideologically less objectionable to support reform, even reform soiled by some repression, than to condone revolution, especially revolution stained by nihilism. It is a difficult policy to conduct and explain, and it may fail. It takes a real optimist to believe that the center in El Salvador will hold. What those who spurn the junta seem to us to ignore, however, is that they are helping spin the country toward a civil war that will make the current carnage look like kid stuff. This is vintage thumb-sucking. Note particularly the delicate tilt from soiled by some repression to stained by nihilism. The only trouble with this measured encouragement of junta-centric moderation is that such moderation had ceased to exist several months earlier. As William Leogranda and Carla Ann Robbins sourly remarked in the summer issue of Foreign Affairs, what Washington appears to be incapable of grasping is that in El Salvador, as in Nicaragua before it, the centrist forces which the United States perceives as its allies have joined with the very forces which the United States regards as its natural enemy, the radical left. The centrists are no longer in the center. The recently unified left and center-left opposition includes everyone but the government and the far right. It is indeed wondrous to observe throughout 1980 how much the press and the U.S. State Department managed to sustain the vision of a centrist junta threatened by dire forces of the left and the right. Even a casual reader might have gathered that it was the right that seemed to be running amok. The murder of Archbishop Oscar Romero by a right-wing assassin on March 24 was an embarrassment to center boosters. The murder in May of large numbers of peasants by Salvadorian National Guardsmen. Terms of the Trade 215. As the peasants attempted to flee across the Sumpul River into Honduras, added slightly to this embarrassment. This episode, happily for the junta, was classed by reporters and news editors as an alleged massacre, and hence not worth bothering with. Massacres can stay decorously alleged for years. Scrutinizing this 1980 coverage, one can see clearly enough that the Carter administration decided that the junta it originally endorsed in October of 1979 still represented the middle way in El Salvador. It continued to announce that the middle way was a negotiable thoroughfare long after the junta had become virtually indistinguishable from the business-as-usual military governments of the past. The only entity to take this assertion seriously was the bulk of the American press. The people most zealously deploying the carefully contrived moderate and reformist image of the junta were adherents and advisors of Ronald Reagan, who announced in the transition period that it seemed to them that the Carter administration had been sponsoring social reform in El Salvador instead of sticking to the basics, as advocated by the Domino School. The basics here are familiar enough: first find your dictator and then stick to him, however many people he kills. Of course, just about the time that Reagan's men were complaining about Carter-sponsored social reform in El Salvador, uniformed National Guardsmen were supervising the torture and murder of liberal and leftist leaders and themselves raping and murdering American nuns. Not too much concern was expressed about the dead Politicans. But the nuns were a different matter, even though it is true that the news function of nuns in third world countries was pithily summed up in the terse cry of a British reporter at Brussels airport when nuns began returning from the Congo in the early 1960s, "Anyone here been raped and speak English?" The Carter administration suspended aid to El Salvador. Count 1,000 dead peasants for one raped, dead American nun. It doesn't look as though nun-slaying will be a prime concern of Reagan's men as they ponder policy and possibly direct military intervention in Central America. They, like the press, will denounce none. Not anymore. Perhaps alert to the peril, the Wall Street Journal has now retreated to a fortress overlooking the Hudson. 216. Slayers of the left and right alike as they continue to deplore the extremist trend to violence. Once you become a domino, there's nowhere to go but down. As General Martinez understood in 1932, count 30,000 dead extremists for one stable government. His successors can probably depend on the American press to approve the equation. Harper's, February, 1981. The Boss. There's an amusing story in the Annenbergs, The Salvaging of a Tainted Dynasty, about Louis Rosenstiel, the Schenley liquor king. Rosenstiel enters the narrative because Walter Annenberg ran off with his wife, Lee. As the author, John Cooney, relates, the liquor lord's bizarre behavior resulted in many often told tales. On one occasion, Rosenstiel was determined to test the loyalty of his subordinates, and he sent word to them that he was dying, requesting that they convene at the townhouse for his final moments. When the men had gathered in a downstairs room, Rosenstiel sat in bed wearing pajamas, a robe, and dark sunglasses, as was his habit, and monitored their comments. Finally, he had a bodyguard tell the executives that he had died. As his anger mounted, he listened while they expressed their elation in various unflattering ways. When he had heard enough, Rosenstiel stormed downstairs and had his bodyguards throw the men out, telling them they were finished working for him. Rosenstiel's Jacobean yet finally impetuous way of detecting his critics and then banishing them is a paradigm for the Annenberg story and for Kuhn's deferential treatment of it. As befits a saga which stretches from the arrival of a Jewish immigrant, Moses Annenberg, from the Prusso-Russian border in 1885, through his rise to eventual control of most racetrack information in the United States, his imprisonment for tax evasion in 1939, and thence ultimately to the appointment of his son Walter as U.S. ambassador to London by Nixon in 1969, much of the book is about public relations, and of the various ways criticism can be quelled, whether by the primitive device of a straightforward cash bribe or in the later stages of such American family sagas the handsome charitable donation. Behind every fortune lies a crime, as Balzac used to say, and even the polite Mr. Kuhn, whose book appears 100 years after Grandpa Annenberg arrived in Chicago, cannot avoid the fact that the 218 Annenberg fortune was built on some very rugged foundations. No more rugged, perhaps, than the underpinnings of other glorious American houses, such as the Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, the DuPonts, and so forth. But with Moe Annenberg one is struck as in any serious discussion of Joseph Kennedy, that, though charming, here was a very hard and dangerous man indeed. Joseph Kennedy stayed out of prison, of course, and made it to the court of St. James at just about the same time that Moe was heading for Leavenworth to begin a 3-year sentence for defrauding the Internal Revenue Service of $9.5 million. But then Joe was smarter than Moe, who made the mistake of angering Roosevelt. It took son Walter nearly 3 decades of what passed as wholesome behavior to make his way to the same court and thus finally requite his father's disgrace. The genius presiding over the birth of the Annenberg fortune was William Randolph Hearst, who decided to launch the Evening American in Chicago at the turn of the century. Newspaper proprietors have by tradition been a mad and brutish lot, and one of the indices of America's decline has been their growing respectability. The proprietor regarded his paper as a way to accumulate and dispose of political power and, if possible, to make money. Rhetoric about a free press and the right of the public to know was distributed generously, but no one took it very seriously. It is a sign of the sententious respectability of the U.S. press today that Rupert Murdoch, the Australian newspaper proprietor who took over the New York Post in 1975, is generally looked upon as a person somehow alien to the American newspaper tradition. The Annenbergs is a useful corrective to such unhistorical xenophobia. Journalism students of our own era, head stuffed with blather about the duties of a free press, would do well to study some of the implements with which Hearst felt it necessary to accoutr himself, in order to do battle in a town which had 8 newspapers already. They included platoons of roughs, whose duty it was to secure advantageous street corners for the sale of their own product, to terrorize news agents too freely displaying the wares of the opposition and to be generally on the alert to combat ploys of the enemy. Moe's elder brother Max soon became an officer in these battalions. Their toil in support of the First Amendment was unceasing. When Marshall Field canceled an advertisement in the American, 60 delivery boys under Max's command surrounded the store, bellowing Marshall Field's closed. Marshall Field's closed. Amid the terror of potential customers of the store, surrender was soon obtained, and the ad shortly reappeared. Moe had the less violent task of soliciting subscriptions to the paper, and Terms of the Trade 219. In 1904 he became circulation chief of Hearst's Chicago Examiner, with Max fulfilling the same function at the American. Many of the city's more notable gangsters, Mossy Enright, Vincent Altman, Gus, and Dutch Gentleman, Nick O'Donnell rode shotgun on Hart's delivery carts, and those of his rival, Colonel McCormick, for whose Tribune Max was later enticed to work. Moe, taking a cool look at the escalation in violence, 27 news dealers killed by 1913, when a truce was called, took himself off to Milwaukee and a quieter life. Here, he expanded his distribution business and speculated successfully in real estate and innumerable other ventures. Like many great men, he thought of simple ideas and then organized his resources successfully to exploit them. "Little woman," he asked his wife Sadie in 1913, "what do women run out of most often?" "Teaspoons," his wife replied. "Little woman has just made us a fortune," Mo shouted to his children. His idea was to sell silver spoons as a promotional gimmick to build newspaper circulation. The spoons, adorned with the official insignia of each state, could be obtained by subscribers submitting a coupon from a newspaper, along with 15 cents. A different spoon was offered each week. Newspapers across the country were soon licensing Mo's idea. The New York Sunday World sold 150,000 spoons in 1 week. 1 billion spoons in all were disposed of, and by the age of 36, Mo, who got a cut on the sale of each spoon, became a millionaire. In 1917, Arthur Brisbane, the prolific Hearst columnist and entrepreneur whose motto was "Always remember that it is impossible to exaggerate the stupidity of the public," made Mo publisher of the Wisconsin News, where he continued to prosper. Shortly thereafter, Hearst hired him to come to New York to be publisher of the Mirror and oversee the circulation side of his empire. Since by this time his brother Max was circulation manager of the Daily News, Mo thought it prudent to enlist a strong right arm to assist in the robust business of seizing and holding important street locations. He chose Lucky Luciano, who said later, "I used to think of the Mirror as my kind of paper. I always thought of Annenberg as my kind of guy." Opponents and victims, tires slashed or legs and heads broken, probably had a less generous assessment. Copyright in 1922, Mo laid a major and still enduring plank in the family fortune. He bought the Daily Racing Form for $400,000 in cash. Racing was on the upswing after a wartime slump, and millions of gamblers were thirsting for accurate information. Mo's organizational genius was once again manifest. He split the Racing Form into 7 separate papers, based in 6 U.S. cities and Toronto. He improved the information, by recording the positions of the horses at the various stages of each race, thus vastly enhancing the bettor's assessment of how horses had performed throughout. 220. Their racing careers. Opposing race sheets were effectively terrorized. In 1927, just as his son Walter was graduating with no particular distinction from the Petty School in Hightstown, New Jersey, Mo made the fateful decision of his career. He decided to invest in the Central News Bureau, a Chicago operation that used telephone lines to relay racing information to customers. Mo saw the potential in turning a regional into a national service, with the 30,000 or so bookies across the country eager to pay for reliable information. Copyright. This was the famous wire, ownership of which would certainly not count among the credentials of a man craving respectability or anything much other than very large sums of loot. But in that engaging style which makes him an infinitely more bracing character than his son, Mo strove to allay Walter's disquiet. As Cooney relates it, Mo discoursed on the misery of the working man, toiling all week with no distraction from the diurnal grind. Why deny him the tiny thrill of a wager ventured and maybe a wager won? It isn't right to deprive the little people of a chance to be lucky, he told Walter. If people can wager at a racetrack, why should they be deprived of the right to do so away from a track? How many people can take time off from their jobs to go to a racetrack? True, of course, unless you believe all such gambling is a regressive tax on the poor. Walter used to mention state-sanctioned OTB operations in later years to exonerate his father in retrospect. All this time, however, Mo was swimming in dangerous waters. A meeting of the nation's major gangsters in Atlantic City led to a proposal by Al Capone to Mo Annenberg that all share in a national wire service. Mo said he was doing just fine by himself, which he was, with the wire eventually stretching across the United States, Canada, Mexico, and Cuba, and making truly awesome amounts of money for its progenitor. Mo proved resourceful. A New York hoodlum called Wax Gordon tried to muscle in on the wire and tapped its phone lines to get information for his own service. Mo isolated the section Gordon was tapping, and broadcast only delayed racetrack information over it. During the delay, his men, already apprised of the race results by the uninterrupting News Bureau network, placed bets with the bookies using Gordon's service. Onnenberg's men bet on the winners, ruined the bookies and then refunded them their money, warning them that they were saps to take second-hand information. This is the sort of maneuver people tend to suggest has to be run with military precision. But the military could not have run the wire, any more than it could have set up the nation's bootlegging system in the 20s. In the 20s the nation's best and most disciplined entrepreneurial talent was probably devoted to such distributive marvels in the service industries. By 1934, fights over control of the wire, now known as nationwide terms of the trade 221 news service, were becoming more perilous than usual, and with an annual $1 million payment to the Capone interests as a form of life insurance, Mo thought it expedient to rest up in Miami for a while, a city which had the advantage of being, in Cooney's words, under the control of his friend Meyer Lansky. With his customary energy, Mo had soon established his Miami Tribune as the best-selling paper in the area, nourishing the populace with racy pabulum and exercising the traditional prerogative well illustrated throughout Cooney's book of a newspaper proprietor, discomfiting his enemies and enhancing his own business interests via the printed pages under his control. Mo wanted to buy an ambitious state senator called Peter Tomasello, who would thus be obliged to fend off the anti-gambling forces in Tallahassee. His aides warned him that Tomasello had a reputation for passing bad checks. "That makes no difference to me," Mo replied. "We can make up the checks." His man went off with $2,500 and gave it to Tomasello as an initial contribution. Meeting Mo shortly thereafter, the politician began to outline his political platform. "I don't care about your political platform," Onnenberg broke in. "All I want is for you to obey orders." It would perhaps have been better for Mo Onnenberg to have remained in Florida, peacefully raking in the cash in that Baroque state. But in 1937, he sold off the Miami Tribune to the Night interests for $600,000 and bought the Philadelphia Inquirer. The purchase signaled the onset of his downfall. His vociferous backing of Republican politicians in Pennsylvania and consequent assault on the Democrats soon aroused the interest and hostility of FDR. J. David Stern, publisher of the Philadelphia Record and the New York Post, was an FDR backer, and saw the revived Inquirer as a threat to his business interests. The hour of Mo's destruction was at hand. Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau Jr. spurred an IRS investigation. The investigation produced indictments. Under a deal that exempted his son from the charges, Walter had been working with no conspicuous talent in the family business. Mo pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 3 years in jail. He agreed to pay the government $9.5 million in back taxes. Some of the documents read at the trial have a refreshing directness, even at a distance of half a century. In one of them, a letter to his son-in-law, who had proposed an additional business venture in 1936, Mo wrote, "We simply cannot have everything," and, like Mussolini when he started out to grab Ethiopia, he had to very carefully consider what he might be plunging into, but Mussolini had nothing to risk, because Italy was on the bum, and those who might have opposed his ambition had by far and away more to risk than Mussolini. Our position is similar to that of the English nation. We in the racing field own 3/4 of the globe and manage the balance. In other words, 222. The few little nations that are left have to pay us tribute to continue. Now, why isn't that the most beautiful and most satisfactory position to be in, which ought to satisfy even me? There speaks the unfettered voice of 19th-century American capitalism, and if the oil companies today were capable of equally forthright brevity in their advertisements on op-ed pages, we would be spared much unnecessary nonsense. Mo's end makes for painful and even touching reading. He was paroled only to be brought home to his deathbed, afflicted with a brain tumor. "You know, Walter," he remarked to his son, "it all amounts to nothing." And near the end, he said to Walter, My suffering is all for the purpose of making a man of you. The rest of Cooney's book is couched largely in the idiom of panegyric, even though he manages to give a pretty good idea of what Walter Annenberg is like. Most moving are Walter's poignant and entirely admirable efforts to exonerate the name and memory of his father. Of less allure is the story of how an idle youth with dim prospects pulled himself together, paid off the IRS, and consolidated an empire containing not only the daily racing form and the Inquirer but subsequent intelligent acquisitions and inventions, including numerous TV stations, 17 magazine and, of course, the largest circulation weekly in the country, TV Guide. The narrative is not much fun, all the same. Walter emerges as a solidly reactionary publisher, supervising an Inquirer of steadily declining quality until he finally sold it in the 1970s to the same night interests that bought his father's Miami Tribune. Walter picked his political allies with more flair than his father, Nixon early on, with a natural gradation to Ronald Reagan, whom, according to Cooney, he found wholesome. He does not appear to have actually called Nixon wholesome, but his admiration is evident in the way the Inquirer headlined the disclosure in the 1952 campaign of the Nixon Millionaires Club slush fund, Friends Gift to Nixon Draws Demands. According to Cooney, Annenberg at first rejected Nixon's invitation to become U.S. ambassador to London. He apparently told the president-elect in 1968 that it would cause him, Nixon, too many problems. Confirmation hearings certainly caused Walter much anguish, since Drew Pearson raked over the embers of his father's disgrace. And just as Moe's final agonies in court and in jail must evoke pity in the hardest heart, so too do Walter's travails when he first arrived in London. His turgid diction and his faux pas caused ceaseless and well-publicized merriment. "The rain is pouring down with determined resolution," he remarked as he peered out. Terms of the Trade 223. The window of whites. "We should get along well. I love spaghetti," he said to the wife of the Italian ambassador. And in his first audience with the Queen, who asked him how the renovation of the U.S. Embassy was progressing, he confided that he and his wife, Lee, were afflicted by discomfiture as a result of a need for, elements of refurbishment and rehabilitation. Beset by criticism, Annenberg was on occasion discovered by his staff weeping silently in his study. He plodded manfully forward, spending millions on the restoration of Winfield House. Taunted by the elegant Bruces, who had preceded him in the embassy, he cried in the outraged tones of the arriviste, "The Bruces didn't even use finger bowls." But, if there is anything the British upper classes enjoy even more than laughing at rich Americans, it is eating their food and drinking their wine. The chaffers stayed to quaff, and all in the end was well. And there we have it. A 100-year journey, from Kalwichin, copyright East Prussia, to Palm Springs, from a silver spoon in the hand to one in the mouth, from racetrack tout sheets to walls well covered with impressionist art, from the $1 million in cash once offered by Moe to beat the IRS rap, to innumerable and tremendous charitable donations bestowed by Walter. By the book's end, Walter's wife Lee, now chief of protocol in the Reagan White House, is being chided by the press for curtsying too deeply to Prince Charles. So the Annenbergs, the salvaging of a tainted dynasty, is worth putting on the shelf, alongside Centennial, as a useful parable of the American century and the American newspaper business. Grand Street, Autumn, 1982. Prizes. Were there ever members of any profession so keen on giving each other prizes as journalists? From the rising up of the sun in the morning until its going down at night, they keep at it, ladling out the trophies to each other: front page awards, distinguished service to journalism awards, national magazine awards, best veal picketa recipe written under deadline awards. The list is practically endless, as anyone who has looked at the available prizes set forth in Publishers Weekly well knows. Then to cap it all, we have the Pulitzer Prizes, the most recent batch of which was announced Monday. This year followed the usual pattern. Major newspapers got most of the prizes: 2 for the Wall Street Journal, 2 for the New York Times, 2 for the Boston Globe, 2 for the Los Angeles Times. There are the Plucky Underdog Awards, and this year they went to Peter Ranierson of the Seattle Times for writing about the new Boeing 757, and to Albert Scardino of the Georgia Gazette in Savannah for his editorial writing. I don't know what Mr. Scardino had been editorializing about, and none of the newspapers within my reach on Tuesday told me. For all I know, he's been calling for the death penalty for used car dealers convicted of misrepresentation. But that's not the point of his prize, which is to tell all the other little guys that if size is almost everything, it isn't always the only thing. Then there are the prizes achieved by sheer weight of numbers and tedium. In an honest world these would be headlined 13 articles in search of a Pulitzer. They usually concern such worthy topics as municipal graft in the awarding of sewerage contracts. This year the Los Angeles Times got one for an in-depth examination of the Latin community in Southern California that took the form of a 27-part series, conducted by 2 editors and 11 writers. At the other end of the country the Boston Globe got the local reporting Pulitzer for a series investigating racial tension around Boston. 7 reporters were named here as authors, and I've no doubt at 224 terms of the trade 225 all that they did well in quarrying out the big news that Boston is a town with racial problems and a white power structure. In fact, if you are searching for a Pulitzer it clearly pays to write about, or take pictures of, people who are not white. Aside from the Latinos in Los Angeles and the blacks in Boston, starving Ethiopians helped photographer Anthony Suau of the Denver Post win his prize. Assistance similarly furnished to prize-winning photographer Stan Grossfeld of the Boston Globe by suffering Palestinians in Lebanon. This shows what a wealthy-hearted lot of liberals there are on the Pulitzer juries and board. In future they should short-circuit the whole business and give a Pulitzer directly to the starving millions of Africa for consistent, if hungry, service to first world journalism. I hope the Palestinians in Lebanon feel a little better today. Largely misrepresented and racially denigrated though they may have been in the U.S. news media over the past 40 years, at least their sufferings have contributed to the Pulitzer process. Then there are the dynastics Pulitzers, both institutional and personal. The Washington Post was cut out this year, which makes one think that it will definitely get its dynastic due 12 months from now. So unremitting is the flow of newspaper prizes, however, that the Washington Post was able to console itself in the midst of its Tuesday coverage of the Pulitzers with the news that its own man Ward Sinclair had been named Newspaper Editor of the Year by the National Association of Farm Writers. Los Angeles Times cartoonist Paul Conrad won his 3rd Pulitzer, edging out Don Wright of the Miami News, also in search of his 3rd. This will not surprise readers of Monday's Wall Street Journal, who were able to find on the editorial page an article by James Squires, editor of the Chicago Tribune and chairman of this year's Pulitzer editorial cartoon jury. Mr. Squires said that there are only about a half dozen worthwhile political cartoonists in the country, among whom he included Conrad, Herblock, and his own paper's Jeff McNally, another Pulitzer cartoonist whose record of ignorant and reactionary prejudice is, in my view, unmatched since Sir Bernard Partridge's work in the late 19th century Punch. At least Conrad thinks better than McNally and draws better than Herblock. So why did not the Pulitzer board simply refuse to give a cartoonist prize this year? Year after year this undignified prize-giving ritual goes on, without any apparent qualms on the part of my profession. Why? If bankers gave themselves prizes with the same abandon as journalists, you may be sure that the public ridicule would soon force them to conduct the proceedings in secret. One answer could be that journalists are, by nature and social function, racked with feelings of insecurity and inferiority. To alleviate those pangs, British journalists turn to drink and American ones to prizes. This may 226 have been true in the days of Daniel Defoe, when newsmen and editorialists were put in the stocks or in jail. Not anymore. The truth is that the Pulitzer business and, given the promotional uses to which the prizes are put, it definitely is a business, is a self-validating ritual whereby journalists give each other prizes and then boast to the public about them. Each year's ritual proclaims that journalism once again has maintained sufficiently high standards to merit such a claim. The logical consequence of the boosterism is to have an evening like the Oscars, with all the contestants preening and squirming under the cameras, old stagers like James Reston or C.L. Sulzberger calling for the envelope please and Charlton Heston giving a retrospective reading from the journal's assault on arms control. Maybe then people would understand that it's all show business. What else can the Pulitzers be but show business if journalists supposedly a critical lot can only get together to tell each other how good they are, but not how bad? Yet, to my mind, much of 1983 was a record of journalistic failure to set forth accurately the issues of arms control and negotiations with the Soviet Union, failure to discuss objectively and accurately the situation in the Middle East, failure to report the political changes in the black community that have stimulated the Jackson candidacy. The list could go on for quite a while. There is something hugely self-complacent, odiously Pecksniffian about the journalistic profession at the moment. To take one small example, amid all the endless prating about free speech and the First Amendment, has any newspaper found editorial space to lament the case of hustler publisher Larry Flynt, who was thrown into a federal penitentiary on charges arising out of his refusal to name a source? This is a fate that normally has the editorialists hot with sympathy, but then Flynt is scarcely a shining knight of the Fourth Estate. Wall Street Journal, April 19, 1984. Part 2. An Archive of the Reagan Era, 1976 to 19,388. February 23, 1976. Reagan in New Hampshire. Manchester, NH. No one can go into New Hampshire without clearly realizing that whether or not he wins, Ronald Reagan is the politician who is boldly putting forward the ideas and framing the debate for the rest of this election year. This is the centrally important fact of the New Hampshire primary. Reagan represents the most polished expression of political ideas that have been voiced with varying degrees of eccentricity over the last 10 years or so, by Barry Goldwater, by George Wallace, and, of course, most significantly by Richard Nixon. But the crankiness of Goldwater, the uncouthness of Wallace, and the unctuous crookery of Nixon are all subsumed and palatably reborn in the smooth, vigorous style of the Hollywood actor. Obviously much of what Reagan says is nonsense. But underlying the nonsense, much of which is extremely popular, there is a serious strain of politics. In essence, Reagan is a man of the right center. In a general election he would attract many votes that would otherwise go to a Democrat of the Jerry Brown variety. At the same time, his right-wing attacks on foreign policy may well attract the adherence of supporters of Scoop Jackson, as well as the right of the Republican Party more or less, the old winning Nixon coalition. In fact, Reagan's vision of government is very much out of the Nixon mold. It envisions corporate socialism, based on a redirection of the economy. Reagan's major thrust was his attack on big government. He is, of course, the politician more than any other now active who has defined this term and argued it. The Democrats, in the form of Jerry Brown, Mike Dukakis, and others, merely imitate the genre. In the actual description of his program, Reagan is extremely contradictory, but the contradictions between the popular appeal of his attacks on big government and what he is actually proposing show that he is no mere fringe eccentric. Thus, the weight of Reagan's rhetoric comes down on the side of a 229. 230. Powerful corporate state. He says he is for breaking up government, but in fact he is arguing programmatically for a different use of government power, in which the major corporations would occupy a stronger position. He argues for tax reform, very much along the lines of that advocated by the banks and major corporations in the House Ways and Means Committee. He is against emergency unemployment measures and, of course, he has long been opposed to welfare. Reagan has already placed the Democrats at a disadvantage, and traveling around New Hampshire after the various candidates, you can see how. On foreign policy none of them will do anything other than admit détente has to be watched carefully. In domestic policy, as any Democrat knows, it is nearly impossible to run without somehow dealing with the specter of big government. On the West Coast even Tom Hayden, battling for Senator John Tunney's seat, is making obeisances to fiscal responsibility and expressing his reservations about the sort of bureaucracy that would be involved in nationalization of the oil companies. Carter remains the main force to be reckoned with. He is without question the front runner, still weirdly appealing to both the left and right wings of the Democratic Party. But his balance in this situation is plainly becoming more and more precarious, as his positions come under scrutiny. Put starkly, he represents Reaganism coming from the other direction, heading for a center-right consensus of the sort that Scoop Jackson always yearns for but has so far completely failed to achieve. In all of this there is no question but that the Democrats are dancing to the ideas propounded by Reagan. And plainly these are the ideas on the minds of the people who came into the town halls to hear what he had to say. Reagan is indeed the one conspicuous ideologue of the campaign. The truth of New Hampshire is that after 8 years of slump, recession, increasing unemployment, corruption, the dominant political ideas and slogans are coming from the right, and are being articulated by an impressive spokesman. It may well be that Reagan will not win in New Hampshire, but it is hard to imagine that the debate which he has begun in the town halls of this New England state won't be the focus of the entire campaign. It is absurd that a Democratic candidate is not triumphantly conquering all before him with a powerful reforming message. But 1976 does not seem to be 1932, and currently no such Democrat is in view. Village Voice, with James Ridgway. An archive of the Reagan era. 23. April 10, 1976. The cat's meow. A couple of weeks ago I noted the New York Times's genial treatment of a couple of war criminals in the shapes of Blowtorch Comer and William Colby, both veterans of the pacification campaign in Vietnam. The paper, I'm glad to see, is keeping up its efforts to draw a veil over those emotion-fraught events in Southeast Asia. Last Sunday, Stephen Roberts had a pleasant piece, filed from Montana, headed Laotian, after years of war, likes the peace of Montana. Underneath was a cozy picture of Vang Pao, a former major general in the Royal Laotian Army, inspecting cattle feeding on his ranch in Montana. Amid his rhapsodies about the Montana creeks reborn with melting snow, Roberts did find space to mention that Vang had been a major general in the Royal Laotian Army, and had been an influential leader among a mountain people known as the Mios, helping to organize them into a special fighting force with heavy backing from the Central Intelligence Agency. Roberts also noted that Vang had left Laos in May 1975 aboard his own American-made plane, along with 6 wives and 28 children. Roberts said Vang stated that he had managed to pay for his Montana spread with the help of family, friends, and bank loans. It's too bad that Roberts did not turn for added information to Alfred McCoy's The Politics of Heroin in Southeast Asia. Here we find numerous citations. For example, the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics has reports that Gen. Vang Pao, commander of the CIA's secret army, has been operating a heroin factory at Longshan, headquarters for CIA operations in northern Laos, or. In addition to his regular battalion, Vang Pao was also commander of Mio self-defense forces in the Plain of Jars region. Volunteers had been promised regular allotments of food and money, but Vang Pao pocketed these salaries, and most went unpaid for months at a time. When one Mio lieutenant demanded that the irregulars be given their back pay, Vang Pao shot him in the leg. That settled the matter for the moment. According to McCoy, the CIA and USAID helped Vang form his own private airline, Xiankuan Air Transport. Reliable Mio sources report that Xiankuan Air Transport is the airline used to carry opium between Longshan and Vientiane. McCoy's analysis of Vang's alliance with the CIA in purchasing and moving the opium crop is most instructive. With such thoughts in mind, there is something a little moving about Roberts's final lines, but now the American land grows his seeds and his children, and the morning was slipping away. It was time to get on with the plowing. VV 232. May 2, 1977. Small talk. The Pygmy saga was a welcome relief from the Great Energy Blitz and followed it closely. The Pygmies made their entry into the headlines about a week ago. In the New York Times, Michael Kaufman reported from Kinshasa that a Zaire government spokesman had announced that the Pygmies elite bowmen were playing an important role in fighting off the Katangese insurgents. Robin Wright said much the same thing in the Washington Post, adding the useful information that the few Pygmy members of Zaire's army who had been seen around Kolbzi have all been equipped with rifles often as tall as the small tribesmen. In view of enigmas discussed below, this was an important point, but since Robin Wright's piece was datelined Kanzen's, it is unclear whether she personally observed the rifles and measured them off against the diminutive warriors. Under the headline "Bow and Arrow Pygmies Help Rout Zaire Invaders," the Daily News ran a UPI report the same day, also quoting a Zaire spokesman, but including his statement that the Pygmies were not armed with rifles, only bows and arrows. The UPI man led off with the news that the Pygmies were 4 feet tall and added, further along in the story, the scholarly anthropological information that the Pygmies are a tiny race living in northern Zaire's dense Ituri forest. They are renowned for their skills in bow and arrow and poison blowdart jungle fighting. The next day Kaufman reported that the Pygmies were becoming Zairean heroes, and had been commended in a government newspaper as formidably efficient units who can move silently and well against the enemy. This was all I could find in Thursday's papers. However, on Friday the UPI man in Kinshasa was, as printed in the Daily News, in terrific form. A force of 300 Pygmy warriors, he proclaimed, armed with poisoned darts and bows and arrows, was airlifted to the front in Shaba province. He quoted diplomatic sources as saying the Pygmy troops had passed through Kinshasa en route for battle in the southeast. This seems odd, since previous reports already had them in the southeast. At any rate, the UPI man quoted sources once more attesting that the Pygmies were dressed in traditional bark skirts and ornate headdresses, and have thrown fear into the superstitious rebel forces. The sources said the invaders have a supernatural fear of the Pygmies, and that reports from the front said the invaders have begun putting good luck charms on their rifles to ward off evil spirits. I must say I thought the Zaire Minister of Propaganda was going a little far. The supernatural fear was a nice touch, as indeed was the accurate sounding figure of 300. But the business of good luck charms and evil. An archive of the Reagan era 233. Spirits showed things were getting thoroughly out of hand. And, indeed, it was as though everyone had begun to agree. The Pygmies, that Friday morning, had in fact reached the zenith of their worldwide martial reputation. By the start of this week, Michael Kaufman, in a story datelined the Lubidi River, said he'd asked officers about the Pygmies, only to receive the grim news that the Pygmies had been sent back to Kolbzi. Our training was different, said this unpleasant officer. They didn't fit in. And he added, maliciously in my judgment, that the Pygmies could fire arrows only 20 yards, and as there were no close-quarter engagements with the enemy they were superfluous. Time magazine this Monday even cut down the Pygmy force to a mere 150 and said vaguely their average height was under 5 feet. Newsweek had the decency to suggest that they were barely over 4 feet tall, but quoted anthropologist Colin Turnbull as saying, apropos their skill with bow and arrow, that they are among the world's worst shots. At least Newsweek stuck with the 300 force estimate and called them jungle-wise. Now, Kolbzi is in Shaba province, so the Pygmies are still on active service. Unless, and here is the important point missed by all, they were not Pygmies but merely Pygmoid. Your true Pygmy, you see, does live in the Ituri rainforests in the northeastern Congo. His kind are generally known as the Mbuti, a gentle lot subsisting on grubs and occasionally firing off arrows at wild animals or catching them in nets in the manner of the ancient Roman Refurii. My mother, who spent time among them in 1936, tells me that these Mbuti are 3 feet 6 inches on average and the most charming people in Africa, as well as being shy and unwarlike. She strongly opined that the 300 archers were TWA Pygmoids, who are ersatz and who furthermore tower above the Mbuti, being at least 4 feet 6 inches. These TWA, who come from around Lake Kivu and elsewhere are, she says, a low lot, hench people for the Watusi. The TWA helped the Watusi kill the Bahutu in the Burundi bloodletting of recent memory. VV 234. May 16, 1977. Small comeback. I'm glad to see that the pygmies, or pygmoids, are back in action in Zaire. Now the UPI person in Kinshasa, who has always been sensitive to pygmy news potential, quotes government sources as saying that they are spreading panic among the enemy. This is great news for pygmy fanciers who had been embarrassed by previous stories that the pygmies had been helpless in the tall elephant grass of southern Zaire. Such charges were rank pygmism, since it is precisely under such terrain that the pygmy comes into his own, sneaking deftly through the herbage before firing off his arrows or, indeed, ensnaring the invader in his net. VV. Feeling good again. The current pontification about human rights, Noam Chomsky writes in the new issue of 7 Days, is little more than an effort on the part of the administration and its propagandists to restore the system of beliefs that was eroded by the Vietnam War. In the course of one of his discourses on human rights, Chomsky goes on, President Carter was asked whether the United States has a moral obligation to help rebuild Vietnam. Not at all, he explained, the destruction was mutual. We bombed their villages and they shot down our pilots. Since we went to Vietnam without any desire to impose American will on other people but only to defend the freedom of the South Vietnamese, and since in any event the destruction was mutual, there is no reason for us to apologize or to castigate ourselves or to assume the status of culpability. Nor do we owe a debt. This is what's called moral rebirth, or what James Weghart virtuously invoked in the Daily News not so long ago as America's moral superiority, something equivalent to a shot of vitamin B12 before the B-52s are unleashed again on dissidents from U.S. policies in a foreign land. In the course of this process of rebirth nothing has been more distasteful than the spectacle of American liberals once more scrambling to action stations and in fact stoking up Cold War furnaces. VV. An archive of the Reagan Era 235. June 27, 1977. The Lavender Hill Mob. On the subject of gays, amazing scenes were witnessed but unreported in Boston following the Anita Bryant debacle. Gay Pride Day took place there last weekend. First the gays marched past the Granary Cemetery where a wedding party was posing for photographs. 2468, chanted the gays, how do you know your wife is straight? Further coarse scenes involving a transvestite flamenco dancer took place among the tombs. At the ensuing rally Charles Shively, tenured professor of history at Boston State College and a noted gay, let rip. First he held up his Harvard Ph.D. Burn it, screamed the crowd, and he forthwith did with ceremony, in a bronze walk. Then he read out the letter from Boston State refusing his bid to teach a gay history course. Burn it, etc. His insurance policy suffered the same fate, symbolic presumably of insurance/banker power in Boston. The state laws on sodomy were held up and recited. Burn them, shouted the crowd. Into the walk they went. Then Shively held up the Bible and read from the book of Leviticus. Dead silence from the crowd in Catholic Boston. Finally, a timid mumble of burn it went up from daring sectors in the throng. Shively tossed the good book into the walk. At this, Dignity and other gay religious groups struck back. Burn him, they bellowed, and all broke up in disorder. In the latest issue of that excellent Boston paper Gay Community News, I see that Shively has some reflections on the reaction to his speech and his actions. The anger directed against me would be more appropriately directed against straight institutions such as the schools, banks, state, and churches. Some have suggested that I personally have scared people back into their closets or made it more difficult to come out. The reason people stay in their closets is not because of a few dangerous, flamboyant, or radical gay liberationists. They stay in their closets because they correctly fear the straight institutions of this society. For instance, I spoke on June 18. On June 24 the IRS sent me a letter calling for an audit. Then June 29 the Aetna Insurance Company cancelled my policy. And on June 30 the Customs seized my copy of the Swedish gay liberation publication Revolt. At my school I have been spied on, my office burglarized, records stolen, and threats made against me. This all seems a grim consequence for just a little bit of book burning. As Shively says, I only burned one copy of the Bible, others are free to. 236. Do what they want with their own copies. VV. October 31, 1977. The Sikh's Revenge. John L. Kerr had a spirited blast about England in last Sunday's New York Times magazine. He flailed away without mercy, pinning much of the blame on the educational system, notably preparatory and public schools to which the prospective elite are dispatched and in which, if one believes L. Kerr and the immense quantity of other writers who have expressed themselves on the same topic, the wretched denizens suffer the tortures of the damned. I suppose he is right. I must say I rather liked my preparatory school near Ascot. The fear was not really of bullying or homosexual assault so much as whether one's parents would make public spectacles of themselves on their periodic visits to the school, which was 10 miles across the moors from the nearest point of civilization. Once my father had to rush north from London on the night train to conduct vital negotiations with the headmaster on whether in view of my own imminent expulsion my brother would be permitted to enter the establishment. I waited by the front gate. Down the driveway came the cab and in it the hunched and gloomy figure of my father. He extended his leg to alight and I at once perceived that he was wearing no socks. Socks are essential to dignified comportment. I protested forcibly and my father, himself terrified at the thought of the impending meeting with the headmaster, babbled an explanation. It was not convincing. He had, he said, found himself sharing a sleeping compartment with a Sikh who was wearing a magnificent turban. He and the Sikh had taken a few drinks. Later, perched on his top berth, he had watched in the mirror on the opposite wall as the Sikh, in the bottom berth, slowly unwound his turban. He was aware, said my father as we walked towards the headmaster's office, that by spying on the Sikh's turban doffing he was breaching ancient taboos. But he could not resist further inspection. Just when it became apparent that the handsome young fellow in a turban was without turban a very old Sikh indeed, their eyes met in the mirror. I passed, said my father, a night of terror, tossing to and fro and awaiting the Sikh's inevitable revenge. I awoke at Perth station from an uneasy doze. The Sikh was gone. His reprisal? The theft of my socks. An archive of the Reagan era 237. It was a fine try, and as I watched my father hitch his pants down over his naked ankles before stepping into the headmaster's study I felt not for the first time, the powerful urge to become a journalist, since only a journalist could have conceived such a preposterous story at a moment's notice and within moments recounted it with such vibrant conviction. VV. November 21, 1977. Potty on the threat. Now that it's safely off the stands, and therefore no one can waste a penny on the thing, we can turn our attention to an astonishing essay by Norman Podhoretz in the October issue of Harper's entitled The Culture of Appeasement. Podhoretz starts with the sort of ranting one regularly finds in the pages of commentary, namely that the Vietnam debacle left as one of its chief destructive effects the undifferentiated fear, loathing, and revulsion that the prospect of war now seems to inspire in the American mind. All one heard about and saw was the horrors of war unredeemed, as it appeared, by any noble purpose. Podhoretz, needless to say, thinks this sort of thinking thoroughly bad, since if people don't like the idea of war noble or not then they won't stand up to the Russians. And, indeed, he suspects Americans have lost the will to fight communism. After more of this sort of thing, the spread of native anti-Americanism and so forth, Podhoretz finally gets down to the real business. He detects, he claims, resemblances between the United States of today and Great Britain in the years after World War I. Similar distaste for combat occurred then to the extent that the Iliad could no longer be comfortably read. England itself was discredited in the eyes of the young. The place seemed drearily middle class. The young rebelled, some of them becoming Nazi sympathizers, others communists or fellow travelers. That Auden and Burgess were both homosexuals, says Podhoretz, clearly had something, perhaps everything, to do with their need completely and finally to rebel against England. And indeed it is impossible to read books like Children of the Sun or Paul Fussell's The Great War and Modern Memory without being struck by the central role homosexuality played in the entire rebellious ethos of the interwar period in England. 238. Homosexual feeling, Podhoretz says, also accounted for a good deal of the pacificism that rose out of the trenches and into the upper reaches of the culture after the war was over. One would have thought, actually, that the fresh memory of the most wantonly bloody war in human history might have had something to do with it. Shortly thereafter, we get to the guts of the matter. No wonder, then, that so many of those who resented their own country, should have been or should have chosen to become, homosexuals. For whatever else homosexuality may be, or may be caused by, to these young men of the English upper class it represented the refusal of fatherhood and all that fatherhood entailed, responsibility for a family and therefore an inescapable implication in the destiny of society as a whole. They were rejecting their birthright as successors to their own fathers in assuming a direct responsibility for the fate of the country. It's but a short leap now to the conclusion. Anyone familiar with homosexual apologetics in America today will recognize these attitudes. That is, England appeased in the 30s, there were homosexuals in England, therefore homosexuals caused appeasement. Watch your S, Neville Chamberlain. Specifically mentioning Allen Ginsberg, James Baldwin, and Gore Vidal, Podhoretz says we find the same sort of pacifism, hostility to one's own country and its putatively dreary middle-class way of life, and derision of the idea that it stands for anything worth defending or that it is threatened by anything but its own stupidity and wickedness. Short of direct charges that commie faggots are running the State Department, it is hard to conceive of a more hysterical and willfully demagogic posture. America is getting soft on communism. America's population includes declared homosexuals. Homosexuals are pacifists and soft on communism. Finally, homosexual communists run America. VV. December 5, 1977. Hemingway, The Bald Truth. The absorbing magazine The Razor's Edge, a journal crusading for female baldness, has at last published the truth about Ernest Hemingway, to wit, that he was a bald head freak. In a scholarly article in its 4th issue, Jack Rear comes to this conclusion, just as Hemingway, the revolutionary prose stylist, sought to expunge from an archive of the Reagan era. 239. Literature all unnecessary verbal foliage, stripping his terse, taut narrative down to bare essentials of communications, so he yearned for a female beauty free of cosmetic fluff and reduced to the closely shaven, soft yet firm, gleaming splendor of the clean bald scalp. Baseless innuendo, you may say, yet Rear compiles compelling evidence. Take an early story, Cat in the Rain. Don't you think it would be good if I let my hair grow out? She asked, looking at her profile again. George looked up and saw the back of her neck, clipped close like a boy's. T like it the way it is. I get so tired of it, she said. I get so tired of looking like a boy. Then we have The Last Good Country, another early story. Nick Adams' sister cuts off her hair and, as Rear comments, the rape of her locks is presented as a moral act. It was something we had to do, the sister says. I should have asked you, but it was something I knew we had to do. I like it, Nick said. The hell with everything. I like it very much. Keeping up the momentum, Rear picks up on Lady Brett Ashley, in The Sun ISO Rises, with her hair brushed back like a boy's, and then speeds on to A Farewell to Arms, where Frederick Henry agrees with Catherine Barclay that it would be exciting if she cut off all her hair. All this of course is prelude to the great sadomasochistic hair-shearing contest of For Whom the Belly Tolls. Rear really lets rip here, quoting with satisfaction such passages as, her hair was the golden brown of a grain field that has been burned by the sun, but it was cut short all over her head so that it was but little longer than the fur on a beaver pelt, the famous shaving of Maria by the fascists, and a passage in which Rear says the erotic elements in head shaving reach full fruition. She curled her legs between his and rubbed the top of her head against his shoulder. but I would not be so ugly there with this cropped head that thou wouldst be ashamed of me. No, thou art lovely, and so forth. With a scholarly harumph, rear glosses, in the final analysis none of Hemingway's fictional women experience dramatically negative feelings about their cropped heads. Similarly, none of the author's male protagonists react less than positively to the severely cropped heroines of his literature. In fact, they eventually prefer the women because of that characteristic. Hence, that sadomasochistic shaving scene of For Whom the Bell Tolls is not significant with regard to Hemingway's motivation or basis for appreciating women with little or no hair. He preferred women who were cropped or shaven because of an aesthetic appreciation of the daringly spirited breed of women who would remain confident with such styles. 240. Remember that the razor's edge favors female baldness. Hemingway is dragooned as recruiting agent. Of course, Rear makes autobiographical links. Carlos Baker said Hemingway was especially conscious of a woman's hair. All his wives had short hair in the period of their proximity to Papa. And Hemingway shaved his head twice. Once when he got lice in Turkey and once on safari in Africa in 1953, when he remained completely shaven for at least 4 months, going native to the extent of hunting with spears and dyeing his hunting jackets a Maasai shade of pink while consorting with a completely bald Wakamba girl named Deba. I'm not sure of the sex pole ramifications of all this. I associate shaven heads with fascism, but this may be repression. VV. February 13, 1978. Bring back prohibition. As it casts about desperately for a crusade with which to arouse the American people, the Carter administration would do well to consider one of the great social experiments of the 20th century, prohibition. At first glance, prohibition, inaugurated with the 18th Amendment in 1919 and ended with passage of the 21st Amendment in 1933, would seem to be a discredited episode in American history. Enemies of prohibition cite the rise of organized crime, the paralysis of public morals, and the corruption of the political process generally as among the dire results of mass social rejection of the law. Such denunciation is altogether too hasty. It should first of all be noted that the enactment of prohibition ushered in a decade of prosperity unparalleled in the history of the Republic. Repeal of prohibition came hand in hand with the darkest years of the Depression. Prohibition can be directly connected with the boom years of the 1920s. Working and middle-class savings rose sharply in the first 5 years of Prohibition, since money previously squandered on liquor was reserved for more prudent and useful investment. But the hidden message of Prohibition lies elsewhere and has only recently been excavated by social and medical historians. It is to be found in the field of public health. Epidemiologists in their scrutiny of health trends among the American populace, have detected a downswing in certain kinds of disease during the period of Prohibition. The most striking. An archive of the Reagan era 24. Decline was in the death rates due to cirrhosis of the liver, an ailment widely attributed to alcoholism. Consider one startling statistic. For the state of Massachusetts, an area typical of the eastern seaboard, the death rate per 100,000 population from cirrhosis in 1870 was 9.7. By 1900 it had jumped to 16.0. In 1930 it declined to 8.2. But by 1968, after 35 years of steady legal drinking, the rate had climbed to 19.0. Dr. Joseph Ira of the University of Pennsylvania believes that prohibition had a definite, socially beneficial effect in reducing the cirrhosis death rate. And he goes on to argue that prohibition also contributed to a decline in the accident and suicide rates. He believes that prohibition probably also had an impact on the decline in tuberculosis rates. For Massachusetts, the TB death rate per 100,000 in 1870 was 460. It declined to 264 in 1900, and to 68 in 1930. Ira adds that the prohibition of alcohol consumption may very well have had a cross impact on TB because of diet. Alcoholics frequently get calories from liquor, not food, thus lowering resistance to. Indeed, beyond such specific data, the first phase of prohibition until the mid-20s produced an impressive reduction in alcohol-related statistics in such areas as hospital admissions, police arrests, and the like. By hindsight, it can be seen that prohibition constituted a dramatic, specific, and successful public health program and demonstrated that where political leadership and public sentiment combine as they did in the years immediately following World War I, socially beneficial results can be obtained. VV, with James Ridgway. April 24, 1978. Dolls in Gross Act. In a fierce bid to protect the good names of Poppin' Fresh and Poppy Fresh, the Pillsbury Company launched, last Monday, a case against Screw magazine claiming damages totaling $1.5 million and enjoining Screw against further assault on the reputation of its dolls. What bothers Pillsbury is that some recent editions of Screw have displayed what purports to be a Pillsbury ad showing the dolls engaged in sexual activity, oral and genital. Pillsbury's lawyers recount how, in 1966, the company began using a 242 distinctive trade character popularly known as Poppin' Fresh, the Pillsbury Doughboy, which trade character has a baker's hat, a neckerchief, and a body with blunted limbs, which is presented in pure white except for his dark blue, or black, pop eyes. Pillsbury, says the complaint, has so far spent at least $70 million in the development and presentations of its Poppin' Fresh trade character. These presentations, they say, have ensured that Poppin' Fresh's personality is the best remembered feature. Poppin' Fresh has so far appeared on over 4 billion packages and in 1971 was replicated, as the complaint puts it, in 3 dimensions, which doll was wrought in soft, smooth, and cuddly vinyl so as to appeal to both the eyes and touch of children. Millions of these dolls were sold. In 1972, there came into the world Poppy Fresh, the Pillsbury Dough Girl, so dressed and configured to be perceived as a female character. Pillsbury, the complaint says, has taken care to ensure that these characters have always been so presented as to project an image of wholesomeness and decency. The tone of the complaint, unctuous in its tender pride on the subject of the dolls, then changes sharply. Defendant is a publisher of a periodical entitled Screw, which publication is uncompromisingly obscene in its totality, and is thus the antithesis of wholesomeness and decency. And Screw, the complaint reports, ran a purported ad, along with the jingle, "Nothin' says lovin' like somethin' from the oven," and Pillsbury says it best. In the ad were, apparently, our old friends Poppin' Fresh and Poppy Fresh. The aforesaid damage is exacerbated by the fact that, in Screw, Pillsbury's Poppin' Fresh character and its Poppy Fresh character are indecently portrayed as joining in various sexual activities, including an act which is a crime against nature. The despicably sordid portrayals, one count in the complaint runs, would have the tendency to tarnish and besmirch the aforesaid copyrighted dolls and would thus diminish both their appeal and their value. Al Goldstein, publisher of Screw, did not seem too worried about the suit when I called him on Monday. "We think," he remarked briskly, "that they're full of shit. It's humor. It's a First Amendment thing. They're morons. We will run it again. We'll break their chops." *VG. Pillsbury sued Screw in Georgia, and it was only after a long and expensive fight that Screw survived. An archive of the Reagan era 243. December 4, 1978. 20 years on. A perfectly preserved Keynesian has been unearthed by archaeologists investigating the sudden onset of the age of monetarism in the 1960s. The Keynesian was unearthed by excavators from the quadrangle of King's College, Cambridge, where he apparently had been engaged in digging a hole. The body is in an excellent state of preservation, clad in corduroy trousers and tweed coat. The stomach contains freshly chewed cucumber sandwiches and cinnamon toast. Archaeologists speculate that diagrams found on the Keynesian, referring to LM and JS, will shed new light on early Keynesian thought. A copy of the New Statesman, also found on the corpse, dates the sudden death of the Keynesian to the time of the British devaluation of sterling in 1967. It is believed that the Keynesian, fearing the onset of glacial monetarism, may have fled Whitehall to his old grazing pastures in Kings. But other experts, noting the placid expression on the face of the Keynesian, believe that the catastrophe took him entirely unawares. A portion of the Keynesian's thigh was flown at once to a banquet held by the Chicago School. Tasty and surprisingly fresh, was a common verdict, though some found the meat too fatty. V.B. September 10, 1979. Death in August. Larry Stern, national editor of the Washington Post, died of a heart attack at the age of 50 on August 11. He was jogging, a circumstance to which I will return. I first recall meeting him in 1974, awakening in a strange house in Washington to hear a noise that sounded as though someone had just dropped a bicycle on top of a dog. This is what had occurred, and I found a shortish man, breathing heavily, seeking to put the situation to rights. With a luminous smile, he introduced himself as Stern, reported that I had come to visit the previous night, had drunk excessively and fallen asleep on his sofa. The saga, punctuated with abrupt laughs, was related in a species of verbal shorthand, cryptic but full of innuendo and implication. He drew 244 brisk thumbnail sketches of others who had attended the nocturnal revels, backtracked to a kindred revel in Saigon years earlier, moved as swiftly forward to a disobliging anecdote about a noted pundit of the day, and finally fell into silence as he tried to make coffee with the ineptitude and concentrated application of one unfamiliar with the preparation of food and beverages. As he talked, panting somewhat, the hangover gradually slipped off him like an old familiar dressing gown, and he moved more easily through the litter of empty bottles, empty glasses, and well-filled ashtrays, inquiring about my business and offering help and counsel. With a few parting words of admonition, a suggestion that I treat his house as mine, he sprang forth to do battle with another day, pausing only to ponder for some minutes where the hell he had left his car. There were many such evenings, and many such mornings, subsequently conducted in this manner at Larry's house in Washington. The place was one of those reverse images of a Bermuda Triangle, which journalists always hope to find in some strange city. Writers, lobbyists, reporters, politicians, lovely women, who all previously had been maintaining their own separate, invisible causes, would all suddenly show up on the same radar screen, gathered beneath Larry's generous roof. To foreign journalists, novices in the nation's capital, he was particularly kind, beaming joyously as Japanese scribes, contorting their tongues painfully round his Christian name, sought inside dope on the Rockheed scandal. Most notable of all was his kindness towards British journalists who became accustomed, over the years, to report directly to his house after arrival at Dulles and then file the facts as they heard them from Larry 2 or 3 hours later. Larry had worked at the Washington Post for nearly 30 years, and knew everything about the paper, every skeleton in every closet, just as he knew almost everything one might wish to discover about Washington, and what patch of ground a reporter might tootle in to exhume a body or two. To every piece of inside dopistism delivered up by one of his guests, Larry could add the extra telling detail. Since he was an exceptionally good journalist, he could edit as well as he could report or write, and by preference would perform all three activities at the same time. When, in the Watergate aftermath and slight slump at the paper, he became assistant managing editor of the Post, in charge of national affairs, the change for the better was, to my eyes at least, instantly detectable. Not least because Larry's heart and head lay on the left side of the political bed. He was not one of those pallidly objective souls who need a route map to get from a gas shortage to Exxon headquarters, or who feel incapable of making up his mind until all the facts are in and till all the evidence has been judiciously assessed. An archive of the Reagan era 245. A Trotskyist in his hot youth, Larry knew what the facts were going to tell him long before he discovered what they actually were, and the route map he carried with him through his life showed the eternal landmarks, the rich man in his castle and the poor man at his gate. Larry hoped to write books, and if possible to earn large sums of money doing so. In 1976, he did take a year off on a foundation grant to write a book about American foreign policy and Cyprus. It was finished on the usual tight, late deadline, was called The Wrong Horse, was very good, and I doubt made him much money at all. I used to find him in the modishly modern Carnegie Building on DuPont Circle, confabulating with mysterious Greeks, typing away, and looking rather out of place, a shirt-sleeved man in a pinstriped world. He invited me to a seminar, in which he was to propound the thesis of his book. The audience consisted mostly, so far as I could determine, of his sources, many of them retired, discreet citizens from the CIA and the State Department. Most of Larry's conclusions were far from their own, and only the fact that his mumbling that evening was so spectacular that scarcely a word could be understood prevented them from assaulting him on the spot. Journalists don't usually write all, or indeed any, of the books they want to, they don't usually earn the fortunes they hope for, and often they don't age happily either. Somewhere after 45, fear enters the soul for the body so abused by drink, tobacco, and late nights, for the bank balance so small, for the middle to late age held in no particular respect by the profession. There was a little of this fear in Larry, as there is in any sane or sensitive person. Between the assaults on the bourbon bottle with genial companions, the justified complaints about the utter incompetence of his publishers, and the romantic entanglements with women who generally found him most attractive with his crooked teeth, ambitious midriff, and sweet complicit smile, he would try to repair the damage by a spot of jogging or other athletic activity. His love affair with the running shoe was sporadic, and so I do not imagine that Larry's body, comfortably inured to pleasant abuse over decades, was much pleased when its master instructed it to trot about every couple of days. He went in early August for a weekend on Martha's Vineyard, with old friends such as Jim Hoagland, Ward Just and John Newhouse. He played tennis, ate a nice lunch with some nice wine, and then went jogging. I wish he had done what he probably wanted to do, would have done in the pre-jogging era, and drunk another bottle of wine. But he went jogging, bent over, grabbed his ankle, remarked to Newhouse that he had been stung by a bee, and died of a heart attack. Autopsy disclosed arterial sclerosis. I went to the Friends Meeting House in Northwest Washington 246 days later, prepared to say a few words in memory of Larry, feeling almost of singular status as one of his closer acquaintances, and found 300 or 400 other people, all with the same belief in their privileged relationship to the departed. For a couple of hours, people from Larry's liquor delivery man, who sang a splendid paean, to a sorrowful Cuban envoy, to many of his colleagues, tried to display what was so special about Larry. I learned new facts. Larry had once been on a boat with George Lardner and 2 girls, and had successfully proved that the ferry crossing between Edgartown and Chappaquiddick could be swum in darkness by journalists as well as by senators. Larry had, according to Murray Martyr, invented the phrase credibility gap. It was one of those times in which the orderly disposition of sorrow achieves the purpose of such ceremonial, the arrangement of grief within tolerable bounds, the fixing of memory and shared affection. It was also, in early August, a time when many attending journalists, briefly returned from vacations, were splendidly bronzed and fit, and thus more resplendent physical specimens than they usually are. Though informal, it was a noble occasion, delightful because journalists' obsequies are so often animated by ignoble, sentimental rites, and speeches too accurately mirroring the ignobility and sentimentality contaminating the profession. Most of you, who never knew Larry, or who never read his work, may wonder why I should carry on so about him. I have owed a lot to Larry over the years. It's that sense of gratitude that caused a couple of friends to fly out from London for the day of commemoration in Washington. Journalism in America will be affected by his death. He could write the important stories, broker the important stories, which would start in the Washington Post, and filter into the New York Times, out-of-town papers, wire services, and TV newscasts across the country. A progressive force in national journalism is gone, and we will feel the consequences. But aside from all of this, I was most fond of Larry, as so many people were, and the thought of him, no longer stertorously hospitable, now as still as a mouse, is as poignant as it was the day he died. VV. An archive of the Reagan era 247. November 19, 1979. The Greensboro Massacre. The murder of 5 communist demonstrators by Klan and Nazi gangsters has been greeted circumspectly by what passes for the American left. Though the spectacle of fascism running wild ought to evoke unhappy memories among liberals, most remain unseen and unheard. They are content to let consensus reign, in this case the notion that the Communist Workers' Party brought the hail of bullets down upon itself by its provocative behavior. This leads to a gruesome state of affairs. The Times mildly chastises the Greensboro police for lack of vigilance, while those same cops whisper that the commies really fired the first shot. Eventual acquittal of the guilty men seems likely, which will naturally encourage other white supremacist murderers, cross-burners, and their kind. 4 of those killed were union activists. 3 had organized workers in the Cone textile mills to fight for better conditions with the Amalgamated Clothing and Textile Workers Union, and another, Caesar Koss, was trying to organize Duke Medical Center workers into the Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees at the time of his murder. Their political views were antagonistic to those of the union's leaders, who incidentally call themselves socialists, which may be why the labor statesmen haven't bothered to excoriate the killers or those who let the slaughter be done. Dignity would at least have required labor and its liberal allies to issue some proclamation of grief, some demand for justice if not revenge. Courage would demand issuance of a call for anti-fascist demonstrations in every major city like the one sponsored by the Spartacists in Detroit. But our liberals are too busy with Teddy, and labor is getting ready to elevate Lane Kirkland as Meany's successor. Action against native fascism is left in the hands of the Trotskyists and other sectarians, who at least can understand the meaning of murder when they see it. VV. 248. June 9, 1980. Forever Albion. My brother Patrick went to a party in London the other day and bumped into the Duchess of St. Albans. "What do you do?" she asked. Patrick said he worked for the Financial Times. "Oh good," the Duchess exclaimed. "Perhaps you can tell me if Lord Cowdray has got his grouse in yet." VV. July 16, 1980. Reagan in Detroit. Detroit, behind the purported business of this Republican convention, the forging of harmony, happiness, and the selection of a vice presidential candidate lurks the all-important question of whether the enormous gamble that carried Ronald Reagan triumphantly through the primary season and into Detroit will pay off, or explode in his face. The gamble is everywhere to see and hear, in Reagan's arrival speech at the airport, where he reached out to Detroit's unemployed, made a play for the blue-collar vote, and flayed the government for their problems, in his remarks at the Detroit Plaza Hotel as young Reaganites festooned the concrete galleries, in the party's platform, and in the perception here that a new age for the Republican Party might be at hand, rivaling the Democratic turnaround of 1932. The gamble is this: whether untried economic prescriptions, barely understood by many of Reagan's closest spokesmen and hotly contested by many of his most important advisers, will survive as the engine of the Republican juggernaut, or whether they will shake apart when serious campaigning begins in the fall. The prescriptions that triumphed in Reagan's mind and in the party platform, amount to the bald assertion that life will improve for all, growth be assured, inflation controlled, production enhanced, and jobs increased and made secure through big tax cuts and a ferocious assault on government regulation. The Reagan of early 1976 crashed amid much ridicule of his lunges toward fiscal restraint, ill-timed attacks on the social security system, and constant volleys at the imprudent and thriftless poor. The Reagan of 1980 is thus far the Good Shepherd of the famous New Hampshire campaign. An archive of the Reagan era 249 adds, vowing that we must go forward, yet none must be left behind. The party platform ratified here provides the idiom of the ideological shift. To those individuals who have lost their jobs because of the Carter recession, we pledge to ensure that they receive their rightfully earned unemployment compensation benefits. The Republican Party recognizes the need to provide workers who have lost their jobs because of technological obsolescence or imports the opportunity to adjust to changing economic conditions. In particular, we will seek ways to assist workers threatened by foreign competition. The platform wrap-up is an absolute reversal of the policies normally associated with the Republican government. They have the life-enhancing uplift of New Deal rhetoric. We propose to put Americans back to work again by restoring real growth without inflation to the United States economy. We must replace the Carter administration's promise of hard times and austerity, one promise which has been kept with Republican policies that restore economic growth and create more jobs. The Democratic Congress and the Carter administration are espousing programs that candidate Carter in 1976 said were inhumane, using recession, unemployment, high interest rates, and high taxes to fight inflation. The Democrats are now trying to stop inflation with a recession, a bankrupt policy which is throwing millions of Americans out of work. They say Americans must tighten their belts, abandon their dreams, accept higher taxes, less take-home pay, fewer jobs, and no growth in the national economy. We categorically reject this approach. Inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. Shutting down our nation's factories and throwing millions of people out of work leads only to shortages and higher prices. The audacity of all this is breathtaking, and would require nothing less than a miracle from the Almighty God, to whom the convention prays almost without cease. The same platform that implies reduced revenues from taxation calls for the largest defense increases since World War II. The same platform that speaks with words of understanding and mercy to the poor calls also for attrition in federal efforts to help them, with the proposition that Reagan's tax cut boom would hurtle a poor black into vigorous self-made prosperity before he had time to crash bankrupt and unhelped into the poorhouse and the grave. An oft-heard cliché of the convention is that the Republican Party is still uncertain whether it wants to be doctrinally pure, or to win the election. The cliché is based on the anti-era and anti-abortion planks developed 250 last week. Yet, a more accurate observation would be, whether the Republican Party will get away with the new premise that it is the party of economic compassion and growth. The bones of most delegates here ache with ancient verities, that almost everything wrong with the economy and society as a whole can be traced to big government, regulation, and the lack of a balanced budget. This translates into equally ancient verities, a better deal for business, a cutback in social expenditures, and healthful doses of recession and unemployment whenever necessary. This is traditional republicanism, and almost all Republicans here in Detroit essentially believe in the faith as devoutly as they ever did. Few of them profess to understand the theoretical ideas behind the new Reagan and his amazing supply-side, tax-cutting life-enhancing schemes. They seem content, all the same, as do the media, to let the hokum roll, and to sit back and enjoy it. The politics of compassion, they realize, has its uses, and it is better to say we won't need welfare, instead of the old version, which was, we don't like welfare. The group that wrought the sea change in Reagan's mind, and which has thus far won the battle for it, is that clustered around the congressman from Buffalo, Jack Kemp. It includes the economist Arthur Laffer, the supply-side propagandists, and publicist Jude Wanniski. Kemp's ideological triumph is embedded in the party platform, and his political prestige has been greatly enhanced as a result. By Monday, he was being toasted fondly by many delegates as the preferred conservative running mate to Reagan, the secret favorite of the governor himself, although common sense seemed to dictate the selection of the supposedly moderate and ecumenical George Bush, or a surrogate for same. The exaltation of the Kemp-Laffer-Wanniski group is sometimes humorous to observe. The most important unobserved fact about Ronald Reagan, Wanniski says, is his degree in economics in 1932, when classical economic theory was still in the curriculum. He is now the only global political figure with a certified diploma in supply-side theory. But there are Reagan advisors and backers who regard the Kemp group's intrusion into old shibboleths as menacing in the extreme. They sense the dangers of the gamble, that in the fall campaign season, under pressure, Reagan could falter, become torn between conflicting counsel, and crash between Kemp's supply-side boosterism and the old search and destroy economic policies of Arthur Burns, Alan Greenspan, George Shultz, and the other heavies from Bechtel, the AEI, and corporate America. Hence the con game. The Republican Party, as anyone interviewing delegates here will rapidly discover, remains, despite the Good Shepherd sentiments, anti-labor, anti-consumer, and the spokesman for owners. An archive of the Reagan-era 251 and big business. Between old Nixon funder and Detroit millionaire Max Fisher, circling a Renaissance Ledge party with his bodyguard, and the black Republican delegates, less than 3% of the total gathered in a chop house 4 miles up Woodward Avenue, the party's center of gravity lies very definitely with Fisher and his cohort. So much for Lincoln and the new spirit allegedly prevailing. The sleight of hand, executed by the Kemp faction, is to adorn the visage of republicanism, red in tooth and maw, with the lineaments of social justice, and thus give the old actor his latest role, the savior of the common man. VV, with James Ridgway. November 19, 1980. The present situation in Israel. Interview with Israel Shahak. It would be a good thing, I think, for Americans to ask themselves once a year whether the USA was a democracy before 1865, that is, before the constitutional abolition of slavery. The situation of the State of Israel and of the territories occupied by it is quite analogous. In the territories there do not exist the smallest vestiges of democracy. Very simply, the military governor is the legislator, the executor of the laws and the judge, and he does what he wants. Just as the situation of the occupied territories resembles that of the pre-1865 South, so the situation inside the State of Israel resembles that of many states of the USA some 50 or 60 years ago, when racism was popular and when the really influential Ku Klux Klan made and unmade politicians, just as Gush Emunim does now in Israel. The author of these remarks is Israel Shahak, professor of organic chemistry at Hebrew University, Jerusalem, and one of the most uncompromising and outspoken crusaders for human rights in Israel today. Shahak was born in Warsaw in 1933, as a boy was in the Nazi concentration camp of Belsen, and came to Palestine in 1945. I lost, he says, my Zionist beliefs in 1956. In 1968 I made my decision to begin acting. He is chairman of the Israeli League for Civil and Human Rights, and to subscribers around the world he performs the invaluable service of monitoring, translating from the Hebrew press, and dispatching twice a month copious extracts, along with his own commentary. I decided, he recalls, that what was needed is to publish reliable material from the Hebrew press, whose writers cannot all be described as self-haters and anti-Semites. 252. Dr. Shahak is briefly visiting the United States. He outlines below his profound alarm at the right-wing extremist tendencies accelerating in Israel, the disastrous state of the economy, the status of human rights, the prospects for the future. A crisis there must be, Dr. Shahak remarks. Without a deep and serious crisis, the majority of Israeli Jews will, very democratically, continue to support the racist system and the oppression of the Palestinians, and will agree only to such a peace which will allow the oppression to proceed peacefully. As the experience of 1973 has shown, after a warlike crisis, many of them are capable of change. The awful economic situation of Israel, itself created by the militarization of the economy by U.S. money, brings another possibility, an economic crisis caused by a limitation or cessation of American aid to Israel. However painful such an economic crisis will be, it will be less painful than what the Palestinians in the occupied territories suffer right now, and of course much less so than a war. Let's start by talking about the security aspects of retaining, or relinquishing the occupied territories. Israel Shahak, the manner in which Israelis of all shades of opinion speak among themselves or even seriously discuss these matters in papers or magazines is completely different from the presentation abroad both by the government and by the Labour Party. Therefore I will give you not only my own opinion but serious opinion in Israel about this. First, all Israelis, by upbringing, are soldiers. I too. We speak as soldiers and only put our military knowledge to different uses. Military danger is danger from an army. Unless a society destroys itself, which happens very rarely, it is only in danger from foreign armies. To put it even more bluntly, if you take the actual number of Israelis killed, the largest number have been killed by Egyptian armies, simply because it was always the biggest army. So the problem is one of danger from armies. So long as the situation in the Middle East remains as it is now, so long as there are states in the Middle East which may be presumed to be hostile to Israel, I quite agree and accept that Israel needs military security which can be achieved exactly on the Egyptian model: patrols, observation posts, observation from the air, and if the Israeli army says it needs certain anti-tank ditches in Sinai to be observed and kept open by patrols, I accept this. But we don't need two things. First of all, we don't need settlements. 95% of Israelis admit this. It is quite obvious that settlements are a hindrance to military defense. Those who defend settlements, but not for religious reasons, will therefore use psychological factors and argue that if a soldier knows that there is a home inhabited by children. An archive of the Reagan era 253. Behind him he will fight better. To which I as a soldier say this is bullshit. The soldier fights worse, and will fight best when he is relatively near to his own home. Israeli soldiers did not fight well beyond Suez. The second condition is that the soldier must be in open territory. A settlement with families affects his morale worse and not better. The second condition here you can read the opinion of General Dan Shomron, head of the Southern Command, also the commander of the Entebbe operation, is that basically the willingness to fight depends on the state of society. Israeli society is very obviously being destroyed from within. Shomron, by the way, attributes this more to the settlements than I do. I attribute it more to the economy. But at any rate it is destroyed from within. Israel now has a strong air force, because it is a matter of pilots and they are paid well. It has good elite units, because they are manned from kibbutzim and from graduates of certain high schools and not from the general population, but the general army units are already corrupted, first of all by discontent. The Israeli army itself says that it is now common for soldiers to attack their officers, in cafes, on football fields, on the way to their homes in the cities and so on. They attack them. Yes. Mutiny. Not mutiny. If officers beat their soldiers and punish them in many humiliating ways, then what will the soldier who has been humiliated by being tied to a bed or to a post do? 5 will suffer it, 2 will grumble, and 3 will get some friends, and see where it is easy to beat the officer. If you want another example, a scandal discovered in late October was that many permanent army personnel whose duty was to make routine inspection, servicing and cleaning tank engines, decided that their workload was too great, so they put sand and such into the engines. Thus they were ruined completely, and then bureaucratically had to go to another department, and the men did not have to work on it. An army in which such things have happened many hundreds of times is an army that has been corrupted. There is no doubt that Israeli society, including the army, is being destroyed from the inside. You have talked about a renaissance of mystical thinking in Israel today. What do you mean by this? Jewish mysticism conquered the Jewish world in the 16th century and was a dominant form for about 200 years, until the affair of the false Messiah. The mysticism survived among many antinomian sects which believed in the false Messiah, which condoned the most extreme forms of sexual license as religious acts and so forth. The mysticism itself was driven. 254. Underground, and except for very small groups, Jews did not particularly indulge in mysticism in the 19th and 20th centuries. The reason was of course the Jewish Enlightenment. From the 30s on there were mystical tendencies in Palestine. But it suddenly burst forth as a reaction to the October 1973 war and is the ruling principle of the Gush Emunim, the bloc of the faithful, which organizes the settlers. The leaders of this movement really believe that what they are doing is an act of mystical significance, of religious importance, and an act which will override all other things. In addition, they really have eschatological beliefs. They think that their rabbis have had revealed to them by dreams, by portents, by contemplation, the intimation that the end of the world is near. But whether this is a matter of months or decades depends on them. If they are firm, settle more, especially if they come to rule Israel and lead Israel, then not only is the help of God assured to them, and literally they shout, like the Crusaders, God is with us, but they are assured of victory in any circumstances. This mysticism is extremely dangerous. If you accept religiously the validity of the 16th and 17th century mysticism, then you have the basis for their conclusions. It has parallels to fundamentalism. If you accept the idea that Jonathan Edwards was right in the 18th century, many things that Jerry Falwell says now follow. This Jewish mysticism inflates the coming of the Messiah to a cosmic rather than Jewish event. In normal Judaism, the Messiah will redeem Israel, the Jewish people will conquer the land of Israel, build the temple, and that is all. There will be a Jewish state, and the world will go on as before. In Jewish mysticism, the coming of the Messiah is a cosmic event. The Messiah redeems the fall of Adam and Eve. The world is full of the power of Satan, I don't have to give you the parallels, and Satan prevents cosmic salvation. It will be the Messiah, with the help of mystic contemplation of right-thinking Jews, who will redeem the whole world. No sacrifice is too great to achieve this goal. The important thing is that this right-wing minority of 10 to 12% believes and follows orders. In this authoritarian strain, the great rabbis are those who read the portents and issue orders, they are heads of the academies, and scholars even after 10 years follow their orders and indoctrinate. With people like Begin there is a double sort of attitude to this. On one level he disagrees with them, but on another he respects them, rather like Reagan with the fundamentalists in Texas. Such attitudes give the Gush Immunim enormous power, and without a labor victory they will continue to have power. The right-wing religious fanatics compose the most dangerous group, socially and politically, that has existed in the entire history of Israel. An archive of the Reagan era. 255. So what are the opposing ideological strains? Liberal bourgeois democracy, as a tradition, has remained very strong in Israel. In fact, one of the reasons why things are so different in Israel and the territories is that they have different systems of law. Bourgeois democracy very easily escapes from the reality, as under the British Empire, that there is freedom in London and oppression in Bombay. How would you describe the situation as regards human rights in Israel and the occupied territories? If you exclude the occupied territories, there is no doubt that Israel is a democracy both in its formal apparatus, voting, parliament, government, and so on, and, much more important, in freedom of opinion. In the last 5 years it has increased, and it has also increased under the Begin government. The government inside Israel is employing censorship against Israeli papers less and less. In the 60s especially, the Labour government employed a great deal of censorship. 10 years ago the legal office of the government used to try to prosecute poems, leaflets, minority publications. This has ceased. It has something to do with Begin's legalistic nature, and a faction in the Labour Party constantly attacks Begin for allowing extreme groups, especially Palestinian groups within Israel, to publish. The Israeli public draws a very firm line between what should or should not be allowed within Israel for all Israeli citizens, and what should or should not be allowed in the occupied territories. This public will allow enormous repression of opinion in the territories, but will support an enormous amount of freedom within Israel. Within this Israeli society, which is very democratic and free, there is a basic discrimination in alley systems, legal and social. Take land and housing. The land is officially divided into 94% belonging to the State of Israel, administered jointly by the Israeli Land Authority and by the Jewish National Fund under regulations which expressly prohibit selling, renting and subrenting to non-Jews. The word non-Jew is operative here. Non-Jews are not allowed to live in this area, buy or rent an apartment, open a business or even raise a tent. The other 6% is private, and every owner can do what he wants with it. But even here pressure, especially in agriculture, on farmers who own their land not to allow the Arabs they employ to live on the land, not to give them a room or half a room or tents, is applied by cutting their credit. The government holds enormous power by its ability to extend cheap credit. If it cuts credit to a farmer, he has recourse only to the higher commercial creditor, is finished and must submit. The Israeli government will persecute a Jewish farmer subrenting to an Arab who then employs other Arabs. For it is claimed that by such means, Arabs are sinking down roots in the land. The impulse here is not economical but national. 256. Take the question of Palestinian collaborators inside Israel, meaning Palestinian citizens who are jailers in prisons, who serve in special units in the Israeli army, and who are Shin Bet agents. Even a Palestinian who has been an agent of Shin Bet or Mossad for many years is not allowed to live on Jewish land. He is rewarded by the state financially, receives housing, but the housing must be built on non-Jewish land. In all areas, within Israel there is a division between Jewish and non-Jewish. You can simply look at this official statistical abstract of Israel. Take any statistic. Look at infant mortality. See, Jews, non-Jews. There are no Israelis in Israel. Here we are. Infant death by age, sex, and population group. First, this table for Jews, which specializes and categorizes in great detail, 1 month, 3 months, 11 months, and so on, 12 categories. For non-Jews only 4 categories. Unless you make your own calculations, you cannot know from this the infant death rates in Israel, of all Israeli babies. There are no Israeli babies in Israel. And the situation in the occupied territories. In the occupied territories, the worst thing, to my mind, is the complete lack of democracy and freedom of expression as they exist in Israel. What happened in 1967 was that Israel decided to establish a permanent colony. Because of this, in the occupied territories all books are controlled. The military governor constantly publishes lists of forbidden books. Newspapers and other publications which are openly sold in Israel are forbidden in the territories. Pictures of flowers are forbidden if they are painted in the 4 colors of the Palestinian flag: white, black, red and green. Another example, a picture of a dove standing in a window was forbidden because the dove was painted with the petals of the kafia. In the last year the military government has tried to eradicate anything that symbolizes Palestine. Even worse than this is the absolute power of the military governor. His regulations have the force of law. He can issue any regulations he wants, without any consultation with the Knesset. Let me omit the deportations, which you know about, and mention a couple of examples, which affect the lives of many people in the occupied territories. Unknown here is the size and scope of administrative limitations imposed on the people, and also the control of the farmers. The military governor can forbid Palestinians to move from their own villages or towns without permission. Thousands of Palestinians are now limited to their own villages. I tried to get a man in Ramallah, whose brother-in-law died in Bethlehem, to visit the funeral. Forbidden. None can say this 3-hour daytime visit is a matter of security. This is persecution. All political meetings are forbidden, all assemblies are forbidden, to hold sessions of the municipal council open to the public is forbidden. So. An archive of the Reagan era 257. When Palestinians want to meet to discuss their local affairs, they use social events, lunches, dinners, wedding receptions. Now under such a system there are spies and informers. So let us say it comes to the local military governor's attention that such and such a wedding reception the next day will really be an occasion on which the notables of the village discuss what to do about land confiscation. Then the normal and usual procedure inflicted on thousands of people is that they are called, usually in the middle of the night, and brought by soldiers to the office of the military governor, who says, "It has come to my attention you are attending a lunch. I hereby define this as a prohibited political assembly and you are forbidden to attend. I sacrifice discussion of torture and other things to show by such examples what it means to live under Israeli military occupation, and also how much it differs from Israel itself. Now let us consider a Palestinian farmer in the occupied territories. Let us say he has some tomatoes. What is the procedure for him to sell his tomatoes in the nearest town, or to send them to Jordan or wherever? He must first go to his local mukhtar or headman, nominated by the military governor, and get a blank piece of paper with his personal stamp on it. With this he goes to the nearest military government offices. He then shows them the paper, which is torn, so the next time he will have to bring another. Then he applies for a permit to move or sell his tomatoes, but it is at the absolute discretion of the governor whether he gets the permit or not. Now tomatoes are perishable. I could as well mention grapes, by the way. And so a favorite method of collective punishment of villages or a whole area is to withhold those permits. It works. The notables of the village will go to the office of the military governor and, often in the presence of an American journalist, say what is required. Such things show that in the occupied territories people are more firmly under the control of the military governor than in any other system I know of, excepting the old Portuguese system, especially in Mozambique. Even the Spanish in the old colonies in Latin America had nothing resembling this. How efficient is the Shinbit in the territories? It was my impression, also of others, that the Shinbit was very efficient in the territories until about 1975 or 76. Foreknowledge of demonstrations has now diminished. Palestinian guerrillas stand much less chance of being caught by the Shinbit. Leaflets are widely disseminated, and there is widespread underground political literary activity. Why the change? Two reasons, one Israeli and the other Palestinian. Until 75 and 76 the security agencies, Shin Bet and Mossad, obeyed an unwritten rule that extremists from the left and right should be strictly excluded. Now right-wing fanatics. 258. Especially religious fanatics are being taken in. The old-time Shin Bet agents, taken from the political center, distinguished between Arab, and said there are good Arabs who would be favored if, let us say, there was a threat of land confiscation. He would get a certification which would save him from being beaten, which gave him preference on the bridges over the Jordan. From 75 and 76 but very rapidly after degree 77 when Begin came to power, with the injection of right-wing extremists, the Shin Bet has treated all Palestinians alike, along the lines of a very famous saying now quoted in the Hebrew press, the only way to know what an Arab thinks is to break his head open. What is your analysis of the Israeli state and the conditions in which it finds itself today? Historically, I did not understand it when I began my activities. I have understood it in the last 4 or 5 years. In the last 4 or 5 years I would agree with 80% of the thesis of Edward Said, in his book The Question of Palestine, and also Orientalism. Basically the State of Israel was founded by people who were not conscious of the rights of non-Western people. Because of this, while very many of them tried to be just within their group, they had absolutely no sense of justice for people outside their group. Since they were Europeans or allies of Europeans, most of the injustices were against people not in this category. To this was added, for many of them, a very dangerous exploitation of certain biblical ideas. We are reconquering the land we conquered from Canaanites once. So you are saying that an essential strain is fundamentally racist? It is fundamentally racist, but a combined racism, first Jewish racism and then Western racism, the feeling of Western superiority not habitual now but customary 40 or 50 years ago. Do you think these trends have accelerated in the last few years? There have been 2 periods of acceleration. Slow acceleration between 67 and 73/74 and very quick acceleration between 74 and 80. You can say that Begin accelerated them even faster, but the basic trends were established in 74 and 75, including settler organization, mystical ideology, and the great financial support of the United States to Israel, whose dimensions have completely changed. Between summer 74 and summer 75, the key decisions were taken, and from that time it's a straight line. The key decisions: 1. Increasing the size of what you call the military-industrial complex. Israeli inflation and the economy can be explained in classical economic terms: the pumping of enormous sums of money into unproductive sectors of the population, increasing salaries of unproductive people, army officers, army personnel, and so on, increasing the number in uniform. The economic correspondent of the Jerusalem Post calculated. An archive of the Reagan era 259. That 24% of Israeli males in the prime work age, between 1820s and 45, are in uniform, meaning that they can't do anything for the economy. The second decision was to keep the occupied territories of Palestine and some small areas of Sinai, the Rafah approaches and the airports near the border, which by the way I'm sure will not be returned, peace or no peace. The decision to hold and keep the territories was taken, and will be held, to keep the territories in the land of Israel, and some small areas around. Meaning apart from the Golan Heights and a small part of Sinai. Those are the key decisions from which everything followed. Is it possible for the Israeli economy to be in any sense self-sufficient? Extremely possible. We are really a people and a society which had already by 1967 achieved a high level of technology. Our agriculture is very good, and we export the irrigation techniques we invented to other countries in the world. The chemical industry before 1967 had very great potential. We are perfectly capable of establishing a modern economy based on the most modern technology and inventions, on agriculture and chemistry, also on the very high level of university and other educational facilities. We were on this road around 1967. It was difficult, but we were on the road. Two things have sidetracked it. First, after 67, the very great influx of speculative capital which was then withdrawn after 73, but which was at the beginning, like all speculative capital, as in Egypt, put into tourism, put into quick business, into the army's specialized production of weapons for export and things like this. But this was peanuts. There was still development until 73. From 74 there is no economic development in Israel because there is a flow of cheap money from abroad, from the United States, state-controlled. I am afraid you will think I am a Milton Friedmanite, which I am not. But this is common sense. And this money all goes to unproductive things, to the military-industrial sector, to the army, to high salaries in the army, so that all manpower is being sucked into the army. Let me give you an example. Under the special conditions of inflation we have two basic credit rates. The commercial rate, as you can imagine, is very high. The state-controlled rate is lower, and this induces every businessman to work for the Ministry of Defense, as much as he can. These are the conditions for the creation of inflation and the destruction of the productive part of the economy. To use the classical economic example, we are ruined by American money, just as Spain and Portugal were ruined by money from Mexico and Peru. Spain, especially, was a flourishing economy until it conquered South and Central America, and then it became the most decadent country in Europe. All economists attribute this unanimously to an influx of money which was not earned. Just as Iranian society under the Shah was ruined by the influx of money, so in Israeli society, it doesn't really make a difference if the money 260 is from the sale of Iranian oil or comes from the American Congress. Money not earned by productive work, and thrown in vast amounts into any economic system, always creates inflation and ruins society, but makes the government stronger. The same Spanish government under which Spain was ruined in the 16th and 17th centuries was also the Spanish government which sent troops to Italy, to Germany, which carried on the war with the Dutch Republic. The result was that the Dutch Republic became the richest country in Europe and Spain remains the poorest. And your ideas for a long-term solution? The idea is more or less for non-discriminatory or non-racist state forms. The most one can hope for in the present situation, even under the banner of utopia, is for a de-Zionized Israel within 67 borders, an Israel in which all forms of discrimination will be abolished and which will give the right to Palestinians from its territory to return. The right, by the way, can be controlled. Often when I argue about this in Israel, my opponent says, well, 1 million Palestinians will enter at the same time. I answer that it is the principle which is important, and then, under realistic conditions, when the principle has been granted, you can say people can enter at the rate of 10,000, or of 50,000 or of 80,000 a year. And what do you think will happen? First of all, what may happen is catastrophe. Then I must tell you as a realistic man that the secular fascistic solution may be stable for a decade or so. If right-wingers come to power, you will have a catastrophe. Here is a practical proposal to you. Discuss the basic facts of the oppression of the Palestinians by Israel as much as you can, and going right down to the basics of the racism of every day. Point out the obvious contradiction between what the majority of American Jews demand for themselves in the USA, and what they defend in Israel. Do not be intimidated in the struggle against racism and for human dignity, equality, and freedom, by any demagoguery about peace and democracy, if they are used in the cause of discrimination, and perhaps the words of the prophet will come true, hate the evil and love the good and establish judgment in the gate. It may be that the Lord God of hosts will be gracious to the remnant of Joseph. VV, with James Ridgway. An archive of the Reagan era, 261. March 4, 1981. The Network. Right there, Sunday morning, we had the New York Times and the problem. On the front page of the main news section there is a report that Argentina's national police have arrested the leaders of that country's human rights movement. Reading on through the story to an inside page, we find that the Inter-American Human Rights Commission's November report on Argentina supports the view that Argentina's military government has covered up the disappearance of more than 6,000 people who were arrested as suspected subversives between 1973 and early 1980. The word terrorism is not used. That same Sunday morning we had the New York Times magazine. There was a big color picture on the cover of two masked men, one of them brandishing a pistol. And there too was the big word terrorism with the subtitle tracing the international network and the author's name, Claire Sterling. At the start of the article inside an editorial subhead said, "There is now extensive evidence," says the author, "that for the last decade the Soviet Union and its surrogates have provided support for terrorists around the world." The story on Argentina did not include any information of backing provided to Argentina by the United States, as for example with the visit of David Rockefeller, post-November 4, 1980, in which he told the Argentinian leadership that a new era of understanding of their problems had been launched with the election of Ronald Reagan. The possibility that one of the most powerful bankers in the U.S. was thereby providing support for terrorists who have presided over the disappearance of 6,000 people was not mentioned. In the bracing atmosphere of the new Reagan-Haig era, the latter's denunciation of terrorism, and his statement that it will replace human rights as the main concern of the administration, we should take a look at some journalistic uses of the word. Sterling's article is dedicated to the proposition that terrorism in the world today is masterminded by the Soviet Union. It follows hot on the heels of a similar article in the magazine written by Robert Moss. Reading through the article we immediately understand that under the heading terrorism is not included such activities as the murder of Orlando Letelier, sponsored by Pinochet's Chile, against which government the terrorism-hating Reagan administration has hastened to drop all sanctions, i.e. disappearances, torture and systematic extermination of political dissidents as practiced in Argentina, Guatemala, El Salvador, Paraguay, etc., etc. 262. The extermination, with the help of U.S. weapons, of a significant slice of the populace of East Timor, Israeli behavior in the occupied territories and Lebanon, novel techniques in the fostering of human rights as developed by such U.S. allies and friends as President Mobutu of Zaire, Prime Minister Botha of South Africa, President Choi of South Korea, President Zia of Pakistan, etc., etc. These activities, it cannot be too heavily emphasized, are not terrorist, but regrettably necessary, harsh, often tragic, sometimes authoritarian, and at worst to be clustered under the label of repression, which is to terrorism as chalk is to cheese. As a rough rule of thumb, the more ample the scale of elimination of opponents, the less terrorist the exercise is. Carpet bombing by B-52s in Vietnam was not terrorism. In fact, in the current spasm of rethinking Vietnam, this bombing was simply and unfortunately unsuccessful, not per se evil. Intellectuals in this country prefer not to think too closely about terrorism or the uses to which the word is put. The best analysis of the semantics of terror appears in Noam Chomsky and Edward Herman's The Political Economy of Human Rights. This work has not been reviewed by the New York Times, the New York Review, nor indeed by almost every other newspaper and journal in the United States. They point out, for example, among the many symbols used to frighten and manipulate the populace of the democratic states, few have been more important than terror and terrorism. These terms have generally been confined to the use of violence by individuals and marginal groups. Official violence, which is far more extensive in both scale and destructiveness, is placed in a different category altogether. This usage has nothing to do with justice, causal sequence, or numbers abused. Undaunted by such matters of definition, Sterling proffers her terrorist network. This kind of journalism is a little like dealing in Maria Theresis. The currency is rather old. Of 9 terrorists depicted on the opening page, 4 are in jail, 3 are dead, 1 has defected, and we are left with the standby Carlos, without whom the terror analysts would be poorer than they are today. Some specimens of Sterling's evidence that terrorism in the late 1960s and 1970s came under the direction or indirect control of the KGB, the 4 West Germans who kidnapped and then murdered the magnate and former SS officer Schleyer were later discovered on a beach in Bulgaria by some West German detectives taking a holiday there. Ergo, the KGB was behind the Baader-Meinhof gang. Sterling does not mention that the Bulgarian government extradited the 4. In an attempt to prove that Moscow is up to its trouble-making tricks. An archive of the Reagan era 263. There, Sterling takes a lengthy excursus into the recent political history of Northern Ireland, in which area she displays startling ignorance. For instance, they helped kill off a power-sharing plan in a new Northern Ireland assembly by planting 48,000 IBS of explosives. Later in 1973 they helped consign the promising Sunningdale agreements to oblivion by breaking their own ceasefire, the last they would ever agree to after only 3 weeks. Remembering that the power-sharing plan and the Sunningdale agreements were one and the same, we should bear in mind that a more destructive factor than Moscow guns and gold was the Protestant workers' strike of 1974, which was in fact when the agreement collapsed. Of course, Paisley could turn out to be another tool of the Kremlin. Sterling doesn't go into this. Characteristically, Sterling is an addict, as was the unlamented Brzezinski of the croissant approach to geopolitics. More than half the international terrorist attacks since 1968, according to the CIA, have taken place in Western Europe and North America. The most deadly have come in a strategic crescent from Turkey westward through Italy and up to Ireland. Purists might quarrel with the honorific strategic appended to the word crescent. Brzezinski's crescent, or arc of crisis, lay to the south and east. Other analysts, in the Wall Street Journal for example, have detected a pretzel of provocation twisting through Cuba, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Grenada. Others again espy the bagel of Bolshevism surrounding and threatening to engulf Western values. The Hoover, Georgetown, and Hudson gangs espouse the crumpet of catastrophe, a yeasty confection in which holes of subversion such as the Institute for Policy Studies are linked by constantly circulating melted butter to the solid crumpet base in Moscow. Let us note Sterling's next paragraph, in which is the amazing statement that it is not happenstance that none of the major terrorist attacks have been directed against the Soviet Union or any of its satellites or client states. Since 1959 Cuba has sustained one US-sponsored invasion, at least 8 attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro and countless acts of terrorist sabotage. Last year a Cuban envoy was assassinated on the streets of New York. Was this terrorism or not? The word terrorism is one of those immensely useful implements, like the clawed glass or lens once used by landscape artists to focus and rearrange nature to advantage. In the minds of sterling and innumerable Western journalists and intellectuals, it is not terrorism when a bomb planted by exiles explodes in a Cuban plane and kills 80 or so occupants. It is not terrorism when the South African government dispatches its forces. 264. On a raid against the Namibian refugee camp of Kasinga and wipes out 600 people, more than the combined victims of Carlos, the Baader-Meinhof gang and the Red Brigades. The ideologists of terrorism for law Sterling are a fairly small group of journalists and academics, most, if not all, of them nicely funded by big corporations or sustained by academies and institutions. To use their language, they are tightly knit, dedicated to the overthrow of common sense and any sort of objective analysis. They are captive intellectuals of the state indulging in a spectacular treason de clerks, nourishing the Reaganite vision. In the network are to be found such operatives as Robert Moss, based in England, has extensive links with the Pinochet regime, British intelligence, Israeli intelligence, and the CIA. Arnaud de Borchgrave, recently headquartered in Newsweek, expelled across the frontier into freelance territory. Wrote the Spike with Moss. Michael Ledeen has received intensive training in psy-war and ideological sabotage techniques at Georgetown Center for Strategic Studies. Observed in close company of master terrorist Henry Kissinger, whose valet he was in the NBC-sponsored trip to Europe. Edward Luttwak, military intellectual in Washington. Close contacts with the Israeli government. Brian Crozier, founder of the shadowy, ridiculous Institute for the Study of Conflict. Martin Peretz, editor-in-chief of the New Republic. Promoter of Moss, Ledeen et al. There are others, Rael Jean Isaac, Jean Kirkpatrick, Ernest Lefevre, not to mention the entire commentary gang. VV. June 17, 1981. Treason to Clerical Department. Last week the Freedom to Write Committee of Penn held a meeting at the Public Theater on disinformation, internal security, and the writer. Spirited although meandering discussion between the likes of Arthur Miller, Victor Navisky, Nat Hentoff, Marcus Raskin and Midge Decter took place. There have been reports of the discussion, but as a footnote I would like to quote Sean Gervasi, most recently a consultant to UNESCO on relations between intelligence agencies and the media, on disinformation. An archive of the Reagan era 265. The background of this discussion tonight is 35 years of institutionalized lying to the public, manipulation and deception of the public. A careful historical analysis of publicly available documentation makes very clear what the problem is and why we are confronted with it particularly now. We have to remember that in the period when the CIA was created, a system of systematic manipulation of public opinion across the whole world was put in place. This system functioned by sending instructions from the CIA to place false, fabricated, misleading or distorted information through assets in the media, through owned news organizations or through individuals who were either paid CIA officers or contract agents, into the world press for the manipulation of opinion for particular purposes. We are now paying the piper for having a system of such poisonous capacity function in our society. Disinformation was what was perfected by that machinery, and it is now being introduced into American political life in a way it was never introduced before, because this society is in crisis and because this is a weapon which can be used. We have to guard against it very seriously. When Midge Decter talks about free argumentation I have to laugh, because in a political climate which is influenced so profoundly by the constraints placed upon it by this kind of manipulation, we don't have the kind of freedom that we have in many other Western societies. The CIA is the largest news agency in the world today. They define the climate of opinion. By UNESCO estimates in 1978 they were spending almost $300 million a year, they had 1,000 men in the field, They had 2,000 people at Langley and other places in the US manufacturing lies into reality. The simplest way to explain disinformation is to relate an exchange between my brother Tom Gervasi and Daniel Graham, former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. My brother cited some statistics and Graham said, "Well, those come from the Center for Defense Information. That's associated with that commie outfit, the Institute for Policy Studies." And my brother said, "Since when is the IPS a commie outfit?" And Daniel Graham said, "It's all in the spike." My brother said, "That's a novel." Not to Danny Graham, that's the point. This is the frightening thing about disinformation used on such a systematic scale. It's not simply lying. It's calculated inversion of the truth which now takes place on a massive scale in our society. Amid such sentiments, and contrary effusions from other members of the panel, practical reality and the overall matter of solidarity in the face of assault was introduced by Bill Schaap, co-editor of the Covert Action Information Bulletin. In recent years this bulletin has made a practice of researching and then publishing the names of CIA personnel. In the present torpor of the Fourth Estate, it must be one of the few investigative operations still underway. 266. Unsurprisingly, it has become the focus of much congressional, executive, and indeed editorial outrage, and the target of a bill, not yet passed into law, known familiarly as the Agent Identities Protection Act. Remarking, by way of introduction, that the major instrumentality of disinformation in the world today is the CIA and not the Soviet Union, Schaap asked the panel whether its members thought it proper for a law such as the Prospective Act mentioned above to criminalize the publication by private citizens of unclassified information obtained from unclassified sources. Floyd Abrams, prominent lawyer on First Amendment issues, who has already testified against the act in congressional hearings, agreed that it violated the First Amendment, adding of Schaap's bulletin that "I do not think serves the public good by what it does." Whereupon the following colloquy, richly evocative of New York intellectual life, took place. Navisky, do you think it useful, every time you are commenting on the constitutional right of someone who is basically under attack in our republic today, to dissociate yourself from their positions in the way you did in the case of covert action? Abrams, no, I don't, but so long as Mr. Schaap is here and makes a speech about the benefit to the public, as he views it, of his publication, I thought my First Amendment rights went at least as far enough to respond. Navisky, they do. My suggestion is that that's one of the things in the past that weakened and fragmented the ability of people who were targets to resist the oppression that occurred. Abrams, I don't view myself as part of a cause, Victor. I view myself as responding on my own behalf as best I can when I perceive First Amendment interests, including Covert Action Information Bulletin, to be interfered with. Decter. I think the category of usefulness, as it was used, is a call to close ranks. The call to close ranks is every bit as dangerous as it has been helpful, that is again an attempt to interdict dissent and discussion. It's not a legal demand but a spiritual demand, and I think it is very bad. I think it is intellectually about one of the most harmful, deleterious, and dangerous things that we can do is to accept that notion, and I beg you all not to. Navisky, is it useful for a group of people who have reason to believe that they are going to be called before congressional committees and interrogated about their political beliefs, is it useful for those people, to dissociate ourselves from their political beliefs? I meant to ask that question because my study of the 50s says to me that it was very harmful, to both the victims of that period, and the possibilities of resistance, for everybody. An archive of the Reagan era 267 who wanted to defend the rights of targets of the congressional investigating committees to have to go through the ritual of dissociating themselves from the positions of the people who were called up there. Decter, that is why I am against congressional investigating committees. But we are having public debate and discussion, and if there were no congressional committees, then it would seem to me that we ought to be engaging in public discourse, which is supposed to meet criteria of discourse and not of political convenience or advantage. Raskin, Mrs. Decter knows that we live in a situation where Congress and an extremely right-wing government are in control, and where it is the case that books are written for the specific purpose of attempting to destroy individuals. That is something that will be used by the state apparatus. Floyd Abrams shouldn't withdraw and shouldn't be so frightened. There is a First Amendment, which should be protected, but there is also a state apparatus to be confronted. Hentoff, that really is outrageous. I think the point Midge made is exactly correct, that if Floyd has any credibility, it is because he doesn't unify if he doesn't feel like it at the time. He will defend covert action, to make him some kind of weak, timorous person is crazy. Raskin, I am not saying in any way that he is a weak or timorous person. He is obviously quite the reverse, but that is another point. In the history of the 20th century, in terms of the liberal position with regard to the defense of individuals, the view was to take an arm's-length relationship to those people. That arm's-length relationship gradually redounded not to the poor situation those people were in but to liberalism itself, because liberalism itself turned out to be contentless. That's the danger we now face. Liberalism must be predicated on content. That is what has to be confronted by Floyd Abrams and others of us who call ourselves liberals. This last remark of Raskin's is, I think, a good description of the liberal community as represented in various sections of the Fourth Estate, complicit with Reaganism until it is too late to behave in any other fashion, bellowing about the First Amendment after the prison doors have slammed. Contentless liberalism today argues, or even merely reports on terrain staked out by the right and only produces a liberal passport when questioned closely about its credentials. Thus, whereas in the early 70s the Fourth Estate was, in important sectors, a counterweight to state power, it is today complicit with that power, part if you will, of the same disinformational network. The true work of the Fourth Estate has once again receded to the margins of the estate. VV 268. August 12, 1981. Working Class Heroes at Home and Abroad. The New York Times. U.S. edition, Tuesday, August 4, 1981. Maybe we are crazy, said Michael Furman, a vice president of the striking Professional Air Traffic Controllers Organization. Then again, maybe the controllers, like most everyone else, would just like to work shorter hours for higher pay. Whatever the merits of their case, and they appear to be dubious, the air controllers have no right to hold up the nation. President Reagan's tough threat to fire workers who are not back at work by Wednesday is appropriate. A settlement that rewards them for illegally withholding vital services would be a serious mistake. Polish edition. Maybe we are crazy, said Miloš Firmankiewicz, a Solidarity leader. Then again, maybe the ship workers, like most everyone else, would like to work less hours for more zlotys. Whatever the merits of their case, and they appear to be dubious, the ship workers have no right to hold up the nation, which, under the leadership of the Polish Workers' Party, is striving to raise productivity. Prime Minister Jaruzelski's tough threat to fire workers who are not back at work by Wednesday is appropriate. A settlement that rewards saboteurs of the national economy would be a serious mistake, and would merely offer comfort to the enemies of socialism. U.S. edition *, although their work certainly requires discipline and creates stress, it is hard to feel much sympathy for the controllers. There is no evidence that the work is debilitating. At a time when other federal employees are asked to accept a 4.8% rise, there is little justification in giving them more than twice that much. Polish edition *. It is undeniable that the ship workers occasionally endure harsh conditions, but no thoughtful Pole need feel sympathy for them. There is no evidence that their work is debilitating. And when other comrades are making heroic sacrifices, the ship workers are not ashamed to demand extraordinary economic privileges. U.S. edition. But beyond that, the equities here are really beside the point. The controllers have no legal right to promote their interests by damaging an archive of the Reagan-era 269 national economy. If President Reagan were now to sweeten the deal already cut in June, he would only be inviting other government employees in key positions to exploit their leverage. Living temporarily without regular air service is a heavy burden. Restoring it on the controller's terms could be a disaster. Polish edition, but beyond that, the equities here are really beside the point. The saboteurs have no right under the Polish constitution and the principles of socialist legality to promote their own selfish interests at the expense of the national economy. If Prime Minister Jaruzelski were to exceed the agreement already reached, he would only be inviting other groups of saboteurs and friends of imperialism to exploit their leverage. The saboteurs should know that whatever the price in lost production, the government will never surrender. The Washington Post. Union Busting Edition, Tuesday, August 4, 1981. The air traffic controllers' strike is a wildly misconceived venture that deserves the government's extraordinarily severe response. A strike against an essential public service is always wrong in principle. It is also illegal, and the controllers' attempt to demolish the law is doubly wrong. Freedom-loving edition. The Polish ship workers' strike is an extraordinarily gallant venture, and that makes the Polish government's fierce response all the more heavy-handed and abhorrent to all friends of freedom. The right to strike is one of the inalienable attributes of a democratic society. Only in the workers' paradises east of the Iron Curtain is that right denied. Talk by the Polish regime of infractions of internal socialist legality is patently self-interested. The ship workers' noble attempt to expose such socialist legality as a form of slavery is entirely laudable. Union Busting Edition *, nor do the controllers seem to understand the position in which they have put President Reagan. He has just bet his presidency on his economic programs. But interest rates won't come down until people see inflation coming down, and economic analysts are currently warning their clients that there's not much evidence yet of any change in the underlying rate of inflation. That underlying rate is, essentially, the rate at which wages are rising. The money markets are watching wage settlements with fixed attention. Freedom-loving edition. The position in which the ship workers have placed a government attempting to reform a static economy is one entirely of that government's. 270. Making. Mismanagement, chronic shortages, and now inflation are all endemic to the ineptly run socialist economy of Poland. The demands of the ship workers may seem superficially to place that economy under greater strain, but this is a short-term view of crisis. The ship workers are demanding a greater say in their work schedules, a feeling that they are more than mere robots in a system. The wage demands are symbolic and the symbolism is urgent. This is why all friends of freedom must pray that the ship workers will prevail. VV. October 14, 1981. Death on the Nile. Magnificent, Poirot. Hastings clapped Poirot heartily on the back as the little Belgian delicately touched his magnificent mustaches with a napkin and gazed with disfavor at the half-empty cup of hot chocolate on the hotel breakfast tray. "Mon cher Hastings," he murmured, "would you not think that the Nile Hilton could prepare a proper chocolate?" "But Poirot," exclaimed Hastings, ignoring his friend's complaint, "to have succeeded where the intelligence services of 5 countries failed. To have solved the most sensational crime of the decade, the murder of President Sadat." Poirot made a lame pretense of modesty. "C'est pas difficile, mon brave, if one only uses the eyes and the brain. Let me explain how I came to my conclusions." He leaned back and half closed his eyes. The first task was to consider the circumstances of the crime. You will recall that the military authorities were quick to announce that the deed had been perpetrated by 4 members of the THIRD-WA Hijra, meaning atonement and pilgrimage, and that this desperate faction of the Muslim Brotherhood had acted independently of any foreign power. Now it did not require great exercise of what you, Hastings, like to call the little grey cells, to see that this is obviously what the Egyptian military authorities would say in order to postpone inevitably embarrassing questions about the quality of their own intelligence, and indeed possible complicity of the armed forces in the murder. In our dark century, it is always cleaner to have, as our American friends say, the lone gunman, or in this case 4 lone gunmen. An archive of the Reagan era 271. But of course the correct question to ask was why the dog did not bark in the night. Who might have known the plans of these 4 dedicated assassins and not warned Sadat? So I had to consider the question of motive, objectively and without prejudice. First, who was the immediate beneficiary of the deed? Hosni Mubarak. Great Scott, Poirot, Hastings burst in. Mubarak, the friend, the disciple of Sadat. Surely you could discount. Poirot raised an indulgent hand. Mon cher Hastings, you have the feelings the most decent. But I would remind you that we speak of power, of politics. We must not be sentimental. Let us discount Cairo gossip and the stories of Mubarak's relationship with Jihan Sadat. I do not think we have here a case of the eternal triangle. But consider Mubarak's situation. He was the creature of Sadat, as he himself said, the Vashki-Rit, just as Nasser would call Sadat the black donkey. He was not insensible of Sadat's increasing unpopularity inside Egypt. And he knew of Sadat's occasional suggestions, as for example to Jimmy Carter a few weeks before his death, that he might step down next year and install Mubarak as president. Perhaps Mubarak asked himself, why wait? Perhaps in a year the situation would have been beyond recovery. Perhaps on Mubarak's last visit to Washington someone there too had the same idea. The Americans! Hastings exclaimed incredulously. Poirot regarded his friend with amusement. Always you think with the emotions. As I said, we must consider all the motives, all the suspects, with dispassion. I did not say I thought the Americans were responsible, even if those reports that the American ambassador left the reviewing stand 15 minutes before the attack were, to say the least, tantalizing. Of course it is most unlikely that the Americans had any knowledge of the plot. Sadat was their best friend, their tool, in the Middle East. In many senses his death was an American event. It would perhaps have been more appropriate to have buried him in Arlington Cemetery. You will recall their childish predictions that the streets of Cairo would fill with millions of mourners the night of the murder, or the bizarre claim of L. E. Mayor Cook of New York that Egyptians saw Sadat as a father figure. The Americans had no sense that Sadat was unpopular with his own people, that by the end he was jailing not merely fanatics but generals, politicians, people of the left, journalists like Hassanein Haikal, even the leading Egyptian feminist, the charmant Nawal el-Saadawi. As with the Shah, they could theorize but not actually comprehend that their clients' days were numbered. Poirot sighed. Les Américains. Always, always they pick one horse. Always, always. Two halves. They pick the wrong horse. But we must not exclude the possibility that someone in Washington perceived that Sadat was becoming erratic and indiscreet. His boast, for example, to an American journalist that he was helping to supply the Afghan rebels. They cannot have liked that. In a sense, of course, the Americans killed Sadat. He isolated himself in the Arab world and in the eyes of many of his people with the Camp David agreements. And they gave him nothing. Reen. They let the Israelis get away with everything. They allowed Sadat to look like a fool, an idiot. Then, to make matters worse, they sent 3 presidents and Monsieur Kissinger to Cairo. So pauvre Mubarak looks like the little lapdog. This is to speak in the wider sense. As actual accomplices, they are unlikely suspects. And of course Mubarak himself was in the stand. He was even wounded. If he was implicated he took enormous risks. But Mubarak was Sadat's liaison with the Saudis. And with the House of Saud we have a manifest motive. Poirot paused to mop the great dome of his forehead with a silk handkerchief.